My name is Lucy Hong. I used to live in a world with smartphones and the internet until a truck accident sent me here. Now, I have lived in the world of Pikmin for 16 years. In this world, everyone gets a magical creature called a beast when they turn 16. These creatures live in a special beast space inside the person's mind and grow stronger through training and battle. On my 16th birthday, I was very nervous. I worried the magic wouldn't work because my soul is from another world. Luckily, the ceremony was a success. I summoned my first beast, and it was a goblin. Usually, people think goblins are weak, but they are actually very useful because they can use tools and evolve into many different forms. However, I have two big secrets. First, my goblin appeared as a full-grown adult instead of a baby, which surprised my teacher. Second, when I checked my beast space, I didn't just have one goblin. I had 15. My space is called the Goblin Breeding Ground, which is actually the name of a mobile game I played in my past life. My beast space is also much larger than a normal one. It looks like a big island rather than a small room. My childhood friend, Zhang Yiming, tried to tease me about having a useless goblin, but I didn't mind. He took me to the school's training ground to test our beasts. While his puppy fought a slime, I summoned one of my adult goblins to fight a wild one. My goblin won the fight because it was smart enough to use a wooden stick as a weapon. After the battle, a message appeared in my mind. I learned that by winning fights, I can earn experience points. Once I get enough points, I can make my goblins evolve into new, stronger forms. I only earned 1 point for that fight, and I need 10 to start an evolution. I am excited but also a bit overwhelmed. This world is dangerous, and having 15 goblins is a huge advantage, but I have to be careful not to let anyone find out how different I am. I realized that one defeated goblin only gives 1 experience point, so I went to the river near the misty forest to find more targets. My town, White Moon Town, used to be a small outpost, and though it's protected by a river and a bridge, dangerous beasts from the forest still manage to cross occasionally. After hunting some slimes and failing to catch a fast rabbit, I accidentally went too deep into the woods. A large, injured wild boar suddenly charged at me. Usually, a single goblin is useless against such a beast, so I stopped hiding my secret and summoned all 14 of my other goblins at once. Surrounded and outnumbered, the boar stood no chance. The goblins fought with surprising ferocity, beating it until it died. Defeating the boar gave me enough experience to reach 10 points. I immediately used them to evolve one of my goblins. To my surprise, it didn't become a warrior. It became a goblin laborer with crafting and building skills. Even though it wasn't a fighter, the evolution gave me a strange surge of physical energy. I realized that because I have 15 goblins giving me feedback instead of just one, I might become a professional much faster than others. I decided to bring the boar home to help my family's tight finances. I summoned one goblin to help me drag the heavy carcass back to town, ignoring the shocked looks from people on the street. When I arrived home, my little cousin Zian was stunned to see me with such a huge kill. My father was equally shocked, and my mother came rushing out of the kitchen with a spatula, both impressed and worried about what I had done. I knew I might get scolded for the danger, but seeing the meat made them happy. After I dragged the wild boar home, my mother was very angry that I risked my life. Her giant ghost-faced spider even hissed at me. She scolded me for being reckless, but once she saw I wasn't hurt, she calmed down. My father was proud of the catch, and the meat really helped our family's budget. I promised my mother I wouldn't go to the misty forest alone again, though I knew I needed more battles to grow stronger. The next morning, I checked my beast space and was shocked. My goblin laborer had been busy. In just one night, the goblins had built a fence, a weapon rack with stone spears and axes, and even a grass hut. A message appeared saying the hut actually helps the goblins recover faster. This is unheard of. Most people's beast spaces are just empty rooms, but mine is becoming a functional farm. I fed the goblins some of the boar meat to keep them strong. At school, everyone was talking about my hunt. My friend Zhang Yiming warned me to be careful, but I told him I just want to make money to help my family. I decided to sneak out of school to hunt again. This time, my goblins were armed with the stone weapons the laborer made, which made us much stronger. I headed back to the edge of the forest, hoping to catch some rabbits or mice. However, they were all way too fast for us. Just as I was about to give up, a group of wild goblins appeared. They didn't find me by accident. Their leader had a huge nose and had tracked my scent like a hunting dog. It looks like I'm about to have my first real squad-on-squad battle. Well, what do we have here? A human child all alone. The big-nosed goblin shouted excitedly and, together with his companions, rushed toward Lu Sihong. They spread out to block his path and prevent him from escaping. Lu Sihong looked at the 8 ordinary goblins holding small wooden sticks. Instead of fear, his face showed excitement. 8 points of experience, delivered right to him. He quickly told the goblins in his beast space to grab their weapons. When the wild goblins got closer, the ground around them began to glow. Led by a strong goblin worker, 9 goblins holding stone weapons charged out of the summoning circle, crashing straight into the surprised wild goblins. With a slight advantage in both weapons and numbers, Lu Sihong's goblins quickly overwhelmed their opponents. The fiercest among them was the goblin worker. Despite his name suggesting a laborer, he fought with great strength. Swinging a large stone axe, he struck down the big-nosed goblin, then threw the axe again, knocking down another wild goblin who tried to run away. The wild goblins, already battered and frightened, saw the powerful enemy before them and lost all courage. Screaming in panic, they tried to flee. But goblins all ran at about the same speed. No one could really escape. Lu Sihong's goblins grinned fiercely and chased down their enemies, defeating them one by one. The last wild goblin, almost free, ran into another goblin that Lu Sihong had sent ahead to scout. The scout hurled a stone spear, knocking the wild goblin to the ground and finishing the fight. You have defeated a goblin squad and gained 17 experience points. When the battle ended, Lu Sihong checked his beast space to see how much experience he had earned. To his surprise, the total was 17 points. I thought it was 1 point per goblin. So it depends on the difficulty of the fight? He wondered. Never mind, since I have enough experience, I'll evolve 1 goblin first. Lu Sihong looked up, ready to send the goblins back to the beast space, but noticed that they seemed to be cleaning up the battlefield instead. The goblins were trying to find something valuable from their fallen wild kin, but after searching for a while, they only found a few pieces of dried meat from some unknown animal and the rough wooden clubs those goblins had used as weapons. Thud, thud, thud. A rhythmic chopping sound came from nearby. It turned out that one of the goblin workers had spotted a large tree, studied it for a moment, and then started chopping it down. Lu Sihong sighed and patted his forehead helplessly. Hard work was good, but this goblin worker was a little too hard-working. If it wanted to chop trees, it could have done that back in the beast space. When Lu Sihong looked into the beast space, he saw that all the big trees that had once grown there were already cut down. Only a few smaller ones remained, probably because they were still too young to be worth chopping. All right, fine. Go ahead and chop if you want, Lu Sihong said, leaving the goblin worker there. He sent the other goblins carrying their spoils back into the beast space, then chose the one in the best condition to start the evolution process. You have used 10 experience points. Goblin has evolved into Goblin Warrior. Goblin Warrior. After many battles, the goblin has awakened its fighting instincts and become a warrior among its kind. Strength. The Goblin Warrior possesses much greater power. When the green light faded, the chosen goblin had completely changed. It was no longer a small, skinny creature, but a strong, muscular goblin warrior. Standing among the regular goblins, it looked tall and imposing, like a crane among chickens. Seeing this, Lu Sihong was overjoyed. Finally, I've successfully evolved a goblin warrior. If I got another goblin worker instead, I'd have to start thinking about becoming a farmer. After the goblin worker finished chopping the tree, Lu Sihong called it back into the beast space, watching as it disappeared along with the large log on its shoulder. As soon as the goblin worker was gone, Lu Sihong summoned the goblin warrior again. Inside the beast space, the difference wasn't so obvious, but now that the goblin warrior stood before him, a tall, muscular green figure, Lu Sihong couldn't help but feel that something about it seemed a little off. Lu Sihong had seen goblin warriors before. Back at the school's breeding grounds, goblins often fought each other. Some lucky ones who survived long enough without being chosen could evolve into goblin warriors through battle. But even those warriors were only a bit taller and stronger than normal goblins. None had ever evolved as perfectly as the one standing before him now. Well, it's like having a cheat code. Some things that don't follow normal magic rules can still make sense, Lu Sihong muttered to himself. After checking his goblin warrior, Lu Sihong looked at the goblin bodies on the ground, his expression slightly worried. Goblins weren't strong fighters, but they weren't stupid either. They knew how to avoid danger. Unless their tribe was unusually powerful, they normally stayed far from human settlements. The appearance of these goblins was strange. He hoped they had just wandered out from the depths of the misty forest. When Lu Sihong was about 8 or 9 years old, he had experienced a terrible beast attack that left a deep impression on him. That time, White Moon Town was almost destroyed. Luckily, a quiet man who never fought before suddenly awakened a fusion ability when his wife and daughter were in danger. After merging with his baker partner, he used a powerful dough hammer fist technique to defeat the leading high-level beast, saving the town from destruction. Even though Lu Sihong was worried, he still thought to himself, 7 experience points. Just 3 more, and I can evolve another one. Might as well finish this before leaving. I've got a goblin warrior now. What's there to be afraid of? After saying that, Lu Sihong recalled the goblin warrior into his space and summoned an ordinary goblin. Then he turned and walked toward the edge of the misty forest. Still, safety came first. He decided to head to the river to see if there were any slimes he could fight. By the river, he found 3 or 4 slimes. After defeating them, his experience reached 9 points. Seeing that it was getting late, Lu Sihong decided to head home. As he walked, he thought to himself, even though I already have a goblin warrior, I can't just show it off. I'll stay quietly at school for the next couple of days. Soon, I'll be able to enter the beginner's trial ground for free. Then I can just say my goblin evolved after getting into a fight and being pushed to its limit. Sounds reasonable, right? Yes, very reasonable. After returning home, Lu Sihong behaved himself for a few days and didn't sneak into the misty forest again. Although he didn't go out to fight, he didn't stay idle either. Ever since he obtained the goblin warrior, the faint energy inside his body had become more noticeable. Every night after dinner, before going to bed, he would secretly practice the basic cultivation method taught by his school teachers, trying to control that energy within him. Normally, before becoming a professional, the amount of energy a beast master had depended entirely on how strong their beast was and how good their own talent was. At least, that was the conclusion Lu Sihong had reached from the limited information he could find. Because the state of energy was similar to the 3 forms of water, people in this world first divided energy into 3 levels: mist, rain, and flow. Later, as Beast Master civilization advanced, the upper limit of energy kept increasing and new levels were added: spring, stream, river, lake, and sea. However, even the most powerful beast master known today had only reached the lake level. A lake could grow larger, but it could never match the endless vastness of the sea. By this standard, Lu Sihong's current energy level could only be called thin mist, visible, but untouchable. With such low energy density, his body showed no change even after long hours of practice. The basic cultivation method was mainly meant to help beast masters improve their control over energy and prepare for becoming professionals. Lu Sihong also took an old rusty kitchen knife that had been left in the storage room, sharpened it as best he could, and placed it into his beast space. He then had his goblin laborer tie it to a thick stick, making a makeshift great blade for the goblin warrior to use. Time passed slowly, and finally, after class on Monday, Lu Sihong couldn't wait any longer. He dragged his best friend and a few classmates to the beginner's trial ground as witnesses. There, he received a farm-bred goblin and ordered his own goblin to smash it with 2 heavy hammer strikes. After recalling his goblin, he didn't immediately summon the goblin warrior again. He wanted to take a gamble. The goblin warrior was strong, but a mutated goblin that could use magic would be even better. Consumed 10 experience points. Goblin evolving. Goblin wanderer. In the blink of an eye, the once ordinary goblin turned into a messy, carefree king of junk. Goblin wanderer. This is a special kind of goblin who loves freedom and adventure. It often roams around aimlessly and enjoys picking up random items. Wander. The goblin wanderer will randomly appear in different parts of the world. After being defeated, it will return to the goblin farm with the items it collected. Once it recovers, it will set out to wander again. This is. Lu Sihong wanted to complain that it looked like a pile of trash, but then he thought of the goblin workers. What if this one was actually a hidden powerhouse? Wait a second. He suddenly remembered. When he got hit by that truck, the mobile game had just finished downloading. He had only watched the opening animation. So what exactly was this king of junk? Where did that goblin go? Before he could react, the king of junk had already disappeared from the beast's space. Lu Sihong didn't even get a good look at it. Still, even though the goblin looked sloppy and unreliable, the energy feedback it gave him was just as strong as when the goblin warrior evolved. After standing there in a daze for a moment, Lu Sihong quickly summoned his goblin warrior. With a proud grin, he strutted out of his small trial ground, which was basically a square mud house, and shouted loudly for his best friend. "Hey Zhang Yiming, come out and see my genius goblin warrior." "What's going on? Why are you yelling?" "Wait, no way. You actually evolved it into a goblin warrior already?" Zhang Yiming's shocked voice was even louder than Lu Sihong's, echoing across the entire beginner's trial area. The other students who heard him stopped their own monster training and rushed out of their rooms to look at the tall, muscular goblin warrior standing beside Lu Sihong. "Whoa, amazing. Lu, you're incredible. You really are a genius. Look at that goblin warrior's build. It's perfect. What did you feed it?" Everything was going exactly as planned. This was exactly the effect Lu Sihong wanted. In front of everyone, he let his classmates exaggerate and spread the story, making it sound more convincing that his goblin had evolved during the initial trial. After leaving the trial ground with his goblin warrior, Lu Sihong walked around the school again to help the rumors spread faster, then happily went home. Now that the goblin warrior could appear officially, he had a reason to ask his parents to buy him a proper weapon. Then he could go hunting in the forest, earn money, gain experience, evolve all his goblins, and buy weapons for them all. After that, they could fight stronger monsters and make a fortune. A faint smile appeared on Lu Sihong's face as he looked at his beast space with excitement and hope. The goblins were still the same, some lying around, some playing with dirt. The goblin warrior sat quietly in a corner, while the goblin worker was building a small hut. What's that hut for? He stared for a moment, and a message popped up, "Goblin Grass Hut, under construction." Seriously? That's obvious. Seeing the message, his excitement faded a little. Lu Sihong rolled his eyes, shook his head, and quickened his pace toward home. When Lu Yuanyang and Li Qin saw the goblin warrior their son had summoned, they were both surprised and delighted. However, after the excitement came a problem. Ordinary goblins could survive on almost nothing, but the goblin warrior couldn't. To keep it growing stronger, it needed enough food, maybe not meat every day, but at least once a week. Lu Sihong actually suspected that his goblin warrior had already reached a perfect state and could evolve further if given the right conditions. Still, he needed a good reason to convince his parents to let him explore the outer edge of the misty forest. In the end, after much reasoning, persuasion, and many promises, Lu Yuanyang and Li Qin finally agreed. They decided to buy him a basic set of armor and weapons and allowed him to go adventuring with some familiar adventurers or hunters near the edge of the misty forest. Among the hunters he knew, there was one person who was especially close to him, his best friend Zhang Yiming's father, Zhang Dashan. When Zhang Dashan was young, he had been an adventurer. At his peak, he even gained the ability to merge with his beast companion. Unfortunately, during one adventure, he suffered a serious injury that damaged his body. At that time, his wife was already pregnant, and he had saved some money, so he decided to retire and become a hunter instead. Zhang Dashan's beast was a crimson flame tiger, a large tiger with bright red fur. When it got angry, its fur seemed to ripple like fire. It truly controlled the power of flames and could deal fire-type damage to enemies in battle. One reason Zhang Dashan became a hunter was to make sure his beast could eat meat every day. Otherwise, its abilities might weaken, which would also affect his own strength. With Zhang Dashan's skills, as long as they didn't go too deep into the misty forest, he would have no trouble keeping Lu Sihong safe. Luckily, Li Qin and Zhang Dashan's wife, Lu Xiujuan, had been close friends for many years, and their families got along well. Zhang Dashan would surely have no problem taking care of Lu Sihong for a while. Lu Sihong thought this was a good plan. At first, He could follow Zhang Dashin to gain experience. Once he had enough, he could upgrade his goblin warrior again. When his strength was strong enough, he would have a good reason to explore the forest's edge on his own. Before going to sleep, Lu Sihong checked his beast space again. The goblin workers were very efficient. In just a few hours, they had already built a new grass hut. Lu Sihong focused his attention, and this time, the full details of the hut appeared before him. Item storage, a very simple building used to store important items. Building effect, reduces item space usage by 3%. Normally, the size of a beast space depended on the beast's level and size. For a beginner like Lu Sihong, who had just activated his space, it was usually only big enough for the beast to sleep or roll around in. If the beast had a good temper and was smart enough, it could help its master store a few things inside, but only small, important items. However, Lu Sihong's goblin farm was not only spacious, but the goblins also had hands and feet, making it more than enough to serve as a warehouse. If he could enter the beast's space himself, Lu Sihong would have built a house inside it. How convenient it would be to hide there whenever danger appeared. Unfortunately, this idea had already been proposed by others, and many had researched it, but all ended without success. A beast could bring items into its own space, but no living creature, whether human or magical beast, could enter. Even undead beings, as long as they weren't completely lifeless, couldn't go in. Lu Sihong's thoughts drifted as he soon fell asleep. With a blink, a new day began. He casually glanced into the beast space. Why is there a body in the goblin hut? The goblins were already healthy. Goblin wanderer, recovering. Oh, it's that carefree one. Wait, didn't you just leave yesterday? How did you get taken down so fast? As if triggered by his curiosity, a string of messages appeared from the goblin farm. Goblin wanderer's journey log. The goblin wanderer entered the misty forest. During his travels, he encountered a kobold prospector. While escaping from the kobold's pursuit, he picked up a piece of gold ore. Later, he met a group of gnolls who were fleeing from an ogre. One of them shot an arrow at him, and the goblin wanderer died. This journey's reward, 1 piece of gold ore. Wow, that little guy sure had an eventful night. Wait, what was that again? Gold ore? Where is it? Lu Sihong searched through the goblin farm and finally found a rather ugly golden rock in the hut labeled item storage. So, the goblin workers built this hut because of the wanderer, to store his loot? He muttered to himself, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Well, it may look rough, but it's actually pretty useful. What a surprise. Even if it's not pure gold, it should still be worth quite a bit. When the time comes, we'll just find an excuse and say we picked it up by the river. Then Mom and Dad can sell it and make up for the money we spent on equipment. Getting such a surprise early in the morning made Lu Sihong unable to hide his excitement. He smiled all day long. Luckily, everyone knew that his goblin had evolved yesterday, so no one thought he had lost his mind. Yes, everyone knew. Thanks to Lu Sihong's careful planning, his classmates' enthusiastic spreading of the news, and his parents' casual bragging, the whole town of White Moon and the nearby farms knew that the Lu family's son was a genius. Only a week after awakening his beast space, his goblin had evolved into a goblin warrior just by eating dirt. That morning, as soon as he arrived at school, he was called to the principal's office. The principal praised him warmly and said many nice things, but didn't give him any real reward. There was nothing he could do. After all, goblins were unpredictable creatures with almost no clear evolution pattern. It all depended on luck. No one knew when the next evolution might happen. It could take 5 or 6 years if he was unlucky. If it had been a magical beast with higher evolution potential, the principal might have given him a reward right away. But since it was just a goblin, the principal didn't dare make big promises. Lu Sihong didn't mind. The goblin warrior still wasn't very strong, and at least the principal had made a promise. If his goblin evolved again, the school would not only waive his tuition, but also give him money and resources as a reward. To Lu Sihong, that was as good as already having the reward, just temporarily stored at school. When Lu Sihong returned to his seat, his best friend immediately leaned over. What did the principal want? Did he secretly give you a reward? Zhang Yiming whispered. Lu Sihong shook his head slightly and pointed at the teacher on the podium. Let's talk after class, he said quietly. When the bell finally rang, Zhang Yiming asked curiously, what did you mean when you shook your head? No reward, Lu Sihong replied. He just promised that if my goblin warrior evolves again, I'll get free tuition and some extra resources. Wow, the principal is so stingy. Zhang Yiming was upset on his friend's behalf, but the classmates who overheard didn't think so. They were all young and couldn't hide their emotions. Many classmates who overheard their conversation secretly felt relieved, and some even showed a bit of gloating on their faces. Lu Sihong felt confident and didn't care about it at all. Whether it was sincere or fake comfort, or teasing with a hint of jealousy, he responded with a cheerful smile. He understood his classmates' feelings. People often envy others' success, but also pity their struggles. As long as no one mocked him to his face, he didn't take it seriously. But Zhang Yiming couldn't stand seeing that. He felt his best friend was being treated unfairly, and those people were just making things worse. So he quickly changed the topic. Hey, you're free during the break, right? My dad said he'd take me into the misty forest to get used to an adventurer's life. How about you come with us? With my dad leading, maybe your goblin warrior can level up soon. Then no one will have anything to say? Everyone around, including Lu Sihong, was surprised. Some classmates looked envious, and a few even shamelessly begged Zhang Yiming to take them along. Don't be ridiculous. My dad can't take that many people. Lu Sihong's goblin warrior can actually fight and gain experience. What would you all do there? For close friends, Zhang Yiming tried to find an excuse. For others, he didn't even bother replying. What a coincidence, Lu Sihong said with a smile. I was just talking to my parents last night about asking your dad to take me for some training. We even discussed what gear to buy. Buy what? Zhang Yiming patted his shoulder. We're still growing. Beginner gear will be too small soon. It's a waste of money. My dad has some old equipment lying around. He never threw it away, and my mom keeps complaining about it. You can pick a few pieces to use first. No need. That stuff isn't cheap either, Lu Sihong said, shaking his head. Come on, think of it as me lending it to you. You promised to take me on adventures in the future, remember? Wow, Zhang, you're being so nice to him. It's hard not to question your motives. A classmate teased, making everyone laugh. Get lost. You don't understand. I'm just investing early. This is all strategy. Even if you wanted me to help you, I wouldn't. Zhang Yiming said impatiently. Lu Sihong smiled and looked seriously at his best friend. Don't worry. I said I'd help you succeed, and I will. All right, I'll be waiting. In this world, schools didn't have final exams. Their purpose was simply to teach knowledge. Whether students learned or not was up to them. Of course, besides teaching, schools also had certain goals to train outstanding talents, whether in combat or daily life professions. These students would then be recommended to higher-level academies in nearby cities or sent directly to various organizations. That was why the principal had talked to Lu Sihong. Even though he didn't receive a reward because he was a goblin, it still showed that the school had noticed him. In short, Lu Sihong didn't need to take any final exams. After saying goodbye to his teacher the day before, he no longer had to attend classes. He heard that the third-year students, who were about to graduate, had been taken somewhere for a selection test and wouldn't return for over a month. Lu Sihong didn't pay much attention to that. He was busy preparing his gear, getting ready to go hunting in the misty forest with Zhang Yiming and his father the next day. After some persuasion from Zhang Yiming and his mother, the Lu family decided not to buy new equipment. Instead, they borrowed a few pieces of leather gear and a machete from Zhang Dashan's old supplies. The money they saved was used to buy a high-quality large blade for the goblin warrior. Knowing his son was going on an adventure and would spend several days in the forest, Lu Yuanyang didn't know how to feel. He spent the whole night sharpening his son's machete on a whetstone. Li Qin couldn't sleep either. She got up, scolded Lu Yuanyang for making too much noise, and then, seeing him stand up, complained again. What are you doing? You're done sharpening, right? Don't you know our son needs it tomorrow? Keep your voice down. The kids are asleep. Li Qin rolled her eyes, but said nothing more. She just stood there, watching him sharpen the blade, her thoughts drifting far away. Only the soft sound of sharpening filled the quiet yard. Of course, Lu Sihong wasn't asleep either. He felt excited and full of anticipation, with hardly any fear at all. He quietly opened the window and peeked through the door. His parents looked a little worried in the yard. Lu Sihong scratched his head, knowing there was nothing he could say to comfort them. He quietly closed the window again and lay back on his bed. Can't sleep? Then let's check on the goblins in the beast space. The goblins were the same as always, some digging in the dirt, some chewing on grass, and some just staring blankly. Oh, the goblin worker seemed to have nothing to do lately and was sitting next to the goblin warrior, daydreaming together. Huh, what's that in the grass hut? A body. Oh, it's the wanderer. Back after 2 days, huh? This time he lasted longer than before. Maybe the goblin wanderer had put all his points into recovery. Last time he was defeated, it only took him 3 days to fully recover. The moment he did, he disappeared from the beast space and went wandering again. And now, here he was, back as a body. Goblin Wanderer's travel log. The goblin wanderer entered the misty forest. Encountered a pack of wolves. The wolves weren't interested in his meat and just scared him away. 2 groups of human adventurers fought, but no one died. After they left, the goblin wanderer picked up a broken dagger and a shattered sword blade from the battlefield. He went deeper into the misty forest, met a rock bear with its cub. The rock bear attacked with a rock spike. The goblin wanderer has fallen. This journey's gains, 2 pieces of scrap metal. Early in the morning, as soon as the town gates opened, Zhang Dashan led 2 young men into the misty forest. Along the way, Zhang Dashan didn't rush into the forest's depths or look for prey. Instead, he pointed out small, easily missed traces in the forest, teaching his son and Lu Sihong various survival and adventure skills. When they came across small animals, he didn't summon his beast. Instead, he casually drew his bow and shot. Before Lu Sihong and Zhang Yiming could even react, the small creatures were already struck through their vital spots, lying motionless on the ground. By noon, Zhang Dashan finally released his beast from the beast space. He built a small firewood pile, had the scarlet flame tiger light it, and began roasting the animals they had caught that morning. After skinning and cleaning them, he placed them directly over the fire and sprinkled some seasoning from a small bottle he carried. Dad, is it okay to roast meat in the forest like this? I heard it might attract monsters, Zhang Yiming asked curiously. Zhang Dashan smiled and said, it's fine. We're still in the outer area of the forest, not even near the edge. With Scarlet Flame here, nothing dares to come close. The big tiger lay lazily on the ground, eyes half closed as if dozing. When it heard its master mention it, it turned its head, glanced at him, and yawned. Zhang Yiming went over and rubbed the tiger's head. You've been in the beast space all morning. Haven't you rested enough? Why are you still yawning? The Scarlet Flame tiger twitched its ears and turned away, ignoring him. It can't really sleep in the beast space, Zhang Dashan explained with a laugh. It never knows when I'll summon it, so it can't relax. He pulled a half-roasted wind rabbit from the stick and tossed it to his beast. The tiger caught the roasted rabbit, unbothered by the heat, and crunched it up, bones and all, before swallowing it. We've been walking all morning, and we're still in the outer area? No wonder there's no mist yet. When will we reach the edge of the fog? Zhang Yiming asked. Lu Sihong chuckled. That's because you've got 2 beginners with you. Otherwise, Uncle would have reached the fog's edge long ago with Scarlet Flame. Zhang Dashan turned the roasting mole meat and nodded. This trip is mainly for you 2 to learn. I can't take you deeper into the forest until you've got the basics down. But we've got Scarlet Flame with us. How could there be danger near the edge of the misty forest? Zhang Yiming asked, lying on the tiger's back and looking at his father in confusion. Zhang Dashan explained, it used to be safe, but lately the monsters in the misty forest have been acting up. Last time I came, I ran into a pack of Ironclaw wolves. They looked half-crazed from hunger and even tried to attack me and Scarlet Flame. If I hadn't acted fast and taken down their leader, we might have been hurt. Your mom would have scolded me for days if that happened. Huh, who told you to like tigers so much? You keep a male one and still want to marry a female. Nonsense. Before your mother gave birth to you, she was gentle and kind. It's clearly because you're difficult to care for that she got so upset. Come on, my mom told me that when she was young, she was reckless and almost ruined herself. She was shocked and changed her personality, which made me suffer too. Now you want me to take the blame? Hey, you little brat. Lu Sihong happily watched the father and son argue, occasionally adjusting the position of the barbecue. Since he was an outsider, his best friend's mother always appeared gentle and kind whenever she saw him, so she couldn't understand the pain these 2 were going through. But speaking of it, his own mother also had a reputation for being gentle outside, though she was quite fierce when she fought. Even without considering her family status, with her spider-like energy feedback, her fighting skills at home were top-notch. Zhang Dashan wandered around the forest edge with the two kids all day and found a lone old wolf to help Lu Sihong's goblin warrior practice. Zhang Dashan thought that a normal goblin warrior, facing a cunning old wolf with weakened superpowers but rich combat experience, would be lucky to hold his own. Unexpectedly, with just a few swings of his sharp, big knife and a small injury as a cost, the goblin warrior managed to cut off the old wolf's head. Your goblin's physical strength is amazing. It's just that his combat experience is lacking. He fights without much strategy, even cutting into the hardest bones of the wolf with his knife, Zhang Dashan said to Lu Sihong. But don't worry, experience comes with practice. I'll find some more prey later. With your goblin warrior's strength, he'll get into the rhythm quickly. Although he couldn't speak, the beast tamer could roughly understand human language. The goblin warrior scratched his head, looking at the small dents on his knife with a pained expression, then stared at the corpse of the old wolf on the ground, raising his knife and gesturing thoughtfully. They wandered around the forest edge until evening. Zhang Dashan worked and explained at the same time, teaching the two kids how to spend the night outdoors and what to avoid. If your strength isn't very high, it's best not to spend the night alone in the wild. Besides some predators, many ghostly creatures only appear at night. If you have companions, you can help each other. If you're alone, you might not even know how you'll die. Summoned beasts are not humans, and often they can't tell if you're in danger, let alone come to save you. Zhang Dashan spoke while sharing his own risky experiences, making the two novice adventurers stare in surprise. Lu Sihong wasn't sure whether he should go alone in the future. Late at night, Lu Sihong and Zhang Yiming were wrapped in blankets, sleeping by the campfire. It was their first time camping outdoors, and neither of the boys could sleep peacefully. If they hadn't been exhausted from walking all day, they probably wouldn't have slept well at all. Goblins, on the other hand, had no such worries. They laid their big swords nearby and slept soundly, lying on their backs. Zhang Dashan added some firewood to the campfire, looked at the red flame tiger who had just woken up and yawned widely, then rested his chin on one hand and closed his eyes. The already dim moonlight filtered through dense leaves, casting faint light on the forest. The scattered stars provided little illumination, and the faint sound of falling leaves under pressure, along with the slight cracking of the leaves as they shifted, was hidden among the night insects chirping. The red flame tiger lazily lay on the ground. Its red fur, illuminated by the fire, looked like flowing flames, giving off a faint hot scent. It purred softly, its mouth slightly open to reveal two sharp, long teeth, with a slight sneer that seemed a bit mocking. Perhaps sensing danger, the insect chirping that had been noisy all night suddenly stopped. The predator hiding in the darkness sensed something was wrong and froze. With a loud, the red flame tiger suddenly burst into a ball of red fire and leapt from the spot, lunging toward the empty space not far from Lu Sihong. Roar! The predator, realizing it had been exposed, revealed itself as a black panther shrouded in swirling dark mist. It swiftly dodged the red flame tiger's attack. Zhang Dashan suddenly opened his eyes, grabbed his weapon, and stood up, alertly looking around. Then he focused on the black panther fighting with the red flame tiger. The goblin warrior quickly got up and ran to his rider, grabbing his large sword. The two young boys, hearing the angry roars from the two big cats fighting, slowly woke up. Their minds, disturbed by the noise, made Lu Sihong, who was already tired, feel slow to react. After a moment, he remembered his situation. Is this shadow leopard a predator in the dark with strong hiding skills? Especially at night or in dark caves, it can almost become invisible, explained Zhang Dashan, holding a powerful bow, though he didn't seem to plan to help his beast. Uncle Zhang, aren't you going to help? Lu Sihong asked, confused. Zhang Dashan smiled and said, no need. With Qian's power, he can handle this guy easily. He's just playing around. You should let the goblin warrior join the fight too, to gain some battle experience. Lu Sihong hesitated for a moment, then quickly ordered the goblin warrior to join the fight. Although Zhang Dashan and Qian Tiger didn't see the Black Panther as a threat, Lu Sihong knew the panther was strong. Sending the goblin warrior to scratch it might give him some useful experience. Qian Tiger was indeed just playing. In terms of speed, strength, and energy, it was much stronger than the Black Panther. The shadow leopard wanted to attack, but couldn't reach, and couldn't escape. It was toyed with by the red tiger's paws, confused and dizzy. The goblin warrior happily ran to the shadow leopard's side, raised his big sword, and slashed. He left a deep wound on the unprepared leopard's back. The leopard let out a loud cry. Its tail, as hard as steel, suddenly swept at the goblin warrior, knocking him back and nearly making him fall to the ground. The goblin warrior was hit by the leopard's tail, bleeding from his arms and ribs. But he didn't show any fear. Instead, his eyes turned red, and he growled softly. He charged forward again, swinging his sword wildly. This time, he focused on the shadow leopard's reactions, ready to dodge any counterattack. The shadow leopard, already frightened and angry from being toyed with by Cheyenne Tiger, was furious to be bullied by a goblin. It roared loudly, black mist swirling around its body, preparing to strike back hard at the ignorant green-skinned insect. A loud slap with sparks flying hit the shadow panther's head, causing it to suffer a concussion. The black mist on its body froze halfway and then dispersed, making it hard for the creature to stand steadily. The goblin warrior was not polite either. Seizing the chance, he forcefully swung his sword at the shadow panther's neck, splattering blood all over his face and head. The shadow panther was badly hurt and let out a painful cry. An impatient red flame tiger slapped it on the forehead with a fiery paw, and the creature immediately lost its breath. The red flame tiger dragged the shadow panther's body with its mouth toward its master. The goblin warrior quickly helped push from behind. Zhang Dashan happily took out a skinning knife and started peeling the hide by the firelight. This fellow usually doesn't come around. If it weren't for you two kids, the red flame tiger would have run away long ago when it saw this guy. Zhang Yiming loudly exclaimed. So, you called us here just to be bait for this thing? Zhang Dashan explained while peeling. You're overthinking. The shadow panther usually stays in the foggy area. You rarely see it near the edge of the fog, and no one really knows what's happening deep inside the fog forest. Things just keep rushing out. Suddenly, Lu Sihong remembered a certain guy lying around in the goblin hut and asked, Uncle Zhang, are there ogres and howler wolves in the fog forest? Zhang Dashan casually replied, Yes, there are. Rumor has it there's a tribe of ogres north of the central fog circle. Howler wolves mostly stay inside the fog near the edge, close to the middle zone. I've run into them a few times. Those creatures are pretty dangerous, right? I heard they can even forge weapons, Zhang Yiming asked. Zhang Dashan nodded. Most of these humanoid monsters can do some blacksmithing. Once, I met a swordsmith in a city during my adventures. His beast of choice was a howler wolf lord, and his forging skills were just as good as the swordsmith's. Hearing this, Lu Sihong felt excited and thought about his goblin workers. If only they could evolve a few more times. Wait, what was I about to ask just now? If ogres chase after howler wolves? Zhang Dashan looked back at Lu Sihong with some surprise, but answered seriously. That definitely means the ogres have come out of the fog center. The howler wolves probably don't dare to go into the middle zone. Within that group of ogres, there are ogre leaders and ogre mages, but they can only live on the outskirts of the fog center. So, is the problem at the core of the fog forest? Lu Sihong frowned slightly and asked curiously, if there's a problem in the fog forest, why hasn't the Adventurers Guild announced anything? Because there's no news. The guild already issued a reconnaissance bounty, but recently, there haven't been many adventurer teams in Baiwa Town. Only 2 teams took on the task and entered the fog forest, and they haven't returned yet. Zhang Dashan led the 2 of them around the outskirts of the fog forest for 3 days and nights. While teaching them adventure skills, he also wanted them to get used to the outdoor environment. If they go further in, they will reach the fog edge, where the environment is much harsher than now. During these 3 days, besides the shadow panther they encountered on the first night, they didn't see many strong monsters. Only 2 jackals looking for food and a small group of wild boars. To avoid frightening these animals, Zhang Dashan kept the fiery tiger hidden in the beast space. Instead, he sent goblin warriors to fight alone. When the goblin warriors couldn't hold on, Zhang Dashan would support them with his bow and arrow. After several battles, the goblin warriors' fighting skills improved a lot. It's a pity about the big cleaver. They had just bought it recently, and it already had many chips. Lu's father had sharpened it all night. and seeing it now would probably make him very upset. Fortunately, Lu Sihong's beast space still has a piece of gold ore. Later, he plans to find an excuse to take it out, so his parents won't worry about money. On the third night in the forest, Zhang Dashan told the two to rest well because the next day, he would take them to see the real edge of the fog forest. Lu Sihong and the others would set out the next morning, but the goblin wanderer, who longed for freedom, didn't care about day or night, or the right time and place. As soon as he recovered, he left the goblin breeding ground immediately. Lu Sihong didn't expect this guy to survive long this time. He just hoped that when he returned, he would bring back some better souvenirs. The two broken iron pieces from last time were wrapped around sticks by goblin workers to make two iron-headed spears. They do seem a bit more powerful than stone spears, since stabbing an opponent with them could seriously injure or kill, especially if the enemy doesn't die immediately, and then might suffer from tetanus later. I just wonder if the goblin breeding farm will give experience points for using them. Speaking of experience, the goblin farm has gained 63 points so far. If things go well, they should reach 100 points before leaving the Misty Forest. As for whether the goblin warriors can evolve, Lu Sihong is still unsure. He later found out that goblin warriors need more than 100 experience points to evolve. They also need to meet an extra condition. They must have enough combat experience. Lu Sihong isn't sure what enough means exactly, but he hopes that by fighting more battles, the goblin warriors will meet the requirements for evolution when they gather enough experience. Nothing happened overnight. Early the next morning, after packing up, Zhang Dashan stopped wandering in circles. He led Lu Sihong and Zhang Yiming straight toward the edge of the fog. The trees grew taller, and the wild grass and bushes became thicker. A faint fog started to appear in the air, making it harder for Lu Sihong to see far. In the misty forest, the thicker the fog, the more energy particles are in the air. That's why creatures and monsters near the center of the forest are stronger. Wild monsters need to absorb these floating energy particles to improve and maintain their strength. If they aren't strong enough, they don't have the right to stay in the foggy area. Zhang Dashan explained while carefully watching the surroundings. Many sneaky creatures hide and wait for prey to come close. As he spoke, Zhang Dashan suddenly raised his powerful bow and shot an arrow at a large tree ahead. When the arrow hit the trunk, it didn't make the usual sound of wood being pierced. Instead, it sounded like leather being punctured. Blood sprayed out, and a huge lizard, whose skin blended with the tree bark, jumped up. It hadn't run far before a flash of red light streaked across, and a fiery tiger's paw slapped down on its head, killing it instantly. Lucky shot. The skin of a color-changing lizard is worth quite a bit. Zhang Dashan smiled warmly and took out a small knife to start working. Unfortunately, this type of lizard doesn't taste very good. It has a strong sour and foul smell. Next time, if I encounter a fire lizard or a blazing fire lizard, I can let you try some grilled lizard. Uncle Zhang, if it's no good, just give me the meat. Goblin warriors eat all kinds of meat, Lu Sihong said with a smile. Zhang Dashan nodded. That's true. Goblin warriors aren't picky about food, unlike the fiery ones who are very particular. That's why goblins are easier to raise. After the colorful lizard's skin was completely peeled off, Lu Sihong had the goblin warrior take the whole lizard into the beast space. He divided half of it to the group that was busy eating dirt, while the goblin warrior held the remaining half and started eating. The edge of the fog was quite dangerous, so Zhang Dashan didn't dare take the two kids too deep. He led them along the thinnest part of the fog, explaining the dangers there. However, accidents happen. If you are careful, you can usually avoid them, so they aren't really accidents. While Professor Zhang was teaching Lu Sihong how to tell apart two similar-looking mushrooms, the crimson flame tiger suddenly lowered its body and growled threateningly toward the deep forest. Roar! With an angry roar, a huge wild boar covered in rocks and with glowing eyes charged out of the fog from afar. Earth-shaking pig? What the heck? How did this thing get here? Quick, hide! Zhang Dashan grabbed two boys, threw them onto a big tree, and quickly climbed up himself. Then he whistled, and the crimson flame tiger swiftly jumped up to join him. Dad, it's just one, Lu Sihong started. Shoo, don't make any noise, Zhang Dashan whispered. Lu Sihong and Zhang Yiming hurriedly covered their mouths. Zhang Dashan carefully parted the leaves and looked out. He saw the frantic, fleeing giant boar, followed by a few smaller boars, all panicked and running for their lives. Suddenly, a white ball shot out from the fog and hit the last boar, exploding into a thick, white paste that seemed sticky enough to trap the boar in place. Fortunately, the boar was wearing a layer of rocky armor that blocked the attack. The boar reacted quickly, using a move called Golden Cicada shed its shell to shed its rocky armor and escape. Just at the moment when the wild boar hesitated, more white spherical clusters shot out from the fog, all hitting the boar's body and trapping it completely in place. The wild boar let out a loud, painful scream and struggled wildly, but this only made its body more tightly bound. Hearing the screams of its companion, the front group of wild boars didn't dare look back. Instead, they waved their pig hooves and ran even faster. Soon after, a dozen large, yellowish spiders covered in sharp armor-like shells appeared, hissing angrily as they chased after the boars. One huge spider, passing by the trapped boar, turned and spat a stream of green mucus at it. The struggling boar shivered violently and suddenly went still. When the spiders crawled past, half of the boar's head was dissolved, with brain matter spilling out everywhere. Poisonous spider swarm, Zhang Dashan exclaimed in alarm when he saw the giant spiders. If it had just been Zhang Dashan alone, he wouldn't have felt so worried. Even if he couldn't win, he could still have his fire-red tiger carry him away. But now, there were two young boys with him. If the spiders discovered them, he wasn't sure he could protect them all. Right now, he could only hope that the wild boars would run far away from the big spiders and not come back here. Unfortunately, fate was not on their side. One boar, in a panic, broke away from the herd and ran toward the tree where they were hiding. Fortunately, the boar didn't run far before the poison spiders spotted it. With a hissing sound, several white balls flew out and exploded on the boar, sticking its limbs to the ground and preventing it from escaping. One of the poison spiders, separated from the main group, quickly scurried over on the dry leaves, intending to capture this prize and take it back to its nest later. The frightened boar desperately activated its innate abilities, pushing up sharp rock spikes from the ground to attack the spider. Unfortunately, the spider was quick and agile, easily dodging the attacks with a few jumps. It then circled behind the boar, making a squeaking sound as it mocked, while deliberately dripping corrosive saliva onto the boar's body. I'm not sure if the wild boar was too strongly stimulated, causing its energy to fluctuate wildly. With a loud, several sharp rocks shot out of the ground, crisscrossing and hitting the unsuspecting poison spike spider, creating several large holes in its abdomen. Yep, the poison spike spider used all 8 legs to leap quickly into the air, spitting a stream of green liquid at the boar's head, while itself falling onto a nearby tree branch. The injured poison spike spider wanted to find a hidden spot to treat its wounds. However, just as it was about to land on the big tree, a tiger paw reached out from the dense leaves, accompanied by fiery orange flames, and slapped down, burning a large hole in the spider's belly, causing green, foul-smelling fluids to spray everywhere. Why jump onto this tree with so many others around? Zhang Dashan shot an arrow at the spider's mouth parts, interrupting its roar, then grabbed the 2 boys and jumped down from the tree, running desperately into the distance. Hey, Dad, are we waiting for Qian? Zhang Yiming asked as they ran. Zhang Dashan pulled the 2 boys along, not looking back at all. The spider's scream will definitely attract other poison spike spiders to help. Qian must stay there to distract them. We need to rely on ourselves to get back to White Moon Town. Don't talk, just run. Fortunately, they were near the edge of the foggy area. After a while, they left the thin fog behind and returned to the forest outside. Maybe because the poison spike spider group was making too much noise, they didn't encounter any monsters along the way. The 2 boys were exhausted and collapsed to the ground as soon as they stopped. Sihong, summon the goblin warrior to stand guard, Zhang Dashan said. Then he turned to Zhang Yiming. Call out your puppy too, and go check if any spiders are chasing us. Although confused, Zhang Yiming didn't hesitate. He summoned his young wind dog to go back and scout. Seeing the puzzled looks on the boys' faces, Zhang Dashan explained, it doesn't matter whether it's Sihong's goblin warrior or your puppy, both can be used for warning. If they encounter poison spike spiders, they'll die immediately. But the Goblin Warrior has stronger fighting skills and can at least fight other monsters, helping us safely return to White Moon Town. Red Flame, have you returned to the beast space? Zhang Yiming asked nervously. Zhang Dashan shook his head and said, not yet. Maybe if we're lucky, it can escape back. You two should rest quickly. It's getting dark, and this place is too dangerous. We need to go a bit further before we can sleep. After resting for a while, the swift wind dog that went out to scout returned. Seeing that the poison sting spider hadn't caught up, Zhang Dashan felt a little relieved. He quickly led the two boys to leave. When it was completely dark, Zhang Dashan found a large tree far from other trees. He climbed up with Lu Sihong and Zhang Yiming, tying them securely to the branches with a rope. They planned to sleep like that. The red flame tiger was not there. The bright campfire would only attract predators. Knowing the two boys probably couldn't sleep, Zhang Dashan decided to let them and the Goblin Warrior take the first watch. He silently leaned against a tree trunk and fell into a light sleep. Lu Sihong and Zhang Yiming looked at each other. They dared not talk, worried that any noise might attract trouble. They just looked up at the night sky, lost in thought. The red flame tiger didn't make it back alive. Late at night, it returned to Zhang Dashan's beast space in a near-dead state. Zhang Dashan guessed that the red flame tiger probably led the poison sting spider group away in another direction. After escaping, it was poisoned by the spiders and died, which is why it took so long to return. When a beast grows strong enough, its resurrection time gets longer. With the death of the red flame tiger, Zhang Dashan thought he might have to rest at home for half a month. Strange. These poison sting spiders should stay near the fog center and the middle zone. Why did they come so far to the edge of the fog? No, when I get back, I need to visit the Adventurers Guild. There must be big problems in the mist forest. Zhang Dashan leaned on a branch, thinking aloud. He didn't notice Lu Sihong pretending to sleep on another branch, biting his fist tightly, with a look of frustration and embarrassment on his face. The Goblin Wanderer's travel log. The goblin entered the mist forest. The goblin encountered a group of earth-shaking boars and started to run away. The goblin escaped from the boar's chase and entered a cave of venomous spiders. Inside the cave, the goblin found 3 venomous spider eggs. The venomous spiders discovered the goblin. While fleeing, the goblin again encountered the earth-shaking boars, which attacked with their ground spikes, and the goblin was killed. The result of this adventure: 3 venomous spider eggs. Wow, Lu Sihong exclaimed in surprise, almost dying at the hands of the venomous spiders, and the culprit turned out to be his own goblin. This guy is really something. So in his eyes, everything on the ground can be picked up? I wondered why I found gold near the goblin. Turns out someone had dug it up and left it there. While Lu Sihong was holding back his excitement and criticizing inwardly, he watched as the sleeping goblin worker suddenly jumped up, dragged a bunch of wood, and strangely built a small fence in the open space. Rough animal pen, a simple structure used to raise small animals or young magical beasts. It requires certain skills to build and operate. To ensure he could safely bring the 2 children home, Zhang Dashan moved carefully along the way, carefully observing the various signs in the forest. With his rich adventure experience, he detected the movements of some magical beasts early and avoided them from afar, until Zhang Dashan found a messy trail of footprints on the ground. His usually calm expression changed slightly. After examining more closely, he frowned, looking worried. "Dad, what's wrong?" Seeing Zhang Dashan's unusual behavior, Zhang Yiming asked directly. Zhang Dashan shook his head and said, "There are many signs of goblin activity here. There should be some advanced goblins like goblin warriors. Also, I saw footprints left by wolves. Maybe among these goblins, there are wolf riders." "Wolf riders? Aren't they a higher rank than goblin warriors?" Zhang Yiming asked in surprise. "So I suspect that a big goblin tribe has come outside. Never mind. Red Flame is still recovering. Let's go back to the town first. We can report the situation to the Adventurers Guild later. Come on, let's go this way." Lu Sihong hesitated but didn't mention the recent encounter with the goblin squad. It was hard to explain. At that time, he only had a regular goblin with him. How did he manage to defeat those goblins? If he tried to lie, he didn't think he could fool the experienced old adventurer Zhang Dashan, but maybe his son could be tricked. Not long after the 3 left, a green head suddenly appeared. Carefully observing the surroundings to make sure there was no danger, it jumped out from the bushes where it was hiding. It looked in the direction the others had gone, then quickly turned and ran away. A moment later, a large black wolf rushed over quickly, carrying a sturdy goblin on its back. The goblin looked taller than a typical goblin soldier. The black wolf sniffed the ground a few times, then looked toward the direction the humans had left, letting out a low growl. The goblin rider turned his head and looked at his companions running behind him. He looked a bit annoyed, but also helpless. These useless creatures could only run at this speed. He didn't know what strength those humans had, so he had to have some of his troops go ahead and test the waters. Only then could he decide whether to fight or not. Zhang Dashan didn't realize that they had already been spotted by the goblin riders. As they were about to leave the misty forest, he started to relax. Seeing the two kids exhausted, he decided to let them rest for a while. "Dad, you always brag about how strong you are. How come those goblin riders are running so fast?" "Humph. Isn't that because I was carrying you too? If it weren't for protecting you, those goblin riders wouldn't be a problem. I'm not just bragging. Even though my body is now in bad shape and I have no energy left, I can still kill a goblin rider with my bow and arrow," Zhang Dashan said with a smile, patting his strong bow. Zhang Yiming, however, wasn't convinced. He looked at his father with disdain and said, "Stop bragging. To study Sihong's goblin soldiers, we checked a lot of information in the school library. That goblin wolf rider is much stronger than a goblin soldier to begin with. Plus, it rides that wolf. Without energy, how could you possibly beat it? Humph, just wait. Next time, I will have my revenge." Before finishing his words, he heard a loud noise from afar. Zhang Dashan immediately stood up and looked over, only to see a faint green figure running toward him. "Wow, a crow's curse," Zhang Dashan cursed, pulling up two confused boys and running away. The goblin warrior quickly grabbed his big sword and followed. "What is that?" "A wolf rider." "Ah, keep running. Don't look back." Hearing this, Zhang Yiming and Lu Sihong were terrified and ran as fast as they could. They could see the bridge at the east gate of White Moon Town ahead. As long as they reached the bridge, the goblins behind wouldn't dare to chase further. The goblin rider saw that the humans in front were only running and not fighting back. His face showed a cruel smile. He lowered his body, lightly patted his black wolf, and prepared to attack. The black wolf growled and suddenly used its strength, jumping past the front-runner goblins and quickly chasing after the fleeing prey. Zhang Dashan kept an eye on what was happening behind him while running. When he saw the goblin rider move, he was ready. As the goblin rider got closer, Zhang Dashan suddenly turned around and shot 3 arrows in a V shape, aiming at the rider from 3 directions. The black wolf lowered its body and dodged 2 of the arrows. The goblin rider turned his head and knocked away the remaining arrow with his sword. Zhang Dashan's goal was to block the enemy. Seeing that all 3 arrows missed, he was not worried. He quickly drew 3 more arrows, knocked them on his bow, and slowly backed away while aiming steadily at the goblin rider. The goblin rider roared angrily and used the black wolf to circle around the trees nearby, rushing toward Zhang Dashan. But Zhang Dashan, seeing this, turned around and ran, holding 2 bows in each hand, chasing after the 2 boys who had already run quite far ahead. The goblin rider felt like he was being played and, furious, urged the black wolf to speed up. At that moment, Zhang Dashan suddenly spun around and shot an arrow very quickly. The black wolf was running too fast to dodge, and although the goblin cavalry turned their bodies to the side in time, one was still hit in the shoulder, almost falling off the wolf's back. However, just as Zhang Dashan was about to celebrate his small victory, a thin ice spike appeared suddenly with a whistling sound. Even though he dodged in time, he was grazed slightly. His left arm immediately froze over with ice, becoming stiff and numb. Mutant Goblin. Zhang Dashan's left arm was injured, but he didn't hesitate. He threw away his bow and arrow and turned to run, pulling out a short sword from his waist with his right hand as he ran. Seeing the enemy injured and unable to use his bow, the goblin cavalry roared excitedly. They forcefully pulled out the arrow stuck in his shoulder and urged the black wolf to chase after him at top speed. "Sihang, have your goblin soldiers block the cavalry to buy us some time," Zhang Dashan shouted to Lu Sihong. Lu Sihong and Zhang Yiming turned around and saw that Zhang Dashan's arm was hurt. Lu Sihong quickly grabbed his friend who was about to turn back and continue running, while also ordering the goblin soldiers to block the goblin cavalry behind them. Keep running. Uncle is faster than us. While steadying Zhang Yiming, Lu Sihong focused on the goblin farm, using up all his stored experience. He evolved 6 goblins, ready to release them all if the situation worsened. In a life-or-death moment, any secret that might be exposed is worth risking. Evolution successful. Goblin has evolved into Goblin Thief. Goblin Thief. To improve survival, goblins work hard to reduce their presence, successfully gaining the ability to disappear from others' sight. Beginner invisibility. Gains invisibility when standing still, greatly reducing scent and noise. When moving, invisibility effect weakens significantly. Evolution successful. Goblin has evolved into Frost Goblin. Frost Goblin. A goblin with some magical talent, unexpectedly awakening its bloodline's frost control ability. Frost Arrow. Fires a small arrow-shaped ice spike with slight tracking ability to attack enemies. Concentrated shots can cause freezing effects. Using Frost Arrow consumes a lot of energy and requires time to recover. Frost Goblin can currently shoot up to 3 ice arrows at once. Evolution successful. The goblin has evolved into a Goblin Thrower. Goblin Thrower. A goblin skilled at using small stones for long-range attacks. The more comfortable they are with their stones, the more accurate and powerful their attacks become. Basic precision. Their eyesight is enhanced, making it easier to hit targets from a distance. Evolution successful. The goblin has evolved into a Goblin Tamer. Goblin Tamer. During survival in the wild, goblins have learned to communicate with animals. They can tame small creatures or young monsters. Basic beast language. They can have simple mental communication with other monsters. Evolution successful. The goblin has evolved into a Goblin Laborer. Evolution successful. The goblin has evolved into a Goblin Warrior. Having completely used up their experience points, Lu Sihong felt relieved as he looked at the 6 goblins in the breeding farm. At least now, he had enough cards to ensure the safety of the 3 people. Lu Sihong looked back and saw his Goblin Warrior being attacked by a Goblin Rider. Seizing the moment, he grabbed the Goblin Rider's arm and pulled him off the wolf's back. The 2 rolled and fought together. The Goblin Rider was much stronger than the Goblin Warrior, especially with the help of his Black Wolf mount. He quickly killed the Goblin Warrior. After the Goblin Warrior died, his body turned into light and disappeared on the spot, returning to Lu Sihong's beast space. He lay motionless beside the Goblin Wanderer. Thanks to the Goblin Warrior's desperate delay, the Goblin Rider lost his last chance. When he mounted his Black Wolf and chased again, Zhang Dashan had already led the 2 young boys across the bridge successfully. At this moment, the battle outside the Misty Forest had attracted the attention of the guards outside Baiwa Town. When they saw familiar hunters being chased by goblins, they immediately summoned their beasts and rushed over quickly with weapons. The guards' beasts were a large jackal and a sturdy black bull with curved horns. Although they couldn't compare to Zhang Dashan's Crimson Flame Tiger, they were more than enough to deal with a Goblin Rider. With the strength of the guards themselves, once they engaged, those goblins would be the ones to fall. Seeing the goblin cavalry retreat, they could only press down on their mounts and shout angrily. Before the human reinforcements arrived, they quickly turned around and ran away. When Lu Sihong and Zhang Yiming saw the goblins retreat, they immediately relaxed. They felt weak and collapsed onto the bridge, gasping for breath, not wanting to get up again. Later, Zhang Dashan took Lu Sihong to his home door, said goodbye, and left with Zhang Yiming. He was in a hurry to report to the town's adventurers guild about the spider uprising and the goblins appearing near the forest. Lu Sihong, exhausted, went straight to the sofa and lay down. His sister, Lu Zian, heard the noise and ran out of her room. Seeing Lu Sihong looking so disheveled, she asked nervously, "Big brother, are you okay?" Lu Sihong waved weakly. "Little sister, pour me a glass of water. I'm so thirsty." Hearing this, Lu Zian hurried to pour him a big glass of water and also brought a piece of bread from the kitchen. After drinking the water and eating the bread, Lu Sihong sighed in relief, feeling like he had come back to life. At this moment, Lu Zian ran over and said, "I've prepared a warm bath for you. Go take a hot shower." "Wow, my little sister is so good," Lu Sihong patted her head and smiled. I'm a bit tired. After I finish the bath, I'll go straight to sleep. When Mom and Dad come back, tell them for me. Okay. The girl nodded seriously. Her serious expression was so adorable that Lu Sihong couldn't help but pat her little head again before heading to the bathroom to take a shower. After the shower, he returned to his room. As soon as he saw his bed, his eyelids started to droop. Thinking about the few goblins he had recently evolved, Lu Sihong, fighting sleepiness, focused on the goblin breeding farm. At this moment, 2 goblin workers were building a rough animal pen in the makeshift shelter. They were using some branches and dry grass to repair a grass nest. Nearby, there were 2 finished grass nests, each holding a spider egg. A goblin tamer was crouched next to one of the eggs, listening carefully with his ear pressed against it, while adjusting the grass nest underneath. Are they preparing to hatch these 3 spider eggs? Lu Sihong wondered curiously. Probably sensing his thoughts, the caring goblin farm immediately displayed related information. Poison sting spider eggs, incubating, 25% success rate. With such a low success rate, if I accidentally fail, all my effort will be wasted. Wait, speaking of which, if the Wanderer hadn't foolishly touched 3 eggs, the Crimson Flame Tiger wouldn't have died, and we wouldn't be chased so badly by goblins. I wouldn't have to use up all my experience. Maybe if I stayed in the forest a few more days, even the goblin warriors would have evolved instead of just lying around in the greenhouse with this fool. But no matter how angry I am inside, Lu Sihong can't do anything about the goblin wanderer who is still in a corpse-like state. He can only be furious in frustration for a while before falling asleep from exhaustion. Just stepping out for a quick adventure, and I almost lost my life outside. This scared Lu Sihong's mother, Li Qin, quite a bit. She was crying and muttering to herself, telling him to choose a stable job in life because life is life. But Lu Sihong knew these were just her angry words in the heat of the moment. In this world, not to mention how long the weak can survive depends entirely on luck. Just a little bit of luck. Beast tamers can live several times longer than ordinary people, even 10 times, and most of the time they stay at their peak. Few can resist that kind of temptation. Well, except for a certain pastry chef in the town. After 2 more days, Lu Sihong, having recovered, sneaked to the farm on the west side of the town. He caught a few fish from the river and brought them home. Then, in front of his parents, he took out that piece of doghead gold from his pocket, claiming he found it while fishing in the river. It was clearly a dull-colored, muddy-looking ugly stone, but Li Qin's eyes immediately shone with a golden glow. She reacted quickly, closing the windows and doors swiftly, and had her ghost-faced spider guard at the door. Then she took the doghead gold from Lu Sihong's hand, pulled the curtain slightly, and examined it carefully in the faint light. "Old Lu, look at this. I think it's real," Li Qin whispered excitedly. Lu Yuanyang took the gold and tried it with his hand, then nodded and said, "It should be real. Perfect. Sihong's goblin warrior is dead, and that axe is almost useless now. It's a good time to buy him a better weapon." Lu Sihong quickly refused, saying, "No need. Goblin soldiers don't need such good equipment now. If they lose it again, it would be so upsetting." However, his parents didn't listen to him. Usually, equipment doesn't get lost easily. If it does, it means the beast tamer probably died in battle. In that case, the tamer's situation wouldn't be good either. If everyone is gone, then no matter how much money is left, it wouldn't matter. Lu Sihong couldn't argue with his parents, so he had to go along with them. Still, he asked that his gear be only a little better than a big sword. Otherwise, if the goblin soldier evolves again, they would need to change weapons. By the way, that troublesome goblin wanderer brought back a star medal or last time. If it weren't for the hint from the goblin breeding farm, Lu Sihong wouldn't even know the name of the ore. Even if he knew the name, he wouldn't understand its value and wouldn't dare to take it out casually. Meanwhile, the town's Adventurers Guild organized a team to explore the nearby misty forest. They found a temporary camp set up by a goblin tribe, which had over 200 goblins inside. Among them was a goblin leader over 3 meters tall, a being 2 levels higher than a goblin knight. Although it lacked elemental control, its strength in close combat even surpassed Zhang Dashan's red flame tiger, except for the absence of elemental powers. Recently, no particularly strong adventurer squads or mercenary groups had come to Baiwei Town. So, The guild issued a notice calling for capable fighters in the town to gather in 3 days and go to the nearby forest to eliminate the goblin tribe, preventing them from harming the town's residents. Additionally, the guild explained the recent monster uprising in the Misty Forest. It was caused by a young green dragon that appeared somewhere and moved into the forest center, occupying a large area. It drove out the monsters that had been there, forcing the entire monster territory to be reshuffled. Many monsters, frightened, ran around wildly, causing chaos in the forest. Once the monster territory was redistributed, the uprising would gradually subside. The outskirts of the Misty Forest would be relatively safe, except for that goblin tribe that refused to leave after they emerged. After understanding the situation, the town residents relaxed their worries about the monster tide. Many signed up to join the goblin suppression mission 3 days later. Although most people's summoned beasts have little fighting potential, as they grow older, some persistent individuals train their beasts to the limit. These beasts gain some fighting ability, maybe not very strong, but enough for a group to fight goblins together. As more people sign up, the number keeps increasing. Well, that's obvious, because the townspeople tend to follow the crowd. When the number reaches over 200, the danger of fighting is no longer a concern. Instead, it becomes a fun group activity. Many people who were unsure before decide to join, putting aside their worries. Even Lu Sihong's mother, Li Qin, who works at the Green Silk Workshop, is participating. The workshop's owner, Grandma Huang, plans to be a main fighter in the goblin raid, so she gave the whole workshop a paid day off. Lu Yuanyang is very jealous of this. Why are you so jealous? Do you want to take Xiaohua to fight goblins too? Li Qin pointed at the little squirrel sitting on the spider mask, nibbling happily on a nut. The squirrel, hearing the eldest in the family call, smiled at Li Qin and showed its 2 big front teeth. I just want to join in the fun, Lu Yuanyang muttered. Li Qin rolled her eyes, but said nothing. Instead, she asked her son, what will you do then? Want to come with me and see Grandma Huang fight? Lu Sihong imagined himself standing among a group of aunties leading spiders, chatting happily. The sound gradually turned into a loud buzzing. He couldn't help trembling and quickly refused his mom's kind offer. No need, I'll handle it myself. All right, since there will be many people, just don't rush to the front. Your goblin warrior is still a low-level beast. Faced with his mother's endless advice, Lu Sihong could only smile. But his mind was elsewhere, perhaps at the goblin breeding farm. The goblin wanderer had just revived in the morning and left. Lu Sihong wondered, oh, you're already lying down? How come so fast this time? Curious, Lu Sihong looked at the wanderer's journal. Goblin Wanderer's travel record. The goblin wanderer ventures deep into the mist forest and encounters a young green dragon. Curious, the young dragon approaches the goblin. Due to the goblin's strong smell, the dragon sneezes, releasing a burst of toxic mist. The goblin is affected and perishes. The item gained from this adventure is a potent toxic solution. Hiss, you just stepped out and already fell into a trap, going straight to the boss's lair. Your usual dirtiness has caught up with you. Now you're poisoned and gone. But wait, isn't something strange? How can a toxic solution be brought back after being poisoned? Lu Sihong looks curiously at the item. The simple wooden hut was already fragile, and now it's been dissolved into a big hole, making it damaged. 2 goblin craftsmen are busy repairing it. Lu Sihong sighs and shakes his head. What does your head shake mean? Li Qin glares at him. Huh? Lu Sihong snaps out of his daze, looking confused at his mother. Seeing his confused expression, Li Qin's eyes turn fierce. She grabs a broom nearby and swings it at him. You brat, I've been talking to you for so long, and you haven't listened at all. Early in the morning, before dawn, Lu Sihong is awakened by the noise on the street. He opens his sleepy eyes and hears his mother calling him to get up from downstairs. He responds with a sound and then opens the window beside his bed to look down. He sees groups of people with various magical beasts, excitedly chatting as they head east toward the town. In a way, humans and goblins are quite similar. When they have the advantage and are crushing their enemies, they become very excited. When Lu Sihong and Zhang Yiming arrive at the east gate of the town, they see hundreds of people gathered outside. Fortunately, the guild master of the Adventurers Guild, Zhang Pied, a small old man with white hair, is shouting loudly, telling everyone to put away their magical beasts. Otherwise, The small-town gate wouldn't be able to hold so many people and creatures. While Zhang Pide is giving instructions, Zhang Yiming pulls Lu Sihong's sleeve, signaling him to look to the side. Lu Sihong turned to look, only to see 4 unfamiliar teenagers, 2 boys and 2 girls, dressed identically in adventure outfits, whispering outside the crowd. "Hey, they seem to be students from Qinghua Academy," Zhang Yiming whispered. "Thanks for the info, science expert," he added with a smile. "But I can see the school name embroidered on their clothes myself. They're probably here for a holiday trial." "What's a science expert?" Zhang Yiming paused, used to his friend's strange words, then chuckled and said, "Those 2 young ladies are lucky. They just met some goblins in town." Lu Sihong smiled helplessly. "Fine. In your eyes, the pretty girl is a beauty, and the less attractive or male ones are ghosts. Our luck is terrible. So many people going into the forest. What if all the monsters run away? I'm just an apprentice mage. I shouldn't be sent to the edge of the mist right away." "Those monsters are really scary," said Zhao Xiaoxue, a cute girl with black hair tied in a ponytail, holding a wooden staff. Another girl in the team, with short hair and a bow, looked even more spirited and was the temporary team leader, Suyu. She smiled and comforted Zhao Xiaoxue. "We're supposed to do the trial at the edge of the mist. The monsters outside aren't strong enough to give us trial points. Plus, you should be glad someone spotted that goblin tribe early. Otherwise, if we come back exhausted and run into those monsters, we'd be in real trouble." A slightly chubby boy, looking strong, carried a large sword and a tough leather shield. He had a simple look and scratched his head. "Just some goblins, right? Even if we can't beat them, can't we just run away?" Suyu shook her head slightly and explained with a smile. "I checked. That goblin tribe has a goblin leader, wolf-riding goblins, and frost goblins. If luck's not on our side, we might really get killed." "Wow, that must be a big tribe," said the last boy, Zhao Xiaofeng, Zhao Xiaoxue's twin brother. He looked delicate, but carried a short sword. His role was an apprentice support mage, mainly to boost teammate stats. Suyu nodded. "I heard there are at least 200 goblins." Zhao Xiaoxue patted her chest and said, "Otherwise, those goblins will catch me to have babies. Just thinking about it is scary." Zhao Xiaofeng gently slapped the back of his sister's head and scolded softly. "I told you to read fewer strange stories. Goblins won't take you to have babies. They'll just cut you into pieces and roast you." "That still sounds scary." Zhao Xiaoxue covered her head and said, "Stop joking. They've already set out. Let's catch up," Suyu reminded them. To prevent the goblins from running away out of fear before the fight and coming back to attack later, the villagers divided into several teams after crossing the bridge. The stronger villagers led the groups, surrounding the goblin camp from different directions. Once the groups separated, everyone summoned their magical beasts, with the tougher ones leading the way, then continued forward. A few students from Qingzhou Academy happened to be in the same team as Lu Sihong. When Lu Sihong summoned a goblin warrior, everyone's eyes lit up. "Wow, look at that goblin warrior of the little brother. It looks so strong," Zhao Xiaoxue excitedly said, pulling her friends. Zhao Xiaofeng looked a bit annoyed and said, "Speak quietly. You're being rude. And something about that sounds strange." "Yeah," Hu Shuan nodded in agreement. "What if he's just young-looking? You can't just call someone a little brother. Are you serious? That's clearly a middle schooler. Just because he looks young doesn't mean anything." "Ugh, that's not the point." Zhao Xiaofeng's head hurt even more. "Captain, can you tell him to shut up? Everyone's looking, and it's so embarrassing. I feel like dying." Suyu nodded and smiled at Lu Sihong and Zhang Yiming, then turned to her friends and said, "Xiaofeng is right. You can look, but speak quietly. Otherwise, people will think we're strange. We're wearing academy uniforms, and I don't want any weird rumors to spread back to school." "Oh." Zhao Xiaoxue listened more to Suyu than her brother and immediately lowered her voice. "But, Captain, that goblin warrior is really well trained." Suyu nodded in agreement. "Yes, not only is it strong, but it also looks experienced in battle. It already has some qualities of a seasoned warrior." A few people were quietly discussing over here, while Zhang Yiming was whispering with Lu Sihong over there. "Wow, you're amazing, brother. Those 2 young ladies are clearly attracted to your goblin warrior," Zhang Yiming said with a smile to Lu Sihong. "Come on, there are actually 4 people there, and compared to that, is that big dog the evolved form of the swift wind dog, the gale wolf?" Lu Sihong pointed to the white, long-haired dog summoned by Zhao Xiaoxue, and said, "Oh, really? The young lady's beast is the same as mine. What a coincidence," Zhang Yiming said happily. Lu Sihong shook his head with a smile and looked at the four summoned beasts of the students. Besides the Gale Wolf of the long-haired girl, the short-haired girl's beast was a large black eagle with a red feather on its head, capable of flying in close combat, controlling wind and a little fire element, called a fierce wind eagle. The chubby boy's beast was a wide, fat wild boar, covered in a thin layer of rocky armor when it appeared. It was a ground-type beast called a rock pig. With 2 more evolutions, it would become a ground-quake pig, like the one Lu Sihong and his friends had encountered before. The thin boy's beast was also a dog, but much larger and more fierce-looking than the Gale Wolf nearby. Its red fur emitted a hot aura, causing the air around it to twist slightly. It was a fire dog that mastered fire powers. Lu Sihong didn't know when the fight started because, by the time their team arrived at the destination, the goblin tribe had already been scattered. The wild goblins, sensing danger, had begun to run in all directions. The town residents quickly dispersed and blocked the fleeing goblins. Lu Sihong and Zhang Yiming were at the front of the team and the fastest to move. Lu Sihong's eyes lit up as he spotted a fleeing goblin warrior. He shouted to Zhang Yiming and then chased after his own goblin warrior. Zhang Yiming understood his friend's plan immediately, took his Gale dog, and also chased after them. The goblin warrior Lu Sihong was much stronger than the wild goblin warrior. With the help of his Gale dog, Lu Sihong quickly struck down the fleeing goblin with a few sword swings. However, Lu Sihong turned around, trying to find an enemy to gain some experience, but he saw that the whole field was filled with noisy townspeople and beast tamers. The goblin they pointed out was not enough for everyone to share, and many people didn't even get a chance to attack. Feeling helpless, he could only vent his beast's energy on the innocent trees around him. Leaving some marks on the battlefield was better than nothing. More people than monsters, so there's not enough for everyone. Lu Sihong sighed helplessly. It's just a small experience gain after coming all this way. Lu Sihong felt a bit disappointed but didn't have any other options. With so many townspeople causing a big commotion this time, any nearby monsters would have been scared away. Even if he wanted to slip out to get some experience, there was nothing for him to fight. At this moment, 4 students from Qingzhou Academy gathered and discussed for a while before walking away from their team, leading their beast tamer and beast deeper into the forest. Yes, these students were probably here for a holiday trial. Naturally, they went into the forest to find monsters and train their beasts. But, were they heading toward the edge of the fog? Their setup seemed capable enough. Suddenly, Zhang Yiming, Lu Sihong's close friend, ran over, looking a bit shocked. He patted Lu Sihong on the shoulder and said, "Sihong, you won't believe it. I overheard my dad and them talking. They said there's really a goblin leader." "Oh, and then? Who defeated it? Old Lady Huang or Old Man Zhang?" Lu Sihong asked absent-mindedly. But Zhang Yiming shook his head and said, "No, the goblin leader saw the situation was bad and ran away immediately, so the fight ended so quickly." "Huh?" Lu Sihong asked in surprise. "Didn't they surround the goblin's lair? How did it escape? Who knows? It reacted so fast. Before the fight even started, it turned and ran toward the fog edge. It wasn't like no one tried to stop it. They say it charged through with a group of beast tamer attacks, probably injured quite a bit. After that, it probably didn't dare to come back," Zhang Yiming explained. "By the way, where are those 2 young ladies?" Zhang Yiming looked around but couldn't find the Qingzhou Academy team. Lu Sihong pointed toward the deep forest and said, "They left from that side. Probably heading for the holiday trial." "Ah!" Zhang Yiming exclaimed, slapping his thigh, startling Lu Sihong. "What are you doing? They probably don't know about the goblin leader yet. We should catch up and warn them," Zhang Yiming said anxiously. Lu Sihong was a bit speechless. "Please, they are students from the academy, with 4 professionals and 4 summoned beasts. They can easily handle a goblin leader, okay?" "Huh, are there 4 of them?" Zhang Yiming paused, then said, "Even if the young lady isn't in danger, since it's their first time here, they might need a guide. Let's go quickly before they get too far, and see if we can catch up." Lu Sihong was about to argue but then changed his mind, feeling tempted by his best friend's suggestion. The girl stuff isn't that important. What's more important is that it was Zhang Yiming's idea to go deep into the forest. He only went along because he couldn't refuse him. And although the Qinghua Academy team didn't find anything, they happened to encounter some monsters on the way back, forcing them into a few fights. That makes sense, right? If they weren't discovered, fine. If their parents find out, they'll just blame Zhang Yiming. He probably wouldn't mind. As for danger, the goblin leader was so scared it probably ran back to the edge of the fog or deep into the fog forest. With my current strength, as long as I stay away from the fog zone, I should be safe. Yes, the plan is perfect. So, when Zhang Yiming pulled him to go, Lu Sihong said he couldn't, but his body didn't resist at all. He followed his best friend toward where the Qinghua students had left. However, although both of them were physically strong, they still lagged behind professional fighters. After chasing for a while and not seeing any sign of the Qinghua team, Zhang Yiming finally sighed in relief. He found a clean spot and sat down heavily to rest. Lu Sihong's body now had some energy, which helped strengthen him a bit. Though tired, he felt much more relaxed than Zhang Yiming. Seeing his best friend give up the chase, Lu Sihong also let out a breath of relief. This place is just right. If they go any deeper, they'll reach the fog edge. What if something comes out of the fog again? Suddenly, heavy footsteps sounded from afar. Lu Sihong and Zhang Yiming turned to look. They saw a large goblin over 4 meters tall, muscles bulging all over, covered in blood, panting heavily as it ran toward them. "It's the goblin leader," Zhang Yiming shouted softly, catching the attention of the nervous goblin leader. The goblin leader looked up in surprise, saw that there were 2 young humans, and relaxed a little. But then his eyes hardened with hatred and cruelty, and he showed a fierce smile. He grabbed a large stone hammer and ran toward the 2. "Run!" Lu Sihong quickly pulled Zhang Yiming and ran, while ordering the goblin warriors to block the goblin leader. However, the goblin warriors were 3 levels weaker than the goblin leader. Even though the leader looked badly injured now, he was still far too strong for the warriors to fight. The goblin leader swung his stone hammer casually. The goblin warriors managed to block the attack with their tough weapons, but under the force, they staggered back and fell to the ground. Zhang Yiming's swift wind dog barked loudly at the goblin leader, trying to provoke him. Seeing that the enemy ignored it, the dog lunged from behind, aiming to bite. But the goblin leader was already waiting for this moment. Just as the dog was about to bite his heel, the leader's hammer suddenly flew in from the side and struck the dog's head. The swift wind dog yelped and was thrown into the air. It trembled a few times before disappearing in a flash of light. "Run apart!" Lu Sihong shouted loudly. He spat at the goblin leader, patted his in a taunting way, and saw that the goblin leader was angered. The leader turned and ran toward another direction. The goblin leader snarled angrily and chased after Lu Sihong. Zhang Yiming, panting and struggling to escape, turned his head and saw only the back of Lu Sihong running away from the goblin leader. Regret flooded his heart, and tears welled up in his eyes. You idiot!" Zhang Yiming slapped himself. Then, gritting his teeth, he forced his tired body to move faster, staggering toward the forest edge. He hoped the villagers hadn't all left yet, so he could find help quickly. After a while, students from Qinghua Academy, led by 2 large dogs, ran after the goblin leader's trail. When they saw the human footprints on the ground, their faces changed. "Oh no, it seems the goblin leader has met others. Hurry, let's catch up and see." Meanwhile, Lu Sihong was being chased by the fierce goblin leader, but he didn't feel very worried. In fact, he was a little excited. After running for a while and seeing the distance between him and the goblin leader getting smaller, Lu Sihong made a quick decision. He reached out and looked around. Suddenly, more than 10 magic arrays lit up on the ground. The goblin beasts that had been prepared for battle in the breeding ground appeared, holding weapons and sneering at the goblin leader. When the goblin leader saw the group of goblin beasts suddenly in front of him, his fierce face showed surprise. He couldn't help but look back at the goblin soldier behind him, desperately chasing him. "Huh? Surprised, huh? Attack and kill it," Lu Sihong shouted loudly, then quickly stepped back a few more steps. The goblin soldier with the iron spear called Tetanus was the first to rush forward. 2 goblin craftsmen with stone hammers followed closely behind. The goblin tamer and thief mixed in with the other goblins, holding stone spears and staying at the back. The frost goblin had limited magic power and could only attack 3 times. It stayed in place, gathering energy in its hands, waiting patiently for the right moment. The goblin slinger carried a wooden basket made by a goblin craftsman. It moved to stand on one side of the goblin leader, with the frost goblin on the other, so they could attack together and create opportunities for their allies. Inside the wooden basket, there were more than 10 carved round stones, which served as ammunition. The goblin slinger took out one and threw it forcefully at the goblin leader. When the goblin soldier charged directly at him, the goblin leader looked disdainful. He was about to smash the soldier's head with his hammer, but suddenly a round stone whistled through the air toward his eye. The goblin leader was startled. He quickly raised his hand to block. The stone hit his arm with a loud smack, breaking the wound that was about to heal. At the same time, a rusty iron spear lunged forward and stabbed into a fresh wound on the goblin leader's belly, twisting inside with force. Roar! The goblin leader roared angrily. He swung his hammer, but the goblin soldier dodged with a lazy roll. Instead, another goblin from the side stabbed the goblin leader's side with a stone spear, piercing the skin slightly. Compared to goblin warriors, ordinary goblins react much more slowly. The goblin originally planned to attack and then run away, but unexpectedly, the angry goblin leader swung his hammer back and smashed its head into its chest. The goblin collapsed to the ground, trembling for a few moments before turning into a bright light and returning to the beast control space, leaving behind a rough stone spear stained with blood. After some testing, the goblin beast tamers discovered the goblin leader's defensibility. They realized that with their strength, attacking the healthy parts of the goblin leader's body wouldn't cause much damage. So, they focused their attacks on its old, unhealed wounds. As the leader of a small tribe, the goblin leader had never faced such provocation. If he hadn't been seriously injured earlier, and if the 4 adventurers hadn't worsened his wounds, he could have crushed these annoying enemies into pieces in no time. In the chaos of battle, after killing 3 goblin beasts with his hammer, the goblin leader's recently healed wounds burst open again, making him even angrier. Finally, in an attempt to kill a fleeing goblin craftsman, the goblin leader made a big move and exposed a weakness. His eyes were hit directly by a round stone, and with a loud pop, blood splattered out. The goblin leader froze, clutching his eyes and crying out in pain. The frost goblin, who had been standing still, suddenly brightened his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, he shot a long-held ice arrow. Using his battle instincts, the goblin leader sensed the danger and quickly turned his body to dodge the attack. However, his right arm was grazed by the ice arrow, causing frost to spread across it. He instantly lost feeling, and his fingers loosened their grip on his weapon. A goblin thief, who had been casually mingling with the goblin crowd, suddenly brightened his eyes. He quickly lunged forward, grabbed the large stone hammer that had just fallen, and ran off, dragging it on the ground. The goblin leader reached out with his left hand, but missed. His heart sank. Without his weapon and with his right arm still partly injured, the already badly wounded goblin leader was in an even worse situation. After punching and killing a few goblins with his left hand, he was harassed by other goblin beasts and fiercely attacked by 2 goblin warriors from front and back. The goblin leader endured the remaining 2 frost arrows from the ice goblin, but most of his body turned to ice and flesh froze. He completely lost all ability to move and became like a fish on a butcher's block. A group of goblin beast tamers with glowing red eyes charged forward, their faces twisted with fierce smiles. They attacked wildly, grabbing and biting. In the chaos, a goblin warrior managed to cut off the goblin leader's head. Seeing that the goblin leader was completely dead, Lu Sihong breathed a sigh of relief. Then, for some reason, he hurried the remaining goblins to gather their weapons from the ground and return to the beast space. However, the goblin thief, after receiving orders, went to the goblin leader's body. It carefully dug into the wound on the chest and pulled out the still beating heart of the goblin leader, then carried it back to the beast space. Although Lu Sihong was curious about what the thief was doing, he didn't have time to think. He quickly left the scene with the injured goblin warrior, heading back to town. He was worried that his close friends might find the townspeople and rush over to help him. If they saw the scene, they wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. Not long after Lu Sihong left, for students from Qinghua Academy arrived at the battle site. They looked at the goblin leader's body, which was badly torn apart with no good flesh left, and showed strange expressions. There are traces of ice magic, knife wounds, blunt force injuries, and many small cuts. Zhao Xiaofeng analyzed the injuries on the goblin leader's body. Could it be that the townspeople, with their beast tamers, attacked him? Hu Shua suggested. Captain Su Yu examined the area and frowned slightly. Besides the battle marks, there seems to be only one set of human footprints on the ground. The rest look like goblin footprints. Could there be another goblin tribe in this forest? Zhao Xiaoxue said nervously. Su Yu shook her head. I'm not sure, but from the tracks left behind, it seems that the person managed to escape. The question is, where did all the goblins go? Why are there no footprints showing they left? Unaware that he had created a difficult puzzle for those who came after him, Lu Sihong, limping with Goblin Warrior number 1, was on his way back to town when he met his friends coming to rescue him. Seeing that he was finally safe, Lu Sihong let out a long breath. The Goblin Warrior he had been pretending to be could finally return to the beast space to rest and recover. Seeing that Lu Sihong was safe and unharmed, Zhang Yiming, with a worried face, suddenly rushed over and started crying loudly. Lu Sihong could only open his arms, unable to hug or push him away. His awkward expression was mixed with a touch of emotion. But, you, a grown man, crying while holding me like this, are you planning never to go out again? Looking at the group of town residents laughing behind them, Lu Sihong silently mourned for his close friend. He guessed that in no time, Zhang Yiming's embarrassing moment would spread throughout Baiyue town. Although his best friend took on all the trouble voluntarily, Lu Sihong still couldn't escape his mother's feather duster. He had no choice. When he first heard that his son was chased by a goblin leader, Li Qin was so scared she almost lost her soul. Her face was pale, and when she saw Lu Sihong alive and well, she nearly fainted. This made Lu Sihong feel very guilty. So, a beating is fine. This is her deep love as a mother. But, it really hurts, and tonight he can only sleep lying on the bed. After a day of fussing, Lu Sihong finally had time to calmly observe the goblin farm. In a fierce battle, defeated a strong enemy, and gained 76 experience points. When Lu Sihong saw this message, he almost jumped out of bed with excitement. The harvest was incredible. Adding the experience points from before, plus the ones gained from killing wild goblin warriors, the goblin farm now had 92 experience points. It was almost enough to evolve the goblin warrior. Lu Sihong thought about it and focused on the goblin warrior. Suddenly, a yellow exclamation mark appeared above its head, and not only on the goblin warrior. There was also a green exclamation mark above the goblin tamer's head. Having not played a game for 16 years, seeing these two colored exclamation marks made Lu Sihong feel a strange mix of emotions. After a moment of melancholy, he turned his attention back to the goblin warrior. The yellow exclamation mark's message appeared as well. Goblin warrior's wish, desire to become stronger. Desire to become stronger. After long battles and training, the goblin warrior has reached its limit. Only evolution can make it stronger. Please evolve it as soon as possible. Completing the goblin warrior's wish will grant a random reward. I didn't expect that there would be rewards for evolving goblin warriors. Unfortunately, I was 8 points short of experience. 8 points may not seem like much or too little. So I had to risk getting hurt and go back to the mist forest again. I don't know what the reward is, but it made Lu Sihong very curious. Then, Lu Sihong focused on the goblin tamer. The yellow exclamation mark is a quest, but what is the green one? Goblin tamer's request, the flesh of the strong. The flesh of the strong. The goblin tamer discovered that goblin thieves extract hearts from goblin leaders and feed them to poison sting spiderlings. This speeds up the growth of the spiderlings. The goblin tamer hopes to bring back parts that gather power from strong enemies after each battle to feed the beastlings. Lu Sihong understood. The green exclamation mark is more like a hint than a quest. He silently remembered this hint. After battles, he planned to have the goblin thieves come out to check, or let the goblin warriors drag the whole corpse back to the beast taming space for the goblins to play with freely. At first, he thought that hatching those 3 spider eggs was just lucky, but with the goblin tamer's training, the hatching rate kept improving. In the end, all 3 spiders hatched. Now Lu Sihong was even more curious. After the poison sting spiderlings are raised by the goblins, what changes will happen? Could they become goblin pets? 2 days later, Lu Sihong's wound finally healed. While his parents were at work, Lu Sihong planned to sneak to the edge of the mist forest to hunt some monsters and gather 100 experience points. Once the goblin warrior successfully evolved, his parents probably wouldn't mind him wandering near the mist forest anymore. To avoid hurting himself further, Lu Sihong told his sister he was going to meet his best friend. With Lu Xian's somewhat helpless look, he also disguised himself when leaving, wearing a straw hat on his head, a high-collared coat, and raising the collar to hide half his face, so he wouldn't be recognized by acquaintances and tell his parents. Confidently, he reached the outskirts of the mist forest. Following the principle that even a mosquito bite counts, Lu Sihong first searched by the river and found a slime. He then ordered the goblin warrior to kill it with a single strike. After walking a short distance, I saw a few swift-winged rabbits eating grass. Based on my previous experience, I knew that my goblin warrior and I couldn't catch these small, fast rabbits in the wild. I looked around to make sure no one was watching, then summoned the goblin slinger and the goblin thief. The rabbits had already noticed the human and goblin from afar. Because they were still far away and confident in their speed, they just turned their bodies cautiously, keeping their eyes on me while continuing to nibble on grass. After a while, the rabbits finished eating the tender grass and half-ripe wild berries on the bushes. Just as one rabbit was about to leave, it kicked off with its back leg. Before its front paws touched the ground, a large stone shot through the air with a loud, hitting its head and causing it to explode. The other rabbits let out sharp screams. A faint wind element surrounded their bodies, making them feel lighter. They kicked off with their hind legs and quickly ran in different directions. One rabbit had only taken a few steps when suddenly a metal-tipped wooden spear appeared in midair and pierced its body. It was the goblin thief, who had been hiding invisibly and had waited here for a good chance. Seeing this, the other rabbits became even more frightened. They used all their strength to run away, their bodies swirling with stronger wind energy. The goblin slinger tried several times to attack, but because he was too far away and not very accurate, plus the rabbit's quick movements, his best shot only hit a rabbit's hind leg, slowing it down. This gave the goblin thief a chance to grab a good opportunity. The remaining rabbits took advantage of the moment to speed up and disappeared quickly. I didn't mind. I was just happy if I could hit even one rabbit. If the goblin slinger missed his first shot, the frightened rabbits would definitely run away very fast. Unfortunately, the goblin thief's movements were too obvious, so I could only have him stand with his spear at the front, guarding. Surprisingly, he did manage to catch one rabbit. As for the third rabbit, I didn't expect it at all. I was amazed that from such a long distance, the goblin slinger could still hit the fast-moving wind rabbit. After tidying up the scene, I helped the goblin slingshotter pick up the usable stones and brought them back. The goblin thief and slingshotter, along with 3 rabbits, returned to the beast-taming space. Lu Sihong continued to lead the goblin warrior deeper into the forest. Since he didn't know where to go, Lu Sihong decided to follow the direction where a swift-winged rabbit had just escaped. He thought maybe the rabbit would run a little further and then stop, giving him a chance to catch another one. Unexpectedly, that swift-winged rabbit, along with 2 iron-headed wolves, charged toward him. Lu Sihong was very happy. He and the goblin warrior rushed forward, first killing the panicked wind rabbit with a slash. When the 2 iron-headed wolves growled threateningly, he summoned a group of goblins to surround them from all sides. In the end, amid the mournful howling of the iron-headed wolves, Lu Sihong gained enough experience points. The goblin warrior has successfully evolved into a goblin hero. Goblin hero. After many battles, the goblin warrior finally activated its bloodline through bravery and gained greater strength. Powerful. The goblin hero has strong physical strength. Bravery. When facing tough enemies, the goblin hero shows no fear. Its rich battle experience gives it sharper combat instincts. You have fulfilled the goblin warrior's wish. You received a random reward. Your goblin thief has gained the blessing status. Double effect. Double effect. This means gaining twice the level-up benefits with half the experience. Goblins with this status need half the usual experience to evolve at their current level. When evolving, If another goblin of the same level and meeting the evolution conditions is present, both can evolve simultaneously. If no other goblin meets the conditions, only the goblin with this status will evolve. After the evolution was successful, Lu Sihong did not stay longer in the misty forest. He hurriedly took the taller, stronger goblin back home. Along the way, everyone who saw Lu Sihong and the goblin hero following him looked surprised. Li Qin returned from the workshop and was surprised to see the goblin warrior. Then she thought of something and a wave of anger rose in her heart. But when she saw her son's excited face, the anger suddenly disappeared. She sighed gently with some helplessness, hugged Lu Sihong tenderly, and gently stroked his head. "Promise Mom that you will stay safe." Lu Sihong's originally excited mood immediately calmed down, and he answered softly but firmly, "Okay, I'll go cook now. I'll make a few more dishes today to celebrate tonight." Watching his mother's back, Lu Sihong touched his slightly sore nose. He took out 2 swift rabbits and 1 iron-headed wolf from the beast's space, carrying them into the kitchen himself. "Today's spoils." Li Qin smiled and said, "Leave the beasts for you. They have all evolved into goblin warriors, so you need to eat more meat to keep growing." Lu Sihong shook his head. "It's okay. There's still an iron-headed wolf left for it." Li Qin was surprised. She thought the goblin warriors only evolved after fighting the iron-headed wolves, but with 2 of them, they should have evolved after encountering each other, right? However, the goblin warriors chasing the swift rabbits until they became goblin warriors. Though she knew goblin evolution was unpredictable, this seemed a bit too far-fetched. Seeing Li Qin lost in thought, Lu Sihong found it strange but didn't pay much attention. He didn't realize that his mother had already started imagining and gaining some useless knowledge. Li Qin snapped back to reality and asked Lu Sihong to take out the other iron-headed wolf. The skin of the iron-headed wolf can still sell for a good price, and the wolf meat is a bit sour and not tasty. I'll roast it a little, add some seasoning, and give it to the goblins. Lu Sihong had no objections. He followed Li Qin to the yard with the goblin warriors, and under her guidance, they simply dissected and prepared the prey. That evening, the Lu family of 4 sat happily in the house, eating dinner. The goblin warriors sat with a large basin outside, devouring the seasoned roasted wolf meat, bones and all. Nearby, the ghost-faced spider was leisurely eating small meat pieces from a bowl, licking its lips unconsciously. Perhaps sensing the intense gaze of the goblin warrior, the ghost-faced spider felt a strong sense of danger and hurriedly sped up its eating. Feeling a mix of happiness and regret from the goblin warrior, Lu Sihong couldn't help but feel a bit troubled. On the surface, he only had 1 goblin warrior, but in his beast space, there was a whole group of goblins. Where would he find so much meat to feed them all in the future? Wait, speaking of feeding, goblin tamers can raise small animals, right? Maybe he could try catching a few live wind-hare rabbits? But catching them himself might be difficult unless he digs up a nest of young ones or asks Uncle Zhang if he has traps for catching wind hares. Suddenly, Lu Sihong's ideas brightened. He decided to visit Uncle Zhang tomorrow to ask about it, and also show off his goblin warrior to his close friends. Before sleeping, Lu Sihong habitually looked at the goblin farm. Oh, there's a corpse in the broken shed. It's that wandering homeless ghost that died and came back again. This time, the goblin wanderer broke his record, wandering outside for 2 whole days before dying and returning. Goblin Wanderer's Adventure Log. Misty Forest. Chased by wolf packs. Pursued by wild boars. Scared by goblin werewolves. Found a ripe fire flame fruit. Picked up a discarded, tattered leather armor. Followed a goblin hunting party back to the goblin tribe. While wandering in the tribe, found a rusty iron dagger and a metal ring in the trash. Mingled with goblins, led by the goblin chieftain, attacked a lone 2-headed ogre mage. The goblin chieftain was blown to pieces by a fireball. The goblin wanderer took the chieftain's cleaving sword and ran. Slipped and fell into a cliff, where he picked up an iron ore. Died from excessive bleeding. This wandering yielded a ripe fire flame fruit, old leather armor, rusty dagger, magic ring, cleaving sword, iron ore. Lu Sihong knew what a fire flame fruit was. A fruit rich in fire energy, mostly used to make magic potions or directly fed to fire-type beasts. But what is the magic ring for? Magic ring, a ring emitting faint magical fluctuations, likely with some mysterious effect. The notes in the farm's description reminded Lu Sihong of clickbait from his previous life, full of nonsense and completely useless. Allowing a goblin to retrieve that unremarkable bronze ring from the beast tamer space, Lu Sihong curiously put the ring on his right ring finger. Instantly, a mist-like energy in his body flowed into the ring, causing it to glow slightly. Lu Sihong felt his body lighten. A flash of insight came to his mind. He remembered a magic item catalog his best friend had shown him, an item guide from when Zhang Dashan was an adventurer, brought back from a big city alchemy shop. It listed a magic ring called the Lightness Ring. When worn, it slowly consumes a small amount of the wearer's energy to grant a low-level cat's agility state, making the body lighter and movements more nimble. Honestly, the Goblin Wanderer, this reckless fool, always surprises Lu Sihong in unexpected ways. Lu Sihong woke up in the morning, finished breakfast with his sister, and after saying goodbye, happily ran to his best friend's house. He originally wanted to ask Zhang Dashan how to set traps to catch the swift wind rabbit, but Zhang Yiming said his father had gone far away on an errand and wouldn't return for a few days. Since that was the case, Lu Sihong suddenly grinned at Zhang Yiming with a mischievous look that made Zhang Yiming shiver slightly. "Wow, you suddenly smiled so mischievously. You scared me," Zhang Yiming said, a bit annoyed. "Want to come in and sit for a bit? Don't move. I have a big surprise for you." Lu Sihong still smiled as he reached out, and a summoning array appeared on the ground. Huh. Zhang Yiming was confused at first, wondering what his friend was up to so early, then saw the goblin warrior appear in the summoning array, and his expression froze. "Wait, what did your goblin warrior eat? Why did it suddenly grow so big?" Although he had an answer in mind, Zhang Yiming couldn't quite believe it. Lu Sihong didn't reply, just kept smiling at him. Zhang Yiming looked at Lu Sihong, slowly opening his mouth in shock. "No way, what the heck? Is this a goblin warrior?" Lu Sihong nodded proudly and said, "Yeah, pretty awesome, right? Wow, that's incredible." Zhang Yiming exclaimed excitedly, circling around the goblin warrior and reaching out to touch its muscles. However, as he continued to touch and feel, Zhang Yiming's expression gradually became a little lonely. Although he was still smiling, his face looked stiff. A teenager in his teens doesn't have very good acting skills. Lu Sihong immediately saw what Zhang Yiming was thinking. The saying that he's afraid his brother is suffering, but also afraid his brother drives a luxury car, isn't because of jealousy. Maybe a little, but mostly he's worried that once his friend becomes too strong, he won't be able to keep up and will drift apart, becoming strangers. Zhang Yiming probably didn't think it through completely, but he felt a little bit of this in his heart. Lu Sihong patted his somewhat stunned friend and raised an eyebrow. He said, "How about it? Are you scared by my talent? Don't worry, we are brothers for life. When I get rich, I will take care of you forever." "Huh, you're just lucky. When my Wind Wolf King develops, it will surpass you soon," Zhang Yiming thought, feeling a bit touched, but wouldn't admit it openly. Teenagers' emotions come and go quickly. Zhang Yiming suddenly became excited again. "With the Goblin Warrior, do you think you qualify to register as an adventurer? It's a pity that the Goblin Warrior is a bit big, or I still have some old gear at home. All right, don't sell your family's belongings just because you're sentimental. Those are left by your dad as keepsakes," Lu Sihong said, grabbing Zhang Yiming's arm, worried he might go inside and take out his dad's belongings. "You don't understand. The biggest advantage of a goblin is that it can use various equipment. Without gear, its fighting power drops a lot," Zhang Yiming said eagerly. Lu Sihong replied, "Of course I understand, but I don't go on adventures. At most, I hunt some wild game around the mist forest. I don't need much gear." Zhang Yiming snapped back, "That's true. You're not a professional yet, so you can't go to dangerous places. Yeah, I plan to register at the Adventure Guild first and see if there are any simple bounty quests. Want to come along?" Lu Sihong asked. Zhang Yiming's expression flickered, clearly wanting to go with him, but he shook his head and said, "No, someone is coming over today. My mom specifically told me to stay at home and wait." "All right, then I'll go first." Lu Sihong nodded at him, recalled his goblin warrior to his beast space, and waved goodbye as he left his friend's house. After walking along the street for about 10 minutes, Lu Sihong arrived at the town's Adventurer Guild. The Adventurers Guild building in White Moon Town is quite large. The main hall alone is bigger than the entire neighboring tavern. Recently, few adventurers have come to White Moon Town, so the guild is quite empty, with only a few people around. However, 4 familiar figures are standing below the notice board, whispering about the posted bounty quests. Seeing the 4 students from Qingzhou Academy, Lu Sihong paused for a moment, then smiled and walked toward the old man sitting in a rocking chair by the window, enjoying the sun. Zhang Pai sensed someone approaching. He opened his eyes and turned his head, noticing it was a town child. He raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit curious. "Old Zhang, I want to get my adventurer certification," the child said. Lu Sihong's words surprised Zhang Pai. As the head of the town's adventurers guild and a retired experienced adventurer, Zhang sometimes visits the local school to teach students. Lu Sihong was naturally known to him. Although he didn't seem like a troublemaker, Zhang remembered that this kid had recently activated a contract magic array, and a goblin had evolved into a goblin warrior. That speed was quite impressive. But from his tone, "Summon your beast so I can see," Zhang said seriously, sitting upright. Lu Sihong looked at Zhang's serious expression, confirming he wasn't joking. He stepped back 2 paces and summoned the goblin warrior in the open space. Although he had expected this, seeing the young boy who had just activated his beast space summon actually call out a goblin warrior made Zhang gasp in surprise. He was quite experienced, but this talent was terrifying. He must not be allowed to stay. Lu Sihong kept a polite smile on his face, secretly adding a line in his mind about the old man gasping in shock. Zhang Pai looked at Lu Sihong strangely, feeling that the boy's expression was a bit odd. "Go to the counter and take a form. Fill it out yourself," Lu Sihong said obediently. He went to the counter, asked the clerk for a form, carefully filled in his details, and then returned to hand it to Zhang Pai. Zhang took the form, looked at it, and said, "Wait here. I'll record your information." Lu Sihong asked curiously, "Aren't there still tests to do?" Zhang Pai looked back and saw that his physical and mental state was very good, like a goblin warrior ready to evolve again at any moment. He rolled his eyes at Lu Sihong. "What's the point of testing?" Lu Sihong's smile froze, and he secretly thought that this old man was probably jealous of his youth and talent, deliberately making things difficult for him. The old man went into his office, but soon came out again, tossing a small bronze badge to Lu Sihong. "All right, your information has been entered into the guild system. This badge has your personal details. Be careful not to lose it. The first one is free. If you need a replacement, it will cost over 30 silver coins. Wow, 30 silver coins could support my parents for a year or 2. Lu Sihong took the badge, secretly deciding to store this valuable item at the goblin breeding farm. After receiving the badge, Lu Sihong wanted to see if the Adventurer Guild had any simple bounty quests, so he could do them while gaining experience in the forest. Just then, he happened to meet 4 curious gazes. 2 boys quickly looked away, embarrassed, and started talking about something strange. Suyu smiled and nodded at Lu Sihong, her face slightly red as she tidied her hair. Then she gently pulled back Zhao Xiaoxua, who was still staring at people with curiosity and unaware of everything. Lu Sihong smiled and walked over to them. "Hello, big brother and sister," Lu Sihong said cheerfully. "Hello." Suyu nodded and smiled. "Hello, little brother," Zhao Xiaoxua responded enthusiastically. "Ah, hi, handsome boy," Zhao Xiaofeng said with a smile, looking a bit awkward. Hi," Hu Shuo replied shyly. "Little brother, you summoned a goblin warrior just now. How old are you?" Zhao Xiaoxua asked curiously. Although it was a bit rude, no one stopped her. Instead, they looked at Lu Sihong with curiosity. Lu Sihong nodded and said, "Yes, a goblin warrior. I'm 16 years old, and in the second half of the year, I'll start middle school 2nd grade. Wow," everyone exclaimed. Zhao Xiaofeng said, "You're only in 2nd grade? You could already be in the academy." "Yes, little brother, you should already have fog-level energy. It's better to go to the academy early and become a professional sooner. Staying in middle school is just a waste of time," Zhao Xiaoxua nodded and said. Suyu patted her friends and smiled. "You don't understand, so don't talk nonsense. Goblins are different from your summoned beasts. If your goblin is a warrior, its energy density might not be enough to become a professional. Your little brother can ask your teachers or principal after school. Even if he wants to join the academy early, the school recommends the safest and fastest way." Lu Sihong quickly nodded in thanks, but saw Zhao Xiaofeng and Zhao Xiaoxua also look surprised. These 2 are quite good-looking, but they seem a bit unreliable. After chatting with the Academy's trial adventure team, Lu Sihong learned they had just finished a mission in the Mist Forest and planned to rest at the Adventurers Guild for 2 days. There are also some guest rooms upstairs at the guild, which are cheaper than inns. Students from the Academy can get extra discounts, but only for adventurers who have completed their registration. Knowing Lu Sihong wanted to find some simple bounty tasks, Zhao Xiaofeng immediately pointed out a few of the lowest-level bounties, mostly involving collecting materials or the pelts of low-level magical beasts. Most of the bounty tasks posted in the hall are of this type, with no special requirements. Adventurers usually don't go out of their way to do them. If they happen to have the materials needed, they just exchange them for some reward. If someone wants an adventurer to specifically go for a certain bounty, the reward must be very high. Most of these are assigned tasks. Once someone accepts, others can't submit the task until it's completed or failed. Otherwise, if adventurers spend a lot of effort only to find out someone else has already finished the task, it would hurt their motivation. It could also lead to conflicts over the task items. Of course, assigned tasks are not open to everyone. Besides adventure level, there are various other requirements. But for now, these things don't matter much to Lu Sihong. He just wanted to earn some extra money while exploring the Mist Forest. He carefully noted down what materials were needed for those simple tasks, then smiled, bid farewell to the student adventure team, and turned to leave the Adventurers Guild. Taking advantage of the early time, he plans to visit the Mist Forest. When chatting with Suyu earlier, he learned that the recent decrease in adventurers in the town was because a huge underground ruin appeared in a place called the Desolate Stone Wilderness. Many adventurers went there to explore. It's likely that they won't return to White Moon Town for the next few months. After hearing this news, Lu Sihong felt much more at ease. Every time he summoned a group of goblins to fight, he always worried about being discovered. His next goal is to upgrade the Goblin Thief. Because of the more effort, more gain effect, upgrading the Goblin Thief isn't limited by experience, but by its own upgrade conditions. Make the Goblin Thief attack and hit enemies successfully 10 times while in stealth mode, to build confidence in its invisibility. Progress, 1/10. Is it difficult? Not really. As long as he coordinates well, letting other goblins attract enemies' attention, it's quite easy to complete. As for the other goblin evolving at the same time, Lu Sihong most wants the Frost Goblin to evolve. Elemental attacks are very powerful and can be kept as a secret weapon for critical moments. Unfortunately, the Frost Goblin's evolution condition is a bit tricky. The Frost Goblin needs to master Cold Ice energy before it can evolve further. It will meet the evolution requirements in 53 days, or he can use items like frost fruits that contain ice power to shorten the time. Lu Sihong decided to wait and see, first fulfilling the Goblin Thief's evolution condition. Then, he would see which goblin met the requirements and start evolving it. Anyway, each goblin has its own unique use, so evolving any of them wouldn't be a loss. Confidently, he arrived at the outskirts of the Mist Forest, but didn't rush inside. He found a slime by the river. Seeing no one around, he immediately summoned the Goblin Thief and ordered it to assassinate the slime. The Goblin Thief disappeared and slowly approached the slime. Because its movement caused noticeable light fluctuations, even a mindless creature like the slime sensed something was wrong and focused its attention on where the Goblin Thief was. Lu Sihong had anticipated this. He picked up some small stones from the ground and threw them at the slime, drawing its attention to himself. The Goblin Thief took advantage of the slime's distraction to quickly sneak behind it, and his iron-headed spear forcefully. The slime's body expelled a stream of clear water from the gap, then slowly deflated. TSK, I didn't expect it to die just like that. Lu Sihong was originally planning to try to complete more evolution conditions from a single slime, but the Goblin Thief simply stabbed it to death. However, seeing the excited look in the Goblin Thief's eyes, perhaps that confidence was more important than the progress itself? Lu Sihong wasn't entirely sure. He decided to take the Goblin Thief to find a stronger enemy. He recalled the Goblin Thief into his beast space and summoned a Goblin Warrior, then headed deeper into the forest. The bighorn deer cried out in pain, trying to run away, but the Goblin Warrior held tightly onto its 2 antlers, preventing movement. The Goblin Thief vanished from sight and swiftly circled behind the deer. He his iron spear into a vital spot. then skillfully withdrew to avoid the deer's hind leg attack. But the goblin thief was overthinking it. The muscles in the deer's hips were tense, its eyes bloodshot and bulging, teeth clenched, and white saliva dripped from its mouth. It had no energy left to lift its legs for an attack. Lu Sihong, watching from the side, felt his own muscles tense and sensed a faint pain in his private area. For some reason, as the completion of the evolution conditions increased, the goblin thief's attack style became more flamboyant. He kept targeting the enemy's lower body, which was effective, but, fortunately, after killing the bighorn deer, the conditions for 10 stealth attacks were finally met. After bringing the deer back into his beast space, a large yellow exclamation mark appeared above the goblin thief's head. A new quest titled Goblin Thief's Wish, Secret Battle popped up, similar to the original Goblin Warrior quest, with a random reward. Now, he only needed 8 more experience points to reach 50 and unlock the evolution. As for the other goblin that evolved with him, it was unclear when it met the conditions. The earliest evolved was the Goblin Laborer. Goblin Laborer's Wish, the evolution of skills. Skill evolution. The Goblin Laborer has gained a lot of work experience through heavy labor. It wants to improve its crafting skills. As a task reward, it randomly receives a blueprint for a low-level goblin equipment. I'm quite curious about the evolution reward for the Goblin Laborer. Do goblins have their own special gear? I've never heard of that before. Maybe it's something unique to goblin farms, or perhaps it has some special effects. After spending some more time, I found 4 wild boars foraging in a small valley filled with wild fruit bushes. I ordered goblin warriors to block the valley entrance and called on the goblins to attack, forcing the boar family into the goblin farm. Once I had enough experience, I didn't hesitate. I left the goblin warriors behind and had the other goblins return to the space, then started the evolution of the Goblin Thief. Goblin Thief begins to evolve. Trigger effect, double the benefits. Randomly select a goblin that meets the conditions to evolve. Goblin Laborer begins to evolve. As their bodies changed, the Goblin Thief grew slightly larger, with muscles swelling significantly. Its skin darkened, and its eyes became more lively and cunning. Goblin Plunderer. Sometimes stealing treasures isn't so easy, so maybe trying a different approach. Intermediate invisibility. The Goblin Plunderer now has a stronger invisibility effect, making it harder to detect while moving. Ambush. When hidden, a long-prepared attack deals extra damage. It would be even better if it had a handy weapon. Goblin Craftsman. An all-around worker with various basic skills, each with its own specialty. Blacksmith. This goblin craftsman has a talent for forging and smelting and is very passionate about his work. Compared to the Goblin Plunderer, the Goblin Craftsman looks stronger and seems much smarter. As soon as it finished evolving, a green exclamation mark appeared eagerly above its head. The Goblin Craftsman's troubles. The Goblin Craftsman has many tasks to do, but lacks the right tools and enough materials. This makes him very frustrated. The Goblin Craftsman needs a hammer, pliers, a felt cloth, a furnace, or a saw, a ruler, and so on. Lu Sihong looked over the tools needed for the Goblin's Green Quest. They cover all the common tools used by blacksmiths, carpenters, tanners, tailors, and other professions. This made him feel overwhelmed. He quickly shifted his attention to the rewards from the 2 goblins' evolution. White Blueprint, Goblin's Wild Shoulder Pads. Custom-made, thick leather shoulder pads with metal spikes. They have no special effects, but their fierce look can scare enemies visually. Once the blueprint is obtained, all goblin craftsmen will automatically learn how to make this equipment. Green Blueprint, Grass Cake. Made from natural grass, this green cake makes goblins feel happy and slightly speeds up healing. So, does this mean even the strongest goblin can't escape the fate of eating grass? Probably because he didn't have the right tools. The idle goblin craftsman has already gone to pick grass. It seems he's preparing to make some grass cakes to celebrate with the goblins. Lu Sihong shifted his focus back to reality. He noticed that the wild fruits on the bushes in the valley matched the materials needed for a bounty quest at the Adventurers Guild. It looked like the tavern owner was using them to brew fruit wine. He called the goblins out and told them to gather all the wild fruits and pile them up. The goblin craftsman casually wove a grass basket from vines in the valley and filled it with the collected fruits. While the other goblins were picking fruits, Lu Sihong tested the Goblin Raider's intermediate invisibility spell. It worked much better than the beginner version, especially when moving. If you weren't paying close attention, you really couldn't see the Raider's figure. If the environment was dim, the invisibility was almost indistinguishable from standing still. At least, the mole rat hiding in the corner of the valley, peeking out from its burrow to check the surroundings, didn't notice the Goblin Raider slowly approaching in the shadows. Because Lu Sihong wanted to see if he could put the ground-digging mouse into the goblin breeding farm for the tamer to raise, the Goblin Raider did not kill the mouse directly. Instead, it quietly approached from behind, suddenly grabbed it with its hand, and firmly clamped around the mouse's small neck. However, this ground-digging mouse was a bit timid. When attacked suddenly, it was so frightened that it fainted, with its eyes rolling back. Lu Sihong poked it a few times to make sure it was just unconscious and not dead from fright. He found it amusing and told the Goblin Raider to take it back to the beast space. But just as they crossed into the space, the unconscious ground-digging mouse kicked its legs and stiffened its limbs, and it died completely. The ground-digging mouse's body. The Goblin Breeding Farm's system message displayed this. TSK, is it not possible? I thought there was a breeding farm where I could put some living creatures. Lu Sihong sighed slightly. If he couldn't bring living animals from outside directly, then he could only rely on some unlucky creature. Maybe one day luck would let him find a young animal or bird egg outside to raise. It was already dark. Lu Sihong didn't stay long in the misty forest. He carried a basket of wild fruits on his back and returned to the Adventurers Guild in White Moon Town to submit the quest reward at the counter. The staff checked the quality of the wild fruits and measured their weight before settling Lu Sihong's reward. He received 30 copper coins, which was more than he expected. Because the wild apples you picked are of good quality, the price is higher, the staff explained. By the way, this quest has been posted long-term by the tavern owner in the guild's bounty board. It's the season when these wild apples are ripe. Recently, there haven't been many adventurers in White Moon Town. If you miss this time, the tavern won't have much wild apple wine to sell next year. The tavern owner is quite anxious about this. If you can gather more, they promise to give extra rewards. Lu Sihong nodded but didn't pay much attention. He had already picked all the wild apples in that small valley. He didn't know where else they might be, but if he happened to find some, he wouldn't mind picking a few to bring back. However, for an adventurer, earning money from just this basket of wild fruits was enough to match 2 days' wages for his parents. That didn't even include the bodies of the prey from the beast space. No wonder many people, even if their beasts have little fighting potential, choose to become adventurers. Even the lowest-level bronze adventurers find it easier to make money than working part-time, though it does require risking their lives. Lu Sihong thought for a moment and decided not to bring the 30 copper coins home. Instead, he left the Adventurer Guild and went to a general store. He bought some common carpentry tools, materials for tanning like sulfur and needles, and thread. Then he went to the blacksmith shop and bought a small skinning knife to send back with the Goblin Warrior to the beast space. Lu Sihong currently has no way to use the iron hammers and furnaces used by blacksmiths, but he can let the Goblin Craftsman do carpentry and tanning work for now. The Goblin Craftsman didn't mind. When he saw the many new tools in the beast space, he started working diligently on various tasks. To avoid making his parents suspicious about his beast space, Lu Sihong didn't take out all the prey. He only took the large-horned deer, the 2 biggest wild boars, and a few smaller animals. The rest, after the Goblin Craftsman skinned and prepared them, was cooked into roasted meat and shared with the goblins at the farm. Even so, when Li Qin and Lu Yuanyang returned and saw the prey in their yard, they were very surprised and happy. They happily took out their knives to process the animals, while also calculating how much money they could get from selling the parts. It was not too bad, and once they calculated it, they felt even happier. They couldn't help but laugh in their sleep that night. Seeing his parents happy, Lu Sihong also felt quite pleased. Later that night, just before going to bed, Lu Sihong saw the Goblin Craftsman bringing goblin workers to move a pile of wood, apparently preparing to remodel the simple goblin grass hut. When Lu Sihong woke up the next morning, the grass hut was gone. In its place was a sturdier, more durable wooden longhouse. Goblin Wooden Barracks, a simple wooden house built with ordinary wood. Although its style is rough, it is solid and reliable, capable of blocking wind and rain. The spacious interior can hold up to 20 goblins lying inside. Building effect. Goblin recovery speed increases by 10%. He really is a hard-working model. Born with a divine body of strength, he probably doesn't need to rest at all. Watching the goblin craftsman and laborer working hard to rebuild another shed, Lu Sihong couldn't help but feel a little admiration in his heart. Since goblins are so diligent, he shouldn't slack off either. He should go out, earn money, and sooner or later, buy a blacksmith shop for the hard-working models. In a happy mood, Lu Sihong hummed a tune as he headed toward the east gate of the town. But from afar, he saw two groups of young people standing face to face. One group was 4 students from Qingzhou Academy, and the other was also 4 students from the same school. Could they be rivals or enemies? Lu Sihong imagined various school rivalry scenes in his mind, but instinctively, he shrank to the side. He had to hide first. Otherwise, if Su Yu and the others saw him and greeted him, they might accidentally provoke some enemies. At that moment, a girl dressed in fine leather armor with a long ponytail walked past Lu Sihong. She took a few steps, suddenly stopped, turned her head, squinted her eyes to confirm, and then greeted him. Lu Sihong. Huh? Ah? Senior Xiaohou. Lu Sihong finally realized that the person walking beside him was an upperclassman from his school, a senior girl a year above him. He quickly responded, "Hello." Xiaohou Yu smiled and nodded slightly. "Are you also heading to the Misty Forest?" Lu Sihong hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Yes, I am going out." "Wait, senior, are you going too? Your moon cat probably isn't very strong in fights, right?" "It's okay. I'm not going alone. My brother and his friends are doing a holiday trial in the Misty Forest, and they're taking me to experience the edge of the fog," Xiaohou Yu explained. She then looked toward the town gate and said, "Strange, it seems like there are 8 students from Qingzhou Academy." Lu Sihong knew that Xiaohou Yu was slightly nearsighted but disliked wearing glasses because they were troublesome. She usually didn't wear them, so she couldn't see clearly beyond 10 meters. "Yes, there are 8, and they don't seem to get along well. TSK, how troublesome. If I go up now, I'd be adding 4 enemies to Qingzhou Academy for no reason," Xiaohou Yu said unhappily. "Great minds think alike, senior." "Fortunately, I was prepared," Xiaohou Yu said proudly, pulling out a black mask from her bag. After putting it on, it covered most of her face. She turned to Lu Sihong and asked, "How about now? Can you still recognize me?" Lu Sihong shook his head. "I can't recognize her, and she looks pretty cool. Are there any extra masks left, senior? I also want one." Hearing this, Xiaohou Yu smiled slightly, her charming eyes curving into 2 crescent moons on her mask. "Maybe wear a hat too." Lu Sihong pointed at the leather hat hanging on her back. "Yes," Xiaohou Yu nodded, tying her ponytail, then putting on the leather hat. Now her appearance was completely hidden, except for her expressive, beautiful eyes, which looked a bit brighter. "All right, I'm going now. Want to come with me?" Xiaohou Yu asked. Lu Sihong shook his head. "I just remembered I have something to do. I need to go home first." "Okay, see you next time." Xiaohou Yu waved and turned to walk out of the town. After she left, Lu Sihong quickly found a corner to hide in, only peeking out to observe secretly, waiting for the others outside to leave before he went out. Lu Sihong didn't know much about Xiaohou Yu. He only knew she was from a wealthy family, with a few farms on the west side of Baiwei town. She didn't live in the town, but in a large estate near the farms. He had never seen Xiaohou Yu's brother before, but from his demeanor, he seemed to be the tall, handsome young man leading the group of 4 unfamiliar students from Qingzhou Academy. The other 3 members were women. The handsome, confident, that was Lu Sihong's first impression of Xiaohou Yu's brother. Outside the town, when the crowd saw Xiaohou Yu, who was covered from head to toe, they paused in surprise. This interrupted the tense atmosphere between 2 groups. After a brief chat with her brother, Xiaohou Yu and the others left the town gate and headed into the Misty Forest. After Xiaohou Yu and her group left, Su Yu and the others gathered to talk. It seemed they decided to cancel their adventure plans for today and turn back toward the town. When Lu Sihong saw them return, feeling a bit guilty, he instinctively hid himself more carefully. After a while, as the group passed by, he overheard some conversations. "Such bad luck. We planned this adventure for days, and now we run into these 2 troublemakers. Change your mindset." Maybe this is the goddess of fate warning us not to go out today. Hey, that makes some sense. You guys say that Xia Hoyang might have lost his mind, bringing those two troublemakers into the misty forest? He's not afraid of getting tricked to death. That's not it. Didn't you see those two idiots arguing with you? While Xia Hoyang was secretly rolling his eyes. I think it was a task arranged by his teacher. After all, given his family background, he doesn't need to worry about those two fools. Until Su Yu and the others' voices gradually faded away, Lu Sihong quietly crawled out from his hiding spot. After confirming they had gone far, he let out a small sigh and sneaked towards the outskirts of the town. From what Su Yu and the others said, it seems that two people in Sister Xiaoho's team are not very capable, either in strength or character. Hopefully, Sister Xiaoho won't encounter any trouble. But more than that, with waves of people coming, could there be other students from Qingzhou Academy coming here for trials? Since adventurers have been coming and going for years, Lu Sihong usually doesn't pay much attention. But now he's a bit worried, afraid it might affect his own experience gains. However, he thought that those students doing the trials are professionals and probably all heading to the Misty Edge. It doesn't really matter to him, who stays outside the Misty Forest every day. Instead of worrying about that, he should think about how to hunt more prey to earn money, preferably find some wild apples. But today, Lu Sihong's luck seems bad. He wandered around for a long time, but didn't find any prey or the wild apples the hotel owner wanted. He only found some other wild fruits, but unfortunately, they weren't worth much, so he just ate them to satisfy his hunger. Finally, in the afternoon, Lu Sihong saw a few large-horned deer from afar. To maximize his harvest, besides goblin warriors, he summoned a few goblins to help. Using the cover of trees and bushes, they quietly approached. With the goblin raiders' surprise attack, the goblin slingers' long-range attack, and cooperation from other goblins, they successfully killed 4 large-horned deer. As the battle ended, Lu Sihong and the goblin slingers stepped out from the bushes. Just as they were about to check their loot, they suddenly heard a loud running sound behind them. Lu Sihong turned his head and saw a female student wearing Qingzhou Academy uniform. She was disheveled, covered in blood, biting her teeth and desperately rushing toward him. A large, fierce bull with glowing red eyes was closely chasing her from behind. When she saw Lu Sihong turn to look, she showed a vicious, grim smile at him. She suddenly changed direction and ran past him at high speed. Because Lu Sihong was standing next to a big tree, the female student, due to her angle, only saw Lu Sihong with a weak goblin. She planned to use a trick to divert the bull's attention to Lu Sihong, hoping to make the bull attack him instead. She had some ideas, but not many. Lu Sihong quietly took a few steps back. He saw that the bull paid no attention to him and still chased after the girl, determined not to stop until it caught her. The bull's broken horn and the blood all over its body showed it had fought hard. Its furious look and injuries suggested it was also hurt by the girl. So, why would she think the bull would change targets just because of the distance? Why would she believe the bull would ignore her enemy and let her escape? Lu Sihong didn't understand. Suddenly, a scream of pain. A loud crash. Curious, Lu Sihong peeked out from behind the tree. He saw the girl half reclining against a large rock, with a big hole in her abdomen, exposing her writhing intestines. She tightly held a necklace to her chest. The necklace was glowing with a strong yellowish-brown light, forming a semi-transparent energy shield in front of her. Her right hand reached into a small crystal bottle, which she bit open with her teeth and drank the red potion inside. The bull was relentless, using its last remaining horn, glowing with a yellowish-brown earth magic light, repeatedly smashing against the energy shield, making dull crashing sounds. The girl's face was pale and full of despair. When she saw Lu Sihong's head peeking out, her spirit suddenly lifted. She shouted sharply at him, "You scoundrel! What are you looking at? Hurry and come save me. I am the true daughter of the Thunder Eagle family. If anything happens to me here, I will make sure your whole family is wiped out." Lu Sihong paused, looking at her with a serious expression, his brows furrowed and a cold light flickering in his eyes. "Wait, you call me an idiot? Oh, it's you." Because her whole face was covered in blood, Lu Sihong almost didn't recognize her. Isn't she the girl from earlier, the teammate of Xiahou Yue's brother? No wonder Su Yu and the others said she was a bad luck charm. She really is trouble. I don't know if what you're saying is true, but I'll just take you as honest. I was worried my secret might be exposed, but if you're already dead, that makes things easier. Lu Sihong thought to himself, quickly climbed up a tree to hide, and quietly watched the fight below through the thick leaves. He also ordered the goblins to take the corpse of the Minotaur back to the beast's space. When Lu Sihong disappeared, the girl thought he had run away secretly. She started insulting him even more fiercely, saying she would kill Lu Sihong's whole family and wishing the Minotaur would die a terrible death. She looked crazy and wild. It's unclear what magic equipment the girl was wearing. Her energy shield looked unstable, flickering and shaky, yet it surprisingly held up against the continuous attacks of the Minotaur. Meanwhile, after some time of charging, the Minotaur's red eyes faded, and its limbs went limp. It fell to the ground, its chest rising and falling slightly, clearly about to give out. Seeing the Minotaur fall, the girl, who had survived, burst into loud, carefree laughter. She didn't know what magical potion she drank earlier, but her heavy abdominal injuries seemed to be healing almost completely. The girl released her left hand, canceled the energy shield, and looked at the dull yellow gemstone on her necklace with some regret. She slowly got up, her eyes full of malice, and said harshly, "That? You wait for me. I will definitely." Suddenly, a wooden spear with a metal tip appeared out of nowhere and stabbed fiercely into her throat, twisting forcefully. The girl grabbed the spear with both hands, her eyes wide with disbelief, staring at the goblin that suddenly appeared in front of her. Her face was full of shock. The girl's face turned pale. She looked pleading, trying to say something, but the spear was stuck in her throat. Blood kept pouring out of her mouth. She wanted to speak, but couldn't make a full sound. After struggling for a while, the girl finally let her hands fall weakly, staring with wide eyes, her expression full of defiance as she looked ahead, unwilling to close her eyes. The goblin raider pulled out a spear and playfully tapped the head of the female student. After confirming she was completely cold, he looked back at the figure hiding among the dense branches of the big tree. Lu Sihong then jumped down from the tree and took a few steps toward the female student. Looking at her somewhat terrifying eyes, his gaze flickered slightly. Finally, he smirked and let out a cold laugh. The person was dead, but the story was not over. First, this world has undead creatures. Lu Sihong had heard about them. Because of strong resentment at death, some become vengeful spirits or evil ghosts seeking revenge. Whether this was true or not, he wasn't sure. Holding the idea that it's better to believe than not, Lu Sihong thought it would be best to cremate the female corpse. But it was not easy to find enough firewood right now. Moreover, in this remote countryside, if someone passed by or the female student's teammates came after her and saw this scene, it could cause trouble. Lu Sihong decided to first drag the female corpse and the half-dead wild ox on the ground into the goblin breeding farm. Once everything was prepared, he would find a quiet place to deal with it. At this moment, the goblin raider carefully examined the female student's body. It then snatched the necklace from her neck and, after rummaging through her clothes, found a small women's purse. It turned around and, like showing off a treasure, handed both items to Lu Sihong. Then, in Lu Sihong's somewhat speechless gaze, the goblin raider tore off the female corpse's outer clothes and planned to continue removing her inner garments. Although he knew the goblin had probably discovered some treasure on the girl, its behavior now was really quite perverted. Enough, enough. You can take the rest once you're in the space. First, you should kill that ox and see if you can gain some experience, Lu Sihong said, stopping the goblin raider. He then ordered another goblin to drag the female corpse into the beast's space. The goblin raider's eyes lit up. It jumped onto the wild ox, waved its iron-headed wooden spear a few times, and then slashed at the creature. After that, it reached inside and pulled out the still beating, fresh heart of the ox. Lu Sihong's eyelids twitched. Seeing the wild ox completely lifeless, he quickly told it to carry the corpse back to the goblin breeding farm. Looking at the marks left by the wild bulls and female students around, Lu Sihong thought for a moment. He then summoned all the goblins again and completely erased the bloodstains and footprints on the ground. Next, he made the goblins create some random battle marks around the area and deliberately walked back and forth, leaving many footprints. This made the scene look like many goblins had fought here. Finally, he called back the other goblins, leaving the goblin warrior carrying himself, and quickly left the scene. After they were far enough away, Lu Sihong checked the loot taken by the goblin raiders. He had already seen the effect of the necklace earlier. It was a powerful magic item. The small bag was actually a women's wallet, holding 2 gold coins and a dozen silver coins. Lu Sihong raised an eyebrow. Having lived in this world for so long, this was the first time he saw gold coins. 1 gold coin was worth about 100 silver coins. When made, gold coins contained special materials that gave them some magic power. It is said that some underground ruins have strange machines that require gold coins or higher-level magical currencies to operate. When Lu Sihong first heard about these, he thought of vending machines from his past life. Although gold coins were valuable, they came from questionable sources. Lu Sihong didn't dare to use them now. He took out the silver coins and put them on himself, then put the gold coins and the magic necklace into the wallet. He summoned a goblin and took it back to the farm. Worried that the goblins might do something strange to the female corpse, like slicing or roasting it, Lu Sihong focused his mind on the goblin farm. The female student's body was gone, but her clothes had been completely stripped off and placed in a wooden storage created by the goblin craftsman. Goblin Wooden Warehouse reduces space used for storing items by 10% and slightly slows down item spoilage. Bloodstained clothing. Magic clothes-fitting underwear. Women's underwear with faint magical power. Heart of a strong warrior. Minotaur essence meat. A special piece of meat containing some of the Minotaur's strength. Goblins eating it may temporarily gain certain traits, with a small chance to learn permanent traits. Recommended for melee goblins. Slowly spoiling. Low-level earth element monster crystal. A crystal containing a small amount of earth magic essence, rarely obtained from earth element monsters. Lu Sihong looked around and only found the carcass of a minotaur being dismembered by goblin craftsmen. He didn't see the female student's body until he noticed a goblin worker filling a hole at the edge of the farm. He was momentarily stunned. So, the goblin workers buried the body they originally planned to cremate? The corpse seemed to have a lot of resentment when it died. Who knows if it might turn into a vengeful spirit or something. By the way, he had never seen what a vengeful spirit looks like. If one could hatch a spirit, it didn't seem like a big deal. Also, could he control the vengeful spirits hatched from goblin farms? Lost in thought, he snapped back to reality after a while. He told the goblin tamer to feed the heart of a strong warrior to the baby poison spiders, then ordered the goblin warrior to eat the minotaur essence meat. After all, the goblin warrior was his main summoned creature, so it should be as strong as possible. If it could learn a permanent trait, that would be a big gain. It turned out Lu Sihong was overthinking again. Fortunately, even though he didn't learn a permanent trait, he saw the effect of the temporary trait. Goblin warrior. Powerful. Brave. Minotaur strength. Temporary, the goblin warrior gains extra strength and a faint earth energy shield. Lasts for 15 days. It looks pretty impressive. By the way, Sister Xiaoho and the female student entered the misty forest together. The female student was chased by a minotaur, and Lu Sihong wonders how Sister Xiaoho and the others are doing now. At the edge of the fog, the last wild bull had a magic sword stuck on its neck. It backed away, let out a loud cry, and collapsed to the ground, quickly losing its life. Xiaoho Yang was covered in blood, gasping for breath. He looked back at his sister, who was protected behind him, and showed a fierce smile. Just as he was about to speak, Xiaoho Yu, with wide eyes and a low cry, said, "Brother, your weapon was stolen by a goblin." Xiaoho Yang hurriedly turned his head and saw a sneaky-looking goblin holding his magic sword, quietly walking away. He froze for a moment, then immediately shouted for help. "Lily, quick! My weapon!" The goblin heard the shout, looked back at the three of them, and started to run away. "Hey, I saw it." A girl nearby calmly raised her staff. Using the last bit of her energy, she shot a bolt of lightning at the weak goblin. "Ah!" The goblin screamed as it was struck, trembling and falling to the ground, emitting faint black smoke. It looked almost cooked. Just as Xiaoho Yang was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the goblin, carrying his beloved magic sword, disappeared in a flash of light. Summon. Summoning beast? Wait, where's my big sword? Even if it's a summoned beast, why can it take my equipment after dying? What kind of strange thing is this? My great sword. The angry, piercing screams scared nearby monsters and beasts, causing them to run away quickly. Lu Sihong didn't know the true identity of that female student, but from her arrogant words and the information gained from conversations with Su Yu and others, her family background seemed quite powerful, probably a noble family from Qingzhou City. At least, she could bring a lot of trouble to himself and his family. To avoid potential problems, Lu Sihong had no choice but to let her die. However, after the girl's death, the trouble didn't completely disappear. Even if she was just an ordinary student at Qingzhou Academy and died during an adventure trial, the school would send people to investigate. And since she had a background, who knew how many people would come to Baiwa town to look into her death? As a child born into a common family, Lu Sihong has lived in this world for over 10 years. Most of what he knows comes from school lessons, books in the small-town library, and the ramblings of adventurers after they've had too much to drink. His knowledge is shallow and often unreliable. He also wonders if powerful professionals have magic spells that can peek into time or reveal the truth. He hopes not, or at least hopes that the female student isn't worth using such impressive-sounding magic on. Otherwise, Lu Sihong might have to reveal his goblin farm. He believes death is impossible, but he's unsure if he'll end up being studied or used for breeding. Maybe both at the same time. Lost in these thoughts, Lu Sihong walks normally, greeting familiar people along the way, heading home slowly. He then has his goblin warriors bring out 2 large, antlered deer from the beast space. As for the other 2 deer, they've already been skinned and had their antlers cut off by goblin craftsmen and workers. The meat is being cut into pieces for roasting, while the hides are being tanned, all in a race against time. The goblin craftsmen even cut off the deer's tendons and stored them in a container in the wooden warehouse, probably thinking someone might need them. Lu Sihong can only say he's still a young man, and he doesn't need such thoughtful care. At this moment, he notices something extraordinary in the warehouse, a shining, gem-encrusted magic sword, a finely crafted magical weapon. Lu Sihong recognizes that unless it was made by his goblin farm, the description text is mostly meaningless nonsense. He glances at the goblin wanderer lying in the large bed, then skillfully opens its travel journal. He's really curious. What kind of place could have allowed it to find such an item? Did it sneak into a dragon's treasure hoard? A goblin wanderer passed through a battlefield and picked up a magic greatsword from the body of a dead wild ox. Nearby human adventurers saw the goblin wanderer and used lightning spells on it. The goblin wanderer was killed. So, did this guy take someone else's weapon while others were fighting? Wait, wild ox. Could it be Xiaoho Sr. and her team? If I now take this greatsword and tell Xiaoho Sr. I found it on the road, she might believe me. But no, it's probably something shady. I'll just leave it in the warehouse to gather dust. Lu Sihong thought back. Given Xiaoho Sr.'s team setup at the time, if this magic greatsword really belonged to one of their team members, it would most likely be her brother's weapon. Just a well-made magic weapon. With Xiaoho Sr.'s wealthy family, her brother probably wouldn't be lacking such a sword, right? At this moment, Lu Sihong didn't know how valuable the so-called well-made goblin farm was in the real world. For Xiaoho Yang, unless he's still throwing tantrums at home with his parents at his age, he probably won't get a similar weapon anytime soon. Moreover, even if he wanted to throw a tantrum at home, he doesn't have the time now. After being betrayed by 2 foolish teammates, Lu Sihong was seriously injured, and those 2 fools had run off chasing the wild ox somewhere unknown. Xiaoho Yang, with his sister and his old teammate Lu Li, hurried back and finally arrived at Baiyu Town the next morning. After asking the guards at the gate and confirming no other students from the academy had returned from adventures, he realized those 2 probably didn't make it. Holding on to a bit of hope, Xiaoho Yang went to the Adventurers Guild and asked, in front of Su Yu and others, if they had seen those 2. Su Yu and the others were momentarily stunned, then quickly suppressed their amused expressions and shook their heads, saying they hadn't seen them. When Xiaoho Yang and his group left the guild, they couldn't hide their smirks anymore. Those 2 fools probably died in the mist forest, Zhao Xiaofeng said happily. As team leader, Su Yu was more steady. She gently pinched her thigh and said with a rosy face, "Well, since we are classmates, everyone should not be too showy." Zhao Xiaofeng glanced at the staff at the counter in the distance and slightly restrained his expression. The captain is right. To mourn our classmate's misfortune, let's go have a nice meal tonight. Just as a farewell for our classmate, Hu Shua grinned and said, "That sounds good. Captain, what do you think?" "Yes, that works." Suyu nodded calmly, feeling more relaxed. Zhao Xiaoxua smiled and said, "But this time, Xia Hoyang really got unlucky. He went on an adventure with two fools. He didn't gain any favor, and he might even make more enemies. From his look, it's clear he was badly tricked by those two." Suyu shook her head slightly. Getting really unlucky isn't quite right. Although the Xiahou family in Qingzhou City is just a branch, they are still connected to the main family. At most, their relationship with those two families is a bit strained. Maybe it's even a good thing for him. Zhao Xiaofeng frowned and said, "I think in a few days, the academy will send people to investigate. The Lu Huang family will probably come too. They might even come looking for us." Zhao Xiaoxua couldn't help but curse angrily. Those two troublemakers, they just won't let anyone have a good time, even in death. Suyu smiled and said, "It's okay. At most, they'll just ask some questions. We didn't leave the Adventurers Guild yesterday, so it has nothing to do with us." 5 days later, after talking with the investigators from the academy and reviewing the investigation report, Suyu was surprised to see Lu Sihong's name on the list of people leaving the city. The investigator was sharp and asked immediately, "Does student Su have any doubts?" To avoid misunderstandings, Suyu pointed to Lu Sihong's name and explained with a smile, "After we arrived in Baiwei town, we met a young friend. He's a genius who can get an adventurer license at just 16 years old." Oh, the investigator's eyes lit up. It wasn't that he doubted Lu Sihong, as the story was already quite clear. His presence here was just routine. Even the accompanying staff from the Lu Huang family, after learning the details, only casually checked in the misty forest before returning directly. After all, they are just two unpromising and overlooked juniors. Their character has long been known within the family. Since there are no signs of persecution, there is no reason to stay long in this remote village. However, the Academy's investigators have researched the talented young man's background and submitted their findings to the Academy. Maybe they will earn some unexpected credit. Lu Sihong said he was tired from too many battles recently, so he wanted to rest at home for a few days. His family didn't find this strange. After all, hunting in the wild is not easy, and feeling tired and needing rest is normal. On the surface, he stayed calm, but inside, Lu Sihong was somewhat anxious. He had been at home for 7 or 8 days and had no idea that someone had already come to Baiwei town to investigate the two missing female students. Even the Academy's investigators had carefully examined some of his information and taken it back to Qingzhou Academy. As for the investigation, it was naturally completed. Although the two girls were from noble families and their families had some influence in Qingzhou City, in this dangerous world, accidents during adventures are very common. The disappearance was so complete that not even clothing fragments or bodies were found. However, the investigators found traces of a goblin tribe at one of the disappearance sites. Despite several days passing, they could tell from the footprints of various sizes that it was a relatively strong goblin group. Considering the recent appearance of a goblin tribe nearby, the investigators suspected that something had changed in the goblin tribe in the misty forest. They kindly reminded the town's Adventurers Guild and officials before leaving. After Xia Hoyang's recount and the evidence collected by the team, they concluded that the two girls' disappearance was entirely their own fault. Meanwhile, poor Xia Hoyang had kindly taken them on a holiday trial, almost getting himself killed by their schemes. Now he was dealing with all sorts of messy issues, which even made the two families' investigators feel some sympathy for him. As for Lu Sihong, from any perspective, he had nothing to do with this matter. The investigators thought they were just bored and looking for trouble, investigating a common student. However, while Lu Sihong stayed at home with his sister, the goblins in his beast-taming space were not resting. The Great Scroll King Goblin Craftsman, along with the Little Scroll King Goblin Laborer, is busy building at the Goblin Breeding Farm. In just a few days, they have constructed several wooden buildings. There are 3 wooden houses of different sizes and elegant designs. Goblin Wooden Cabin. Goblins above level 3 are eligible to receive a small house for independent living. When a goblin dies, their recovery speed increases by 18. Although called a cabin, the house for the goblin warrior is not small at all. The Goblin Craftsman's house is about the same size as that of the Goblin Raider. However, after seeing the effects of the wooden cabin, if Lu Sihong had enough experience points, he would consider upgrading the Goblin Wanderer. The effect of the small wooden house is perfect for this wandering goblin, since as long as he's not dead, he's always on a dangerous path. But this guy wanders freely outside every day, yet he still hasn't met the conditions for evolution. Goblin Wanderer needs to find their life goal while wandering. Even the evolution conditions are so wild and free-spirited. Truly remarkable. Besides the 3 wooden houses, the Goblin breeding farm also has a large building occupying a lot of space. Goblin Simple Workshop, a wooden building serving as a general crafting center, equipped with facilities and tools needed for Goblin craftsmen to work efficiently. It slightly reduces material loss during item creation and slightly increases production speed. Lu Sihong examined it carefully. It looks a bit like a town carpenter's workshop, with small mechanisms on the walls and many tools hanging up. Some tools were made by Goblin craftsmen themselves, others were purchased by Lu Sihong. On the workshop floor, there are several stone and wooden workbenches. One holds processed wood, another has some stones, and a third has a Goblin craftsman using a finished animal hide to make leather armor for other goblins. The craftsmanship of the Goblin craftsman can be seen from the leather armor worn by the Goblin Raiders and Goblin Warriors. Although it looks rough, it has all the necessary features. In terms of protection, it's comparable to the leather armor that Li Qintai specially had made at the town's leather shop. 8 silver coins, just to make the leather armor look better. It's false to say I don't feel sad. No matter how nice the leather armor is, after a few fights, it will become torn and patched up. Unfortunately, Lu Sihong couldn't explain where the armor came from when taking it directly from the Goblin breeding farm. Thinking about the gold coin and several silver coins in his hand, Lu Sihong slowly relaxed. It's just a little money. Once spent, it's gone. The workshop still has plenty of empty space, probably reserved for other tools and facilities. Thinking about the menu in the Goblin Craftsman's quest, Lu Sihong roughly understood what those areas were for. On his day off, Lu Sihong finally left home, not because he had figured things out and planned to go hunting in the Mist Forest again, but because it was the anniversary of his uncle and aunt. His parents were taking his sister to visit her grandparents. Of course, Lu Sihong was going with them. Li Qin's ghost-faced spider is large but not suitable for long rides, and Lu Yuanyang's flower chipmunk is even less so. Once sat on, it would return to the beast space. Although there are no transportation tools like in his past life, there are often beast carts transporting goods between nearby villages and Qingzhou City. With a little money, he could catch a ride. The price isn't high, and the speed is okay, but it's bumpy. Lu Sihong got off the cart limping, already unable to feel his. But thinking about having to sit on it again later, his suddenly regained sensation, as if being beaten madly. His sister Lu Zian was sitting in Li Qin's arms. Her bottom didn't hurt, but she was a bit dizzy from the rocking, her eyes blank, unable to walk straight. The external stimulation was so strong that the girl's mourning sadness over missing her parents was completely forgotten. Until they reached her parents' tombstone, the 11-year-old girl, with red eyes, hugged Li Qin and quietly sobbed, making Li Qin also tear up. Lu Sihong and his father exchanged glances, feeling a bit helpless as they watched the mother and daughter cry together. But at least the person lying there was your younger brother. Dad, don't you feel anything? Get lost. You cried once when you buried him. That's enough to make up for your little brother. He took a gentle breath, then turned around and looked at the village not far below the mountain. He caught sight of a few courtyards and couldn't help squinting his eyes, a cold feeling seeping through his narrow eyes. He quickly realized what he was doing and closed his eyes to hide his emotions. After paying respects to his uncle and aunt, Li Qin and her husband said they had some matters to attend to and asked Lu Sihong to take his sister somewhere else to walk around. Lu Sihong agreed and took Lu Zian, who was still a bit shaken, and they went around to the other side of the village, taking a different path down the mountain. He knew what his parents were doing, mainly about the inheritance left by his little uncle. It was quite funny. Those few families were relatives of his little aunt. Yet just a few days after they left, they divided everything his little uncle left behind and even drove Lu Zian out of the house. If it weren't for the kindness of other villagers who took her in and gave her a meal, By the time Lu Sihong and his group arrived, there might have been more casualties. Li Qin and her husband weren't fighting over the property. The things in the village were complicated and unclear, and the old village chief was always trying to smooth things over, secretly helping those untrustworthy people. Li Qin and her husband had no good options. However, when his little uncle got married, Lu Sihong's late grandmother had given a jade pendant to his little aunt. Although not very valuable, it held some special meaning. Lu Yuanyang had always wanted to get that jade back, but those people refused to admit they had taken it. But Lu Zian remembered clearly. Her mother had hidden the jade in her jewelry box, and that jewelry box was taken by those so-called relatives. Lu Sihong didn't have much hope for his parents' efforts this time. If those untrustworthy people were willing to return the items, they wouldn't still be holding on to them now. You couldn't expect those people to suddenly develop a conscience, could you? Before coming, Lu Sihong had thought about sneaking in to steal the jade pendant, since goblin raiders could turn invisible. But now, the problem was that they didn't even know who currently had the pendant. He shook his head slightly and wandered around the village with his sister. As they strolled, they arrived in front of a blacksmith shop. Seeing the sign hanging outside that read shop closed, bargain sale, last day, Lu Sihong was suddenly startled. He thought to himself, in such a rundown small village blacksmith shop, could there really be a marketing genius hiding? Although this trick had been used so many times by merchants in the past, in this world, Lu Sihong was seeing someone use it to deceive for the first time. Curious, Lu Sihong walked into this unusually quiet blacksmith shop. There was no usual clanging of metal, and the fire in the forge had long been extinguished. The cooling trough also had no water in it. Only a strong, old man was there, looking a bit surprised when he saw a young man bringing a girl inside. "Young man, what are you doing?" I saw the sign outside, so I came in to take a look," Lu Sihong said with a smile. "Oh, feel free to look around. There's not much here, just some hoes and sickles. It's not like those weapon-making blacksmith shops outside," the old man said cheerfully, turning back to tidy up his things. Lu Sihong then noticed that the old man was packing some miscellaneous items into a large box. The shop didn't have many things to begin with, and now it looked even emptier as he moved. "Ah, so you're really closing down?" The old man looked at Lu Sihong with a strange expression. "What else would I do?" Ha, yes, what else?" Lu Sihong thought to himself that he must be foolish. If he were a marketing genius, he wouldn't stay in this tiny, remote village. And since there were hardly any outsiders, he wouldn't use this trick to deceive the villagers. He'd get beaten up for sure. "I'm getting old, and my body can't handle it anymore. My daughter is coming to take me to her place to live, so I might as well close the shop," the old man said with a nostalgic look at the items that had been with him for decades. He sighed slightly. It's a pity about these old tools. They could still be used for many years. Following his gaze, Lu Sihong saw the unused forge, the nearby iron sheet, and the cooling trough. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he licked his dry lips. He casually asked, "Old sir, since you're closing the blacksmith shop, what do you plan to do with these furnaces and tools?" The old man looked a bit troubled and shook his head. "I've been worried about that too. No one in this village wants to take over the shop. Anyone with some skill wouldn't come here to do blacksmith work. Selling the tools as scrap metal would be a shame." The old man looked up and saw that Lu Sihong didn't seem to want to joke. He looked a bit surprised and asked, "You don't look like a blacksmith. Why are you buying these things?" Lu Sihong replied with a smile. "That's right. I plan to use them for blacksmithing. But not for myself. It's for a friend. He's very interested in forging, and I was looking for a set of blacksmithing tools. Luckily, I found these. If possible, I want to buy them and send them to him." The old man looked into Lu Sihong's eyes and asked, "Really?" Lu Sihong nodded confidently. "Absolutely. But I don't have much money. If the price is too high, I might just buy a few tools." The old man thought for a moment and said, "I won't cheat you. These old tools were all handmade by me. They're solid and real. Let's say 20 silver coins. But I should warn you, if you sell these as scrap metal, they're only worth 2 or 3 silver coins." Lu Sihong smiled a little awkwardly. "I only have 17 silver coins. Can you make it cheaper? Or maybe take something off? But I definitely need the furnace and the iron blanket." The old man looked serious. "You're really going to use these for blacksmithing?" Lu Sihong was a bit confused. "Well, what else? I can't just use them to roast sweet potatoes, right?" The old man suddenly laughed. All right, you can take everything. These and these. Oh, and there's some coal and iron ingots piled up behind. Take those too. Lu Xihong hesitated. I only have 17 silver coins. I can't buy so many things. The old man waved his hand confidently. I don't want your money. Huh. As long as these old tools keep working, I don't want a single coin from you. Besides, if you spend all your money, how will you find someone to help carry these things out? The old man looked happy, as if he was glad to have found a good home for the blacksmithing tools, and his mood brightened considerably. Lu Xihong said, I don't need anyone to carry them. My beast space can hold all of these. As he spoke, he summoned the goblin warrior and asked it to carry out the silver coins stored in the wooden warehouse. Sir, you should keep this money. The old man didn't look at the silver coins handed to him by Lu Xihong. Instead, he kept staring at the muscular goblin warrior, looking him up and down. He clicked his tongue and said, This is good material for making tools, but unfortunately, my beast is just a donkey. It can only help me carry things and move goods. If I had something like you, I could work for at least 10 more years. Lu Xihong smiled quietly, thinking to himself that he had not seen a true strong body like the saint body of ox and horse. That kind of strength is incredible, and it can do all kinds of work, so much so that it could work until it's time to rest forever. While the goblin warrior was moving items from the blacksmith shop to the goblin farm, the goblin craftsman was already eager to carry things into the simple workshop. Ignoring the rough leather armor he was halfway making. Seeing Lu Xihong easily solve the transportation problem, the old blacksmith just sighed that Lu Xihong's beast space was quite spacious. He no longer refused the silver coins Lu Xihong offered. After chatting with the old blacksmith for a while, and noticing that the time was about right, Lu Xihong took his sister and prepared to leave. Holding his sister's hand, Lu Xihong looked down and said, Don't tell Mom and Dad about the things I bought today. Lu Xian opened her big eyes, looking a little confused. Why? Oh, I get it. The silver coins are your secret savings, right? Lu Xihong nodded with a smile and rubbed her head. You're so clever, little sister. Since you know the reason, can you keep it a secret for me? Otherwise, Mom might use a feather duster to hit me again. Okay, I'll keep your secret. I promise I won't tell Mom a word. Lu Xian said with bright, clear eyes, her voice firm and cheerful. Yeah, I trust you. Having fixed a small mistake, Lu Xihong looked very happy. But he didn't notice Lu Xian quietly pouting, showing a hint of dislike. When they returned to where they had parted from their parents, they saw the anger on their faces from afar. It was clear that not only had they failed to achieve their goal, but they were also annoyed by those shameless people. Lu Xihong couldn't help but squint his eyes. As the saying goes, patience in medicine, endure a bit of hyperplasia, step back for ovarian cysts. For his mother's health, Lu Xihong felt it was his duty to help her get some interest and improve her mood. As for that family heirloom jade pendant, if I get it, I'm lucky. If I lose it, it's fate. Love who loves, hate who hates. Seeing Lu Xihong and his siblings approaching, Lu Yuanyang quickly tugged at Li Qin's clothes. The two of them quickly adjusted their emotions and smiled as they greeted them. Where did you go? We just wandered around the village. Should we head back now? Lu Xihong casually said. Li Qin nodded. It's about time. Let's go to the village entrance and wait for the car. Oh, you go ahead. I need to find a place to take care of some personal matters, Lu Xihong said, releasing his sister's hand and turning toward a quiet corner in the distance. TSK, why did you go so long? Li Qin said with a look of annoyance. Lu Xihong grinned playfully. Isn't it inconvenient to be with my little sister? Li Qin rolled her eyes and quickly pulled Lu Xian forward. We'll wait for you at the village entrance. Hurry up. Got it. After the family walked away, Lu Xihong saw a summoning magic circle appear on the ground beside him. After a flash of light, no goblin figure appeared. Lu Xihong looked calm. He pointed toward a few houses in the distance and whispered, just those houses. When it gets dark tonight and most of the villagers are asleep, you sneak in. Don't hurt anyone inside. Kill their livestock. No survivors. Even smash the eggs and mix them up. He paused and added, take anything valuable. Make some noise before you leave, so people see you. But never die in front of humans, and don't let them discover your beast-taming ability. It seemed the goblin raider fully understood his instructions. Lu Xihong waved his hand to dismiss it and unfastened his belt, preparing to urinate. He believed in doing things thoroughly, especially since he was worried the stockpile might be disturbed by that broken cart. The Goblin Raider looked around, found a high spot with a good view of the house's interiors, and quietly planned its actions for the night. To avoid suspicion, Lu Sihong even made it remove its leather armor and only carry a battered knife. The thin, rusty blade flickered in the Goblin Raider's fingers, dancing like a black butterfly. The Goblin Raider squinted its eyes, waiting quietly for nightfall. The villagers returned to their homes. Lights gradually went out, and faint sounds of sleep could be heard from the walls. I feel like it's about time. The Goblin Raider is about to move, but in the darkness, a figure quietly slips out of their house. They walk stealthily along a remote path to another home's windowsill, gently knocking a few times. The window opens from inside, and the figure looks around quickly before climbing inside through the window. The Goblin Raider tilts their head, curious. They mimic the knocking rhythm, tapping their fingers in the air. Thinking about the task given by the overseer, the Goblin Raider snaps back to attention. They jump down from a high place quietly and head swiftly towards several farmhouses. Most of the houses have guard dogs, some even 3 or 4. The Goblin Raider first looks for a house without dogs. After climbing over the wall, they plan to use a piece of scrap metal to deal with the sleeping animals. But unexpectedly, they find a shiny, well-polished sickle near a pile of firewood in the yard. They switch the rusty metal piece to their left hand and gently pick up the sickle with their right hand. They swing it lightly a couple of times, feeling the sharp edge cut through the air. The goblin grins. Under the moonlight, a bright flash streaks through the air. The old yellow ox, caught off guard, doesn't even have time to open its eyes before its head hits the ground. Its body trembles a few times and then stops moving. Meanwhile, 5 hens sleeping in the coop seem more alert than the ox. They sense the predator's approach and start muttering nervously. Suddenly, a black streak flashes by. Several hens' heads almost come off at the same time, their eyes wide with fear but silent. Their bodies struggle briefly, making faint movements. The Goblin Raider is about to leave, but remembering the overseer's instructions, they turn back. Using the sickle, they cut open a hen's body. Inside, they find a few eggs that have already formed. They quickly break the eggs with the sickle and stir them a few times. Then they do the same to the other hens' bodies. These clever, fat birds had secretly hidden eggs inside their bodies. They almost failed the overseer's task, but luckily, the goblin was smart enough. The Goblin Raider secretly feels proud. All the house doors are locked. The goblin doesn't know how to pick locks, but the room upstairs is probably warm and stuffy at night. To get some fresh air, they leave the window open. Using their agility, they easily climb inside. After landing silently, I found 2 humans sleeping inside the house. Because Lu Sihong had told me not to kill anyone, the Goblin Raider didn't bother with the 2 sleeping people. Instead, guided by a strange sense, I quietly took a few valuable jewelry pieces and a money pouch from inside the house. I also grabbed a few silver coins from hidden corners. TCH, such poor treasure hunting skills. The Goblin Raider glanced sideways at the 2 sleeping humans, showing clear disdain in his eyes. Before leaving this house, the Goblin Raider also stole a dagger and 2 kitchen knives. Since I had many items, I put all the silver coins and jewelry into a leather bag. The families with dogs were a bit more difficult. Although the intermediate invisibility spell made me almost invisible in the dark, it couldn't completely hide my scent. I made no sound when I landed, but the dogs in the yard immediately raised their heads. Their eyes shone brightly in the dark, and they quickly rotated their ears, trying to sense any unusual air movements. As their noses sniffed rapidly, the dogs soon sensed something was wrong. They growled threateningly, as if ready to bark loudly at any moment. However, a gentle breeze suddenly carried a strange smell to me. Before the dogs could react, 2 streaks of light flashed past, accompanied by the dropping of several dog heads. The raider appeared behind the dogs, perfectly avoiding the splattering blood. After dealing with the guard dogs, things became much easier. With each successful attempt, killing chickens, slaughtering cattle, cracking eggs, the silver coins and jewelry were collected into the leather bag. It wasn't until I reached the last house that I encountered some trouble. The guard dog there looked bigger but was a true beast tamer, more alert and much stronger than the others. As soon as I entered the yard, The big dog immediately stood up and barked loudly at my position, waking the homeowner and neighbors. Although their movements were exposed, the raider remained calm. With a forceful kick, a shadow flickered like a ghost. The left hand held a blade that flashed briefly, catching the moonlight and drawing the attention of the big dog. The right hand wielded a machete, striking swiftly and slicing open the big dog's neck, causing blood to spray out suddenly. The big dog was fierce. After a mournful cry, it did not retreat but charged forward to bite the goblin raider. The goblin quickly blocked with the machete, dodging to the side. Its left hand's dagger slashed across the big dog's right eye. As the dog howled in pain, the goblin spun around and swung the machete down the dog's neck, rendering it unable to move. The goblin sneered with contempt, wiping the machete on the dog's fur, leaving 2 streaks of red. The startled owner opened the window and saw a goblin with a fierce face, holding a machete in one hand and a dagger in the other, with 2 kitchen knives strapped to its waist. The goblin glared fiercely at him, then rushed into the chicken coop. In front of them, it slaughtered all the hens, even preparing to cut them open to take eggs. Shaken by the goblin's fierce gaze, the owner trembled and quickly closed the window, then shouted loudly for help from the neighbors. The villagers, already awakened by the sudden barking of dogs, heard the cry for help. They hurriedly got out of bed, grabbed their weapons, and gathered a group. They shouted loudly and rushed toward the farmer's house to help. Hearing the sounds of humans gathering, the goblin raider quickly climbed over the wall. It wasn't afraid of being stabbed by the villagers, mainly because it wanted to move freely. Its leather bag was still outside the wall. If it lost its loot, it would be heartbroken. Carrying the heavy leather bag on its shoulder, the raider looked back at the house. It clicked its tongue, feeling a bit disappointed. It had smelled treasure. As the villagers and their summoned beasts' roars grew closer, the goblin turned and fled into the deep forest. Under the moonlight, the villagers only saw a green figure dart out of the village and run into the mountains. Several fierce hunting dogs barked loudly and chased after it. Moments later, the chasing dogs, tails between their legs, ran back quickly. They whimpered and hid behind their owners. The number of dogs was noticeably fewer. More than half had disappeared. The villagers' courage quickly faded as they looked at the dark forest, which seemed to hide countless monsters. They stepped back several paces, hesitant and nervous. These mountain paths are slippery, and it's so dark. Maybe we shouldn't chase after it, someone suggested. That creature looks very fierce. Since it's already scared off, let's just leave it, another agreed. Yeah, let's wait until morning to talk about it, someone else added. At that moment, a family whose livestock had been completely slaughtered, belonging to Lu Xian's relatives, shouted loudly and rushed over aggressively with weapons. Where's that terrible monster? The monster? The villagers looked at each other curiously. Suddenly, some women started crying loudly. That terrible creature killed all my cows, sheep, and chickens. My poor old yellow cow. And my jewelry, my dowry, and all the silver coins I saved for years. They're all gone, completely gone. Seeing the crying families, the villagers looked at each other, then quietly began to step back, planning to leave. Hey, where are you going? Aren't you going to chase that monster? Cough. I left the night snack cooking at home. I forgot to turn off the fire, one said. Oh no, how could you be so careless? Come on, I'll go back with you to turn off the fire. If we're late, the house might catch fire. Turning off the fire is a big deal. 2 of you aren't enough. We'll come with you, others said. Hearing these ridiculous excuses, the families knew the villagers just wanted an excuse to run away. They quickly stopped them, scolding them for being uncooperative and unkind. Huh, you, talking about conscience? Tonight, we're going to have a serious talk about that. The villagers, already annoyed with these families, started arguing loudly. As long as they didn't go into the mountain, they thought they could do whatever they wanted. Meanwhile, one person circled around the mountain, avoiding the heated argument. He slipped back into the village, looking at a house with its door wide open but empty. He grinned silently and laughed. Seeing no one around, he moved quickly inside. When he came out, the bag on his back looked noticeably fuller. Relying on a mysterious sense of the protector, the goblin raider concealed its form and slowly moved toward the village entrance. Because it was carrying a pouch full of loot, to avoid making noise and alerting others, The Goblin Raider's movement slowed down significantly while in stealth, and its invisibility effect was greatly reduced. Passing by a farmstead, hearing the tense breathing inside, the Goblin Raider couldn't resist its curiosity. It reached out and gently knocked on the window, mimicking the rhythm of a nearby figure. The tense atmosphere inside suddenly froze. A trembling female voice asked softly, "Who? Who is there, huh? Shouldn't they just open the window directly?" The Goblin Raider was puzzled but tried knocking again. After 2 knocks, the window suddenly swung open, and a woman's head shot out. That fool! Outside the window, no one was there, but an invisible hand with a cold wind brushed past the woman's face. The Goblin Raider thought to itself how dangerous it was. Humans don't follow the usual rules. They opened the window before the knocking was finished, almost hitting her in the face. The woman's face instantly turned pale, and under the moonlight, she looked quite eerie. "Ghost! Ghost!" A piercing scream immediately spread throughout the village. Because of the Goblin Raider's curious little act, a big commotion arose in the village, though I won't go into the details. After Lu Sihong returned to Baiwei Town, he found a reason to strengthen his training and summoned the Goblin Warrior. He casually grabbed a large stone and hugged it, walking back and forth along the streets of Baiwei Town. When he met acquaintances or people who looked familiar, he greeted them enthusiastically, leaving everyone confused. As for why Lu Sihong did this, perhaps because he felt guilty and wanted to quickly clear his name from any association with the Goblin Raider. As long as everyone could confirm he was in Baiwei Town and his beast was right beside him, even if the Goblin Raider was caught and killed, and it was discovered to be his beast, he could use multiple witnesses to prove he had nothing to do with it. Although the chances of this happening were small, it wasn't impossible. Eliminating all potential risks at the start. That's what being cautious means. After patrolling the town with the goblins, Lu Sihong calmly returned home. Although he was a bit deliberate and somewhat awkward, he had achieved his goal. Back in his room, he focused on the goblin breeding farm. As Lu Sihong expected, the orc-like goblin craftsman was already busy working with the small goblin laborers, using the old blacksmith's forging tools to work intensely. The loud clanging noise made the homeless person's body lying on the large bed feel restless. Its joints trembled with each strike, looking like it might turn into a zombie at any moment. However, the other goblins seemed quite satisfied. The thick saber the homeless person had found outside was reforged. The rust was removed, and the blade shone brightly. The chips on the edge disappeared, making it look sharp enough to cut steel. The handle was wrapped with animal hide, providing a non-slip grip and reducing shock during fights. The saber was now in the hands of a goblin warrior. After playing with it happily, it was placed into a wooden sheath on its back. The weapons the goblin warrior replaced were given to goblin soldiers, and they also looked sharpened and polished. The goblin slingshotter was holding 2 solid iron balls, gently weighing them, as if getting familiar with the new ammunition. Lu Sihong curiously looked at the bamboo basket of the goblin slingshotter. Inside, besides round stones, there were 4 or 5 identical iron balls, all the same size and shape, clearly cast from the same mold. Several ordinary goblins gathered in front of the workshop, eagerly watching the goblin craftsmen reforge their spears. This time, the spearheads were made of iron, wrapped with some iron strips on the wooden shafts, making them much better than the original stone spears. However, the frost goblin was not interested in these ordinary weapons. It sat quietly in its small hut, lost in thought, unaffected by the noise outside. Lu Sihong watched the rough forging techniques of the goblin craftsman with interest, listening to the rhythmic but somewhat dull sound of hammering on metal. He gradually fell asleep without realizing it. When Lu Sihong woke up the next morning, the goblin craftsman had already reforged all the goblin weapons. From the pile of trash the homeless person had collected, he also found 2 short swords, which he polished and reforged. They looked like weapons meant for goblin raiders. At this moment, he was working on shaping a piece of metal that looked like an axe. Clearly, his next step was to make a set of handy metal tools for himself. Does this guy really not need to rest? Thinking about how hard his beast was working, and realizing he himself hadn't gotten up yet, Lu Sihong felt conflicted inside. In the end, he decided to punish himself a little. Yes, he would allow himself only 1 hour to stay in bed. He hadn't gone out for a week and was really feeling restless. He thought that if he kept hiding at home out of suspicion, it would seem even stranger. He still hadn't earned enough experience points from goblin warriors. Many ordinary goblins hadn't evolved yet, and he still had a lot of debt at home. Oh, that debt was almost paid off now. He hadn't owed much money to begin with. Lu Sihong had sold many of his hunted animal skins and meat for a good price. After discussing with Lu Yuanyang and Li Qin, he kept some money as backup and used the rest to pay off his debts. However, Lu Sihong still wanted to save more money. From what Suyu had said last time, goblin warriors might not be able to enter the academy early. They needed to pass a physical test to check if their internal energy levels met the standards. His own family knew their own affairs. Although Lu Sihong's talent for energy wasn't high, he had many goblins, and their energy levels definitely reached the standard. According to the testing criteria, he was at least exceptionally talented. This meant Lu Sihong didn't have much time left. He needed to earn enough money before the holiday ended to support his future expenses in the city and improve his family's living conditions. Also, Qingzhou Academy was located in Qingzhou City. Lu Sihong didn't know much about how the academy taught students, but no matter what, gaining experience points was definitely more difficult than when he was in Baiwa Town. He still needed to accumulate enough experience to handle possible future situations. As for deliberately hiding his strength to delay going to the academy, he wasn't sure if he could do that, but he believed that early contact with professional trainers was always better. If he was born into a noble family, even if he didn't have enough energy to change jobs yet, he would have already received related training and planned several career paths. In this magical world, strength is the most important. Having a cheat device doesn't mean you can take things for granted. Even with great talent, those who die young are just corpses. Without exposing the breeding ground, Lu Sihong knows he must seize every chance to grow stronger quickly. Becoming a professional at the academy not only gives him the ability to protect himself, but also provides extra identity protection, helping Lu Sihong develop more safely. In short, it's time to go back into the misty forest for hunting. Of course, before entering the forest, he should visit the Adventurers Guild. There might be some easy tasks to do there. Unlike the quiet and empty scene from before, the Adventurers Guild is now very lively. A group of students from the academy are chattering inside, mostly excited and thrilled. When Lu Sihong enters the guild, he sees all the students in Qingzhou Academy uniforms. He feels a little distracted, almost thinking he's not in the Adventurers Guild but in the activity room of Qingzhou Academy. He has long wanted to ask Su Yu and the others why they must wear their academy uniforms when going on adventures. Is there a rule from the academy about holiday trials? If they don't wear the uniform, does the trial become invalid? He remembers reading somewhere that students should hide their academy identity when adventuring outside. Otherwise, they might attract trouble. He thinks this makes sense. Compared to the complicated social adventurers outside, academy students are too innocent and easy to be seen as easy targets. If they get tricked out of some money, that's one thing, but he's worried some malicious people might want more than just money. Of course, just like university students who just graduated, with their innocent and naive looks, they can still attract attention like a torch in the dark. No matter how much they hide, they will still be noticed. Students in this world are the same. Experience and knowledge are hard to fake. However, Lu Sihong doesn't know that the book he read was about recent graduates who became adventurers. The students wearing school uniforms and still studying at the academy are not usually targeted by adventurers. Because a student who was studying died, the college must investigate the cause of death thoroughly. If it is found that the death was caused by human actions, the college will definitely pursue the matter to the end. This point is something the unlucky student, Xia Hoyang, who is still under investigation by the college, knows very well. In fact, the college uniforms worn by these students serve as a very useful form of protection for them. The college also requires students to wear these standard uniforms during holiday trials. These uniforms are carefully designed, not only offering good defense, but also being very practical. They are lightweight enough that students can wear metal armor over them, which is much more advanced than typical adventure gear sold outside. At this moment, Su Yu, sitting in the corner chatting with someone, notices Lu Sihong standing at the door. She raises her hand to greet him. Lu Sihong quickly responds with a smile. but his eyes show curiosity as he glances at a few students sitting with her. Besides her 3 teammates who smile and nod at him, there are 4 other male students he has never seen before. One of them, a boy with short black hair and a handsome face, stands out. He has a relaxed posture like the others, but he exudes a sense of laziness and nobility. Perhaps he is a descendant of a noble family, as the legend suggests. While guessing casually, Lu Sihong walks straight toward the quest board of the Adventurers Guild. "Who is that? Your friend?" The boy with a unique aura asks Suyu curiously after glancing at Lu Sihong. Suyu smiles and nods. "Yes, he's an interesting kid. Maybe he'll become our junior soon. By the way, he shares the same last name as you." "Oh," Lu Yuhui raises an eyebrow. "A genius from the common folk?" Suyu doesn't continue sharing information about Lu Sihong. She frowns slightly and looks at Lu Yuhui. "So, what exactly are you here for?" "Of course, to do the holiday trial," Lu Yuhui replies confidently. "Huh," Suyu smirks. "As soon as the holiday started, you guys couldn't wait to explore the ruins. Now you're suddenly here. Are you here to investigate Lu Mo's death? I remember your relationship with her wasn't ordinary, and your family's investigators have already finished their investigation." Lu Yuhui just smiles but doesn't say anything. Suyu shot him a quick look, a little annoyed. "Huh. So, why are you here to see me today? Did you see her that day?" "Yeah. That day we wanted to go to the Misty Forest. We just reached the gate when Xiao Hoyang was waiting for his sister, and we bumped into him. Those two. Well, I don't know what we did to upset them, but they suddenly came over to argue with us. It ruined our mood for going out, so we just decided to walk around the town instead." As she spoke, a cold glint appeared in Suyu's eyes. She said sharply, "So, you don't think their deaths have anything to do with us, do you?" Lu Yuhui, who had been lazily listening, looked a bit surprised. He quickly waved his hand. "Of course not. I just want to know, did Lu Mo act strangely that day? Strangely? Or maybe just annoying?" Suyu said seriously. Haha. The 6 teammates, who had been quietly watching in the background, couldn't help but laugh. Lu Yuhui smiled helplessly. "All right, I get it. Yeah, it seems you've finished asking your questions. We're busy with a trial now, so we won't stay. Do as you like." Suyu finished speaking, then nodded to her teammates, stood up, tidied her clothes, and headed toward the guild hall's entrance. "Bye, Brother Lu. See you, classmates." Zhao Xiaoxue playfully waved at Lu Yuhui and his team. She then turned to catch up with Suyu, hooked her arm around her, and whispered something close to her ear. Hu Shua and Zhao Xiaofeng also greeted them and slowly walked toward the exit. While the 2 girls whispered, the 2 men kept their distance, worried about overhearing something they shouldn't and being silenced. After Suyu's team left, Lu Yuhui's teammates let out a small breath of relief. Then, curious, one asked Lu Yuhui, "Captain, are you really here for Lu Mo?" Lu Yuhui smiled slightly, tapping his finger lightly on the table. He said calmly, "I just don't believe that girl would die so easily. She's been pretending to be a fool for so many years. And then, suddenly, she dies without a trace. It's all too coincidental." Cough. "I mean, even if you are here for Lu Mo, you don't have to be so absolute in front of Suyu," one teammate warned carefully. Lu Yuhui's smile froze, as if he remembered something. He hesitantly asked his teammate, "So, was Suyu upset just because of this? She thought I suspected her involvement in Lu Mo's death. Wasn't that why she was upset?" The 3 boys looked at each other and sighed softly. Lu Sihong stood in front of the quest board, but his mind wasn't fully on finding a task. He quietly observed the students around him. Most of them just looked at him strangely, without paying much attention. He felt a lot calmer. It seemed there were no big problems. He carefully reviewed the bounty list again. It was similar to before, but there were fewer tasks involving plants that could only be found near the fog edge or materials obtained from monsters. It looked like the students doing holiday trials had already completed these tasks. Looking at the reward amounts marked on similar tasks, Lu Sihong couldn't help but feel envious. The goblins were strong enough to walk outside the fog, but unfortunately, he wasn't a professional and lacked the skills to survive in the fog. He sighed slightly and turned around. He noticed that Suyu and her companions had disappeared. He was a bit surprised but decided to leave the Adventurers Guild. He had wanted to find Suyu to chat and maybe ask about the missing girl, but upon reflection, it seemed strange to ask random questions. Maybe she wasn't suspicious at all, and his questions might make him look suspicious instead. Oh well, he decided to go with the flow. Perhaps because more people were entering and leaving the fog forest, the prey near the town had been scared away. Lu Sihong and the goblin warrior wandered all day and only caught a lone, iron-headed wolf. It looked very hungry, with greenish eyes, and when it saw Lu Sihong, it howled and charged at him, showing no respect for the goblin warrior. The goblin warrior didn't even bother with weapons. He punched the wolf unconscious and then grabbed its head, twisting it with force. With a cracking sound, the wolf was silent forever. Although the goblin warrior didn't use a weapon to keep the wolf's pelt intact, the iron-headed wolf was already injured in many places and had been gnawed on, so it wasn't worth much. Lu Sihong thought to himself, maybe next time he should bring some food and stay farther from the town, spending a few days and nights in the mist forest to hunt more prey before returning. Anyway, he had so many goblins, and he could even have the goblin raiders stand guard for him. Speaking of which, where did the raiders go? It's been a day, and they haven't come back. Maybe they're having too much fun outside and don't want to return? Late at night, while Lu Sihong was peacefully sleeping in bed, he suddenly woke up feeling something was wrong. He followed his instincts and opened the window to look down. Although the street was clean and empty, Lu Sihong could clearly sense through his beast-taming contract that the goblin raider was right below the window. Perhaps noticing the head peeking out from the window, the goblin raider revealed himself. He carried a large bag in one hand, and with his remaining hand and feet, he used the protruding part of the building outside to climb up nimbly. Seeing this, Lu Sihong quickly moved aside to let the goblin raider in. The goblin carefully looked around to make sure no one was watching, then quietly closed the window. Wow, you sneaked back all the way without being seen. Lu Sihong turned around, surprised to see the dust-covered goblin raider. The goblin raider grinned and showed his teeth, gently placing his pouch on the floor and opening it to reveal what was inside. Although the moonlight shining through the window was a bit dim, Lu Sihong could roughly see the shapes of the items inside the pouch. Where did you get these? He asked. Gub, gullah gub. The goblin raider gestured with his fingers. Lu Sihong didn't understand at all, but luckily they had a beast-taming contract, so he could vaguely grasp what the goblin raider meant. So, these things were stolen from those houses? Lu Sihong was initially surprised, then smiled and patted the goblin raider's shoulder. Good job, my friend. Hearing Lu Sihong's praise, the goblin raider beamed happily and grinned. Lu Sihong set aside the knives and other tools first, then took out the silver coins and jewelry from the pouch, sorting and counting them. Halfway through, Lu Sihong took out a jewelry box from his leather bag. When he opened it, he saw several pieces of gold and silver jewelry and a green jade pendant. Lu Sihong picked up the jade pendant and examined it carefully under the moonlight, feeling a bit emotional. Unexpectedly, something my parents have been longing for many years has come back to us in this way. After feeling sentimental, Lu Sihong also felt a bit troubled. The pendant is back, but how should he explain its origin to his parents? He can't just say he found it on the road, right? Or maybe his grandmother had a dream, and when he woke up, he found the pendant placed on his bedside table. Forget it. It's another item that can't be revealed for now. He'll store it in the goblin breeding farm first. As for the silver coins and jewelry, he couldn't explain their origins either, so he just put everything into the wooden storage cabin. However, since the goblin raider did such a great job this time, bringing back these treasures after a long and tiring journey, he must reward him well. By the way, does the goblin like to drink alcohol? Tomorrow he will go to town to buy some roasted meat and a little wine, and let the goblin try it. As for now, let the goblin raider take all its spoils back to the beast space. Lu Sihong should go back to bed and continue sleeping. Staying up so late and getting so excited, he probably won't get up easily tomorrow morning. But just before falling asleep, Lu Sihong's consciousness glanced at the beast space and suddenly became alert again. Strange jade pendant, a magic accessory drained of power. Perhaps, if infused with enough energy, it could regain its magical abilities. What is this? Is this a family heirloom left by my grandmother? Truly a treasure? Because he woke up in the middle of the night and spent some time checking the dirty items, Lu Sihong was extremely tired when he woke up in the morning. He simply lay back down to sleep again, drifting in a daze, until he heard someone calling him downstairs. It turned out to be his close friend Zhang Yiming, who came to find Lu Sihong. After asking Lu Zian, who was reading downstairs, and learning that Lu Sihong was still sleeping upstairs, he shouted loudly to wake him up. Lu Sihong opened the door and responded, telling Zhang Yiming to find a place to sit downstairs. He went to the bathroom, washed his face casually, grabbed a shirt from the wardrobe, and then went downstairs. Normally, Zhang Yiming knew Lu Sihong might go hunting in the misty forest, so he wouldn't come early in the morning. Usually, he would come at night if he needed something. Lu Sihong thought about this and quickly walked down the stairs. Zhang Yiming let the swift dog play with Lu Zian. Curious, he picked up the book Lu Zian was reading. At first, he thought it was a children's storybook, but when he flipped open the pages, he saw dense text and many technical terms. Immediately, he felt a wave of boredom and almost fell asleep. When he heard the noise of Lu Sihong coming downstairs, he quickly closed the book. Seeing the title on the cover, which mentioned some complex theory, he looked like he saw a scary monster. His pupils trembled, and he hurried over to Lu Sihong. He grabbed Lu Sihong's arm and whispered, "Hey, why is your sister reading such scary stuff?" "Huh?" Lu Sihong looked up and saw the familiar thick book. He chuckled and said, "Oh, she doesn't like going out. I was worried she'd be bored at home, so I bought a few books with lots of words from a second-hand stall for her to read." "No, she's only a few years old. Why are you giving her this kind of thing? It could give her childhood nightmares," Zhang Yiming said anxiously. Lu Sihong looked at him with some disdain. "Not everyone is like you. You've had a knowledge overload since childhood, and you think learning more is a matter of life and death. My sister is a natural genius who can swim in the ocean of knowledge. Besides, books are expensive, so of course I buy the ones with more words. You should have told me earlier. I still have many storybooks from when I was a kid." "Oh, if you're so eager to give her books, I won't hold back. Let's go get all the books now," Lu Sihong said, reaching to pull Zhang Yiming out the door. "Hey, wait, I need to talk to you," Zhang Yiming said, pulling out an old-fashioned metal pendant from his pocket. Lu Sihong looked at the pendant with curiosity. Where did this come from?" "My dad went on a trip recently. He said he discovered an ancient site, and he went to help a friend with a small task. He brought back a souvenir." When Lu Sihong took the pendant, he felt a slight boost in his body strength. Although very mild, he was sure this souvenir was a magic item. He returned the pendant to Zhang Yiming and said with some annoyance, "A souvenir? This is probably a magic item Uncle Zhang specially made for you. Don't just give away random things." "Hey, how do you know this is a magic item? My dad wouldn't have noticed if I didn't tell him. Your energy level is already so high." Maybe it's like thick fog. I feel like if it gets a bit denser, water droplets could form," Lu Sihong said with a proud smile. Zhang Yiming suddenly shouted excitedly, Wow, you're really amazing too." The big dog playing with the little girl looked up sharply at its owner, thinking something was wrong. Lu Zian gently stroked the dog's head and said, "Your owner is usually crazy, but it's okay." Hearing this, the big dog relaxed its tense body, glanced at its wild owner with some disdain, and turned its head away. After the excitement, Zhang Yiming pulled out an identical pendant from his neck. "Here, I have one too. This one was specially given to you by my dad. It's a magic item, but since it's been a long time, its energy is almost gone. Now it can only slightly boost stamina or recovery, not worth much." Since it was a gift just for him, Lu Sihong didn't refuse. He took it from Zhang Yiming and put it around his neck. The feeling of slight body enhancement appeared again. "Do you know about the ruins that appeared recently?" Zhang Dashan told his son about what he saw inside the ruins after he returned. Zhang Yiming couldn't wait to share it with his close friends. Lu Sihong carefully felt the changes in his body and replied, "Yeah, I know." "Really? Huh. How do you know?" Zhang Yiming asked in surprise. "Well, when I registered at the Adventure Guild last time, Sister Suyu and the others told me." "Huh. Those two pretty sisters at the Adventure Guild? You didn't tell me about such a big thing? You kept it to yourself? I'm so disappointed." Zhang Yiming looked at Lu Sihong with a sad face. Lu Sihong looked at this dramatic person with some helplessness. "Please don't forget those two senior brothers. Thank you. And if you want to see pretty sisters, the Adventure Guild now has many college students coming for holiday trials. Let's go." Zhang Yiming's eyes lit up at these words. He grabbed Lu Sihong and eagerly headed to the Adventure Guild. "This guy claims he's a pervert, but he just simply likes to look at beautiful women, enjoy chatting with them. And he only prefers older sisters who are 3 to 6 years older than him and look good. If they are too young or too old, he becomes normal again. No one knows what kind of strange illness he has. His parents know about his problem. They asked many healers and tried many ways, but nothing worked. Just like his bad habit of not studying, it's impossible to cure. Everyone knows that an incurable problem is like a serious illness. Fortunately, his two illnesses don't affect his life or cause harm. Still, Lu Sihong worries that his best friend might get into trouble because of this strange habit. In many stories from the past, characters who looked at the heroine once often got into big trouble. But in real life, there probably aren't that many crazy people. A good scolding should be enough. He slightly raised his head and looked at Lu Sihong, who was helplessly pulled out the door. Lu Zian pouted and looked at the silly Zhang Yiming with some disgust. She gently stroked the big dog's back. "Go find your silly owner." The big dog stood up, nuzzled the little girl affectionately, and as it left, it wagged its tail and closed the door behind it. Lu Zian smiled slightly, reopened her book, found the page she was reading earlier, and continued to read quietly. Although she had read it many times, each time she read, she gained new insights and understanding. Lu Zian really enjoyed this feeling. She thought there would be many students in the Adventurers Guild, but when Lu Sihong and Zhang Yiming arrived, they found it empty. There weren't many staff members either. Even the guild master, an old man who usually sat by the window drinking tea, was nowhere to be seen. Strange, where is everyone? Even if they went on a trial, it's unlikely that so many would leave at once, Lu Sihong said, puzzled. Zhang Yiming simply walked inside, chatting happily with the girl at the counter. After getting the information he wanted, he still seemed a bit eager and kept looking back as he returned to Lu Sihong. They said some students from Qinghua Academy found what looked like ancient relics on a dog-headed humanoid during their adventure. They want to explore the goblin's mind to investigate. Aren't they their lifeline? Lu Sihong said with some surprise. Zhang Yiming scratched his head. Really? No wonder. Anyway, those students were finally beaten up by a group of dog-headed people and almost lost their lives in the mine. Last night, they ran back to the Adventure Guild asking for help and even brought out a fragment of the relic. After the guild leader examined it, he confirmed it was a piece of an ancient relic. So, late last night, he took some guild staff and those students from Qingzhou Academy to investigate the dog-headed people's mine near the fog's edge. Hearing this, Lu Sihong's face suddenly looked serious. "Why do you look so worried all of a sudden?" Zhang Yiming asked with some confusion. Lu Sihong shook his head helplessly. "Even if you don't like classes, are you daydreaming when the teacher talks about other things? Ancient ruins can be opportunities for adventurers, or they can be dangerous. But for ordinary people who can't protect themselves, most ruins mean trouble. Whether it's the dangers inside the ruins or the chaos caused by many adventurers arriving, it's a big problem. So what should we do? What can we do? Just leave it to fate. If a relic is really found, the local officials will definitely issue warnings and notices. We can wait and see. But your dad has a lot of connections, so maybe you should tell him first. It might help," Lu Sihong said thoughtfully. After parting ways with his best friend at the Adventure Guild, Lu Sihong went home and thought for a while. He still felt uneasy. He had planned to save his experience points for later, to use when he reached the academy. It seemed better to evolve the ordinary goblins first. Maybe the farm could surprise him. And then, the goblin farm really gave him a big surprise. Detected special building, graveyard. Goblins successfully evolved into goblin tomb raiders. Goblin gravedigger can dig up corpses from cemeteries, mass graves, or burial sites to summon spirits. Currently, it can control up to 3 spirits at once. The strength of the summoned spirits depends on the goblin's own power and the strength of the corpse's owner. The number of first-level or higher upgraded goblins has reached the limit. To evolve more goblins, you need to upgrade the goblin breeding ground. Oh well, even if Lu Sihong wants to continue evolving goblins, he can't. As for how to upgrade the breeding ground, please explore on your own. This is a useless game, even a dog. Ahem. Since he can't evolve the goblins further, Lu Sihong shifts his attention elsewhere. Forget what kind of creature the goblin gravedigger is. Probably, no book in human history mentions anything like it. More importantly, how could there be a graveyard inside the goblin breeding ground? Lu Sihong instinctively glanced at the large shared bed. Good. The wandering survivor has successfully faked death and left home. The goblins in the breeding ground don't really die, so where would a graveyard come from? After careful searching, Lu Sihong finally found a small stone tablet standing in the corner of the breeding ground. If he weren't specifically looking for suspicious objects, he would have ignored this stone tablet, as it looks no different from an ordinary stone. But once he found the tablet, Lu Sihong immediately understood why there was a graveyard in the breeding ground. The location of this small stone tablet is directly above the corpse of the female student. It's clearly a graveyard. At this moment, a sneaky-looking goblin gravedigger, who clearly looks untrustworthy, borrowed a shovel from the goblin craftsman and happily ran off to dig the grave. Initially, without a proper shovel, the goblins just dug a shallow hole and buried the female student's body. The gravedigger only dug a few times before exposing the corpse again. Not long after, Lu Sihong expected to see a very rotten, disgusting corpse, but surprisingly, the gravedigger unearthed a very clean skeleton with no rotten flesh on it, as if it had been dead for hundreds of years. The decay of a normal corpse certainly wouldn't be so fast. Lu Sihong guesses it might be due to the goblin breeding farm. Although they casually placed a stone to mark the grave, making it look a bit sloppy, the effect is clear. Lu Sihong was thinking randomly. If he ever encountered careless people again, he wouldn't worry about having no place to dispose of bodies. He saw the goblin grave digger dig out a skeleton, then gently touch the skull while muttering strange spells. Suddenly, a faint gray mist emanated from the skull and slowly gathered into a blurry, transparent figure in front of the goblin. Lu Sihong had seen this thing in a library book. It was the lowest level of a ghost, similar to a gray bone skeleton. Although this ghost is weak and slow, it is immune to most physical attacks. Only if a beast tamer can use energy attacks does it pose a threat. For ordinary people, running away is usually the best option. In some special situations, it might even be useful. The goblin grave digger was happy after successfully summoning the ghost, dancing around excitedly. Even though there was a rather ugly goblin twisting its hips nearby, the ghost didn't react. It just floated quietly in the air. Lu Sihong, watching from the side, found the goblin's dance quite painful to look at. Just as his patience was about to run out, the goblin stopped dancing and gently waved at the ghost. The ghost then blankly charged toward the goblin. After touching, the ghost disappeared instantly. On the goblin's back, a faint, terrifying face appeared. Wow, using its own body to feed the ghost. How tough is this goblin grave digger's luck? To be honest, the goblin grave digger was quite decent. After summoning the ghost, it carefully placed the female student's bones back in their original position, covered her with dirt, and even put the small stone acting as a tombstone back where it belonged. Lu Sihong didn't know if there were other functions for this grave in the farm. After watching for a while, a simple note popped up. This is a basic graveyard. It was just a small stone, and they didn't even bother to make a proper grave mound. It was indeed quite simple. The goblin grave digger can control 3 spirits, but there are no more spirits available at the farm. I heard that there used to be a mass grave near White Moon Town. Some people would kill and rob others, then throw the bodies into a natural deep pit. Strange enough, this created a haunted area with wandering evil spirits and skeletons nearby. After White Moon Town developed, the Adventurers Guild sent people to clear out the spirits. They found the bones in the pit, identified those they could, and burned the rest. The ashes were returned to the pit and buried again. This helped solve many old missing persons cases. Even though the victims had been dead for a long time and the killers were never found, some people still took credit for solving the cases. Now, near White Moon Town, there are no more mass graves. If someone is killed, their body is either taken far into the mist forest to be left to monsters or buried in a remote place. If Lu Sihong wants to take the grave digger to dig up bodies, he would have to ask someone else's relatives. Not to mention the trouble if he is caught secretly digging someone's grave. The main problem is, Lu Sihong doesn't know which graves contain full bodies and which only have ashes. Most of the time, to prevent their deceased relatives from coming back at night, people burn the bodies into ashes and put them in boxes. Digging up graves isn't about summoning ghosts. It's like opening a mystery box and risking death. Even if he knew which family buried full bodies, there's no real grudge. Well, actually, some enemies do have grudges, and before they died, they ordered their bodies to be kept intact. But those enemies are far away, and a group of ordinary people probably can't summon spirits. Even if they could, it wouldn't be very useful. It's better not to make a trip just for that, as it would be too obvious. Still, passing by, he could summon the grave digger to see for itself. Lu Sihong patted his head, thinking all this was pointless. He decided to first test the wandering spirit's combat ability in the mist forest before figuring out how to gather enough spirits for the grave digger. By the way, Lu Sihong looked at the evolution requirements for the grave digger. When the goblin grave digger gains 3 powerful spirits, it becomes eligible to acquire even greater strength. The grave digger may not directly earn the approval of these powerful spirits, but the spirits can absorb the life force during battles and gradually grow stronger. Oh, so to evolve the grave digger, you need to find 3 spirits and also nurture and strengthen them. But there's no need to rush. Right now, I don't need experience, and there are many goblins waiting to evolve ahead. I'll go with the flow. Since it's still early, Lu Sihong told his sister and took some dry food. He left the house again and ran lightly toward the mist forest. Although many students from the academy went to the edge of the fog to join in the fun, Lu Sihong was still a bit worried. He wondered if a group of people might suddenly appear from somewhere. But it's not a big problem. If someone does come out, Lu Sihong plans to have the goblin warriors attack, treating the goblin grave digger like a wild goblin and taking it down. As for why this goblin suddenly disappeared like a summoned beast, Lu Sihong could only say, "Oh, so it was a summoned beast. I thought it was a wild goblin that ran out. Oh no, I don't know where its owner is. I should go apologize." Fortunately, until Lu Sihong finished his experiment and roughly understood the ghost's strength, none of his imagined scenarios happened. The ghost's actual fighting ability can only be described as the weakest among the undead. It needed to be hit head-on 7 or 8 times by the bighorn deer. If it weren't for the goblin warriors helping to control it, the deer might have run away completely. However, this creature is indeed immune to pure physical damage. When attacking, it seems to have a faint mental shock or fear effect. For example, rabbits and groundhogs. When the ghost sneaks past and suddenly jumps out, the timid creatures don't even try to escape. They just tremble and die on the spot. Their eyes are wide open, looking like they've seen a ghost. Well, they really have seen a ghost. Besides its terrifying appearance, its fur and skin are uninjured, making it a high-quality prey. However, Lu Sihong noticed a problem. The attack range of the wandering soul seemed to be limited by the goblin gravedigger. It could only operate within a 300-meter radius around the gravedigger. Once it went beyond this range, it was as if an invisible barrier blocked it, and it couldn't even extend a finger outside the boundary. The range isn't very large, but it is usually enough. Maybe after the gravedigger evolves, it will get a better range. Although there are no notes on the goblin breeding farm, it is likely that when a goblin gravedigger is killed, the spirits it summons will also disappear. It's unclear whether they return to the beast taming space with the gravedigger, vanish completely, or turn into wild monsters. Indeed, the gravedigger needs to be attacked first. Ahem, let's do an experiment. When you revive, have the goblin craftsman roast a whole big horned deer for you, Lu Sihong told the gravedigger. Goblin? The gravedigger looked confused. Lu Sihong looked at the goblin warrior, raising his right hand to his neck. Make it quick, the goblin warrior nodded. Before the gravedigger could react, a flash of white light appeared, and the gravedigger's head was suddenly lifted into the sky, looking bewildered. Then, along with the headless body, it turned into a shining light and scattered. At the same time, the wandering soul floating in the air, expression blank, also disappeared. Lu Sihong turned his attention back to the goblin breeding farm, looking at the body of the fallen gravedigger lying on a large bed. It was sleeping peacefully with its eyes closed, at least not with a restless look. That was good. Then, Lu Sihong ordered a nearby goblin, who was daydreaming, to turn the fallen gravedigger over and check if the terrifying ghost face on its back was still there. Lu Sihong nodded. So, when a goblin gravedigger dies, it takes the summoned spirits back to the breeding farm with it. Because there are not many adventurers in town right now, and the town drunks haven't finished work yet. The tavern is quite empty with only a few customers. The bartender is busy moving barrels and cleaning dishes to prepare for the busy evening. Behind the counter, the bearded tavern owner is boredly wiping a cup. When someone enters, he looks up. "Hey, kid, go buy cooking wine at the grocery store. We only sell drinks for adults here," the bearded man says with a smile to Lu Sihong. Lu Sihong ignores the teasing and walks straight to a seat at the counter, asking, "Boss, what kind of alcohol do goblin beasts usually drink?" Sometimes at night, Lu Sihong comes to the tavern to listen to adventurers boast, trying to learn about the real world through their stories. Over time, he has become somewhat familiar with the place. The tavern owner is surprised. "Huh, you want to buy your goblin beast some drinks? Your dad probably doesn't get that treatment." "My dad doesn't drink alcohol," Lu Sihong says, annoyed. "Seriously, just give me a recommendation." The tavern owner is quite experienced with alcohol. Having run this tavern in White Moon Town for many years, he's seen all kinds of customers. It's normal for adventurers to buy drinks for their beasts after a quest. However, most of these customers are heavy drinkers. Someone like Lu Sihong, who often visits but doesn't drink, makes the owner think he's joking. "Haha, you're really an oddball," the owner says with a smile. Lu Sihong feels a bit confused. The owner shakes his head without explaining. Instead, he says, "I heard your goblin has evolved into a warrior? It probably likes stronger tasting ale. There's one that's cheap, tastes okay, and has a strong flavor. Maybe you should summon it and ask." But hearing this, Lu Sihong doesn't rush to summon his goblin. Instead, he looks curious and asks, "Different types of goblin evolution mean they have different tastes in alcohol, right?" "That's obvious," the owner replies with a bit of annoyance. "I don't know about wild goblins, but those poor ones probably just want something to drink. They don't have the luxury to be picky. These goblin beast tamers are different. For example, your goblin warrior is a common type of fighter, and they tend to like the same things. Stronger alcohol is better." Another type is the mage category, which you might have heard of. These are evolved from mutated goblins, and their preferences are a bit different. I've only seen frost mages and fire mages, but the highest level should be an electric control mage. The aura they give off is impressive. No wonder magic users are so powerful. As for their tastes, frost mages prefer light fruit wines, while fire mages like spicy drinks. The electric control mage enjoys squeezing magic fruits with lightning energy into juice and mixing it with different kinds of alcohol. Lu Sihong nodded, thinking that raiders are also close combat fighters, so they probably belong to the warrior class. As for tamer and craftsman types, there's no way to find out what they like. Is the grave digger a magic user? Never mind, it doesn't matter. It's just a filler, as long as it has something to drink. "All right, boss, give me 2 barrels of and a few bottles of this kind of fruit wine," Lu Sihong said, pointing at the light fruit wine on the counter. "Buying so much? But what do you want this fruit wine for? Are you doubting my judgment?" the shop owner said, a bit excited. Lu Sihong waved his hand. "No, I just remembered I ran out of cooking wine at home. I'll take a few bottles of light wine to use as cooking wine." "I don't believe you. These 2 bottles of fruit wine could buy a whole jar of cooking wine. But as long as there's profit, it's fine. If the customer doesn't mind, I won't ask too much." The tavern owner just pretends he's taking it home for cooking wine. Lu Sihong summoned his goblin warrior, telling it to carry all the alcohol into his beast space. After greeting the owner, he prepared to leave. TSK, what a pity. My little darling is good at everything, except fighting. If only it could fight now. Hey, wait a moment. The tavern owner, who had been watching the goblin warrior with envy, suddenly snapped out of his thoughts and hurriedly called Lu Sihong back. "Was that basket of wild apples you got for me last time?" "Yeah." "What's wrong? Why don't I see them anymore?" "Did you think the reward was too low?" Lu Sihong shook his head. "I picked those apples myself last time, but I haven't seen any since. I don't know where to find more." Just tell me next time. Don't leave yet. Wait here for me." The tavern owner patted his thigh, stood up, and headed upstairs. Lu Sihong hesitated for a moment, feeling a bit suspicious, but then thought it might be a little strange. Soon after, he saw the tavern owner actually coming down with something that looked like a map. Looking at the map, which was roughly written with the words, "Wild Apple Gathering Site in Misty Forest," Lu Sihong took a small, cold breath. "Wait, You have such a treasure, and you still need to post a quest at the Adventurers Guild? Why not just find some hunters to gather the apples for you? The tavern owner shook his head and whispered, "This kind of task is actually a benefit the guild gives to new adventurers. We agreed with the guild to try to get adventurers to do it. But this summer, there are so few adventurers, and the students aren't interested in this kind of task. Since you're here today, why not help me gather more wild apples? Otherwise, next year, there might be no more wild apple wine to sell. That stuff looks sour and bitter." "Would anyone really drink it?" Lu Sihong asked curiously as he took the map. "Who said this wine is for drinking?" The tavern owner pointed to the goblin warrior. "Some herbivorous beasts really like this kind of fruit wine. Oh, and the places marked on the map are quite hidden, with lots of wild fruit bushes. Sometimes, wild animals gather there. Be careful when you go." Hearing this, Lu Sihong's eyes lit up. "Huh, there's such a good thing. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" It turned out that goblins really like drinking. The 2 barrels of Lu Sihong bought were finished quickly. Only frost goblins took a few bottles of fruit wine back to their small hut, sipping slowly, seeming to be able to drink for a long time. However, Lu Sihong forgot to ask the tavern owner about the drinking capacity of goblin beasts. Taking off his leather armor and running around randomly, pretending to be maggots digging holes in the ground. That's all small stuff. Goblins, even when not drunk, can do these things without being out of line. But what about those 2 goblins who hadn't evolved yet? Why did they think that riding a poison-spiked spider would turn them into goblin knights? Thanks to these drunken goblins, Lu Sihong saw for the first time a goblin dead in the goblin breeding ground. After being poisoned and having its brain corroded, the goblin didn't turn into light, but was instantly teleported to the large sleeping area, lying alongside the grave diggers. While he was feeling speechless, another corpse suddenly appeared in the large sleeping area, startling Lu Sihong. He thought another goblin was causing trouble, but upon closer look, he saw it was the wandering ghost returning. Goblin Wanderer's Tale. In the misty forest, attacked by a pack of iron-headed wolves, deep in the forest, fought with goblin and lizardmen tribes. The lizardmen were defeated and fled. The wanderer joined the pursuit. While clearing the battlefield, he picked up a lizardman rune from a shaman. Lizardman reinforcements joined the fight. Goblin tribes retreated. The wanderer accidentally fell into a deep pond while fleeing. The lizardman rune activated, pulling the wanderer into a cave through a whirlpool that he found an underground ruin. Chased by a skeleton, attacked by a rotting zombie, he saw a female human fighting undead creatures. The wanderer picked up a magic orb from the ground. He was then chased by the female human, fell into a trap in the ruin, leaving no bones behind. This trip yielded a lizardman rune and a frost magic orb. Lizardman rune has some power to control water flow. Frost magic orb contains powerful frost magic. Frost goblins would probably like this item. So this guy took the loot while others were fighting? Lu Sihong thought somewhat speechlessly. Luckily, this guy is unpredictable, so no one can link him to me. Still, I need to be careful with those spoils. However, the underground ruins in the misty forest? There probably aren't many of them. And if adventurers are coming and going, could it be that the elders have already opened the ruins for exploration? But I have a strange feeling something's off. Lu Sihong didn't think much more. Although the goblins were still drunk and causing some trouble, they hadn't done much. The frost goblin seemed to have received some signal. It staggered out of the goblin hut, went to the wooden warehouse, took the magic orb, and happily slept outside the warehouse, hugging it. Lu Sihong looked at it and saw that it had only drunk half a bottle of fruit wine. He sighed softly, unsure if he would be able to enter the misty forest to find wild apple trees tomorrow. Fortunately, although goblins have a poor tolerance for alcohol, they also sober up quickly. When Lu Sihong woke up in the morning, he saw that the goblin craftsman who was still twisting his hips with a big hammer yesterday had already finished making a pair of metal-spiked leather shoulder guards and was adjusting them on a goblin warrior. Goblin's wild shoulder guards. Originally just a fierce-looking leather piece used to scare opponents. But with careful craftsmanship by goblin artisans, those spikes are no longer just decorations. If the wearing goblin knows some shoulder-bumping techniques, it might leave a deep impression on enemies. The goblin's courage points increase slightly, and their fear resistance improves a little. However, the real useful attribute of this equipment is probably the last one. After all, Goblins don't practice martial arts and have no experience in shoulder bumping like seasoned fighters. Besides shoulder throws, Lu Sihong really couldn't imagine how a goblin warrior would use those shiny metal nails in actual combat. It might be better to give it a spiked glove, punching holes with each fist. Maybe it could even block blades or similar attacks. But with simple leather gear and a few rows of nails, they can create effects comparable to magic equipment. Who needs more? Of course, later he would need to find an excuse to explain to his mother why he was installing nails on a goblin's shoulders. Although Lu Sihong accepted the tavern owner's request to gather wild apples, he habitually took a detour through the Adventurers Guild. It was only a few more minutes' walk, and maybe he'd come across some easy quests. As a result, Lu Sihong received surprising news from the guild. After the adventurers and the college students fought a battle with the goblin tribe and seized their mine, they indeed found a door leading to an underground ruin. But the problem was, the door was protected by a special magic barrier that required a special key to open. What surprised everyone most was that, from the traces around, it seemed the ruin's door had been opened not long ago, and there were signs of a fight between humans and goblins. So, someone had already taken the key and entered the ruin ahead of time. Looking at the students with tired faces who still gather in the Adventurers Guild Hall to discuss intensely, Lu Sihong couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows. Wow, so the female adventurer that the Goblin Wanderer met was able to open the door with a relic key? If no student had accidentally found clues from the goblin's body, she could have quietly explored and taken the treasure of the ruins without anyone noticing. However, it's a bit strange that after so many years, no one has heard of anyone getting clues about ancient ruins from a goblin. This suggests that the goblin also just recently discovered the entrance to the ancient ruins. So, how did this female adventurer know the door was dug out? Could the key to the door have an automatic notification feature? Anyway, since the entrance to the ruins has been found and the existence of the underground ruins confirmed, the Misty Forest is probably going to be unsettled soon. As for the missing key to the ruins, no one really cares. The door that can be physically discovered isn't very strong. Experienced adventurers have ways to open it. Moreover, since the Goblin Wanderer could enter the underground ruins through a cave in the deep pond, it shows that apart from the main entrance, other parts of the ruins aren't heavily protected. Adventurers can dig their way in. Lu Sihong isn't very interested in the ruins. With his small size, if he dares to get involved, he'd be finished in no time. Compared to that, the map of wild apples given by the tavern owner is more practical. While the news about the ruins hasn't spread yet, and those troublesome folks haven't arrived, he plans to gather some wild apples first. Maybe he'll get lucky and also find wild boar or large deer. However, the map the tavern owner gave is just a torn piece of the Misty Forest map from the Adventurer's Manual, with about a dozen marks indicating where the wild apples are. The map itself is quite simple, just marking a few main roads and some noticeable landmarks to give adventurers a rough guide into the Misty Forest. As for the wild apple locations, they're marked more randomly, and the bushes are quite well hidden. Lu Sihong and the Goblin Warriors searched for a long time in the Misty Forest. If they hadn't accidentally come across a fat boar that had just finished eating and was crawling out of the bushes, Lu Sihong might not have noticed the hidden thicket covered by many trees and weeds. After bringing the boar to the farm, the Goblin Warrior used a slashing sword to carve a path through the dense bushes. Lu Sihong followed behind, crouching low, pushing aside the thick green plants. Finally, he saw a large area of bushes full of wild apples and a big group of birds and animals searching for food inside. The Goblin Warrior was tall and looked fierce. As soon as they entered the bushes, the bighorn deer and swift-footed rabbits panicked and tried to run away, causing many birds that eat fruit to take flight. All the goblins, except for the 4 lying on the big bed, were summoned by Lu Sihong. They excitedly grabbed their weapons and rushed forward. The thick plants made this a secret feeding spot, but they also blocked the animals from escaping. In their hurry, the animals didn't manage to get out of the bushes in time. Instead, they got tangled in thorny branches and vines. Small animals like swift-footed rabbits and burrowing mice either dug holes in the ground or hid in grass piles, disappearing instantly. At this moment, the Frost Goblin held a magic orb and gathered magic power to shoot ice arrows. The arrows suddenly broke apart in midair, turning into fine ice rain that covered a large area. The plants around were hit by the ice rain and quickly froze with a thin layer of ice. They withered away fast. The larger prey, like the big animals, only felt a little cold and became stiff for a moment. But after a surge of energy, they quickly recovered. The smaller animals, like rabbits and mice, immediately froze solid when touched by the ice rain. Their bodies turned cold and stiff, losing the ability to move. One swift-footed rabbit's head even froze into an ice lump, becoming a frozen rabbit head. When other goblins passed by, they casually broke the necks of those small creatures. Lu Sihong looked at the magic orb in the frost goblin's hand with some surprise. Although it was said to have powerful ice magic, it wasn't mentioned that this thing could also improve the frost goblin's control over ice magic. Even after evolving into a goblin frost mage, the goblin's magic control ability is not very good. It relies on bloodline awakening to learn spells, and casting is mostly instinctive. It has little ability to adjust spell shapes. Only at the master control stage can the mutated goblin spellcasters start to look like true casters, making their spells more elaborate. Right now, the frost goblin holding this frost pearl can change the way it attacks with magic. Lu Sihong feels this magic pearl might be more valuable than he initially thought. This feud is serious. But a goblin wanderer's grudge has nothing to do with me, a beast tamer, or a novice goblin warrior. Later, I'll have the goblin craftsman disguise the pearl. Carrying it around so openly feels unsafe. After an easy battle, most of the prey was left behind, except for the small, fast-moving creatures. There were 3 bighorn deer, 2 jumping antelopes, a wild boar, and 7 or 8 rabbits and mice. Even a young wind-swift bird, which was caught in the rain and slowed down, was grabbed by the goblin stone throwers and knocked down. All these prey gave Lu Sihong 75 experience points. With the experience he had accumulated recently, he now had over 460 points. The goblins took the prey back to the breeding farm, then called the woven baskets again. Next, it was time to gather wild apples. Lu Sihong originally thought he could gather from at least 3 places, but he didn't expect this area to be so hard to find, with so many bushes. If his goblin numbers weren't enough, with so many wild apples, he and the goblin warriors would need at least 2 days here. Even so, after the goblins finished collecting more than 20 baskets of fruit, it was already dark. Lu Sihong had to return to the small town and hand in the wild apples he collected. Wait, with a normal beast tamer's space, I shouldn't be able to carry all these apples at once. Never mind, I'll store them in the goblin warehouse first and send 2 baskets to the guild each day for the quest. As for why they didn't go directly to the tavern, it was the tavern owner's own request, claiming there were some complicated relationships involved. Lu Sihong didn't want to dig too deep into it. It didn't really matter to him anyway. Although it was a levelless bounty task, doing more of them still earned him adventurer points. Once he accumulated enough points, completing a few difficult tasks would allow him to raise his adventurer level. Bronze adventurers could enjoy some convenient services at various adventurer guilds. Starting from the Black Iron rank, adventurers could regularly receive a small monetary subsidy from nearby guilds. Although the amount wasn't large, it was extra income. Of course, an adventurer's level isn't permanent. Besides earning enough task points regularly, they also need to actively participate in guild missions and follow the law. These are the basic requirements to maintain their level. Unless they suffer serious injuries during a mission and retire at their current level to receive some benefits, an adventurer's level can drop or even lead to losing their qualification if they violate rules or for other reasons. It was late, and fearing his parents' worry or getting scolded by his mother, Lu Sihong didn't rush to the adventurer guild. Instead, he went home first, took out some hunted game as his day's harvest, and only after dinner did he head out to the guild to complete his tasks. Compared to the morning, the guild was much quieter now, with only a few students sitting around in small groups. After submitting his task at the counter and preparing to leave, Lu Sihong saw 3 of Su Yu's teammates chatting with 3 other male students. They were whispering and occasionally sneaking glances at a nearby couple. Their sneaky behavior made Lu Sihong unsure whether to say hello. As he hesitated, Zhao Xiaoxue reached out her delicate hand and waved at him. Does this world also have sunscreen? How can her skin stay so fair despite running outdoors every day? Her hand really is. No, it's all because of Zhang Yiming, that rascal, making me notice all these strange things. Lost in these thoughts, Lu Xihong walked over and sat beside Zhao Xiaoxue. He glanced at Su Yu and Lu Yuhui's backs and asked curiously, "Are you guys trying to ship them?" But the atmosphere between those two seems a bit strange. What is sheepy? Zhao Xiaoxue paused upon hearing this, initially thinking it was some kind of dialect or slang. However, she reacted more strongly to Lu Xihong's second half of the sentence. Right, you also think these two people have a strange atmosphere, don't you? A noble son, a young lady from a wealthy merchant family, two people in love, but because of a huge class gap, they can't be together. Yet, because they attend the same school, they spend every day together, day and night. Lu Xihong's pupils constricted slightly, and he couldn't help but think, wow, are these two's relationships so complicated? Why is the plot so melodramatic? You're almost there. Let's just forget about it. Brother Lu Xihong doesn't know anything. If the truth really gets out, don't forget, the team leader can also get angry, Zhao Xiaofeng warned seriously, knocking on his sister's head. Lu Xihong let out a small breath of relief, but felt strangely disappointed inside. It was pretty much the same, Zhao Xiaoxue muttered softly. Zhao Xiaofeng rolled his eyes. Far from it. What class difference? Lu Yuhui's parents have no objections to Su Yu. Her father is an only child, and they want a son-in-law. Lu Yuhui has been raised as a successor since he was young. How could he go to be a son-in-law? Lu Xihong thought. This seems pretty melodramatic too. Cough. The boy sitting opposite Zhao Xiaofeng, also Lu Yuhui's teammate, and a trainee warrior with a large shield, coughed softly to interrupt Zhao Xiaofeng. There's no need to say so much detail. What's the big deal? Anyway, almost everyone in the academy knows about this. When Xihong goes to Qingzhou, he'll find out sooner or later, Zhao Xiaofeng said nonchalantly. The three male students were slightly stunned. Then someone responded, yeah, wasn't that guy just at the counter doing a quest? He hasn't even entered the academy yet and already has adventurer status. Tisich, he hasn't entered the academy yet. He's only 16 years old, Zhao Xiaoxue said proudly. Why do I feel like you siblings are more proud than I am? And why do you seem so confident about me? It doesn't make sense. I haven't taken any tests, and no one could know the energy concentration inside me. It has already started to condense into liquid water droplets. Lu Xihong wondered with some confusion. It seems that when the Tomb Raider upgraded, they just broke through a certain limit. Lu Xihong's energy form has changed from pure mist to occasionally showing tiny water droplets. Hey, no way. Looking at your clothes, you should be about the same age as me. Isn't it just 16 years old that activated the beast control space? Pang Yin, a young man with two swords on his back, said with some doubt to the trainee soldier Sun Yukai. Next to him, Yang Guang, a trainee soldier with a large hammer at his feet, interrupted and said, I saw it just now. When this little brother took on his task, he summoned a goblin warrior. Pang Yin counted on his fingers and exclaimed, no way. In 2 months, your goblin evolved twice? That's just impossible. Feeling guilty inside, Lu Xihong quickly said, goblin evolution depends on luck. Maybe because he's evolving fast now, it might slow down later. Pang Yin stood up and waved to stop Lu Xihong. His face was excited as he said, you don't understand. A third-level goblin, if its talent isn't too bad, can be accepted early by the academy. At least 2 years earlier than others to start professional training. Those stupid nobles are always taking medicine just to get ahead by a year. Cough. Old Pang. Don't get too excited. Our team leader is also a noble, Sun Yukai reminded him, pulling his teammate's sleeve. Pang Yin looked a bit rough and his slightly messy face stiffened visibly. Then he pretended to be calm and sat down, speaking evenly. Anyway, all professions, the earlier you start training, the sooner you can advance. In the end, you'll go further. Thanks, Senior, for clearing that up, Lu Xihong said with a smile. Afraid of seeing deathly glare, Pang Yin didn't dare turn his head. He just sat upright and asked casually, I wonder what task the little brother is here for. Before Lu Xihong could speak, Yang Guang, who was sitting behind him, answered for him. I saw it just now. The goblin warrior took out 2 baskets of fruit. It's probably that wild apple-picking task. You really know how to observe carefully, huh? Can you stop talking to me? Are you afraid the captain won't be mad enough? Pang Yin thought bitterly. Yes, That's the task issued by the tavern owner, Lu Sihong said with a smile. Oh, so that's the fruit used to make wild apple wine. I remember Hu Shua's little pig really liked drinking it, Zhao Xiaoxua said brightly, clapping her hands. Hu Shua chuckled foolishly and nodded. Yeah, I do like drinking it, but I don't have a strong stomach. I tend to get drunk and start wandering around. Then, everyone happily discussed the funny and awkward things that happen when riders and beasts get drunk. After a while, Lu Sihong became curious and asked about the ruins in the Goblin Miner's Cave. The students didn't bother to keep it secret and roughly explained what they knew about the ruins. Someone already informed the college yesterday. Judging by that magic stone door, the danger level of this ruin isn't high. I think the college will send a few teachers over in the next couple of days, and they might organize nearby students to explore it, Zhao Xiaofeng guessed. Lu Sihong was a bit surprised and asked with some amazement, does the college plan to take over the entire ruin? If other adventurers find out, they might cause trouble. It's not exactly taking over, but since this is a newly discovered, unexplored low-level ruin, it's rare for the college to come across one. It's a good chance for students to practice, Zhao Xiaofeng said confidently. Then he added, as for other adventurers, once they hear about it, some will come quickly. But most of the capable ones are probably busy exploring the high-level ruins in Huiyun City. They don't have time to pay attention to this low-level one. Lu Sihong nodded silently. Zhao Xiaoxua then asked him, Brother, are you interested in ruins? Want to join us, huh? Really? Won't it bother you? Lu Sihong's eyes lit up. He knew adventuring was risky, but if he could join this group of students, it would be different. These students are all professionals, and there are many of them. Plus, there might be teachers from the college to protect them. It would be very safe. Lu Sihong didn't expect to gain anything from the ruins himself. He just wanted to see what the ruins looked like and broaden his experience. However, these two siblings don't seem very reliable, and their words may not be very helpful. Seeing Lu Sihong's expression, Hu Shua thought he was worried about the danger of the ruins. He smiled and said, Don't worry. Just follow us when the time comes. Low-level ruins usually aren't very dangerous. If there were any powerful monsters inside, they would have broken through the ruins' defenses and escaped long ago. That's right. Rest assured, the older brothers will protect you. Pang Yin patted his large shield on his back. See this big shield? With Brother Pang here, I guarantee safety. That's professional. People tend to gather with those of similar character. These individuals can chat comfortably because they share similar values. They don't resent Lu Sihong's potential. Instead, they think that since they will all attend the same school eventually, it's better to build good relationships early. It might be useful later. Hey, do you guys think there are many treasures inside the ruins since it hasn't been explored yet? Sun Yotsai's eyes sparkled with greed as he imagined becoming rich overnight. However, a comment from a companion shattered his fantasy. The gate has already been opened, so obviously someone has gone inside. If there were any treasures, they would have been taken long ago. Just finding some relic items is already lucky. Zhao Xiaofeng asked curiously to the three people opposite him. By the way, why does old Lu always suspect that Lu Mo is the one who entered the ruins? Although they haven't found her body, with Lu Mo's strength, how could she survive being chased by two wild bulls? Could it be that her three-tailed snow fox suddenly mutated? Hearing this, Lu Sihong was slightly stunned. He didn't know about the snow fox, but there was indeed a woman inside the underground ruins. Unfortunately, the Wanderer's diary didn't provide more information. 2 days later, Lu Sihong followed Su Yu and Lu Yuhui's team, blending in with the students of Qingzhou Academy, and relaxed like on a school trip, heading toward the edge of the mist. Not to mention the large group of summoned beasts by the students, just the teacher leading the team, who summoned a 2-meter-tall two-headed ogre mage and a giant earth beast as big as a small mountain. With their powerful aura alone, scared away all nearby magical creatures. However, Lu Sihong looked at the middle-aged man sitting on the earth beast, holding a staff, with his short shirt and shorts exposing his muscular body, and felt full of questions. He quietly asked Zhao Xiaofeng nearby, Brother Feng, is that teacher really a grand mage? I think he looks more like a warrior class. Zhao Xiaofeng paused briefly, then explained with understanding. Oh, you probably have a fixed idea about mages because you've seen too many low-level adventurers. Unlike those with no potential outside, as a student of the academy, basic combat skills, fundamental magic knowledge, and energy control techniques are all required courses. Because the Beast Tamer Masters who have awakened their fusion ability are the most basic goal for Academy students. For example, Teacher Zhu. He specializes in fire magic, but his strength as a land bear is more about strengthening his body in close combat. When Teacher Zhu fuses with the land bear, he can easily use the beast's power as a mage, but if he doesn't master enough combat skills, his fighting ability will be wasted. By the way, I think Teacher Zhu will break through the door soon. You'll see for yourself then. Hearing this, Siyu turned around with a look of helplessness and said, "What are you thinking?" When Teacher Zhu fuses with the beast, his bear human form can hit with a power similar to a fiery meteor. No one knows if the dog-headed miner's cave can hold up, so there's no way they would let us watch from the side. "Oh, I see. Looks like you won't have that luck," Zhao Xiaofeng responded, shaking his head regretfully and saying to Lu Xihong. Lu Xihong didn't feel anything was a loss. Instead, he looked curiously at the front of the team and asked the young female teacher sitting on the ogre's shoulder, "And that teacher over there?" Compared to the others, this female teacher had a slender figure and delicate makeup, fitting Lu Xihong's image of an academy mage. Teacher Zhang. Zhao Xiaofeng's face showed a complicated expression, and the others looked similarly mixed. At first, I also thought Teacher Zhang looked like a gentle lady. "Brother, Teacher Zhang is a wind mage, and her ears are very sensitive," Zhao Xiaoxua quickly whispered to her brother. "Ahem, I mean, Xihong, don't underestimate her just because she looks beautiful. Besides specializing in wind magic, Teacher Zhang is also a master alchemist, mainly focusing on potion making. Then, because her beast tamer was also a mage, she didn't pay much attention to close combat skills. But, as you know, ogres are naturally large and prefer to use heavy weapons in battle." Zhao Xiaofeng tiptoed to look ahead, making sure the female teacher didn't notice him, then quietly whispered to Lu Xihong, "Teacher Zhang looks weak, but I heard she gained a special talent in a high-level relic. She can share the power of ogre beast tamers. She always carries meteor hammers and wolf-tooth clubs in her space equipment. When she gets angry, she becomes super scary. Even the dean doesn't dare to provoke her. Wow, is she really that terrifying?" Lu Xihong thought, surprised. She looks so gentle, but she's actually dangerous. Because there were many people, the team moved slowly. By the time Lu Xihong and the others reached their destination, it was completely dark. The Goblin Mine. At first, Lu Xihong thought it would be some kind of mountain cave, but it turned out to be an underground cave covered with lots of green plants at the entrance. "Hey, this place is so hidden. How did you find it?" Lu Xihong asked curiously. Zhao Xiaofeng casually replied, "Oh, about that. The student who found this cave has a beast tamer who is a goblin warrior. He said they were passing by and smelled the ore. They got curious and dug here." "Huh." Lu Xihong suddenly thought of a troublemaker who often sneaked into goblin tribes in the wild to steal things. Turns out, traitors are the most dangerous. Lu Xihong was lost in thought when Zhao Xiaofeng grabbed his shoulder and quickly pulled him back. Lu Xihong looked confused. Zhao Xiaofeng explained, "Teacher Zhu is about to use a big move. Your body is too weak. Be careful not to get hurt." They were still far from the mine. Although Lu Xihong was a bit suspicious, he listened and obediently stepped back. Even so, Hu Shua took off his shield and held it in his hand, deliberately standing in front of him. Lu Xihong looked at the entrance of the mine over 300 meters away and couldn't help but complain internally. Is it really necessary to make such a big deal? It's just opening a door. Suddenly, accompanied by a violent tremor across the land, a deep rumbling came from underground. The ground around the mine suddenly sank, and countless rocks and dirt were forcefully thrown into the air, carrying dust and debris that blocked the sky and flew in all directions. As Lu Xihong just managed to steady himself, he saw huge stones falling rapidly from the sky, which made him feel a bit nervous. The goblin warrior sensed the panic of the guardian and stepped in front of Lu Xihong with its large body, holding a sword and calmly watching the incoming rocks. "Wind of protection," the woman shouted calmly. Her voice was not loud, but everyone nearby could clearly hear her. Straw flew everywhere, trees bent, and the howling wind turned into a large, flowing green shield that covered the top of the academy students' heads, bouncing all the stones and dirt back into the air. Zhao Xiaoxua looked at the tall figure sitting on the ogre mage's shoulder, seemingly casually casting such powerful magic. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Teacher Zhang is so cool. When will my brother have this kind of strength? What nonsense are you talking about? With my brother's mental talent, if I don't switch to a warrior class in this life, I'll be stuck as a supporting role, Zhao Xiaofeng said, looking at his sister with a serious expression, as if she was making wild claims. Zhao Xiaoxue gave him a slightly disdainful look, shook her head, and sighed, her face full of frustration at not being able to improve. Zhao Xiaofeng snorted coldly. What kind of expression is that? Our talents are both just support roles. And you're still criticizing me. Once most of the falling rocks had landed, Zhang Peipei gently waved her staff, transforming the green shield into a gust of wind that swept away the dust and dirt, revealing a huge pit and a black bear about 10 meters tall underneath. Looking at the exaggerated big hole, Lu Sihong muttered in disbelief. Just opening a door. Do you really have to make such a big fuss? With this power, the underground ruins are probably already buried, right? It's okay, don't worry. Teacher Zhu knows what he's doing. Zhao Xiaofeng patted his shoulder comfortingly. What does he know? Lu Sihong silently thought. Actually, behind the student group, a small wave of adventurers had gathered, attracted by the news. They had already prepared various excuses to get inside the underground ruins and gain some benefits. However, now they all huddled together, eyes wide with fear, whispering in silence. Whether something is fair or not, it takes a strong person to argue about it. The teachers at the academy are busy, so there's no point wasting their valuable time on our petty lives. Although they were already thinking of retreating, it was getting dark, and returning to the small town alone could be dangerous. They decided to stay back, build a campfire, and wait out the night together. Zhu Zian released his combined form and exchanged a calm smile with Zhang Peipei. Qingzhou Academy had no plans to reserve the site, but since these adventurers didn't dare to go in themselves, it wasn't fair to blame the teachers for not inviting them. A low-level ruin didn't need such a big scene. Instead of forcefully breaking the door, it was easier to estimate the location of the ruin and dig a tunnel underground. For the Earthwild Bear, this was much simpler. However, a display of necessary strength could prevent wasting time on fools, and scaring away nearby monsters would reduce many troubles. Zhu Zian and the Earthwild Bear guarded the entrance of the ruin. Zhang Peipei and the Ogre Mage went inside first, then came out shortly after, looking relaxed. They quietly whispered a few words to Zhu Zian. Then the teachers announced that students could move freely. The Earthwild Bear built 2 simple huts outside the ruin with soil and stones. Each teacher entered one, clearly no longer concerned about the students' next actions. Like most students, Su Yu and the others, tired after a long day of travel, still followed the others out of curiosity about the ruins. They crossed the gate quickly. When entering the ruins, Lu Sihong noticed that around the broken gate, the walls and ground looked like glazed crystal, as if burned by high heat. They still emitted a burnt smell. Others seemed unbothered, carefully avoiding the still warm areas, carrying various lighting tools, and excitedly rushing inside the gate. Beep. This place has been chosen as a low-level trial ground, only accessible to low-level trial participants. Conditions met. You have been selected as a trial participant, and you can participate in the trial to receive rewards. Remaining trial attempts. 9. Upon hearing the sudden voice in his mind, Lu Sihong was stunned. What is this? But unlike Lu Sihong's shock, the students of Qingzhou Academy started to shout in surprise. Wow, it's a trial ground? Things are getting better. Change your fate today. Everyone, don't hesitate. Hurry and rush in. Are you waiting for others to take the chance? Zhao Xiaofeng blew a clear whistle. A gentle breeze surrounded the group. He then pulled Lu Sihong, who was lost in thought, and followed Su Yu and Lu Yuhui, choosing a random fork to run quickly inside. Quick, follow me. I'll explain on the way. Lu Sihong regained his senses, feeling unusually light and running much more easily. On the way, some low-level undead monsters blocked their path. They couldn't pose much threat, but their speed slowed down naturally. Zhao Xiaofeng, who was just a helper, released his beast, the fire dog, and used a light spell to create a floating small light ball above his head. He didn't need to fight himself, which gave him time to explain the current situation to Lu Sihong. The trial ground is like a contract magic circle, said to be a divine miracle bestowed by a great being to help humans. When a relic, illusion space, or monster gathering place meets certain conditions, it can be chosen as a trial ground. Those who meet the criteria, once inside, become trial participants and gain the right to take part in the trial. After passing the tests, they receive special rewards. Sometimes, powerful groups deliberately block certain areas, allowing monsters to breed freely or artificially create sites that meet the trial ground conditions. Our academy has several such places where we raise various strange creatures. Occasionally, we encounter a trial ground, but it's said that the rewards from these are usually poor. Regarding the trial grounds, sometimes there are hints, but usually, like today, there are no clues at all. The challengers have to figure things out on their own. Most trials are related to combat. Zhao Xiaofeng briefly explained the meaning of the trial grounds. He took out a flute and played a short tune. A gentle breeze appeared around the beast tamer and everyone else, blowing away the green toxic fog emitted by the decayed zombies. Lu Xihong roughly understood what Zhao Xiaofeng meant. However, his focus was on the fact that, whether in his past life or in this magical world, unexplained things are ultimately blamed on gods. He hoped that one day, humans could find answers using their own abilities. Since he couldn't participate in the previous fight and came mainly to learn new things, Lu Xihong decided to let the Goblin warrior stay close to him. He and Zhao Xiaofeng, who was leisurely observing the surroundings, continued to look around. This place doesn't seem to be a tomb or a sealed area. It looks more like an underground shelter. And from the marks on these walls, it seems it was once attacked by a powerful enemy, Zhao Xiaofeng said. He also turned to warn Lu Xihong, "Be careful. There might be traps or mechanisms set to fight enemies here." Lu Xihong nodded. He was already very cautious on his own, especially after reading the Wanderer's diary. It clearly described how someone stepped on a trap and was burned to nothing. Lu Xihong didn't think his body was much tougher. Besides the undead creatures, there were many broken bones and scattered equipment around. Most of it was damaged in past battles. The remaining items that looked intact had also been worn down by time and were probably unusable now. It seems someone has been here before, Zhao Xiaofeng said, pointing his short sword at a leather bag left in the corner. From the dust on the bag, it was clear it had been opened recently, and its contents had been taken. Not only had someone been here, but goblins had also visited. Lu Xihong thought this, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw a bright red spot in a dark corner far away. Lu Xihong stopped Zhao Xiaofeng and asked him to move the small, white, glowing ball to the corner. They clearly saw a reflection like red glass, so he sent his goblin warrior to search. The goblin warrior stepped forward and roughly pulled apart the rotten bones in the corner, covered in torn clothes. Underneath, he found a small pouch. When he picked it up and looked inside, he saw a few gemstones. He carried it back and handed it to Lu Xihong. Lu Xihong took the pouch and didn't hide anything. He poured the gemstones into his palm and looked at them under the small glowing ball. Zhao Xiaofeng glanced and said, "Except for that fiery red gemstone, the others are just ordinary jewelry. They're not worth much. Well, maybe a little money if you sell them. Keep them for yourself. As for the fiery red gemstone, we'll need to share the loot later." Lu Xihong nodded without any objection. As a troublemaker, he was happy to find a bag of jewelry for free. He wasn't satisfied and planned to secretly take some items from the Goblin Raiders' loot, clean them, and give them to his parents to help improve their financial situation. He put the ordinary gemstones back into the pouch and handed it to the Goblin warrior, telling it to return to the beast space. Lu Xihong then handed the remaining fiery red gemstone to Zhao Xiaofeng. Zhao Xiaofeng was surprised and reached out to take it, but just then, a teammate shouted, "Watch out." He looked up suddenly and saw a huge bird engulfed in flames rushing toward them. Its sharp claws gleamed coldly as it aimed straight at the fiery gemstone in Lu Xihong's hand. Lu Xihong felt his hand go empty. A wave of heat hit him, and he involuntarily rolled away. His back hit the wall, and in an instant, the stone wall spun around, and Lu Xihong disappeared. "Li Chongda, you're asking for death." Lu Yuhui shouted angrily. The one-eyed little man beside him glowed with purple light. The fiery bird, trying to escape back to its master, froze suddenly. In that moment, It lost its ability to move and was grabbed by a fiery eagle from behind, which threw it back. Sun Yukai swung his twin swords with fiery light, cutting down the helpless fiery bird. It let out a miserable cry and dissolved into light, disappearing. The student named Li Chongda's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's just a magic gemstone. If it's that valuable, I can give you another one." "Do you really have to be so harsh?" "Because the fiery crow has night vision." Li Chongda let it freely search for treasures on the ground. However, the clumsy bird directly went after someone's loot. Although it was not unfair to kill it, losing his beast made Li Chongda much weaker in battle. To make things worse, the relic activated the trial arena, making him feel like he missed a great opportunity. He was very angry. Pang Yin shouted angrily, ready to fight his teammates and teach the others a lesson. Seeing this, Li Chongda and his friends quickly backed away nervously, afraid of trouble, and started to turn around to run away. After all, neither their strength nor background was enough to compare with Lu Yuhui. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaoxue's slightly panicked voice came from behind. "Oh no, it's an energy barrier. Lu Xihong seems to be trapped inside the trial area." Everyone was stunned and turned around to the wall where Lu Xihong disappeared. Lu Yuhui gently pressed his palm, which was glowing with magical flames, against the wall. The broken stone wall suddenly showed a colorless energy barrier, blocking the flames outside. Lu Yuhui looked unhappy and shook his head at Suyu beside him. Suyu was surprised and clenched her fists tightly. She felt a bit regretful. She originally wanted to let her junior brother see more of the world, but now he was in danger. Zhao Xiaofeng saw this and felt even more annoyed. Zhao Xiaoxue's eyes were filled with tears. She held her brother's hand and cried, "Wu, what should we do? It's all my fault. If I hadn't come here, my little brother wouldn't be in danger." Meanwhile, Li Chongda and his friends stood not far away, their expressions dark and full of different thoughts. They had seen the boy who fell into the trial arena before. He was just a middle school student with no real fighting ability. His beast was a goblin warrior, so they believed he probably wouldn't survive. Once that boy died, the trial arena would reopen. If they reacted quickly enough, they might even get a chance to participate in the trial. While some of his friends wanted to seize the trial opportunity, Li Chongda, who had lost his beast, didn't plan to risk his life. The reason he stayed here was simply to watch Lu Yuhui and the others look frustrated. Missing the chance to enter the trial ground was unfortunate, but seeing Lu Yuhui's pale face and helpless expression gave me a sense of satisfaction, as if I had avenged a great wrong. Li Chongda's gaze was cold, and he silently thought that maybe, after returning to the academy, he could help spread the word about these arrogant geniuses from noble families. They pride themselves on leading middle school students into ruins for adventure, only to cause others to lose their lives. Haha, just thinking about it makes me happy. Lu Xihong felt as if he had fallen and then been hit by something, causing him to roll like a bowling ball into a secret room. Dizzy, he heard the same alert tone he heard when he first entered the ruins. Number of trial takers. 1. Trial task. Defeat the skeleton general in this trial ground. Lu Xihong's heart trembled. He quickly got up, alert and cautious, scanning his surroundings. At the same time, a summoning circle lit up beside him, and a goblin warrior holding a weapon stepped in front of him. Maybe because of the trial ground's effect, even though this was an ancient underground ruin, many torches were stuck into the walls and pillars, burning brightly and illuminating the entire secret room, which made things much easier for Lu Xihong. Although called a secret room, it was much larger than an indoor basketball court. Scattered human skeletons lay on the ground. It seemed that the skeletons sensed the presence of a living person. These old creatures, long dead, trembled violently and slowly crawled up from the ground, their eyes glowing with a creepy fire. Lu Xihong didn't pay much attention to these low-level undead creatures. They were only slightly stronger than ordinary goblins, roughly a level 6 or 7. However, at the other end of the room, on a throne made of bones, sat a huge skeletal creature, about 6 or 7 meters tall, covered in bone armor. It looked like a powerful enemy. Lu Xihong couldn't tell from the exposed parts of the skull whether this creature was an ogre or a giant, but based on the trial's hint, it probably wouldn't use magic. Right? The general is just a general. Making your throne look like a skeleton emperor. Are you trying to scare someone to death? Lu Sihong muttered to himself, feeling around to confirm that he was alone in this place. No one could come in, and he couldn't go out. He relaxed and summoned all the goblins except the 3 lying there. The gray bone skeletons had combat skills similar to goblins, and with their broken weapons, mostly wooden sticks, they were like a group of goblins armed with sticks. The goblin warriors could easily kill many of them. However, the white skeletons, holding bone weapons and with bones as white as snow, were much stronger. Their bones were very hard, and when goblin warriors swung their large blades, they only made shallow cuts. The metal blades, on the other hand, had multiple dents from hitting the skeletons. One goblin was careless and got hit on the head by a bone club from a white skeleton, losing a large chunk of flesh and bone, blood and white matter spraying out, and it died instantly. Even with their sturdy leather armor, goblin warriors felt the pain when hit by such power. At this moment, the goblin craftsmen and their little goblin workers showed their worth. One wielded a big iron hammer, the other a small one. When they hit, it was deadly. When they got splashed with blood, they were hurt. The gray and white skeletons, when struck directly by the iron hammers, shattered into pieces. The goblin warriors, overwhelmed, swapped their weapons for iron hammers from the goblin workers. They found out quickly. Each strike was crisp and satisfying. Their eyes lit up, and they charged into the skeleton pile, swinging their hammers at the white skeletons. It's unclear whether the trial arena's mechanism was designed this way, or if the skeleton general was sleeping too soundly, but the skeletons kept fighting without much reaction. Finally, when most of the skeletons were dead, a blue ghostly flame suddenly flickered in the skeleton general's eye sockets. It slowly stood up from the skeleton throne, grabbed a huge spiked wolf-tooth club covered in metal spikes, dragged it along the ground with a sizzling sound, and approached with heavy footsteps. Lu Sihong wasn't sure how strong this creature was, but judging by its size and aura, it was definitely much stronger than the goblin warriors. He thought for a moment, looked at the creature from a distance, and told the goblin warriors to return to the goblin breeding ground to fetch the shining magic sword. Because he was worried about revealing his secret, he kept the powerful weapon hidden in the goblin's wooden storage. Now, finally, he had a chance to use it. Although Lu Sihong didn't know how strong senior sister Xiahou Shui's big sword was, it was probably better than the goblin warrior's cleaver, right? Compared to when fighting the goblin leader, the goblin beast's weapons and equipment had improved a lot. Plus, the 3 goblins, 2 of which had evolved twice, made Lu Sihong's current fighting ability much stronger. The problem was, the skeleton general wasn't like the injured goblin leader. Its body was full of death energy, clearly at its strongest moment. It casually swung its wolf fang club. A goblin who couldn't dodge was grazed, screamed, and rolled into the air. Before landing, it turned into a flash of light and returned to the beast's space. The goblin slinger threw stones at the skeleton general's head, trying to distract it, but the skeleton just tilted its head slightly. The fast-flying stone hit its bone helmet with a dull sound, leaving a tiny, almost invisible dent and some white bone chips. Coo coo coo, the skeleton general's jaw vibrated, as if mocking the weak enemy. It suddenly swung its big club, easily knocking back a goblin raider trying to attack from behind. Then, it kicked a goblin worker away with its thigh bone. The goblin warrior seized the chance and slashed his sword at the skeleton general's thigh bone armor. At first, neither the skeleton general nor Lu Sihong paid much attention to this attack. The defense of the bone helmet was well known. Seeing the situation wasn't good, Lu Sihong considered whether to try evolving the goblin tamer. After the fight, he had over 600 experience points. The goblin warrior hadn't met the evolution requirements yet, but the tamer had. Just then, the magic sword in the goblin warrior's hand suddenly shone brightly, illuminating the dark room like daytime. The golden light filled the room for only a moment. Lu Sihong thought he might go temporarily blind from the flash, but when he tried to open his eyes, he only felt a slight soreness, not much discomfort. The skeleton general's large thigh, cut by a big sword, looked as if it had been burned by intense flames. Large parts of its bone armor were destroyed, exposing the thigh bone inside. At this moment, it was all blackened with several obvious cracks, and it emitted a strong, burnt smell. Because of this unexpected severe injury, the skeleton general lost its balance suddenly. Although it reacted quickly and kept its footing by pressing its wolf-fawn club firmly into the ground, it temporarily lost the ability to dodge. At this moment, a round iron ball with great force shot straight toward the skeleton general's eye socket. At the same time, an ice arrow strengthened by a frost gem crossed space and pierced into the joint of the arm holding the wolf-fawn club. The joint was instantly wrapped in hard ice, and the cold spread quickly along the upper and lower bone armor. The iron ball was much stronger than a stone attack. Although it didn't hit the eye socket directly, it left a clear on the skeleton's head. The skeleton general roared angrily in a deep voice. It stomped its feet and tried to swing the wolf-fawn club in a big circle. However, it found that its right arm joint was frozen solid, making it impossible to swing properly. It almost ended up knocking itself over. A goblin warrior seized the chance. It held a sword with both hands and slashed forcefully at the same spot, trying to cut off one of the skeleton's legs. But this time, the magic sword only glowed faintly. It added a few more cracks to the skeleton's thigh bone, but didn't unleash the powerful attack it had before. Meanwhile, a goblin craftsman wielding a heavy iron hammer took advantage of the skeleton general's attention being on the goblin warrior. With a single strike, he hit the skeleton's right thumb. The part of the bone claw was not covered by bone armor, so it was much more fragile. The goblin craftsman's hammer shattered half of the finger bone. The bone claw twitched reflexively, and the large wolf-fawn club it was holding immediately fell. Hidden nearby, the goblin raider, quick and agile, suddenly rushed out, grabbed the wolf-fawn club, and ran away with it. With its limbs hindered and without a weapon, the skeleton general's fighting ability dropped by more than half. Seeing the enemy weakened, the goblins became excited and, with fierce faces, charged forward to deliver a beating. Smack! The last unevolved goblin beast tamer was slapped away by the skeleton general's left hand, crashing into the wall and splattering tomato juice. It then dissolved into tiny glowing particles and disappeared into the air. Only an iron-headed wooden spear dropped on the ground with a crisp sound. Indeed, whether or not they are beast tamers, unevolved goblins are just too stupid to watch. In comparison, goblin tamers, who also lack combat ability, are much smarter. They step quickly, swinging their iron-headed spears in dazzling patterns. Despite working hard, they never get close to the skeleton general, always keeping a distance of about 7 or 8 meters. They resemble background characters from some old TV dramas. They have no choice. With the little strength of a tamer, even if they use all their effort, they can only leave a white mark on the bone armor. Then they have to retreat to their beast space to rest. It's better to keep jumping around, distracting the skeleton general a bit. Without the wolf-fawn club, the skeleton general's threat to the goblin warrior decreases greatly. The goblin warrior, equipped with better gear, fights more bravely, swinging a magic greatsword fiercely at the skeleton general's thighs. Black death energy emanates from the skeleton general, repairing damage to the thigh bones while melting the ice on his right arm. He also has to fend off the goblin stone throwers and guard against the frost goblin's impending spell energy, all while facing a pincer attack from several goblins. The blue ghost fire inside the skeleton's head burns brighter as it thinks intensely. White mist begins to seep from the top of its skull, as if about to explode. Finally, the magic greatsword seems to recharge and bursts with dazzling light in a swing, completely severing one of the skeleton general's thigh bones. Quick-reacting goblin raiders seize the opportunity, snatching the severed leg bone before the skeleton general can react. Losing balance, the skeleton general falls to the ground, unable to dodge. The frost goblin shoots 2 ice arrows into its shoulder joints, freezing it solid. It loses all resistance and, amid muffled roars, is cut down by the goblin warrior, several strikes finally severing the skull. Lu Sihong's eyes twitched nervously, worried that the goblin warrior might damage the magic greatsword. He was still hoping to find a chance to return this shady item to Sister Xiaoho's brother. The skeleton general's head was cut off, but it was not dead. Its jaw kept trembling, and it was unclear if it was cursing the goblin beast master for not being brave. The goblin warrior wanted to stab its eye socket with a big sword, but was stopped in time by Lu Sihong. Although he wasn't sure if it would help the grave digger, he still ordered the goblin beasts to carry the skeleton general's body, every bone, back to the beast space. Maybe because the skeleton general's life level was high, the goblin holding the skull disappeared into the recall formation. But the skull itself didn't go with it. It fell to the ground, rolled a few times, and the dull soul fire flickered. After a while, it slowly went out. Lu Sihong was surprised. He didn't expect this situation. He thought the skeleton general's soul fire would be forcibly extinguished when it entered the beast space. Is this bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Last time, that ground rat was killed directly, Lu Sihong muttered. Just then, the voice of the trial arena sounded again in his mind. Skeleton General is dead. The trial is complete. Rewards are being distributed. Please choose one reward from the options below. Suddenly, 3 colorful cards appeared in his mind, each marked with its own reward details. Special Beast Talent. Beast Substitute. Green when you are attacked. If your beast is in the beast space, it will appear at your location and take the damage for you. Meanwhile, you will be randomly teleported within 100 meters to a different spot. Special Item. Consumable. Shuffle 3. White when choosing a trial reward, you can spend shuffle points to redraw the reward. Special Item. Consumable. Extreme Swap 1. Blue the designated beast and your beast will be recalled into the beast space, which will be sealed for 72 hours. Huh? What the heck, cards? These look just like pigeonhole cards, right? Fellow from Blue Star? Friend? Moonlight before bed. What's up? Huh, Mimi? Are you in a hurry? Lu Sihong used all his knowledge to try to communicate with the imagined hometown friend, but received no response. Feeling a bit awkward, he touched his nose and sighed softly. Then he refocused on the 3 reward options. If we consider rarity, then the Beast Summon Talent should be the strongest. It has no cooldown, and as long as there are enough summoned beasts, they are almost impossible to kill. Then, Lu Sihong realized that this talent is a divine skill for him. But for other summoners, if their summoned beasts stay in the space and don't come out, they are probably just relaxing. In this situation, when ambushed, they can avoid a deadly attack once. It's not useless, but it doesn't seem very powerful either. Compared to that, the last reward is mainly for fighting a strong enemy or for struggling in a desperate situation. Among the 2 options, Lu Sihong would definitely choose the Beast Summon. 3. What 3? Aren't there only 2 options? Lu Sihong smiled slightly and chose the first trial reward in his mind. Instantly, the other 2 cards disappeared from his consciousness, and the card representing the Beast Summon turned into a green glow and merged into his mind. In an instant, Lu Sihong felt like something in his body changed, but it also seemed like just his imagination. The current maximum number of talents the trial taker can hold is 1. You already have the Beast Summon talent. Choosing a new talent will overwrite the current one. Huh, what does that mean? I have 1 talent, and after getting the trial reward, I can only replace it, not add another? Lu Sihong was a bit surprised but didn't pay much attention, since worrying about it was pointless. The trial ends. The current area will be unlocked in 300 seconds. Hearing the notification, Lu Sihong was suddenly alert. He saw that the goblins had already cleaned up the scene, collected the broken weapons, and so on. Just as he was thinking if anything was missed, his gaze fell on the purple and blue-faced goblin warrior, and he slightly frowned. The corpse of the skeleton general definitely can't be taken out directly, or it will be obvious there's a problem. But there are no other strong monsters' corpses. Only these gray bones and skeletons. Doesn't that look a bit strange? I don't know what the other trial grounds are like. Maybe I should evolve the goblin warrior? The experience points are enough, and after defeating the skeleton general, the evolution conditions are also met. But in just over 2 months, evolving 3 times in a row. If there's no secret behind it, Lu Sihong himself wouldn't believe it. Forget it, who cares? Anyway, the trial arena I entered is always like this. As for the rest, this is my first time here. How could I know why things happen the way they do? Shouldn't you, the seniors, be the ones to explain it to me? Having roughly confirmed his thoughts, Lu Sihong had the goblin warrior put on the slashing sword again. Then, he quietly waited for the door of the secret room to open, guided by the countdown in his mind. Just as the countdown ended, the energy shield covering the walls suddenly disappeared. The space inside the secret room shrank quickly, and then the stone walls with mechanisms spun open fast. This scene stunned everyone across the stone walls. The three students who had been ready from afar reacted the fastest. They each used their skills and rushed over as quickly as possible. Lu Yuhui, who was lost in thought, was startled when the three suddenly ran past him. He swung his right hand, releasing a huge flame. With a loud, several figures, covered in black smoke, flew back. He casually glanced at the three students lying on the ground, wailing. Lu Yuhui curled his lips in disdain and looked at Lu Sihong and the goblin warrior inside the secret room. His eyes showed a strange light. The mischievous siblings Zhao Xiaofeng and Zhao Xiaoxue were the fastest to rush in. They searched Lu Sihong from head to toe and asked if he was hurt anywhere. No, Sister Xue, men and women shouldn't touch each other. No, even men with men isn't right. Let me go? I'm fine. Not a scratch. No need to take off my clothes. I swear, I'm telling the truth. Lu Sihong was overwhelmed by their enthusiasm. He hurriedly looked at others for help. Seeing that Lu Sihong was really okay, Suyu let out a breath and happily rescued him from his teammate's grasp. But just as he escaped the wolf's den, he entered the tiger's mouth again. The brothers Zhao Xiaofeng and Zhao Xiaoxue had just been pulled away when three muscular men, Pang Yin and others, came over to hug Lu Sihong and celebrate. Good kid, I thought you died in the trial. You almost did a good deed, but made a mistake, Pang Yin said, hugging Lu Sihong with some fear. Then he curiously asked, by the way, how did you pass the trial relying on a goblin warrior? Lu Sihong was about to tell the story he had just prepared when suddenly, wow, your luck is incredible. You actually encountered the easiest low-level trial. The dual-sword warrior Sun Yukai was playing with the skeleton remains on the ground and said, they're all gray bones and white bones. No wonder you weren't hurt at all. Ah, yes. Lu Sihong's eyes lit up, and he immediately gave a thumbs up. Brother, you're so clever. Well, I've lived a few more years, so I've gained some experience, Sun Yukai said proudly, raising his eyebrows. Lu Yuhui looked at the injuries on the goblin warrior and frowned. He exchanged a look with Suyu, who also looked confused, then both showed understanding. Could it be that you have some hidden lucky talent? Your luck is unbelievable. The goblin evolved so quickly, and it triggered the trial arena on its first visit to the ruins, and it was the lowest level. Your trial reward must be amazing, Pang Yin said excitedly, patting Lu Sihong on the shoulder. Pang Yin, shut up. Lu Yuhui suddenly glared sharply at his reckless friend. The muscular man was stunned for a moment. Realizing his mistake, he quickly covered his mouth. Then, feeling something was wrong, he also covered Lu Sihong's mouth and whispered, don't say anything. Absolutely don't say it out loud. If you got something, just keep it to yourself. As he spoke, Pang Yin looked meaningfully toward the secret rooms outside, glaring resentfully at the few students over there, especially Li Chongda. His whole body was full of resentment, like a ghost, and the hatred in his eyes was almost tangible. TSK, this guy almost got me killed, yet he looks like the victim now? Lu Sihong glanced at them and secretly remembered their appearances. All right, since you're okay, let's leave here first. We've been traveling all day and messing around for most of it. Let's go back to the surface to rest, Suyu said with a smile as she stepped forward. Lu Sihong also felt quite tired, but he was a bit confused. Aren't you going to find the trial arena? Suyu shook her head and explained. The ruins here are almost fully explored. We found the entrance to the next level, but it's filled with dense death energy. There might be stronger monsters inside, so we need to prepare first. Besides you, 2 other trial sites were triggered. Both were single-person trials, but they weren't as lucky as you. One faced a strange skeleton warrior, and the other encountered a vengeful spirit. They almost couldn't get out. Zhao Xiaofeng kept talking on Lu Sihong's left side, while Hu Shuo, holding a shield, stood on his right. Pang Yin and others were nearby, carefully guarding around them, worried Lu Sihong might encounter another unexpected danger while walking. The strange skeleton warrior didn't seem as powerful as the giant skeleton general. However, Lu Sihong felt that dealing with the vengeful spirit would be tricky, especially since he wasn't sure if his magic sword could hurt a spirit without a physical body. As they walked out of the ruins gate, a strong smell of roasted meat filled the air. Looking up, they saw a large beast on a big pile of wood, roasting over a bonfire. The beast had been stripped of its outer skin, and the firelight flickered on its large body. Lu Sihong couldn't tell what kind of beast it was anymore. The one roasting the meat was a tall, two-headed ogre mage. With a gentle wave of its big blue hand, it turned the beast over on the grill. The oil from the meat sizzled and dripped onto the fire, making a crackling sound. A large earth bear sat obediently on the ground, eyes fixed on the meat, occasionally twitching its nose, as if the smell made its stomach less hungry. Two teachers from the academy sat by the fire, whispering to each other. The students, smelling the delicious aroma, remembered they hadn't eaten in a long time. But it was late, they were tired, and the surrounding monsters had run away in fear. So, they took out some dry food, ate it with the smell of roasted meat, and had a simple dinner. As for the beast being roasted, only a fool would try to steal its food. If they tried to from the earth bear, they'd get slapped and sent flying like a radish in a field. It was best to eat their own food quietly and find a place to sleep early. Once asleep, they could dream of anything. Just then, a few figures approached the two teachers and loudly said, "Teacher, I want to report that Lu Yuhui and Su Yu secretly brought outsiders into the ruins and stole a trial opportunity." After speaking, Li Chongda looked at Lu Yuhui and the others in the distance, a proud and confident smile on his face. Other students heard this and turned to look, whispering among themselves. Their faces showed various expressions: curiosity, disgust, and some looked at Lu Sihong with playful, mocking gazes, full of disdain. Peng Yin and a few others immediately became angry and wanted to confront him, but Lu Yuhui reached out to stop them. His handsome eyes coldly glanced at Li Chongda and the others, and he calmly said, "Ignore these fools." So you patted Lu Sihong on the shoulder and smiled, saying, "It's okay. Just watch." At that moment, a female mage sitting cross-legged by the campfire looked calm and asked in a cool voice, "So, is there a problem?" Li Chongda was slightly stunned, not realizing anything was wrong. He thought maybe the teacher didn't hear him clearly and hurriedly said, "He's not even a student of the academy, yet he took our reward." "Teacher, you should what? Are you trying to tell me what to do?" The female mage just glanced at him lightly. Li Chongda felt as if he had been exposed in the coldest winter, all his dirty thoughts laid bare, as if facing a terrible punishment from the heavens. "Things from the academy? You really dare to say that? Maybe it's because our lava lord has been too kind and lenient, spoiling you fools so much that you don't even know right from wrong. Go back and study the Empire's laws. No one except the Lord and the royal family has the right to claim ruins outside the territory." The mage sneered with disdain, saying, "And after over 2 years at Qingzhou Academy, you still can't win a chance against a middle school student who just contracted a beast. If I were you, I'd have run into the woods and never come back. Yet, you still have the nerve to complain to me. A bunch of useless trash who only get in through connections after taking drugs." Cough. Zhu Zian quickly interrupted her, coughing loudly to stop her from continuing. He waved his hand, signaling the others to leave. Li Chongda and the others, intimidated by Zhang Peipei's commanding presence, had already wanted to escape. When they received the teacher's signal, they felt like they'd been given a pardon. They gasped for breath, bowed politely, then, sweating profusely, turned around and ran away. "Hey, these people can bring a lot of resources to the academy," Zhu Zian whispered, but was met with a cold snort from the female mage. However, Peng Yin and the others saw the female mage scold those fools until they were ashamed and ran away, then clapped enthusiastically. "Great! Teacher Zhang, you're so cool. Teacher, you're my goddess." Zhang Peipei shot a quick glance at them, a slight smile on her lips, and said coldly, "You guys, come over here too." The muscular men who had been clapping froze, their smiles stiffening, and they couldn't help but swallow nervously. Lu Yuhui found their reactions amusing and couldn't help but laugh. He patted Peng Yin on the shoulder casually and led the way forward. Lu Sihong followed behind, but he felt a cold gaze watching him from the side and back. Without turning his head, he knew it was that guy who had failed to steal chickens and ended up losing everything. Su Yu glanced in that direction, smiled lightly, and said softly, "Don't worry about that guy. His family is just a branch from another city, here in Qingzhou City to develop." Honestly, they were defeated in family disputes and exiled by the main family. They look decent, but their wealth is almost gone. Lu Sihong nodded with a smile, but inside he thought that having some family backing might make them more cautious. If they really lost everything, they might become completely reckless. Lu Sihong, A cold voice woke Lu Sihong. The female mage looked him over and nodded slightly, saying, I've seen your information. 2 months ago, you just activated your space, and your goblin has already evolved into a warrior. Information? What information? Lu Sihong was confused inside but forced a simple smile and said, Haha, just good luck. The female mage's expression was calm, and she said nonchalantly, Summon your beast and show me. Humph. Even though you're powerful and a teacher at the academy, your attitude is a bit too proud. I'm not your student. You can just tell me to summon it? Humph. I will. The summoning circle lit up on the ground. Lu Sihong quickly summoned his goblin warrior, holding it like an exhibit. He made it change various poses and slowly rotate, fully displaying all parts of its body to the two teachers. Such training. Zhu Zian and Zhang Peipei exchanged glances, their expressions slightly changing, but they didn't say anything further. Peipei signaled to a few students to sit by the campfire and took out a white, semi-transparent crystal stone. Energy detection stone. It's not very precise, but it's easy to carry and can roughly measure your energy level. It can also show your energy type. Peipei briefly explained the stone's function before handing it to Lu Sihong. Lu Sihong was a bit confused, not sure why they suddenly wanted to check his energy, but he quickly stepped forward and took the stone with both hands. As soon as it touched his palm, the stone's surface started to glow green, casting a greenish light on Lu Sihong's face. Hiss! This thing, doesn't it emit radiation? Wow, your energy is very pure, brother. There's almost no mixed color, Zhao Xiaoxua said in surprise. Lu Sihong looked at the green light in his hand, feeling a little nervous. After all, there's a song that says, love is a light, and now he's feeling a bit anxious about the green glow. He wondered if it was because he had been around goblins for too long, and that's why his energy turned green. Green, is it a wood element? That's a rare energy type, Suyu said curiously. Lu Yuhui, standing beside her, nodded and said, yes, it's quite rare. Look at Teacher Zhang's eyes, they're glowing. Really? Suyu looked at Peipei, who was now clearly moved, her eyes shining as if she had found something precious. Lu Yuhui leaned close and whispered, you know, Teacher Zhang looks young, but that's just because of her talent. Ahem. In terms of attributes, a wood element mage is best suited to be a potion maker. Teacher Zhang works hard to develop what the old dean left behind and aims for the top, but some things can't be solved just by effort. Peipei shot Lu Yuhui a slightly annoyed look. Her usually cold face suddenly broke into a smile, and she waved for Lu Sihong to sit beside her. A strong person's smile can be unpredictable. A powerful mage, who always looks cold and serious, suddenly smiling at you. Lu Sihong felt even more nervous but sat down obediently. Xiaolan, cut some meat for the kids, the female mage said to the ogre who was grilling meat. The ogre's 2 heads, one controlling the body to pick up a bone-cutting knife and cut meat, while the other turns around, looking at Lu Sihong with curiosity. The earth bear nudged Zhu Zian with its nose, making a displeased snorting sound. Why are you in such a hurry? There's plenty of meat. How much can a kid eat? If you keep fussing, you'll disturb Teacher Zhang's mood. Be careful, she might give you a slap. The bear made a grumpy snoring sound from its nose. Zhu Zian glared at it and softly said, hey, you're not afraid? If you're brave, go ahead and make trouble. Meanwhile, at the center of the misty forest, under a thick white fog, various plants intertwined and twisted together, forming a huge green maze. In the middle of the maze was a large cave covered with thorny vines, which was the green dragon Iceville's nest. It took the young green dragon over 3 months to grow enough plants and set up this place. At this moment, a group of masked adventurers was sneaking outside the maze, secretly watching what was happening inside. Boss, is that thing reliable or not? One adventurer asked nervously. The leader, looking impatient, said, TCH, this is a special potion I spent a lot of favors and money to buy. How could it be unreliable? I've never heard of this kind of thing. Maybe we've been tricked, the adventurer whispered. The leader, lowering his voice, snapped. Shut up, another adventurer warned. Stop arguing. Listen, is there no movement inside now? Hearing this, everyone quickly quieted down. For a moment, only the sound of wind rustling through the leaves could be heard. After a few seconds, the leader's mask emitted a deep, low laugh. I told you that potion works. The green dragon must have eaten that jungle sheep, and the potion is taking effect. Haha, we're rich. Let's go. While the green dragon is sleeping, we'll loot its treasure. But I heard this green dragon just arrived here recently. Are there really treasures in its nest? Who cares? Just follow the leader. Anyway, that potion was bought with the leader's money. If there's no treasure, we can secretly take some dragon droppings. No loss. Smart move. Although these adventurers seemed a bit reckless, they were experienced veterans. Instead of rushing into the maze, they first sent their summoned beasts inside. This way, if the green dragon was not truly asleep, they still had a chance to escape. Under normal circumstances, this approach would be fine. But unfortunately, suddenly, loud angry roars of dragons echoed from the green maze. The summoned beasts that had gone in to explore instantly turned into bright lights and returned to their own beast spaces. The adventurers were shocked and realized things were not going well. They turned around quickly, planning to run away. But then, all the plants around suddenly started growing wildly, especially the vines and thorns, which seemed to have gained their own awareness. They shot out like tentacles, quickly wrapping around the adventurers. The leaves on the vines became sharp as knives, and the flowers sprayed thick, colorful poison mist. The adventurers fought hard. After losing some team members and summoned beasts, they finally broke through the plant's barrier and escaped. Just as they were about to feel safe, they found themselves under a huge shadow. Looking up, they saw a large green dragon floating quietly in the sky. Its bright red eyes were full of madness. It looked at the group of newcomers with a cruel smile and then suddenly lunged down. Soon after, the sound of human screams faded away. The jungle ground was covered with torn flesh. After the slaughter, the young green dragon's wild emotions were not satisfied. Instead, it looked at the blood-stained ground with its crimson eyes, which grew darker and more sinister. These humans, how dare they offend me? I will kill them all. The green dragon roared loudly, flapping its huge wings. Its massive body suddenly soared into the sky. After circling twice, it flew toward White Moon Town. Hearing the dragon's roar, the nearby monsters either hid in their dens trembling or ran away with their tails between their legs. After a while, the chaotic white mist in the forest slowly calmed down. A scruffy goblin peeked around from a distance. Seeing no danger, he casually came out, rummaging through the torn flesh, picking up a few items that were not completely destroyed. Somewhat disdainfully, it kicked the head of a terrifyingly dead-looking adventurer aside. The goblin wanderer tilted its head, thought for a moment, then turned and headed toward the green maze. After the green dragon left, the rapidly growing plants seemed to have exhausted their energy. They drooped listlessly on the ground or on branches. Although they looked a bit strange, they weren't dangerous. The green maze was now completely covered by thick, thorny vines. Luckily, the goblin wanderer was small and agile, easily climbing and moving through the gaps in the vines. After a safe and uneventful journey, it finally reached the green dragon's nest. The nest was actually a large hole dug into a small mountain. The green dragon had collected many plant seeds and placed them inside. Influenced by the natural plant energy emitted by the green dragon, the entire cave was filled with various magical plants. At first glance, the environment inside seemed quite magical. But thinking about it being a dragon's nest, it looked a bit shabby. However, the goblin wanderer didn't mind at all. It looked around, touched things here and there, and then found a mature magical plant next to a simple outdoor toilet built by the green dragon. It plucked a magical fruit from the plant. Feeling like there was nothing valuable left, the goblin was about to leave. It took a few steps away but then turned back, looking at the green dragon's toilet and the lush magical plants around it. Its eyes showed a strange gleam. The green dragon naturally didn't know that its old nest had become so shabby that someone was interested in it. All it cared about now was killing people. Since eating that jungle sheep that had come to it voluntarily, the green dragon had felt a terrible headache, as if countless evil spirits were gnawing at its brain. It vented wildly, but found no relief. The only time the pain disappeared was during the slaughter of the adventurers earlier, which made it feel incredibly happy. It was just dawn now. Flying in the sky, the green dragon saw a large bonfire still burning in the distance and a group of students sleeping sprawled out in a big pit. It roared excitedly, changed direction, and quickly dove down. Because there were two powerful teachers present, the students, after nibbling on some snacks they carried, didn't look for a proper place. Instead, they found a slightly flat spot in a big pit, hugged their magical beasts, or used their fluffy companions as pillows, and managed to fall asleep. When they heard the dragon roar, some more alert students quickly stood up, looked up at the sky with cautious eyes, and loudly called out to wake their friends nearby. Yesterday's heavy exertion made Lu Sihong sleep deeply. When he heard the loud noise, he groggily opened his eyes. Before he could react, he suddenly felt dizzy, and when he was fully awake, he found himself on the shoulder of a goblin warrior. The goblin warrior picked up the rider and ran. Behind him, a loud explosion occurred, and dark green liquid splashed onto the spot where Lu Sihong had just been sleeping. Instantly, a large patch of ground melted away, sizzling and bubbling as it eroded outward, emitting a foul smell. Lu Sihong looked up and saw a tall, three-headed ogre mage. Between the two ogre heads, there was a much larger female mage's head, about 2 or 3 times bigger. 3 mouths kept closing and opening, chanting spells simultaneously to form a powerful magical shield that blocked the green dragon's breath attack from the sky. However, although the main body of the dragon's breath was blocked, a large amount of highly corrosive, toxic, and strongly smelling green liquid spheres burst out during the energy clash, scattering everywhere. A giant earth beast with a standing posture raised its front paw, which had 5 fingers. It controlled the energy of earth and fire, gathering into a blazing, diamond-shaped lava column, and threw it with great force at the green dragon in the sky. The green dragon was already in a frenzy, focused only on breaking through the magical shield, ignoring the huge stone pillar approaching from the side. Finally, the lava column struck the dragon's side with a powerful impact. In a loud explosion, hot lava splattered everywhere. The green dragon howled in pain, rolled to the side, and crashed heavily onto the ground. The three-headed ogre, who had been waiting for the right moment, let out a loud, overlapping laugh. A strong wind suddenly arose around its body. It pushed off with its thick thighs, leapt into the air, and raised a large wolf-fawn club, igniting fierce flames from its palm, and swung it directly at the green dragon that had just stood up. The green dragon reacted quickly, dodging to the side to avoid being hit in the head, but the wolf-fawn club struck the dragon's right wing. In the blazing explosion, fragments of shattered dragon scales shot out. The young green dragon let out a cry of pain and turned to spray a stream of green dragon breath at the ogre. However, the large ogre, aided by the strong wind around him, simply stepped lightly and quickly leapt backward. The female mage, focusing on her spell, handed control of her body to her right head, while both her left head and the ogre's head finished their chants at the same time. Whirlwind roar, fire blast, the fierce wind, carrying orange flames, trapped the green dragon in place, forcing it to endure endless cutting winds and scorching flames. It's unclear whether the high heat melted the poison in the green dragon's brain or if the pain finally freed it from madness. Anyway, before being roasted into a full roasted dragon, the young green dragon finally regained consciousness. It used its magic to glow with a bright green light on its body. While resisting the flames, the green dragon also used life magic to heal its wounds. When the whirlwind weakened a bit, it relied on its strong body to endure the damage and charged headfirst out of the fiery storm. Suddenly, a huge hand made of molten rock caught its head, almost pushing it back into the storm. With a loud, piercing cry, the green dragon's glow suddenly burst apart into thick green mist that spread quickly in all directions. At the same time, the ground around it suddenly sprouted large thorny vines, wildly attacking all nearby creatures, ogres, beastmen, and even students hiding far away who had been secretly watching. The thick vines wrapped around their bodies. The students used their abilities or called their magical beasts to try to break free, but the vines grew faster than they could escape. The sharp thorns on the vines pierced their bodies, and when the poison entered their blood, they felt weak or lost consciousness completely. Taking advantage of the vine's interference and the cover of the thick fog, the green dragon flapped its wings and quickly flew into the sky, escaping into the distance. It left behind a childish shout, It's not my fault. Humans made me do it. TSK. It actually woke up. The female mage said regretfully, dispersing the two huge fireballs that had been gathering above her, wrapped in the strong wind. As the green dragon flew away, the huge vines immediately drooped like dead snakes, hanging limply on the ground. The thorny plants wrapped around some students' bodies, no longer growing wildly, but still tightly holding their victims. Pang Yin was wrapped in several thick thorny vines, his head hanging low, eyes dull, mouth slightly open, constantly spitting out white foam. His purple-tinged skin showed he had been poisoned and was dazed. To avoid hurting him further, Lu Yuhui and others didn't use magic. Instead, they used knives or claws to cut the poisonous vines while summoning beasts to help. Is this guy a pig? He clearly ran away, but still had to go back and get closer to look? Zhao Xiaoxua scolded impatiently. She took some medicinal powder from her bag, mixed it with water in a cup, and prepared an emergency antidote. This might be the famous best viewing spot, clearer to see, and also a chance to experience the green dragon's magic attack firsthand. Lu Xihong couldn't do much either, just silently complaining nearby. They laid Pang Yin flat on the ground, opened his mouth, and poured the antidote inside. With Zhao Xiaoxua's water-based antidote magic, the purple color on his skin quickly faded. Fortunately, the green dragon probably just wanted to escape. The plants it caused to grow are mainly paralyzing, so there's no real danger. He should wake up in about half an hour. Zhao Xiaoxua checked Pang Yin and said. Everyone sighed in relief. Zhao Xiaoxua then used the prepared antidote to help other students nearby. Most of the poisoned were strong warriors. Lu Xihong asked curiously, Teacher Zhang, you could have kept the green dragon, right? Why did you let it escape? If it were another dragon, I wouldn't have let it go. After all, dragons are made of rare alchemical materials. But this green dragon, our country is allied with a few ancient green dragons. This one dared to nest in the misty forest, probably a descendant of those ancient green dragons, Lu Yuhui explained to Lu Xihong. Exactly. According to the investigation, that young dragon is called Isful, a descendant of the ancient green dragon Olivia. Around Zhang Peipei, a strong wind element swirled and flew over. She looked at those who were completely paralyzed, crying out in pain, or foaming at the mouth and in a deep coma. She showed a deep look of dislike and said, when these fools wake up, tell them to copy the adventure rules 10 times after they return to the academy. She hoped they wouldn't faint again from this bad news when they woke up. The students nearby silently mourned for their friends. Zhang Peipei smiled at Lu Xihong and said, it's a pity. That guy woke up too early. Otherwise, he could have taken the chance to extract some dragon blood. Green dragon blood is a very rare ingredient for potion making. Wake up? Yes. When the little dragon came over, it was in a strange state. Old Zhu and I planned to trap it first, and then check what was going on, but instead, we ended up knocking it awake. Huh? Just trapping it? From your looks, I thought you were going to turn it into a barbecue. Lu Xihong thought to himself. By the way, about what I told you yesterday, have you thought about it? Instead of wasting time here, it's better to go to the academy early. Although you can't start learning alchemy right away, preparing the basic knowledge in advance is good. Zhang Peipei asked Lu Xihong with a smile. Lu Xihong nodded. I have no problem with that, but I still need to discuss it with my parents first. But it should be fine. Zhang Peipei's eyes lit up. Your home is in Baiyue town, right? Wait for me. I'll go talk to old Zhu first. Later, I'll go back with you and talk to your parents. There's no need to be so urgent. Before Lu Xihong finished speaking, the female mage had already flown away on the wind. Honestly, I've never seen Teacher Zhang so gentle with students before, Zhao Xiaofeng said, looking a bit envious. Because my brother is a genius. Although he thought this, Lu Xihong could only smile. Being honest can hurt feelings, so it's better not to provoke this helper. Lu Xihong's parents agreed readily. After Zhang Peipei received their answer, she decided not to do any more tasks from the academy and just wanted to take Lu Xihong back for a full health check. As long as his mental energy talent wasn't too poor, he would be accepted as a student. However, when she tried to contact the academy through the Baiyue Town Adventure Guild, the academy refused her request to return early because they were short-staffed. Clearly, when I left, there were many teachers at the academy. Suddenly, I received news that many wild dragons had attacked our city, and all the teachers at the academy had been called away. Huh. Zhang Peipei looked surprised and said into the communicator, "Wild dragons? We even saw a crazy green dragon this morning." "Green dragon? The one from Misty Forest? You didn't kill it, did you?" The person on the other end sounded worried. Zhang Peipei rolled her eyes and replied, "Tisk, I'm not like those guys who train muscles into their brains. It's important to know when to be careful. Ahem, I'm not worried about the other dragons, but the green one. That little dragon fought until it woke up and then ran away. It said someone was tricking it." "Huh? Be more specific." "No details, just that one sentence." Then Zhang Peipei had an idea and said, "Forget it. I'll go to the green dragon's nest and ask it for help." "Don't. You shouldn't go. Old Zhu should go if anyone. Be a good person and watch those little ones," the communicator urged urgently. Zhang Peipei rolled her eyes impatiently and said, "TSK, got it. Anyway, I want that student. If you don't let me bring him back to the academy early, I'll just teach him meditation myself. That. At least, you should check his talent first, to see if he's suitable to be a mage. Even if he doesn't become a mage, don't meditation techniques still matter? It's because of your kind of thinking that the warrior students are all so stupid. Anyway, I have other things to do. Just make sure to upload Lu Sihong's information into the academy's records and the magic tower system. Remember to mark him as an alchemy student." After ending the call with a look of impatience, Zhang Peipei thought for a moment and left the Adventurers Guild, returning to Lu Sihong's house. Knowing she didn't need to go to the academy immediately, Lu Sihong, who was packing his things, let out a small sigh, feeling both a bit sad and a bit relieved. At least, he had enough time to say a proper goodbye to his best friend. "Time. Sorry, you probably don't have much of that lately." In Lu Sihong's dazed eyes, Zhang Peipei took out over a dozen thick books from her space ring and asked him to finish reading most of them within less than a month. Besides that, he also needs to learn basic meditation methods on his own and meditate for at least 3 hours every night. Before returning to the academy, Zhang Peipei will check his study progress. Lu Sihong knows that this is actually a test from Zhang Peipei, perhaps of his talent or his character. In any case, he must not slack off. Watching the young mage fly into the sky with the strong wind, her graceful figure disappearing into the distance, Lu Sihong really wants to ask, "Teacher, is it still not too late for me to regret?" Regret? Just words, really. Lu Sihong had already secretly learned from Lu Yuhui and others that teacher Zhang Peipei is top in both strength and wealth at Qinghua Academy. Since she is so powerful, he must hold on tightly and never let go. Also, being an alchemist is very profitable. Many people want to learn but can't find a way in. Of course, if he truly has no talent for magic or alchemy, he might have to stick to being a poison warrior or a forest ranger. If that's not possible, he could run a farm growing low-level magic plants, with his father as the farm owner. That doesn't seem impossible either. He shook his head, pushing aside thoughts of a peaceful life. This world is different from his past life. Without strong power, safety is hard to guarantee. Knowing Lu Sihong isn't leaving for now, Lu Zian, who had been feeling down, suddenly became happy. She took the initiative to help him move the several heavy books left by Zhang Peipei into Lu Sihong's room. Once her mood improved, Lu Zian realized that she was helping to move her favorite big books. These books are expensive, and White Moon Town is just a small place without proper bookstores. The few old books Lu Sihong managed to find had already been well read by Lu Zian. Previously, Zhang Yiming also brought over the storybooks he read as a child. However, Lu Zian casually flipped through them and felt that these stories were not as exciting as the bedtime stories her older brother used to tell her. Sometimes, the stories would jump around unexpectedly, like Tang Sanzang and the monkey going to fetch scriptures, then suddenly ending up at the Grandview Garden, or Lin Daiyu leaving her family to bury flowers, even pulling out a 1,000-year-old tree in the yard. Lu Zian already had trouble understanding many of these stories, and now they were mixed up and inconsistent. Just when she thought she was getting a grasp of the plot, it would jump to an unknown place. To this day, Lu Zian still doesn't know whether Tang Sanzang and his disciples really went to Mount Ling to seek the Buddha's true scriptures. Lu Sihong noticed Lu Zian staring blankly at those thick books and thought she was having a book craving. He wasn't sure if teacher Zhang allowed others to read these books, so he hesitated and chose one that seemed less secretive, The Basic Guide to Magical Plants, and told Lu Zian to read it quietly in her room, warning her not to tell others what she saw inside. Lu Zian was suddenly very happy. She nodded eagerly, took the book, and sat in the corner to read quietly. Seeing his sister so obedient and sensible, Lu Sihong couldn't help but smile. Then he looked at the remaining thick books, sighed resignedly, and picked up the thinnest one, Basic Meditation Method, to read. There wasn't much actual content about meditation in the book, just over 2 pages. Most of it was about precautions and warnings for beginners. For example, if you feel strange sensations, dizziness, or weakness during meditation, you should stop immediately. If you hear strange sounds, it probably means some monsters are watching you, and you shouldn't trust what they say. You should stop meditating and report to your teacher right away. Besides these, Lu Sihong learned that the success rate of basic meditation depends a lot on the strength of one's mental power. If mental strength is too weak, even if you master the meditation method, you are likely to fail and be easily disturbed by outside factors. Lu Sihong didn't know how strong his mental power was. Testing it would require special equipment, which obviously wasn't available in Baiyu Town. However, based on teacher Zhang Peipei's appearance, she didn't seem worried at all about Lu Sihong's meditation failure. She simply handed him a book to learn on his own and even asked him to meditate for 3 hours every night. Lu Sihong smiled and shook his head. According to the basic meditation method, he sat upright on the bed, crossed his legs, placed his hands on his stomach, and focused his mind on the beast taming space. He didn't pay attention to the goblin tamers in the goblin breeding farm. Instead, Lu Sihong withdrew his mind from the beast taming space and tried to keep his thoughts in a state of deep meditation. He felt like he was sinking into a lost, drifting state, with his consciousness floating but not connected to his body. The basic meditation method says that beginners often find it very hard at first. They might lose the meditative state in an instant. But with practice, they can hold it longer and longer until they can clearly feel the energy inside their bodies and influence it. This means they have a basic understanding of meditation. However, it seemed like a long time had passed, and Lu Sihong hadn't come out of his meditative state. Instead, he gradually sensed a thick, misty energy inside his body. Unlike the vague feeling in normal states, Lu Sihong could now clearly sense the energy inside him. He could even use his mind to guide the energy to flow slowly within his body. Because the energy was quite concentrated, as it moved faster, more clouds of mist condensed into water droplets, which then fell and turned back into mist. During this process, Lu Sihong felt the energy inside him becoming more active and easier to control. In the hazy state, Lu Sihong didn't know how much time had passed, but as his mind produced waves of fuzzy feelings, he knew it was time to end his meditation. Continuing might harm his mental health. He slowly opened his eyes and saw that it was already late at night. Outside the window, everything was silent. Only faint insect sounds and the rustling of leaves in the wind. Lu Sihong noticed that Lu Zian was no longer there. The Basic Guide to Magical Plants was neatly placed beside the large collection of books. He felt a bit dizzy in his head, which he knew was a sign of mental fatigue. Luckily, he stopped in time. A good sleep would fix it. The basic meditation method says that proper mental effort can help improve mental strength and also enhance sleep quality. I don't know if it's true or not. Maybe it's just a big promise to encourage students to learn meditation methods actively. But none of that really matters now. Lu Sihong was genuinely feeling sleepy. Under the moonlight, he struggled to finish washing up, took off his pants and coat, and laid down on the bed. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep. Perhaps because he was mentally exhausted, he started to experience hallucinations. Lu Sihong felt a strange, foul smell around him, like the scent of fermented cow manure. Esphir, who almost became a roasted dragon, felt emotionally drained. On the way back, he caught an unlucky monster, returned to the dragon's nest, and had a good meal to soothe his mood. After eating and resting for a while, his injuries healed mostly thanks to the healing energy of the wood element. However, the damaged dragon scales needed more time to grow back, and the bones in his right wing still ached faintly. As for psychological trauma, it was nothing new. During his time in the giant dragon forest, he often got into fights for various reasons, just part of everyday life. Just as Esvir was about to fall asleep, his stomach suddenly felt uncomfortable, so he decided to go to the bathroom. When he arrived, Esvir was stunned. No way. I have so many supplies, and those magical plants planted near the bathroom to purify the air. I've never heard of such things in the giant dragon forest. Who would run into a dragon's nest just to tear apart the bathroom and steal the rice? What kind of place is this misty forest anyway? You're really something, huh? Lu Sihong, who woke up early in the morning, couldn't help but sincerely exclaim. In the foggy forest deep inside, the wandering goblin found many remains of adventurers' bodies. After searching, he obtained a damaged magic ring, a broken talisman, a poor-quality space ring, and a shattered gemstone dagger. The wanderer entered a green dragon's lair and picked a light wind fruit. After some effort, he piled the dragon's droppings into a large ball. He also took 13 small magic plants. While pulling out the plants, he was pricked by a poison thorn and fell while pushing the dung. He gained some damaged magic items, the poor-quality space ring, the large green dragon dung ball, and a few intact magic plants. After reading this vivid story, Lu Sihong felt something was wrong. Why do I keep smelling something strange? Wait, could the dragon's droppings have some kind of mental attack? Why do I smell the same smell at the farm? Compared to the goblin wanderer, the goblin craftsmen and laborers reacted much more normally. They found a spot at the goblin farm, pushed the big green dung ball aside, broke it apart, mixed in some dirt, and planted the magic plants that the goblin wanderer had pulled out. They also fenced off the whole area with wooden barriers. The goblin farm was named the Dragon Dung Farm, a super farm using green dragon droppings as fertilizer. Even goblins who don't know much about farming can grow amazing plants here. Green dragon dung significantly increases the survival rate of magic plants and helps them grow faster. Goblin farm. Plants grown by goblins often have strange traits. From how the magic plants were crooked and uneven, it was clear that goblins weren't very good at farming. Whether the plants survive depends on their own effort. Lu Sihong wasn't sure if they could evolve into goblin farmers someday. Luckily, he had several books about magic plants. He planned to identify what kind of plants the goblins had grown, just in case any of them were especially valuable, so he could find a way to save them. Light wind grass. When mature, it produces 1 to 3 light wind fruits each year, which are basic magic materials for wind spells. Pure fragrance flower. It purifies the surrounding air by removing bad smells. When it blooms, it emits a gentle fragrance that helps calm and wake the mind. Dragon mite grass. It mimics the presence of dragon power by emitting faint waves, making insects and small animals afraid to come close. It often grows in dragon nests. Sorrow vines. The vines are covered with many sharp, poisonous thorns. The poison is strong enough to cause death quickly and can be used to make various deadly poisons. Lu Sihong looked at these plants. They seem to be worth a little money, but they are not very rare. He was too lazy to think much about them. Since they are already mature magical plants, they must be able to survive on their own. The broken magic tools were taken to the goblin craftsman's workshop. It looks like he plans to dismantle the usable parts. Lu Sihong asked him to remove the decorative gemstones from the equipment. These gems are mixed in with the ones he found in the ruins, which he plans to give to his parents later. From last night's meditation, Lu Sihong feels confident that he will become a mage. Once he enters Qingzhou Academy, he won't have to pay any fees and will even get free food and accommodation. He also doesn't need to worry about alchemy. Zhang Peipei clearly said that as long as Lu Sihong has the talent for alchemy, she will pay all the costs for him to learn. If he does well, she will give him extra rewards. Master Alchemist Zhang said these rewards are real, unlike that stingy old principal who talks a lot but doesn't actually give anything. Lu Sihong felt a little disappointed. He will go to Qingzhou Academy before school starts, but he hasn't managed to get a single feather from that old rooster. Overall, Lu Sihong feels he won't lack money at that time. Even if he does, it probably won't be because of these things. It might be better to leave the money for his parents. After all, the Goblin Warehouse still has many items. Even if he can't easily take out the big sword and the magic necklace, selling other things could bring in just as much value as the bag of magic-less gems. Speaking of money, the poor space ring the Wanderer found might contain something strange. Lu Sihong asked the goblin to fetch the ring from the warehouse and summoned it into the room. I'm not sure if it's just my imagination, but Lu Sihong always feels that after the goblin comes out of the magic circle, the whole room becomes very smelly. He quickly recalls it back into his beast-taming space. Using the space ring is simpler than Lu Sihong thought. When he holds it in his hand and focuses, a blurry image appears in his mind. It shows a small space about the size of a basketball, containing some coins and 2 bottles of alchemical potions. With a thought, the items inside instantly appear in Lu Sihong's palm. There are 2 bottles of alchemical potion, labeled Speed Potion and Healing Potion. Lu Sihong can roughly guess their uses. Nearby, there is a book called Basic Principles of Potion Making, which explains some common potions. The Speed Potion, when drunk, causes the body to produce a lot of wind elements, making it lighter and faster. It also reduces the wind resistance during movement. The Healing Potion is used to treat injuries. The book says it can heal minor wounds quickly and ease serious injuries. Lu Sihong remembers seeing a female student drink a red potion and quickly heal a large wound on her stomach. The healing effect was unforgettable. The potion in that scene was a brighter, more transparent red. In comparison, the one in his hand looks more pink and a bit cloudy. The coins in the space ring are not many. For an adventurer brave enough to go deep into the misty forest and actively seek out the dragon, having only 2 gold coins and 30 silver coins is quite poor. Disappointed, Lu Sihong puts everything back into the low-quality space ring. He takes off the relic souvenir that Zhang Yiming gave him, strings the space ring onto a chain, and wears it again. Someone who never wears rings suddenly having one on their hand will definitely attract their parents' questions. Hiding it on a pendant and tucking it into his clothes is perfect. He can use the space ring's functions without lying or making up stories. After packing up his loot, it's time for the pleasant study session. Lu Sihong looks at the pile of heavy books beside him and sighs deeply. While Lu Sihong struggles to read at home, news about the underground ruins spreading gradually causes scattered adventurers around Qingzhou City to gather slowly in Baiwei Town. Most of these people are not very strong. Some have been adventurers for over 10 years, but are still at the bronze level. Others don't even qualify to be adventurers and can only help out other adventurers to get by. They don't dare go far. When they heard about ruins appearing in White Moon Town, they came to join the fun and try their luck. Suddenly, the town became crowded with people from all walks of life. White Moon Town, which had been quiet for a long time, became lively again, with occasional fights and petty thefts. As a town built for adventurers, the residents are used to this kind of life. When they see these fools acting stupid, they just find it amusing. When they heard that the number of these troublemakers might grow, the residents took out hidden tools used during monster waves. They reinforced and locked their doors and windows and even set traps inside their houses. Whenever more adventurers come, some very foolish ones get caught in traps or hurt while trying to steal or cause trouble, making things more complicated. Lu Sihong's family is a bit more relaxed. The ghost-faced spider isn't very fast-growing, but it can still weave sticky webs and set simple traps. Plus, there's a goblin warrior that hasn't returned to its beast space recently. It just sits in the yard, watching passers-by with cold eyes to scare off troublemakers. Near dusk, a bald man with a thin face and a gloomy expression, dressed in a black cloak, passed by Lu Sihong's house muttering to himself. He glanced at the goblin warrior sitting at the door. His eyes flickered slightly as he whispered, "Such a strong body, it's a good material." Heh. A cold smile appeared on his face. Then he lowered his head and quietly walked away. As night fell, White Moon Town quickly grew quiet, with only a few buildings still brightly lit. A few burly men, drunk from the tavern, staggered out, hugging each other as they walked along the street, mumbling nonsense. Ugh, this place, besides the tavern, has no other entertainment. Bah, third brother, who doesn't know who we are? You still have a few coins in your pocket and want to find a woman. Hee, a woman. Second brother, you're useless. You drank too much again. Next time, don't bring him to the tavern. Everyone stop arguing. Let's go back to the inn and sleep. We have to go on a mission with Leader Lin tomorrow. If we wake up late, we'll get scolded. Wait, boss, at first, when we came here, wasn't it supposed to be an exploration of the ruins? Why does it look like we're doing a mission now? Just focus on your own stuff. Why do you care so much? You're dead meat. Second brother, Why are you poking me? Late at night, these noisy guys walking on the street made a lot of noise, but no residents opened their windows to scold them. Maybe the soundproofing of the houses here is good, or people are used to it, since this is an adventurer's town. The strong man, who was called the leader, thought this. Maybe because of the alcohol, he felt his head getting more and more dizzy. Strange, we've been walking for so long, but we haven't reached the inn yet. The third brother squinted and said curiously, "Hey, why can't I see the moon in the sky?" The most drunk among them, the second brother, had a red face and a big smile as he said to his companions, "Hee, there is danger." Suddenly, the leader was alarmed. He sensed something was wrong. He took out a green pill from his pocket and put it in his mouth. The bitter, spicy taste instantly made him feel more alert. Wake up, everyone. We've been tricked, the leader shouted angrily, throwing his half-conscious companions aside. He drew his weapon quickly and summoned his beast. The remaining sober men were a bit stunned. They hadn't fully understood what was happening, but instinctively, they summoned their beasts first. But by then, it was already too late. The faint, dim moonlight suddenly disappeared. The group was plunged into complete darkness. They could only hear screams around them. The beasts of the drunken men had been killed by an unknown creature and returned to their beast space. Without their beasts, these guys, who weren't even professionals, panicked and shouted in the dark. They waved their weapons randomly, not even seeing what the enemy looked like. One by one, they fell to the ground, silent. The boss should be smarter and realize that the monster might be using sound to find its prey in the dark. Instead of trying to take out a light source from his pocket, he immediately crouched down, held his breath, and tried to hide from the monster's attack. Such a cute little thing. Maybe if I had more time, I could play a little game with you. But unfortunately, I don't have much time. A hoarse laugh came from the darkness, but the listener couldn't tell where it was coming from. Before the boss could react, he felt something hit his head. He let out a muffled groan and fainted. After that, there were sounds of objects being dragged, along with strange low laughter and eerie whispers. When everything went quiet again, the darkness dispersed like fog, and the cold moonlight shone down once more. On the deserted plain, there was no sign of anyone, only some drag marks and faint remnants of a fight. The weeds rustled in the night wind, and the insects that had been silent earlier started to chirp loudly again. Multiple disappearances had caused some panic among the adventurers, but none of it involved Lu Sihong. Lu Sihong had been feeling restless from reading at home these days. Seeing he still had about 700 experience points, he decided to evolve his goblin tamer. Since the 3 venomous spiders had grown out of their juvenile stage, the exclamation mark above their heads had been there for days. Goblin Tamer evolves into Goblin Beastmaster. Goblin Beastmaster. During the training of magical beasts, goblins gradually learn more skills. The tamed magical beasts can be combined with goblins of compatible nature to form new goblin units. If a magical beast dies in battle, it will return to the beast pen to wait for revival. Beast Tamer. Goblin Beast Tamers can bring any non-juvenile magical beast into battle. Intermediate Beast Language. Goblin Beast Tamers can understand most of the language of magical beasts. You have fulfilled the wish of becoming a Goblin Tamer. You received a random reward. You obtained a blue blueprint, Goblin Wildness Amulet. Goblin Wildness Amulet. It absorbs power from the corpses of strong creatures and is sealed in a special amulet. It effectively enhances the combat ability of goblins. The creation of the amulet requires the participation of a spellcaster and a soul manipulator. Frost goblins and goblin grave diggers can complete this task, but when they are traveling or resurrected, they cannot craft the amulet. Each goblin can carry only one wildness amulet. Lu Sihong is actually quite interested in that combined troop type. However, although the poison stinger spider has moved past its juvenile stage, its legs are now fully extended and about the same size as Lu Sihong when he is crouching. Maybe because the spider is too small or lacks a compatible goblin partner, Lu Sihong hasn't seen any goblins go over to team up with it. On the other hand, Lu Sihong himself, after completing the Goblin Beast Tamer evolution, has further increased his internal energy concentration. Plus, the recent practice of basic meditation techniques has allowed him to control energy outside his body. According to the book, From apprentice mage to alchemy master, he should now try to use his internal energy to cultivate magical plants. This will not only train his energy control, but also help him learn practical knowledge about magical botany through the process. Lu Sihong thinks that, compared to boringly reading books, cultivating magical plants while learning is much more efficient and, of course, more fun. As for materials, there are plenty readily available. He found an empty large flower pot in the yard, had the goblin warrior dig a pile of soil from the dragon manure farm, and also took out a sprig of pure fragrance flower. Not bad. This pure fragrance flower, casually planted in the dragon manure farm by the goblin, grew quite well after 2 days. Its color is a bit strange, though. When the wanderer first brought it back, the flower's color was normal, but after a few days in the goblin farm, it turned greener and almost matched the color of the leaves below. The smell is much stronger than described in the book, possibly due to the influence of the green dragon manure. Lu Sihong also found in one of his books the supposedly most effective method of using green dragon manure. The author of the book mentioned that he spent 5 gold coins to buy a small bag of dragon dung from an adventurer. After careful preparation, it can greatly enhance a 5-square-meter piece of land. This is incredible. The dragon dung farm in the beast space covers over 200 square meters. If sold, it would be worth a lot of money. But unfortunately, unless Lu Sihong wants to reveal the goblin breeding secret, he dare not sell it publicly. Compared to that, growing magical plants and turning them into potions for sale is much safer. After planting the pure fragrance flower in a pot, Lu Sihong followed the instructions in the book. He held his hands near the plant, controlling his internal energy and slowly guiding it toward the flower. Thanks to the wood element energy, the magic plant, which was previously rough due to poor transplanting, started to look healthier. Its leaves trembled happily, and the damaged roots began to grow back, absorbing nutrients from the dragon dung soil. However, Lu Sihong noticed that most of the energy left his hands but did not enter the plant. Instead, it dispersed into the air. The pure fragrance flower can only absorb energy at a limited speed. Even if the environment has a high concentration of energy, it's useless if the plant can't absorb it. So, Lu Sihong first tried to reduce the energy flow. After success, he then aimed to control the energy that left his hands, making it stay around the plant longer so it could absorb more. After an afternoon of effort, the flower looked lively and healthy. But Lu Sihong himself was exhausted from using too much mental energy and looked quite worn out. When his parents returned at night, they noticed a strange floral scent filling the house. It made them feel much less tired. Lu Sihong explained that he had picked the flower near the misty edge last time. He had left it in the beast space and forgot to take it out. Recently, he learned about magical plant cultivation, so he remembered and took it out to plant. Li Qin and Lu Yuanyang didn't doubt him. Instead, they changed the subject. Today, Grandma Huang told them that the town has been uneasy these days. Many adventurers have mysteriously gone missing. She advised them to stay home and avoid going out. Li Qin looked at Lu Sihong and Lu Zian and said, "You two should also stay at home and not go anywhere for now." Lu Sihong replied weakly, "Don't worry. I have over a dozen books to read. I don't have time to go out." Lu Zian also said she would stay at home and read books quietly. "Are you really not sick? Do you want to see a doctor?" Li Qin asked worriedly as she looked at Lu Sihong, who looked half dead. Lu Sihong waved his hand. "It's nothing. I just overused my mental energy. I'll sleep well tonight, and it'll be fine." "All right, go to bed early then." Lu Sihong indeed felt a bit sleepy. Given the situation, he couldn't do his meditation practice tonight, so he simply went to sleep. "Ayong, you stay downstairs tonight to keep watch." "I'm going to bed," Lu Sihong told the goblin warrior sitting on the ground gnawing on a big pig bone. He floated upstairs softly. The goblin warrior looked up at his master, then nonchalantly continued to deal with the large bowl of bones in front of him. This was bought by Lu Yuanyang after work when passing by the slaughterhouse. Although there wasn't much meat on the bones, they had been simmered with seasoning for a long time, making them tasty snacks to chew on. Because of overusing his mental energy, Lu Sihong slept very deeply that night. Late at night, with faint sounds, a head suddenly appeared outside the window, quietly peering at Lu Sihong sleeping in bed. Although wrapped in black cloth, the moonlight revealed that this creature's face was covered with patches of scales, like those of a snake or lizard. Its hands pressed against the outer wall were almost completely covered with fine scales, and its nails had become sharp and thin, digging deep into the wall. Even its pupils were strange, neither perfectly round like a human's nor narrow like some nocturnal animals. Instead, they seemed to be shifting between the two, as if transforming but not yet fully changed. After observing for a while, confirming Lu Sihong was deeply asleep, the strange creature used one hand to grip the wall and the other to draw a small, sharp knife. It forced the blade into the gap between the window frames, cutting the brass latch with a crisp sound, splitting it into two pieces. With a slightly smug smile, the creature hooked its nails onto the wooden frame and gently pulled the window open. However, as the window moved, a strand of transparent spider silk attached to the window was pulled, causing a web on the roof to suddenly burst apart and cascade down overhead. Suddenly attacked, the monster became quite panicked. It frantically tore at the spider silk on its body, but the silk was very sticky. The more it tore, the more silk stuck to it. As it moved wildly, the silk dried quickly and became even stronger. At the same time, the window suddenly opened wide. Two large swords turned into bright light and left two big wounds on the monster's chest. The monster cried out in pain. It suddenly pushed hard against the wall with its legs, breaking free from the silk and falling heavily to the ground, letting out another loud scream. The plunderer looked a bit disappointed. It had aimed at the monster's head, but the monster dodged it. The plunderer didn't chase anymore. Instead, it closed the window, pulled down the curtain, and slipped back into the shadows. Its job was to protect the guardian while it slept. As for the other guy, other goblins would handle him. When the monster hit the ground, a loud explosion shook the place. The front door on the first floor was smashed open and flew away somewhere. A goblin warrior, holding a large thigh bone in one hand and a sword in the other, charged out fiercely. Realizing things were getting dangerous, a black magic circle appeared near the monster. A large black cat with glowing red eyes jumped out, screeching loudly. It charged at the goblin warrior like a mad creature, scratching and clawing wildly. While the beast was busy fighting the enemy, the monster took off its outer clothes and pants, broke free from the spider silk, and drank a bottle of alchemical potion. Its body suddenly grew a bit bigger. Then, like a magical monkey, it used its hands and feet to run away quickly. After the goblin warrior killed the crazy big cat, which turned into black smoke and disappeared, the monster was already gone. Meanwhile, Lu Sihong's family and nearby residents were awakened by the noise. They quietly turned on their lights to check outside. The commotion also attracted a patrol team from nearby. For a while, the street became very lively. Because they needed to defend against occasional monster attacks, the eastern wall of White Moon Town was quite tall. The other walls were not as strong. To save money and make it easier for residents, the west and south gates were left open at night. Recently, many adventurers have gone missing. Because of this, the town's gates were closed at night. The Adventurers Guild and town officials also organized patrol teams led by strong adventurers to patrol during the night. After the monster escaped, it used the shadows of alleys and houses to run to the far west of the town. It hid in the darkness for a while. When the nearby patrols moved away, it quietly slipped under the low city wall. Using its black claws like beast claws, it squeezed through the cracks between the bricks and climbed over the wall quickly. After jumping down, it didn't stop. It ran and jumped far away, feeling safe. It then took a deep breath and looked at its torn clothes. The two wounds caused by goblin raiders had almost healed, and new black scales had grown around the wounds. The monster hummed happily, showing its sharp teeth. Power like this is really strong. No wonder those guys try so hard to hide the truth. They say evil forces can corrupt the mind. But isn't this normal? There are simple ways to gain power. Those people are just trying to keep their high status by suppressing the messengers who spread my lord's faith. The monster muttered angrily to itself. Its scales seemed to have increased, and a strange bump appeared on its forehead. I'm so hungry. I really want to eat meat. But I should go back first. Otherwise, the messenger will be angry. Anyway, I can endure a few more days. The monster licked its lips and looked longingly at the quiet farm in the distance. Then it turned and headed into the forest. Deep in the mountains, there was a newly dug cave. The entrance was small, and covered with dry branches and leaves as a simple disguise. Inside, the space was quite large. Under the glow of a ghostly blue flame, there was a demon statue with a ram's head in the middle of the cave. The demon's face was mocking and coldly stared at the ground, where a strange magic circle was drawn with blood and human remains. Human bodies had been cut into pieces. The monster took the parts it needed and arranged them on the magic circle according to a certain pattern. In the center of the magic circle, a human adventurer sat cross-legged. Under the influence of a demon statue, evil black and red mist seeped out from the remains of corpses and slowly gathered around the adventurer's body. The adventurer's eyes were tightly closed, his face twisted in pain, but he occasionally let out sounds of pleasure, making the scene look very strange. As the black and red mist entered through his nose and mouth and seeped into his skin, the adventurer's body gradually changed. His appearance slowly became more like the strange demon followers around the magic circle. At the same time, the human beast taming space was also being swallowed by the black and red smoke. The beast that had died in battle and not yet been revived was covered in evil energy, and its body started to show demon-like features. Sitting nearby, a bald man looked at everything with satisfaction. He patted a large black two-headed dog beside him and let out low, hoarse laughter. The bald man turned his head and looked at a group of trembling adventurers huddled in the corner of the cave. He grinned, showing sharp teeth. "I never force anyone. Before you enter the sacrificial magic circle and become my master's followers, you still have a chance to regret it." A few adventurers waiting to transform looked sad as they stared at the corpses laid out in the magic circle. They shook their heads and shouted, "We're not being forced. We truly want to become my master's followers." The bald man nodded on the surface, appearing satisfied, but inside he was thinking, does it matter if they are sincere or not? Anyway, in the end, everyone will become my master's loyal servants under his call. Whether you can become a follower depends on whether you survive. Once these useless people are transformed, I will have enough hands. If I delay any longer, those enemies will come knocking. Just then, a demon follower who had escaped from White Moon Town ran into the cave. He walked straight to the bald man and spoke softly. The bald man listened with narrowed eyes. His face gradually turned fierce, and he let out a cold, sinister laugh. "Ha ha ha, a middle school student. So, you're a genius?" When it comes to geniuses, the bald man's eyes showed some anger. He clenched his teeth and said angrily, "I like geniuses the most, especially when they suffer. Their moving eyes and loud screams. Haha. People like us without talent don't have the right to be their companions. Better to sacrifice ourselves to my master for power." It seemed his words brought back unpleasant memories for the demon preacher. The demon follower moved quietly to the side, stepping back. Looking at the trembling people in the corner, the demon follower's eyes glowed red. He licked his lips hungrily and casually picked up a slightly decayed arm from the ground. He bit into it hard and muttered vaguely, "Don't worry, there's nothing to fear. Evil and corruption, those are all lies. Look at me now, I look great. When I become stronger, I'll go back and teach those who once mocked me a lesson with my power. Then I'll tear them into pieces and eat them with sauce." Seeing the demon follower with his mouth wide open and a crazy look on his face, the few adventurers who hadn't been transformed became even more nervous. They hesitated, thinking it might be better to just end it quickly. Though dying might be better than suffering, at least they should look like they care. "Look at this guy, he's a mess. Even a possessed evil spirit looks better than him. As for becoming sacrifices, people are already dead. They can do whatever they want. Anyway, they won't feel anything after they die." By dawn, Lu Sihong was finally awakened by the noise downstairs. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, with messy hair like a chicken coop, and went downstairs. He saw that his front door was gone. Only one side of the doorframe remained. He was stunned. "Did someone break into our house?" Lu Sihong asked confusedly, standing next to Lu Zian. Lu Zian pointed outside. The goblin warrior was squatting in the yard, looking curiously at the noisy crowd outside. It seems a Yong bumped into something. At Lu Sihong's house, neighbors gathered and whispered, discussing as they looked for traces left by the monster on the street. When Lu Sihong came out, Li Qin, who was chatting with the neighbors, turned and went back into her yard. "Last night, someone climbed through your window and triggered a trap," which caused Yong to chase them away. Li Qin briefly explained the situation to Lu Sihong, then looked worried and said, "Quick, ask Yong if he saw what that person looked like." I don't speak Goblin language," Lu Sihong replied helplessly. His mother hurriedly called over Goblin Warrior, who was watching the scene, to ask about what happened last night. Goblin. The Goblin Warrior understood immediately and kept chattering while gesturing with its hands and feet, trying to explain with actions. But Lu Sihong couldn't understand what it was saying. He could only rely on the connection from the beast contract to roughly grasp what the Goblin Warrior wanted to say. It was a strange human who summoned a strange big cat. The big cat attacked it, and after it defeated the big cat, the strange human disappeared. At this point, Lu Sihong really wished the Goblin farm had a battle report or something similar for the Goblin Warrior. Li Qin, already dizzy from the Goblin's constant goblin sounds, rolled her eyes when she heard Lu Sihong's brief summary. It was bouncing around and talking for a long time. "And you finished in just 2 sentences?" Lu Sihong helplessly shrugged, indicating he had done his best. At this moment, the quiet old man standing nearby, Zhang Pide, the president of the White Moon Town Adventurers Guild, asked, "Are you sure that the person last night was human?" Lu Sihong asked back with some surprise. "Isn't only humans able to summon beast companions?" Zhang Pide shook his head slightly. "Ask more carefully. What features did that human have? It seemed there was something I didn't know." Lu Sihong thought to himself. Following the old man's suggestion, he carefully asked the Goblin Warrior again. "Clothes, long nails. When the big cat died? Did the big cat explode?" Lu Sihong was just as confused, translating even more muddled. But Zhang Pide's eyes narrowed, as if he had an idea. Could it be that when that creature's beast died, it turned into black smoke? And what color was its summoning magic circle? What kind of beast turns into black smoke? Aren't they all just fireworks that explode into shining smoke? Lu Sihong was a bit curious, but he still repeated Zhang Pide's words to the goblin. The Goblin Warrior nodded and then pointed at Lu Sihong's hair. "Black? That might be a problem." Zhang Pide's face suddenly looked serious. At this moment, a staff member from the Adventurers Guild approached and quietly said to Zhang Pide, "President, the bloodstains on the clothes have been tested. There is a small demon reaction." Zhang Pide looked at Lu Sihong and said seriously, "The town isn't very safe lately. You should be careful at home. Those ghostly things like to capture talented young people like you to sacrifice to demons." "Huh? Why? Is it because middle-aged geniuses are too old?" Lu Sihong blurted out instinctively. Zhang Pide's mouth twitched, but he still answered seriously, "No, because a genius who lives to middle age is not someone these useless creatures dare to mess with." Zhang Pide suggested Lu Sihong stay at the Adventurers Guild for a few days and wait until everything was over before returning. Lu Sihong refused and left himself. If those ghostly things really came looking for him and couldn't find him, his parents and sister would be in trouble. He believed his strength was more than what appeared on the surface. Plus, with the beast-taming talent he gained from the trial ground, Lu Sihong was not very worried about his safety. Moreover, in 2 days, the Frost Goblin would be able to display an exclamation mark, meaning it would evolve into a Frost Goblin Mage. At that point, it could learn at least one more ice spell, greatly increasing its fighting power. Another reason was that the Adventurers Guild had become noisy and crowded recently, making it hard to focus on reading. This would seriously delay his progress in studying. Furthermore, that guy was caught sneaking around last night and left clear evidence of his whereabouts. It was possible that those people had already escaped. However, Lu Sihong didn't expect that, out of fear of punishment, the demon follower who escaped from the Goblin Warrior only carefully explained what he had investigated. He didn't dare tell the demon preacher about his plan to kidnap Lu Sihong, which led to his whereabouts being exposed. In his mind, since the demon preacher was so powerful and the sacrifice ritual was about to begin, he thought that delaying this small matter wouldn't matter much. It was better not to mention it at all. So, a bald man suffering from a severe genius stress response disorder didn't want to wait any longer. That evening, he disguised himself as an ordinary adventurer and confidently entered White Moon Town through the west gate. When it was fully dark and no one was around, he took the opportunity to hide in a corner near Lu Sihong's house, blending into the shadows. Unbeknownst to him, a calico cat was lying on the roof, yawning boredly. When it saw the sneaky bald man suddenly disappear into the shadows, it paused for a moment, then slowly closed its mouth. Its glowing, glass-like eyes looked toward the crow on the big tree across the street. It softly called out. The crow tilted its head slightly, hopped a few times on the branch to adjust its position, then spread its wings and silently flew into the night sky, disappearing without a sound. Some magical beasts, although not very capable of evolving much, are quite intelligent and have simple magical abilities. Their unremarkable appearance makes them good for surveillance work. For example, the bald man, who used a magical beast to blend into the shadows, didn't notice that the chubby calico cat on the roof was actually a rare night mountain cat with the ability to change its fur color. Lu Sihong prefers not to use kerosene lamps at night. When the weather is good, he likes to use moonlight for illumination. If the weather is clear, he doesn't even bother to draw the curtains. When it's very dark, there's no need to close them either. Surely no one would be spying on his meditation, right? Maybe because his recent meditation had gone too smoothly, Lu Sihong overlooked some warnings in the meditation manual. While he was focused on controlling the energy inside his body, a strange whisper suddenly sounded in his ears. Before he realized something was wrong and tried to exit the meditation, it was already too late. Come here. Everything you desire is waiting for you. Come to me. I want a supercomputer filled with games, movies, novels, and various industrial knowledge, and it can be charged infinitely. Huh? What is that thing? Because he was so surprised, the whispering paused briefly. Based on Lu Sihong's desires, the mental illusion shattered quickly. He snapped out of his meditation and woke up immediately. Lu Sihong opened his eyes but found everything was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. Impressive, a genius indeed. To cleverly break through my mental trap using this method. Even though he couldn't see the expression, he could tell from the voice that the person was probably grimacing with frustration. Although it was completely dark and he couldn't see anything, this was Lu Sihong's own bedroom. Having lived here for many years, he could walk around with his eyes closed. He quickly reached for the door handle, planning to escape. Suddenly, he heard the sound of glass breaking behind him, and something whistled through the air, smashing toward his head. In a daze, Lu Sihong snapped back to awareness. He found himself outside his house, no longer in darkness. A huge shadow was covering his home. Realizing his family was still inside, he became anxious. Without thinking, he shouted loudly at the shadow, "Haha! With your kind of uselessness, how dare you attack a genius like me? What kind of magic is this? You're not even a professional, so how do you have this ability?" Came an angry voice from within the shadow. Lu Sihong sneered and said, "Useless fool, you don't even recognize the common spell of the Super Goblin Swap. No wonder you can only rely on demons and hide in the shadows like trash. You go to." The bald man roared. Suddenly, a half-human, half-dog creature with two heads charged out of the shadow, growling fiercely. It waved 3 or 4 long, black tendrils of different lengths on its back and lunged at Lu Sihong with a fierce expression. The shadow behind it also rushed forward quickly. Suddenly, there was a loud nearby. The recently repaired front door was smashed apart again. The goblin warrior, sensing the direction through his connection with his mount, finally burst out of the darkness and swung his sword fiercely at the two-headed dog. Earlier, when attacking Lu Sihong, the two-headed dog had been ambushed by the goblin raider. Although it was in the dark and the raider's attack was based on instinct, it failed to hit vital points but managed to cut off 2 of the dog's tendrils and left a large wound on its side. Now, facing the stronger goblin warrior and losing the cover of darkness, the two-headed dog couldn't overpower his opponent. Instead, it sustained a few more cuts on its body. Seeing the situation, Lu Sihong was about to summon other goblins when he suddenly felt a strong wind over his head. Immediately, countless silver feathers fell from the sky, turning the attacking two-headed dog into a pincushion. The two-headed dog howled loudly and tried to run back into the shadows, but the feathers stuck in its body emitted a strong cold aura, freezing it into a large ice block. Then, it suddenly exploded, turning the dog into a pile of blood and flesh fragments that dissipated into black mist. As the dog died, the shadow moving toward Lu Sihong also turned into smoke and disappeared, with no sign of the bald man anymore. A cold snort came from the sky. Lu Sihong looked up and saw old Zhang Pied, whose legs had turned into sharp claws, and behind him, large shiny silver wings spread out, shining brightly under the moonlight. Such a handsome bird. Cough, Uncle Zhang. You look so cool, Lu Sihong thought to himself, almost revealing his thoughts. When Zhang Pied lowered his head, Lu Sihong noticed that his hair had also turned silver white, making him look quite handsome. Be careful yourself. Maybe. Before he finished, sounds of battle came from afar. Zhang Pied immediately flapped his wings and shot forward like a silver lightning bolt. Although the Adventurers Guild stopped the fleeing demon preacher, they ultimately failed to catch him. As an evil villain, he had some special abilities. Seeing himself cornered, the demon preacher, shedding his disguise and revealing his true form, roared angrily. He tore off his severely injured right hand and recited strange spells. His right hand turned into thick black mist, instantly enveloping his body. The adventurer's attacks passed through the black mist and hit the ground. When the mist cleared, the demon preacher was gone. Meanwhile, in a mountain cave far away, the demon preacher suddenly appeared next to a demon statue. He supported himself with his broken hand, panting heavily. His fierce face showed a look of unwilling rage, startling the demon followers inside the cave. He was tall and strong, with a dark, rough skin covered in diamond-shaped scales. Two curved black horns grew from his head. His teeth had become even sharper and more numerous, with a pair of pointed fangs protruding crookedly from his mouth. The crimson eyes glanced at the panicked group of fools. The demon preacher hoarsely and deeply said, "Don't be afraid. It's me." Although his appearance had changed greatly, his voice remained the same. Coupled with the mental influence in secret, the demon followers calmed down. But as they looked at the heavily injured demon preacher, they exchanged uneasy glances. The demon preacher ignored their worries. His wounds healed quickly thanks to his strong self-healing ability. He casually picked up a piece of flesh from the ground and swallowed it. His evil eyes showed a hint of confusion. He didn't understand how he was ambushed. When he revealed his true demon form, the adventurers didn't seem surprised, as if they already knew his identity. He always acted carefully, leaving no traces. So why was he exposed? He originally planned to secretly grow stronger, gather some helpers, and then capture powerful adventurers as sacrifices to the demon lord to gain more strength. Everything was almost ready, but unexpectedly, those waiting to be transformed secretly poisoned themselves and died. It was truly a strange death. These guys, who looked terrified and were ready for transformation, suddenly seemed fearless and chose to die. To continue his plan, he had to take a risk and go to the town to capture some adventurers. He also planned to bring back the so-called genius as a sacrifice to the demon. But he didn't expect that this move would ruin his plan completely. There was no choice now. Since his identity was exposed, he couldn't stay here anymore. Fortunately, he had gained some benefits. The demon preacher looked at the group of demon followers with shifty eyes and secretly sneered. He said, "Our whereabouts have already been discovered." As he said this, the demon preacher suddenly realized something. He looked at the demon follower he sent to gather information. The follower looked terrified and didn't dare to look at him. It was you. The timing was wrong now. The demon preacher could only glare at him fiercely, suppress his anger, and said in a rough voice, "Don't panic. Just follow me. We will perform the ritual and sacrifice those few as offerings to the Lord. He will open the space-time gate and send the demon army to help us." When the demon followers heard this, they immediately became more excited. Following the instructions of the demon preacher, they gathered all the human remains from the cave and placed them on the sacrificial circle. Then, they sat in several concentric circles around the circle, with the demon preacher in the center, quietly chanting. Under the watch of the demon statue, a large amount of dark red mist appeared in the sacrificial circle and slowly spread outward, surrounding the demon followers. As the mist seeped into their bodies, the followers' eyes became blank, their expressions dull, and their minds sank into illusions. Soon, strange whispers sounded in their ears, causing them to start reciting along involuntarily. That I am willing to offer my flesh and soul to please the demon lord, hoping the Lord will grant me great power, bestow strength upon me, and make me your most loyal messenger. spreading fear and darkness for you. A few demon followers with stronger mental strength sensed something was wrong. Their faces twisted as they tried to wake up from the illusion, but more evil mist surged over them, pulling them back into the illusion. They became dazed and, together with others, finished the entire spell. In an instant, the dark red smoke surrounding the followers turned into hellfire, devouring their souls and burning their bodies. Even the summoned beasts in the space, which were gradually turning demonic, were not spared. At the moment of death, the followers finally realized what was happening, but it was too late. In the intense pain of their souls being burned, they couldn't even speak a complete word before they wailed and turned to ash. The hellfire that burned the followers did not disappear afterward. Instead, it transformed into a cloud of evil energy that hurriedly entered the demon preacher's body. The demon preacher happily spread his arms. His damaged right hand quickly grew new flesh under the cover of the dark mist. His demonic features became more obvious. 2 bulges appeared on his back, forming a pair of incomplete demon wings. Although these wings were only decorative and didn't grant him the ability to fly, they symbolized that his power had grown stronger. The 2-headed demon dog, which had already died and was lying in the summoned beast's space, was pulled out directly. Under the soaking of the dark red mist, it quickly regained vitality. Its body expanded from just over 1 meter to more than 2 meters, and the tentacles on its back doubled in number, becoming thicker and longer. Because the body suddenly grew taller, 2 dog heads collided with the stone wall of the cave, knocking off some small limestone dust that landed on the nose. One dog head couldn't help but sneeze, and a string of dark red flames shot out from its nostrils, burning a hole in the ground. Ha ha ha, strength, powerful strength. And this feeling, I have also gained the ability to merge. I am now a Beastmaster. No, wait, what nonsense Beastmaster? I am a demon messenger, 10,000 times stronger than those trash. Those. Just wait. I will repay the insults you gave me. Imagining his former enemies kneeling and begging for mercy, the fierce-looking demon preacher couldn't help but laugh happily. But after laughing for a while, he remembered his current situation. The demon preacher reluctantly interrupted his daydream, digging out the narrow cave entrance with his beast companion and barely escaping outside. After his identity was exposed, the demon preacher dared not stay long in one place. Afraid of interception by the Adventurers Guild and other official organizations, he headed east, crossing the forest and hiding in the misty forest to consider where to run next. However, he hadn't gone far when he heard the sound of wings flapping in the sky. Looking up, he saw a birdman with silver wings chasing after him. The demon preacher sneered, "I'm no longer the same as before. So what if I am a Beastmaster? Come on, I'm not afraid of you anymore." With a wave of his hand, the 2-headed dog immediately turned into thick black mist that wrapped around his body. Amidst a roar, a demon over 5 meters tall with 2 dog heads stood up from the mist, opening its mouth to shoot 2 dark red fireballs into the sky. Zhang Pied flapped his wings, stopping quickly in midair, easily dodging the 2 fireballs. With a slight shake of his wings, over 100 feathers turned into silver streaks shooting toward the demon on the ground. The demon quickly dodged, but the wide range of the feather attack still caused more than 10 feathers to pierce his back, and a large amount of cold air rapidly spread from the tips of the feathers. The demon felt its body grow cold and stiff. It hurriedly controlled its muscles to tighten, while waving the tendrils on its back to sweep away the feathers. One of the dog heads kept shooting fireballs to disturb Zhang Pied, while the others softly chanted. Suddenly, a large amount of black mist appeared around him, hiding him completely, then quickly drifted eastward. If it were a different enemy, perhaps the demon preacher would want to kill it quickly to vent frustration. But this bird in the sky? Forget it. Although it has wings, they are just for decoration and can't fly at all. It's not a proper mage either, mainly skilled in illusions and mental tricks, with no real long-range attack abilities. If they kept fighting here, his allies would catch up soon, and that would be the end. Seeing the enemy hide in the black fog and try to escape, Zhang Pied's right hand appeared with a magic bow that radiated cold. His left hand held a finely crafted magic arrow embedded with a magic gem, very expensive looking. He channeled his energy into the arrow and shot it at the fog. Two dark red flames shot out from the fog, trying to block the arrow, but the fast-moving arrow pierced through and scattered them. The 7 or 8 tendrils waved wildly, but they didn't even touch the edge of the magic arrow. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. From the black mist, a huge ice flower burst open, and countless ice spikes pierced and froze everything they touched, turning the forest into a cold, icy land. From the fog, 2 howls of dogs sounded. The dog-headed demon extended 2 heads from the mist, glaring fiercely at the tired silver-winged bird in the sky. One of the dog heads had a bloody right eye, with frost forming around it, clearly badly injured and unable to fight anymore. Ugh, if you're so capable, come down and fight. Woof. The demon preacher, full of brute strength but unable to use it effectively, roared angrily at the sky. His mental tricks didn't work well on such a strong opponent, and he felt frustrated. One dog head cursed, and the other responded with a bark, making them look rather comical and lacking any real intimidation. I'm already quite old. Do you want me to come down and fight you hand-to-hand? Zhang pied, looking a bit tired, sneered, and didn't bother arguing with the dog brains. Instead, he kept a sharp gaze on the enemy, secretly thinking that the energy used in that last attack was quite high. The combined form probably couldn't last much longer. At this moment, loud noises came from afar. A group of adventurers riding large magical beasts like tigers, leopards, and wild boars appeared from the forest. They were reinforcements from the Adventurers Guild, following the silver feather mark left by Zhang Pai. They hurriedly caught up. The dog-headed demon immediately regained consciousness. Its 3 eyes glowed red, and the 2 dog heads barked wildly. Thick black fog quickly dispersed, covering a large area of the forest. Meanwhile, the demon priest used all 4 limbs to turn and run madly toward the foggy forest. Zhang Pai chased for a while, firing several feathers. Eventually, he couldn't hold on anymore. In a flash of silver light, he separated from his summoned beast. Just before falling freely, he was caught by the sharp claws of the silver-winged rock and slowly descended to the ground. Leaning on the big bird, Zhang Pai felt a bit tired. He took a moment to breathe and let out a sigh, feeling somewhat lonely. The adventurers were blocked by the black fog and fell behind quite a bit. During the chase, they inflicted many injuries on the dog-headed demon, but ultimately failed to catch it, which escaped into the depths of the fog. The situation deep inside the foggy forest was complicated, with many monsters and powerful enemies like the combined demon. The adventurers moved carefully and finally lost the dog-headed demon, having to return disappointed. In fact, the demon priest hadn't run far. He used the poor visibility in the fog to hide in the shadows with his summoned beast, avoiding the pursuers. After hiding for a long time and confirming his safety, the demon priest and the 2-headed hellhound left the shadowy state. Earlier, hiding in the black fog, he endured a powerful attack from Zhang Pai. Not only was one of the dog's eyes blinded, but his body, hidden in the fog, was also covered in wounds. The cold air worsened his injuries, severely affecting his healing ability. Later, the adventurers chased him all the way, throwing a barrage of attacks and spells, causing corrosion, burns, and poison damage. Only because the demon's body was strong enough after transformation did he manage to hold on and escape into the foggy forest. At this moment, although the demon priest was barely healing some of his most serious injuries with his self-healing ability, his energy was nearly exhausted. He also felt a strong hunger. Despite the severe injuries of the 2-headed hellhound, he dared not let it return to the summoned beast space for treatment. He just wanted to find a suitable prey to eat some fresh meat and fill his stomach first. At this moment, the 2-headed fierce dog, lying on the ground and panting with its head drooping, suddenly sniffed the air. Its healthy head straightened up, ears twitched, and it let out a deep growl. The demon priest dog seemed to understand animal speech quite well. It quickly understood what its master meant. Looking in the direction blocked by trees in the distance, it showed a wicked smile and then disappeared into the shadows with its master. After a while, a disheveled girl holding a bow and arrow, dressed in the uniform of Green Bamboo Academy, appeared carefully through the bushes, accompanied by a 3-tailed white fox. Lu Mo cautiously looked around, relieved when she saw no danger. Her face then fell into a look of disappointment, and she silently lamented her bad luck. She had pretended to be useless for so many years. Finally, she persuaded that fool, used her connections to let Xia Hoyang take them into the misty forest for a holiday trial. She had hoped to find a chance to investigate the underground ruins slowly. But that fool immediately attracted a herd of wild bulls, nearly getting trampled to death. Fortunately, by her luck, she found the entrance to the underground ruins and used this opportunity to disappear, breaking free from the Liu family's control. Using the illusion magic she gained after her mutation, the snow fox deceived most of the undead senses. She found many good things inside the ruins, but the most valuable frost pearl was not obtained. She didn't understand how a goblin appeared in the underground ruins. While dealing with a skeleton warrior, the goblin snatched the pearl and then fell into a trap with it, burning everything clean. She searched inside, but found nothing left. How could a magic pearl be so easily destroyed? Could it be because it was a frost pearl and melted when exposed to fire? She had never heard of such a thing. Losing the pearl was one thing, but she finally found a trial ground. Using all her skills and her fox's illusion magic, she struggled for a long time before passing the trial. But when she emerged, she found that the underground ruins had been taken over by students from Green Bamboo Academy, all fighting skeletons. To avoid being taken back by the Liu family, she hid and dodged for a long time. Finally, she secretly found a hidden passage in a corner of the ruins and managed to escape. Now, she had no other choice but to cross the misty forest and head to another city. Fortunately, I gained a good beast-taming talent during the trial. With the clues left by my parents, finding other treasures should become much easier. At this moment, Luo felt a slight daze. When she looked again, she saw nothing unusual. She was about to continue forward when suddenly, her three-tailed snow fox leapt in front of her, crouching low with its body close to the ground. It bared its teeth and let out a sharp growl toward the front. Its three tails waved, emitting white light, and several ice arrows materialized out of thin air, shooting toward the enemy. Luo was momentarily stunned. Then her eyes sharpened as she realized she had been affected by a mental spell. Compared to herself, the three-tailed snow fox, which understood illusion control, had a strong resistance to mental magic. Not seeing the enemy was not a problem. She just needed to attack where the beast was attacking from. Luo was already holding her bow and arrow, ready for battle. She quickly aimed at the direction of the ice arrows and shot an arrow. The demon priest didn't expect the snow fox to react so quickly. 2 ice arrows were dodged, but the third was caught with his arm. Frost spread rapidly along his arm from the wound. The finely crafted wooden arrow, after piercing through the skin and scales, only caused a small cut. However, due to the pain, the demon priest's mental illusion was interrupted. Luo's world immediately returned to normal, and she saw the demon and the two-headed hellhound hiding in the shadow of a large tree. Seeing the enemies, Luo was startled. Although these two looked battered and their condition was poor, their fierce appearance and large size made them clearly too strong for her to handle. She gently stepped back, then quickly jumped away, landing far behind and turning to run. The intact head of the two-headed hellhound opened its mouth, trying to breathe fire, but due to insufficient energy, only a few sparks and black smoke came out. It let out a furious growl, dragging its weak head and chasing after Luo. The three-tailed snow fox wanted to cast a spell to block the enemies, but was affected by the demon priest's mental illusion, causing all its attacks to miss and land in the open space. Meanwhile, the two-headed hellhound, being large, struggled to move through the forest, often getting caught in bushes and vines. Its body was already injured in many places, and its skin hadn't fully healed. It was accidentally pricked by poisonous thorns, which slowed it down significantly. Three-tailed snow fox was using mental illusion magic to fight against the demon missionary. Hearing the distant whistle of the rider, she decisively abandoned her opponent, swiftly slipping into the bushes. As she left, she flicked her tail, giving the sluggish two-headed dog a head full of ice spikes. The two-headed dog, already weakened by toxic poisons, was almost corroded beyond recognition. It had no reaction to the incoming ice spikes. Its two heads shook once, then dissolved into black mist and returned to the demon missionary's beast space. The demon missionary was already badly injured. Without his beast to help, his situation would become even more difficult. He roared in anger at, "I hate you geniuses the most." Perhaps hearing his angry shout, a rustling sound came from the distance. Soon after, a grotesque goblin riding a still-growing venomous spider rushed out. The demon missionary stared blankly at this strange pair, doubting whether he had fallen into some weird illusion. The goblin wanderer looked at the ugly fool and patted the spider beneath him. The venomous spider immediately turned, approaching the demon missionary's side. It spat out a large glob of white, sticky substance, sticking the lower half of the demon missionary to the ground. Then, it quickly scampered away on its 8 legs. Realizing he was under attack, the demon missionary finally understood that this bizarre creature was real. He cursed a few times, trying to break free from the spider's web and go kill that goblin. Suddenly, he heard a loud rumbling behind him. Turning around, he saw a group of fierce ground-shaking boars charging out of the forest. Each was covered in tough stone armor, with angry red eyes, looking very furious. The demon missionary panicked. He struggled hard to escape the web and run away. But perhaps because his large body was too obvious as a target, or because his struggle was too frantic, the group of boars, having lost their target, charged straight at him. His energy was depleted, and his beast was not nearby. Wounded and desperate, the demon missionary raised his hands. He was knocked down by the lead boar and trampled to death by countless pig hooves. In his final moments, he managed to curse, "Goblin." The lead wild boar sniffed the corpse of the demon missionary, sneezed loudly, then turned away in disgust, facing its large backside. It used its hooves to scrape some dirt and cover the body. After venting its anger through the attack, the wild boars seemed to forget their original goal. They happily trotted back along the path, following their leader to their territory. After a while, once the wild boars had left, the goblin wanderer arrived riding a poison-spined spider. It circled the broken body of the demon missionary, looking at his wide-open red eyes. The goblin pondered for a moment, then whispered to the spider. The spider moved forward, spinning silk while using its claws and front legs to knead the body into a ball. It wrapped the body in a large cocoon of spider silk. Once the goblin sat down, the spider quickly dragged the cocoon away, kicking up dust along the way. Using illusion magic, Lumo and the three-tailed snow fox affected the senses of the goblin and spider, making them seem invisible. They hid on a branch, watching the strange duo leave with their loot. Lumo suddenly frowned and asked her beast companion, "Do you think this sneaky goblin looks familiar?" The three-tailed snow fox wagged its tail, looking calmly at its master, and softly called out, "Hiss! No way. That goblin was definitely dead in the trap at the ruins. But this sneaky attitude is really rare, even among goblins." After Zhang Pai chased the demon missionary away, Lu Sihong hurried home to check. He almost bumped into Lu Yuanyang, who was running out holding Lu Zian. Lu Sihong comforted his frightened family and carefully explained the origin of the dark vision just now. The monster ran away earlier, but it seems someone blocked it. Mr. Zhang has already flown over to support, so he should be able to keep the monster there, Lu Sihong reassured his parents. Li Qin held Lu Zian, her face still pale. "Why did it come after you for no reason?" Lu Sihong shrugged lightly. "No choice. Who made my son a genius? Even doing nothing can make others jealous." Seeing his son calmly survive life and death, Lu Yuanyang couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, but was sharply glared at by Li Qin. At that moment, the injured goblin warrior hobbled in, looked at the recently repaired door that he had just broken again, and couldn't help but scratch his head. Seeing how battered the goblin warrior looked, Li Qin gasped in pain and quickly told him to find a place to sit and stay still. She then went into the room to get some medicine. Lu Sihong slightly pursed his lips. Despite the goblin warrior being badly hurt, there were two even worse ones in the beast space. The goblin laborer had taken the brunt of the attack for him. The goblin raider probably suffered a big loss in the dark and was bitten to death by the two-headed dog. No one knew how many injuries it had before dying. Lu Sihong thought that once they all revived, he would buy some at the tavern to reward them. But before that, while the family hadn't noticed, he needed to go upstairs and put the two goblin weapons back into the beast's space to avoid unnecessary trouble. He opened the door and, under the moonlight, saw that the room was a mess, shattered glass everywhere, blood splattered around, and a pool of white sticky substance beside the door, which looked like goblin laborers' brain matter. Near the window, it was almost completely covered in red blood, indicating that the goblin raider had died a more tragic death than he had imagined. Besides that, the room was full of knife marks and claw scratches, and the furniture was badly damaged. Lu Sihong suddenly felt a headache. How was he supposed to explain these battle scars to others? Fortunately, the books given by Teacher Zhang had covers made of some unknown material. They only had some scratches on the surface and were splattered with red and black blood, but reading them was still fine. These stains caused by non-human factors should be understandable to Teacher Zhang, right? Additionally, Lu Sihong found another issue. When the beast substitute was triggered, the goblins appeared wearing equipment, and when they died, they disintegrated into light particles just like ordinary beasts. If someone knew about the beast substitute talent, it might raise some suspicion. However, this is not a big problem. After all, the innate talent for taming beasts is hard to explain. Why is the goblin created by the super goblin substitute so strange? Asking myself won't help. I should ask the creator of the trial ground. Yes, since all the goblins I summon are equipped, I can just pretend I don't know about this time. I don't understand why that goblin is fighting so fiercely with the two-headed dog. It's my first time activating this talent, after all. As for the frost goblin, it usually holds such precious gems in its hands, and its body is so fragile. If it gets replaced and gets hurt, it would be a big loss. I hope it can learn a survival skill when it evolves in a few days. Lu Sihong summoned a goblin and told it to bring back the equipment of the raider and the laborer. He then lit a lamp and went downstairs to get cleaning tools. He carefully cleaned the room. After a while, noise came from downstairs again. It was clearly neighbors coming over to join the fun. Even late at night, they seemed so energetic. They don't seem worried about affecting their work tomorrow. Lu Sihong didn't want to go downstairs to join in, to avoid being asked questions. After tidying up the room, he took off the blood-stained bedding and replaced it with clean ones from the wardrobe. Without a window, the raider was still hanging there. Sleeping didn't feel very safe. His evening meditation was interrupted halfway. Lu Sihong sat on the bed, scratched his head, and sent his thoughts to the goblin breeding ground. Although the laborer was gone, it didn't affect the goblin craftsman's enthusiasm at all. It was now moving the bones of the skeleton general to the edge of the graveyard. It mumbled with the grave digger and built strange shapes with the bones, looking quite like something from the underworld. Lu Sihong boredly glanced at the other goblins and felt something was off. He looked carefully. Why were there only 2 spiders next to the goblin beast tamer? Did someone eat one? Impossible. If anyone dared to eat a spider, the goblin beast tamer would definitely fight them. He searched for a long time, but couldn't find the remaining venomous spider. Finally, he checked the records in the goblin breeding grounds information logs. The goblin wanderer asked the goblin beast tamer for a poison stinger spider. The goblin wanderer and the poison stinger spider formed a goblin knight. What is this? A wandering knight? With the wanderer's small size, being a knight seems unlikely. Lu Sihong didn't know when he fell asleep. When he woke up, he found himself covered with a blanket. The broken window was covered with a thin layer of spider silk. The ghost-faced spider was an experienced weaver, with evenly woven silk. The morning sunlight shone in, making the room look like it was covered in a fine veil, creating a hazy, atmospheric feeling. He stretched lazily and habitually looked at the goblin breeding grounds. He wanted to see how the goblin craftsman's building at the graveyard was coming along, but unexpectedly, 3 poison stinger spiders were busy around a white object in the open space of the animal pen. Upon closer inspection, it was the corpse of some creature wrapped in silk into a cocoon. The spiders were busy dismantling it. Soon, most of the cocoon was torn open, revealing the corpse of a demon missionary. However, this thing had been trampled by a group of large magical boars, leaving it bloodied and crushed, like being run over by a steamroller. Lu Sihong couldn't tell what kind of creature it was. Only its eyes, which refused to close, showed that it must have died very frustrated. After staring for a while, a message popped up on the corpse. Low-quality demon creature corpse. A severely damaged, slightly demonic human corpse, of little value. Although the original appearance was completely unrecognizable, judging by the shape of this body, It clearly doesn't resemble a human anymore. And you're telling me it's only slightly contaminated? Lu Sihong found this note a bit amusing. Fortunately, since the poison stinger spiders had returned, the Goblin Wanderer was probably just lying around again. He decided to check its diary directly. The Goblin Wandering Knight's Adventure Summary. The Goblin Wandering Knight picked up some iron ore from the ground and was chased by a group of kobolds, but managed to escape. The Wandering Knight found a damaged jungle sheep carcass and was chased by a wolf pack, but successfully escaped. The knight shared the remains with his mount. The Wandering Knight tried to take a piglet, but was lightly kicked and then chased by a herd of wild pigs. During his escape, he saw a human transformed into a demon-like creature emitting a foul smell. When passing by, he attacked it with sticky slime. After the herd of wild pigs left, the knight returned to the battle site and took the demon-like creature's body. At a gnoll camp, the knight found a finely crafted iron crossbow. The gnolls stole the bolts, so the knight attacked, killed the gnoll, and recovered the crossbow. Later, he was attacked by the gnoll tribe and started to run away but was shot and killed. Rewards from this adventure include 5 experience points, iron ore, the remains of the demon-like human, the finely crafted crossbow, and 20 iron bolts. Lu Sihong said this summary has too many flaws, making him feel a bit suffocated. Wow, just because it has a mount, it dares to go straight into someone's home to pick things? And even try to kidnap children in front of their parents? Thank goodness the trees in the mist forest are thick and sturdy enough to prevent it from being crushed. Especially the last part, breaking into a house, killing the owner, and then getting revenge from the relatives, performing a little strategic deception before dying. Lu Sihong suddenly thought of a question. The note says the Goblin Wanderer can appear anywhere randomly, but why does it always end up in the mist forest? If it appears near itself, outside White Moon Town is the mist forest, so it could just go into the forest to wander. But Qingzhou Academy is inside Qingzhou City. Wouldn't the location of its appearance be changed to the entire Qingzhou City? If a mysterious goblin robber appears, and the Adventurers Guild and Qingzhou City officials investigate, what if they find out it's him? That would be disastrous. But it seems he has no real way to catch it. By the way, this creature has evolved for a long time. Although it hasn't lived very long, it has spent more time outside than all the other goblins combined. Why hasn't it triggered the evolution conditions yet? Even if I have to evolve into some kind of goblin bandit, you should have given me a warning early on so I wouldn't get my hopes up. Lu Sihong sighed deeply while looking at the body of the wandering goblin. The other goblins seemed quite happy. The goblin beast tamer played with the newly acquired fine iron crossbow for a while, then took the blood-stained iron bolts to the goblin craftsman. The craftsman examined the bolts for a moment, nodded at the goblin beast tamer, and kept one intact bolt along with a few bent and deformed ones, which seemed to have hit the goblin wanderer's bones. He returned the rest of the bolts to the beast tamer, then mumbled something. The goblin beast tamer happily turned and left. However, the goblin craftsman didn't pay attention to the bolts for now. Instead, he took out a black bone and gently tapped it with a small hammer. The goblin grave digger and the frost goblin gathered around the demon preacher's body. One pointed at the tattered chest, another at the deformed skull, and they chattered back and forth. Finally, they reached an agreement. The frost goblin held a frost gem in one hand and pressed it on the preacher's forehead with the other, forming a thin layer of ice on his palm. The goblin grave digger then danced a strange dance around the preacher's body. Gradually, faint dark red mist appeared on the corpse, gathering along the surface and moving toward the forehead, where it combined with the cold air to form strange runes that sank into the preacher's mind. Afterward, with a crisp sound, a dark red bone fragment on the preacher's forehead was wrapped in a thin layer of white frost and detached itself. The frost goblin picked up the bone fragment and examined it carefully before gently nodding at the goblin grave digger. The goblin grave digger smiled and signaled a few goblins to help drag the demon preacher's body toward the grave site. But now, it was no longer called a graveyard. The massive body of the skeleton general was broken into pieces and stuck into the ground. A faint black aura emanated from it, turning the surrounding soil gray-black and giving off a cold, evil smell. It really had the scent of the underworld. The cemetery, mass graveyard, and undead area are special zones built from the remains of powerful undead creatures. They are perfect places for dumping bodies and can also be used to raise and train undead. Rapid decay. Bodies buried here will rot and turn into mummies very quickly. Undead land. The more bodies buried, the stronger the undead aura becomes, which can be used to enhance and train undead creatures. The goblin grave digger carried a shovel, walked around the undead area, and found a spot to dig a big hole. With help from other goblins, he pushed the body of a demon preacher into the hole and buried it. Then he brought over a prepared stone tablet and placed it on the grave. Finally, in Lu Sihong's silent gaze, he jumped up and danced strangely on the grave. Honestly, I was just bragging, but you're actually dancing on a grave. The windows and main door of Lu Sihong's room are now completely broken. Even the surrounding walls have developed some cracks. Lu Yuanyang couldn't fix it himself, so he had to find a carpenter and a mason nearby. The mason, accompanied by an armadillo-like beast, slowly transformed mud and stones. He applied special mud into the cracks, smoothed it out, and turned it into part of the stone wall to repair the damage. The carpenter, assisted by a monkey beast with green leaves on its head, removed the remaining door frame and reinstalled the main door. While the carpenter was upstairs fixing the window, Zhang Pai arrived with 2 staff members from the Adventurers Guild. He told Lu Sihong that the demon preacher who attacked him had fled into the misty forest. Although it's unlikely he will return to White Moon Town, they still suggested Lu Sihong stay at the Adventurers Guild for safety. Lu Sihong was initially surprised, then a little suspicious. He subtly asked Zhang Pai some questions to learn more about the demon preacher's appearance. After confirming the details, he relaxed and found several reasons to decline Zhang's suggestion. After all, the preacher was now resting peacefully in the undead area and was unlikely to cause trouble again. By the way, the wandering creature helped me solve a big problem this time. Unfortunately, it's never at home, so I can't give it any reward. Lu Sihong was thinking to himself, casually responding to Zhang Pai's persuasion, which made the old man unhappy. He huffed and turned to leave. If it weren't for your talent, I wouldn't bother with you at all, but Lu Sihong didn't mind at all. After all, the old man was genuinely concerned about him. He smiled and waved as he followed behind, calling out, "Master Zhang, take care. I'll visit you when I have time. Don't bother." Zhang Pai didn't turn around. Despite his age, his short legs moved quickly, and he was soon out of sight. When Lu Sihong returned home, he saw his mother frowning and looking at him with a strange expression. He instinctively took a step back. "What's wrong?" Li Qin squinted her eyes, showing a hint of danger. "I feel like you're sure that the monster won't come back?" No, it's not like that." "Oh, I almost forgot. Today I haven't cultivated the pure fragrance flower yet." Lu Sihong exaggeratedly clapped his hands and hurriedly moved the flower from the living room to the door, nourishing it with his energy. After 2 days outside, the originally slightly green flowers of the pure fragrance flower gradually returned to normal color. The few remaining in the dragon feces farm had turned completely green. From a distance, it was hard to tell which were flowers and which were leaves. Lu Sihong planned to have the goblin pull out one for research in a few days to see if anything besides the color had changed. Thinking of doing a full performance, Lu Sihong planned to let the goblin warrior guard the night. Li Qin rolled her eyes at him and snorted coldly. "Even the ox and horse need sleep. A Yong is badly injured, and you still want him to guard the night? Don't you have any humanity?" Lu Sihong could only silently grumble inside and, with a foolish smile, recalled the goblin warrior to his beast tamer space. As soon as the goblin warrior returned to the space and was about to go back to its goblin hut to recover, it saw the goblin craftsman come over and handed a black bone-shaped talisman. The goblin wild charm, undead, poor, a small rune made from the bones of a skeleton general, which absorbs some of the general's power. Unfortunately, due to severe energy loss, the rune's power is weak. Low-level power grant. The skeleton general was a powerful ogre warrior in life. After becoming an undead, it absorbed most of his strength into its bones. Wearing this rune grants a small boost in power. The dead desire. Undead cannot have life but crave it. When dealing damage to enemies, it slightly heals itself by drawing a small amount of life force. Another charm, made from the skull of a demon missionary, has already been hung on the Goblin Raider's leather armor by the Goblin craftsman, who even tied a butterfly knot for decoration. The Goblin Wild Charm, Demon, Poor, a small rune crafted from the lightly demonic human bones, barely gaining some faint demonic power from a damaged corpse. Low-level shadow power. For some unknown reason, the goblin has gained a small amount of shadow energy from this inferior demonic human. When in darkness, it grants extra stealth bonuses. Demon Whispers. These creatures living in harsh environments tend to complain endlessly instead of improving their living conditions. Goblin words can cause slight mental interference to enemies, making them dazed. Lu Sihong thought to himself that, no wonder, this equipment required 2, or maybe 1.5, goblin spellcasters to make. Its magical effects are much stronger than that nail-studded shoulder armor. He wasn't sure if wearing this would have any effect on him, but he planned to find out when he had the chance. Just as he was about to leave the beast-taming space and enter meditation, he saw the goblin craftsman pick a bunch of grass from the ground, skillfully kneading it into a cake shape, and bringing it to the goblin warrior's hut. The goblin warrior took the grass cake, looked at it with a conflicted expression for a moment, as if mentally preparing himself, then suddenly hardened his face. He quickly shoved the grass ball into his mouth, chewed twice, and his expression grew even more unpleasant. The green juice from the grass seeped from the corners of his mouth, making it look as if he had just ingested poison. With the poison taking effect, he seemed close to collapsing. Until the goblin warrior swallowed all the grass in his mouth, he took a long breath and happily picked up the bone club beside him to chew on. Lu Sihong looked at him with a slight smile, feeling a bit amused. 2 months ago, this guy could calmly eat a whole piece of grass, including mud and dirt, without changing his expression. Now, he couldn't even eat the carefully prepared green cake made by goblin craftsmen. But the notes on the green cake recipe say it can make goblins feel happy, right? But judging by the goblin warrior's appearance, eating it doesn't seem to have anything to do with being happy at all. Lu Sihong felt a little uncertain. Fortunately, he had already obtained the recipe, which he could check directly at the goblin breeding farm. Oh, it's about feeling happy after eating. As for whether the eating process is enjoyable, it depends on whether they still like eating grass, right? Lu Sihong thought with some helplessness. The next morning, the frost goblin finally met the evolution requirements. Lu Sihong eagerly activated its evolution function. Frost Goblin successfully evolves into Goblin Frost Mage. Goblin Frost Mage. As the goblin's understanding of frost energy deepens, it has finally activated the power hidden within its bloodline, becoming a more powerful spellcaster. The Goblin Frost Mage has more energy to cast ice spells. Ice Arrow launches a powerful arrow-shaped ice cone spell, which can be controlled within a certain range. Ice Shield summons 3 floating, thick ice shields around the body that automatically block attacks and can be controlled. Frost Trap sets an almost invisible frost magic circle under its feet. When other creatures approach, it automatically triggers and freezes them. The Goblin Frost Mage can control the magic circle, directly activating or stopping the trap. The energy of the magic circle gradually dissipates, weakening the trap's power as the energy decreases. When energy is insufficient, the magic circle will collapse. You have fulfilled the Frost Goblin's wish and received a random reward. You have obtained the blueprints for Goblin Beautification Potion. Combine silverleaf, chamomile, purple. Put them all into a large pot. Crush and stir, then add clean water and cook. If you're lucky, you'll get a good potion. If not, well, at least you lose a few customers, but they probably won't come to complain. Of course, goblins can also choose to process these herbs more carefully, which increases the success rate of potion making and improves the quality of the final product. However, this requires some knowledge of potion crafting. Additionally, using herbs grown in the goblin farm can give extra boosts to the potion's effects. Goblin Beautification Potion. After drinking, the user's skin will turn greener and brighter within half an hour, with some minor side effects. In 10 minutes, the body slightly enlarges, mental clarity slightly decreases, physical pain slightly lessens, fighting spirit greatly increases, and resistance to mental magic is greatly enhanced. It also makes the user immune to most fear-based spells. After 10 minutes, the body becomes weak, accompanied by a strong feeling of hunger, requiring the user to eat a lot in a short time. Wait, if I'm not mistaken, this says beautification potion, not berserk potion, right? And you call those things side effects? Hold on. It says the effects apply to the user, not just goblins, so others who drink it can also experience these effects. Body enlarges, mental clarity drops, and the skin stays green. It kind of looks like a scientist transforming into something else. A few days later, Lu Sihong was crouched at home, struggling with a bowl of green beans. After some practice, he had gradually learned how to control energy. Now, he was trying to use wood element energy to speed up the sprouting of the green beans. He saw a bright green energy flow from Lu Sihong's fingers into a bean soaking in water. The bean quickly grew, sprouting roots and leaves in just a few seconds. However, there was a small problem. The roots of the bean sprout seemed to be growing too wildly, filling the entire basin and looking a bit strange. Lu Sihong frowned, looking confused and frustrated, unable to figure out what went wrong. Suddenly, he heard a crisp applause behind him. He turned around and saw Zhang Peipei standing at the door, smiling at him with a look of surprise, but mostly happiness and satisfaction. "Sorry, I forgot to close the door, and you all are so focused." Lu Sihong quickly stood up to greet them. "Haha, teacher, you're here. Please come in. Would you like something to drink?" "Oh, we only have plain water." "Well, sit for a moment, and I'll go outside to buy you something." Lu Zian hurriedly closed her book and quietly moved it aside. She sat obediently, her face flushed and her eyes a bit nervous. Zhang Peipei waved her hand and looked at Lu Zian with a gentle smile that students from Qingzhou College had never seen before. She softly asked, "Don't be nervous. It's just a book. If you like, I have a few more. I can give them to you too." Hearing this, Lu Zian quietly relaxed, her whole body visibly easing up. Zhang Peipei's smile grew wider. She glanced at the book titled Basics of Pharmacology and asked curiously, "You seem very focused on reading. Do you understand it?" Lu Zian nodded gently, looking obedient but a little nervous as she softly replied, "I understand part of it, but many terms are unfamiliar, so I don't know what they mean." At this moment, Lu Sihong raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, is there a book missing? The basic principles in this one don't seem basic at all. We've never seen many of these terms." Unexpectedly, Zhang Peipei smiled and answered, "Oh, I didn't expect you to actually finish reading the book. This one was just for show. Many things require foundational courses at the college to understand." After saying this, she looked at the somewhat speechless Lu Sihong with curiosity in her eyes. "I didn't expect you to be so talented and quick to learn." Of course, in her previous life, after 5 years of college entrance exams and 3 years of mock tests, she had fought her way through a narrow path among many. After entering university, she studied hard every semester to avoid failing, so her learning efficiency was excellent. Lu Sihong felt a bit proud inside but kept a smile on his face as he said, "It should be okay, I guess. Good. You need to study well, and during the holidays when you go home, you should teach your sister properly." While speaking, Zhang Peipei walked over to Lu Zian, took out a few books from her space gear, and placed them on the table. She smiled and said to the young girl, "Some of the books I have are not easy for you to read, and some are too advanced. If you're interested, you can flip through these. If you have questions, you can ask your brother when he returns." Wait a moment, I think I am the one you want to learn from." Lu Sihong suddenly felt that his position might be at risk. Noticing Lu Sihong's strange expression, Zhang Peipei explained with a smile, "You're a clever and eager girl, just like I was when I was young. All right, I get it. You were smart and eager to learn when you were young. So, the kind of girl like my sister is really the one you truly like, and I am probably just a tool to carry on the family tradition." Lu Sihong suddenly realized the truth. Although Lu Sihong wiped away the bloodstains on the book cover, the dark red bloodstains on the side of the pages and the scratches from claws remained. There was little he could do about it. Zhang Peipei touched the scratches on the cover of Basics of Pharmacology and asked lightly, "I heard you were attacked a few days ago when I returned?" "Yes, it was said to be a demon follower, jealous of my high talent." Seeing that Lu Sihong showed no fear and even looked a bit proud, Zhang Peipei couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. "Those remnants, like cockroaches in the sewer, are always hard to get rid of. Sorry, I was careless and forgot that this isn't Qingzhou City, and it's not so safe here." What does that have to do with you? Lu Sihong was a bit surprised by Zhang Peipei's sudden apology. Zhang Peipei shook her head slightly. I said I would take you as my student, so I should at least provide basic protection. I was in a hurry this time and didn't bring anything with me. But luckily, I will return to Qingzhou City in a few days, and I can make it up to you then. Oh, has the ruins exploration finished? Hearing that she would leave soon, Lu Sihong's mood became complicated. Lu Zian beside him also looked a bit disappointed. Yes, we've explored most of it. The number of adventurers is increasing, so it's no longer valuable. By the way, your mother's beast is the ghost-faced spider, right? Lu Sihong nodded, not understanding why Zhang Peipei mentioned this. I know a recipe for an alchemical potion that, if drunk regularly, can make the ghost-faced spider continue to mutate and evolve. The materials are not hard to find, but the price is quite high. Seeing Lu Sihong's eyes suddenly light up, Zhang Peipei smirked and said, I can give you the recipe, and I can also provide some of the materials. As for the potion, you'll have to make it yourself when you're ready. She lightly touched the scratches on the book and added calmly, who knows when danger might come. This world is really too dangerous. Recently, the goblins in the Mist Forest have been thinking about moving somewhere else. They feel targeted. No matter where they go, they face strange attacks. Whether it's bugbears, gnolls, lizardmen, or ogres, they all shout loudly and rush at their friends with red eyes, fighting desperately. Sometimes, while walking peacefully, a few earth-shaking boars or shadow panthers suddenly jump out. After going crazy and killing a few goblins, they leave looking very satisfied. Just recently, some ogre warriors out hunting found a sneaky goblin team in the jungle. They ignored their prey and shouted loudly, rushing forward. With a swing of their wolf-tooth clubs, they smashed the ugly green-skinned little monsters into meat patties. After venting their anger, the ogre warriors, feeling happy, were about to go back to retrieve their prey when they saw a goblin riding a venomous spider quickly rush past them. The spit. The venomous spider moved fast, spitting white saliva at each ogre's feet, sticking them to the ground. Seeing that familiar figure, the ogres instantly turned red with anger. Their bodies swelled with rage. They tore the spider silk on their legs and chased after him quickly. But by the time they caught up, it was too late. They only saw that goblin, holding his hard-earned food, riding the venomous spider into the bushes, quickly disappearing. The ogre warriors, after venting wildly at the innocent trees around them, grew more and more angry. Unable to hold back, they ran back to their tribe, gathered a group of ogres, and fought another battle with nearby goblin clans. The goblins were all stunned. A few high-level goblins gathered together to discuss, feeling that they couldn't stay in this place any longer. They decided to move away immediately, anywhere but here. Let's go now? We don't need any of this messy stuff anymore. Meanwhile, the chaos was caused by a goblin wanderer sharing the food it had just found with its friends. The goblin was small and not very hungry, eating only a few bites, mostly food from a poison spike spider. Maybe because it had been eating well lately, this poison spike spider had grown much bigger than its two brothers. It was over 4 meters long, looking like a small vehicle. It could crawl faster, its tough outer shell was stronger, and it was more skilled at using its silk. The spider silk could be used to trap enemies, set traps, escape, pick up things, or pack loot. Very useful. When they had eaten enough, the goblin wanderer suddenly lifted its head and looked into the distance. It listened carefully for a while, then patted its friends. The poison spike spider received a signal and immediately threw the remaining food aside. Its 8 legs blurred into shadows, and with a soft rustling sound, it sped away quickly. Not far off, a clumsy human adventurer had an unlucky encounter. While exploring, they almost got caught by a migrating goblin group and barely escaped. Later, they ran into a foraging rock bear. Using all their strength, they managed to drive the beast away, even forcing their summoned beast back into its space. Finally, they succeeded in defeating their enemies. But now, the adventurer was badly injured and exhausted, pinned under the large rock bear. They couldn't move. Their small healing potion bag had fallen far away during the fight. As they lay dying, they saw a goblin riding a poison spike spider rushing toward them. The adventurer was stunned for a moment, then chuckled bitterly, thinking to themselves that they were about to die. It was strange to see such a bizarre illusion. Then they saw the goblin jump down from the spider, pick up their small bag, and look inside. Since most of their belongings had already been used during the escape, the goblin only found the last bottle of healing potion. After thinking for a moment, it put the potion back into the bag, then hung the bag around its neck. It tried it on and found it fit quite snugly. The wanderer hesitated as he looked at the rock bear pressing down on the adventurer. It seemed like the bear was being held in someone's arms, and he thought he shouldn't take it. Just as he was about to turn away, his eyes caught something flashing. Upon closer look, he saw that the rock bear had a dagger stuck in its head, with a fiery gemstone embedded in the handle, shining brightly in the sunlight. The goblin wanderer immediately froze. It's important to have principles, even as a goblin. For the goblin wanderer, he could pick up things lying on the ground, but he absolutely couldn't take something someone was holding. However, the dagger in the rock bear's head belonged to the bear, but since the bear was now dead, the dagger was considered unclaimed. That meant it was okay to take, right? After convincing himself, the goblin hesitated to move forward. He whispered to the poison spike spider, then watched as the spider spat out a strand of silk, sticking it to the gemstone dagger. It then pulled back forcefully, but the dagger was lodged tightly in the rock bear's skull. The spider pulled once and couldn't move it. Suddenly, with a burst of strength, the dagger, along with the entire rock bear, was dragged over. The adventurer, who thought he was about to die, suddenly saw a flash before his eyes. His body felt much lighter. Looking at the rock bear's body rolling away, he was stunned. The goblin wanderer also paused, surprised. Seeing the adventurer's dazed expression and his blank stare, he started to count his fingers silently, muttering in his mind, "It's been on the ground for so long. If you don't pick it up, I might as well think you don't want it." After the poison spike spider spat some corrosive liquid onto the bones of the rock bear and wiped it around, the wanderer successfully pulled out the gemstone dagger. Seeing that the adventurer was still lying there, dazed and unresponsive, he happily ordered the spider to wrap the rock bear into a cocoon and prepared to leave, dragging it behind him. The adventurer finally realized he wasn't dreaming, but he was exhausted, bleeding heavily, and felt he had little chance against the poison spike spider. He was just waiting to die when he noticed that the strange duo didn't pay him any attention. They finished packing the rock bear and were about to leave. Thinking back to how the goblin gritted his teeth and pulled out the dagger, a sudden idea flashed in his mind. Weakly, he called out, "Wait!" The goblin wanderer looked back at him with some surprise. "My bag, the healing potion." The wanderer quickly pressed both hands on his small bag, looking at the adventurer with suspicion. The venomous spider also hissed threateningly, as if saying, "Here's your last chance to change your words." Seeing that the goblin could understand him, the adventurer was a bit surprised. He nervously extended a hand, holding a gold coin. "I'll trade you this." The goblin wanderer looked at the shiny coin in the sunlight, paused for a moment, then took out a cloudy, light pink healing potion from his bag. After thinking for a bit, he tilted his head and looked at the adventurer. Then he raised. The adventurer was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening. His face turned pale, and he weakly said, "No, I only bought this potion for 35 silver coins. Hey, no trade, huh?" The wanderer pouted, put the potion back into his bag, patted the venomous spider, and prepared to leave. Seeing this, the adventurer quickly became anxious. He hurriedly took out another gold coin and shouted loudly with his remaining strength, "Trade. I want to trade." The goblin wanderer immediately broke into a happy smile, jumped down from the spider, and walked back. He grabbed the gold coin from the adventurer's hand and handed the potion to him. Although getting close to the adventurer felt a bit dangerous, for the shiny gold, taking a small risk was worth it. At most, he would go home to sleep, wake up, and be a free goblin knight again. However, the adventurer had no bad intentions. With trembling hands, he opened the bottle and drank the recovered healing potion with tears in his eyes. In this world, there are no phones or social media, or else the adventurer would definitely take a selfie and write, "Who understands, family? I spent 35 silver coins on this potion, went out for a quick roll, and now someone else has it. If I want to drink it again, I need to spend 2 gold coins." After drinking the healing potion, his body felt warm, and the bleeding wound gradually healed. Having survived, the adventurer felt that 2 gold coins weren't such a big deal. Oh well, just spend money to avoid trouble. At least the goblin didn't take him away in a bag. Being alive was good enough. There was nothing to complain about. The adventurer relaxed and lay down quietly, waiting for the potion to take effect. After the wanderer returned to the back of the poison sting spider, he gently rubbed the 2 coins in his hand, a strange light flickering in his eyes. When Lu Sihong was about to leave, his parents and close friends packed a lot of things. It didn't look like they were heading to a well-stocked big city, but rather to some deserted island for survival. They seemed worried he might freeze or starve outside. Since he was taking a flight, bringing too many things would make him overweight. Plus, Zhang Peipei said she would provide food and accommodation, so in the end, he only took a few change of clothes. Under the watchful eyes of his parents, sister, and neighbors, Lu Sihong suddenly felt a surge of energy around him. Like a rocket, he shot into the sky with a loud whoosh, leaving only a sharp scream that echoed through half of White Moon Town. After soaring into the sky and reaching a steady speed, Lu Sihong finally calmed down. Surrounded by wind elements, he was flying hundreds of meters high. Although he was moving very fast, he didn't feel the fierce wind hitting his face. As he gradually adapted, he looked at the scenery below and felt very relaxed and free. It would be even better if the takeoff was more comfortable. Lu Sihong looked to his side. Zhang Peipei, with a calm expression and a slight smile, asked curiously, "Teacher, is this kind of flying magic only usable by wind element mages?" Zhang Peipei glanced at Lu Sihong, seeming to understand his question. She smiled softly and added, "But you can also use some magic equipment or tools to cast wind walk. Also, mages of other elements have their own flying spells." Lu Sihong's eyes lit up, and he asked eagerly, "What does a wood element flying spell look like?" Zhang Peipei was momentarily stunned, frowned in thought, and suddenly fell silent. Sometimes, silence is the best answer. Lu Sihong wasn't too concerned about this. Seeing his teacher's conflicted expression, he was about to speak when Zhang Peipei said, "Wood element energy is less common among practitioners, and even fewer become mages. I might need to check some information before I can give you an answer." Lu Sihong was slightly surprised, but then smiled. "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing. I just think you must be a very responsible teacher." Peipei Zhang smiled and said, "I don't care about others, but since I have accepted you as my student, I must be responsible for you. Especially when it comes to knowledge, I will never let you be careless." Although Lu Sihong had been in this world for over 10 years, his activities were limited to a small area. He had never been to Qingzhou City, partly because his family was poor, and partly because the transportation here was expensive or unreliable. The cheap carts were so rickety that riding them for long distances could be dangerous. He originally thought that this trip to Qingzhou Academy would give him a good look at the city from above. Unfortunately, although Qingzhou Academy was located in Qingzhou City, it wasn't actually inside the city. The eastern half of Qingzhou City, along with the nearby mountains and rivers, belonged to the Academy's territory. Peipei Zhang had other things to do at the Academy and couldn't take him sightseeing around. After catching a glimpse of the city from afar, she quickly flew toward a strange tall tower situated in a large botanical garden. When she sensed her master's return, the smooth exterior of the magic tower extended a landing platform on its surface. Peipei Zhang brought Lu Sihong down onto the platform, then walked straight through the door into a huge study, or a library, it didn't matter. Around her, dozens of tall bookshelves, each about 10 meters high, were filled with books. Lu Sihong glanced quickly and saw no duplicate books among them. He swallowed nervously, feeling worried about his future studies. "Kuta," Peipei Zhang called out into the air. A somewhat dull male voice responded, "I'm here. Kuta is the name of this tower's spirit. If you need anything, you can ask it directly," Peipei Zhang whispered to Lu Sihong, then turned to the air and said, "This is my new student, Lu Sihong. The Academy should have already sent his information to you, right?" The tower spirit immediately replied, "Lu Sihong's information has been recorded." "Good. First, explain some rules of Qingzhou Academy to him. I need to go see the dean now. Also, please grant Lu Sihong apprentice-level access inside the magic tower." "Understood." Lu Sihong now has apprentice-level access to the Alchemy Magic Tower. Stay here and get familiar with the basic situation of the Academy. I will come back to find you later. After Peipei Zhang finished speaking, and saw Lu Sihong nodding. She turned around and flew back to the platform using wind magic. Lu Sihong, may I ask if you are ready to explain the rules of Qingzhou Academy? Tailing asked. Lu Sihong found a sofa nearby and sat down. He didn't know what kind of being Tailing was or which direction to look at. He could only imitate Pei Pei Zhang and look up at the air, saying, can I have a glass of water first? I've been flying for a while and I'm a bit thirsty. Sure. Lu Sihong thought the voice sounded a bit silly, but it was quite functional. After waiting for 3 or 4 minutes, nothing was delivered, so he asked suspiciously, Kuda, I'm here. Where's my water? Searching for information. Sorry, I couldn't find anything related to Lu Sihong's water in the magic tower. Lu Sihong suddenly realized it was just a simple AI, not a fully smart home system. Forget it. Let's talk about the academy rules first. Okay. The basic rules of Qingzhou Academy are the same as Qingzhou City. Students are not allowed to do anything illegal inside the academy. The academy offers basic, advanced, and high-level courses. Basic courses are open to all students. The class schedule is announced each semester and can be checked on the academy's system. Students can apply for advanced courses after earning enough points from basic courses. The schedule for advanced courses is not fixed but will be announced in advance. High-level courses require meeting certain conditions set by the mentor. Students must get approval from the mentor before applying through the system. The schedule for high-level courses depends on the mentor's availability. Lu Sihong was slightly stunned. The learning style at Qingzhou Academy seemed to be very free. Students love to learn, and if they don't, they just drop out. Especially the high-level courses, which seem to depend on luck. You work hard for a long time, finally get the qualification, but the teacher is busy all semester, so you might miss the class or just leave the academy for a walk and come back to find the teacher has already held a class. Then, what are the graduation requirements for the academy? Please explain the meaning of graduation. It means finishing your studies at the academy and receiving a certificate to prove your attendance. Normally, students can study at Qingzhou Academy until age 22. After that, they lose their student status. To get a professional certificate, students must go to the relevant organizations on their own. Although the middle school in Baiwa Town is somewhat relaxed, its teaching style is quite similar to that of my previous life. So Lu Sihong always thought that higher-level academies might have similar educational environments. But now I realize that whether I learn well or not has nothing to do with the academy or teachers. They don't need to boost their achievements or make money from it. The academy is just a welfare measure for human civilization. They don't care if students succeed or not. From this, it seems my college life won't be too stressful as long as I manage my time well. While Lu Sihong was thinking this and feeling a bit more relaxed, Kuda continued speaking. Lu Sihong's status is different from other students. As a personally trained disciple of the Alchemy Magic Tower, the Tower Master will personally arrange your learning content. Lu Sihong's heart suddenly tightened. He licked his dry lips and nervously asked, Teacher, are there other personal disciples of the Tower Master? The Tower Master currently has 4 personal disciples, Lu Yue, Sima Qingfeng, Deng Qianyun, and Lu Sihong. The names are listed in order of entry. Oh, there's someone with the same name as me. Lu Sihong reacted, feeling a bit confused. He patted his forehead to wake himself up and asked the Tower Spirit, Are the senior brothers and sisters and the teacher satisfied with their study schedules? Not satisfied. Ah, that's okay then. Apart from daily research activities, they also have 5 hours each day for sleep and rest. Huh? Never mind. Kuda, I'm here. I want to drink water. Show me where to get water. Also, is there food in the magic tower? The kitchen inside the Alchemy Magic Tower has plenty of water and food. After walking 200 meters forward, open the door and go inside the tower to the staircase. After Zhang Peipei returned, she scheduled all of Lu Sihong's classes tightly. For more than half a month, he didn't step outside the Alchemy Magic Tower. Until now, he doesn't even know which door leads to Qingzhou City or Qingzhou Academy. In fact, besides his bedroom on the 3rd floor, the kitchen and dining area on the 3rd floor, the meditation room on the 4th floor, the library on the 5th floor, and the laboratory on the 9th floor, he has never been to other parts of the tower. Every day, besides eating, drinking, and sleeping, he spends all his time meditating and studying. Before bed, he takes a sleeping potion, and when he wakes up, he takes a waking potion. This keeps him energetic and motivated all day. The food and drinks he consumes are made from various magical beast ingredients and magic materials. The taste doesn't matter much, but the nutrients are definitely enough. Although he feels exhausted every day, Lu Sihong feels his body getting stronger. He secretly asked Tower Spirit how much these things cost. Tower Spirit calculated that his daily expenses, including those in the laboratory, are about 15 to 50 gold coins. That shocked Lu Sihong. Does it really cost so much to raise a disciple? It's not your money you're spending. Why do you worry about these things? Before becoming a formal alchemist, I will cover all your expenses. After you become an alchemist, you won't have to worry about money anymore, Zhang Peipei said calmly to Lu Sihong. What could he do? He could only treat himself like a beast of burden and study as hard as he can. Although it's a purely exploitative way of learning, with the help of various potions and magical foods, Lu Sihong's learning progress is very fast. In just half a month, he can already make some basic magic potions, like a remedy that can cure most common colds, and an insect-repelling potion to drive away small bugs. Additionally, through daily meditation, Lu Sihong's mental strength and control over energy have improved greatly. He is now capable of mastering some simple spells. However, he has encountered some difficulties in self-learning magic and hasn't figured them out yet. Peipei Zhang did not teach Lu Sihong basic magic knowledge. She thought that the teachers at Qingzhou Academy, who specialize in this, would explain it better. She decided to let Lu Sihong wait a few more days until the basic magic course started at the academy. Then, she could go to class there, since he couldn't stay inside the magic tower forever. In fact, normally, when Lu Sihong entered Qingzhou Academy, he was supposed to take a physical fitness test. This test would help decide his future career path. However, when Lu Sihong was playing with bean sprouts in Baiwei Town, Peipei Zhang saw his energy control ability. At that time, he was also deeply engaged in studying at the magic tower. She didn't want to interrupt his learning, so she just found some new student data in the records and copied the test results into Lu Sihong's file. Because of her position at Qingzhou Academy, Peipei Zhang didn't think much of this. But unexpectedly, it caused a small problem for Lu Sihong. Lu Sihong stayed inside the magic tower for more than half a month without going out. Meanwhile, someone else had been outside for nearly half a month and hadn't returned home. Outside the alchemy magic tower, there is a huge magical plantation. It's actually a forest of magical plants. This land was specially allocated by the Lord of Qingzhou City, the Lava King, for Peipei Zhang to grow alchemy materials. Although Peipei Zhang is good at alchemy, she has no talent for farming. She simply planted magical plant seedlings and seeds brought from outside or given by others. She then added various beneficial substances to help the plants grow, such as green dragon blood, green dragon feces, and dragon bones. It's not because she has a grudge against green dragons. These materials are just very useful. Peipei Zhang didn't manage the plants carefully. They grew naturally and surprisingly well. Over time, they formed a magical forest that attracted many magical creatures. To prevent accidents, Peipei Zhang built a huge wall around the plantation. She also hired a master of magic arrays to set up a large magic circle using rare materials. This circle kept the magical plants and creatures inside the plantation and gathered surrounding magical energy to help the plants grow better. Peipei Zhang usually doesn't manage the plantation much. She occasionally finds some rare magical plants or seeds, plants them in suitable spots, and adds some fertilizer. Whether they grow well depends on the plant's own efforts. The plantation has many weak magical creatures, like forest slimes, swift rabbits, and digging moles. There are also some magical insects attracted by scents and flying creatures, all of which reproduce quickly. If these creatures didn't reproduce fast enough, they would soon disappear. The large magical plantation is full of dangerous, meat-eating magical plants and giant insects. There's also a two-headed magic user who often comes into the forest to gather supplies. Because of the magic circle, the plant garden is similar to a foggy forest. The deeper you go, the stronger the magic energy. Dangerous magical plants and giant insects are mostly found inside, while the outer areas have weaker magical creatures. Although the plantation is considered Peipei Zhang's private property, she doesn't mind the low-level magical materials that grow naturally. students from Qingzhou College can apply to the college to gather materials from the plantation. Before entering, students must read warnings, such as not collecting high-level magical plants or going deep into the forest. The warnings don't specify what happens if rules are broken, but those allowed into the garden are usually calm, experienced students who know about the dangers, like fierce monsters deep in the forest or the temperamental alchemy master who likes to experiment on students. They stay on the outskirts to gather low-level magical materials. One day, a few students studying alchemy gathered carefully to pick ripe fruits from magical plants. Suddenly, they heard a loud noise from afar. A huge yellow spider carried a small green creature and quickly ran past them. Behind it, a horde of large beetles chased after, their excited chirping showing they were very agitated. They crushed all the magical plants along the way. The students looked at each other in surprise. "Did you see that spider just now? It looks like a goblin, doesn't it?" "Wow. Is it really a goblin? I thought I saw it wrong." "I also saw it was a goblin, and it seems to be an ordinary goblin that hasn't evolved yet. How could there be goblins in the botanical garden? Isn't it just some big insects? Goblins are like cockroaches. When you see one, it's already widespread and numerous. Should we quickly notify the academy? Hold on. Don't rush. Since we're here, let's gather our materials first. Look at those plants. Many are crushed by bugs. If we don't collect them soon, they'll be wasted." "Yeah, I think you're right." The other students suddenly realized and looked at the scattered magical plant remains, their eyes shining with excitement. The goblin wandering knight has a strong ability to adapt. Even in a strange environment, while picking magical fruits, it was bitten on the head by a strange flower. But it's okay, just a nap, and after returning, it quickly got used to the surroundings. Relying on the powerful movement ability of the poison spike spider in the jungle, it gathered a large number of magical fruits in the botanical garden. When its small bag was full, it even had the spider weave a big silk pouch to carry everything it collected. However, there are too many magical plants in the garden. It soon lost interest in the low-level magical materials. But after some exploration, the wanderer found that around the high-level magical materials that tempted it, there were very dangerous magical plants. These plants seemed to use the tempting magical fruits as bait to lure prey. They guard around these plants, waiting for prey that can't resist the temptation to come close. Most of these carnivorous plants can't move, so instead of guarding the plants, they rely on these baited traps to catch enough prey, which makes them grow especially strong. As for the prey, besides some small magical beasts, the most numerous creatures in this magical jungle are giant insects, which are the most common species here. At first, these insects weren't so big, but this place is full of magic energy, and the food around is rare outside, mainly magical plants. The powerful magical beasts dare not enter, except for some carnivorous magical plants, which have almost no natural enemies. They can grow vigorously because of this. Since these magical insects are also good materials for alchemy, and the botanical garden needs an ecological chain, like helping plants pollinate or serving as food for some carnivorous plants. Peipei Zhang has been observing for a while. She only eliminated a few insects with strong flying abilities that might threaten the residents of Qingzhou City. Then, she let the tower spirit of the alchemy magic tower and her summoned beasts monitor the situation. When they found particularly dangerous insects, they caught and brought them back as alchemy materials. The rest were allowed to reproduce freely in the botanical garden. When needed, some could be captured for materials or potion testing, saving her the trouble of collecting outside. However, these carefree insects never expected that a goblin riding a poison spike spider would suddenly appear in the magic forest. The goblin ran into their nest, carrying a silk bag to gather insect eggs, while another treated the place as a self-service restaurant, eating and drinking happily. It chewed on the insects with a crisp crunch, devouring all the newly hatched small beetles. By the time they reacted, the nest had been emptied. The beetles went mad, trying to kill the two intruders. But the poison spike spider could jump high and far, swinging on its silk like a swing. Even a man with silk abilities could fly between tall buildings using silk, let alone a spider. The tall trees and complex jungle environment posed no obstacle to the poison spike spider. Instead, they provided many footholds. With a few leaps and pulls, it easily escaped the beetle swarm. Then, There was the scene the academy students had seen before, a group of beetles chasing a goblin riding a poison spike spider, causing chaos in the entire planting area. Peipei Zhang looked at the chaotic scene from the stargazing platform atop the alchemy magic tower, her expression slightly puzzled. Meanwhile, the tower spirit, emotionless and mechanical, reported its observations of the goblin wanderers during this time. So, based on your observations, this little creature might be connected to Lu Xihong? Yes, based on data analysis and calculations, there is a 75% chance that this creature is connected to Lu Xihong. However, since Lu Xihong's summoned beast is a goblin warrior, this probability drops to 32%. Knowing he has a summoned beast, the chance is still about 30%. The talent or special ability obtained from the trial ground, or some kind of super goblin replacement technique. Just a lie. At least come up with a nicer name. Zhang Peipei chuckled softly. It seems this little guy is hiding a big secret. All related information about this event is classified as top secret. No one except me is allowed to see it. The command has been received, and the related data has been encrypted. You asked if, when this goblin dies, the spider will also disappear, along with the items on them? Yes. The first time this goblin appeared in the magic plant garden, it was bitten on the head by a golden-striped overlord flower. When it was recalled by its summoned space, the venomous spider and the items on it entered a recall state at the same time. I've never seen a summoned beast that can bring items back to its space before, I must say. Zhang Peipei's lips curled slightly, and her eyes showed curiosity. She gently flicked her right finger, and a faint whistle sounded in the air. A blue ripple instantly crossed over 1,000 meters, hitting the goblin's head, which was bobbing and bouncing happily, smashing it into a pulp. The force was just right, enough to off the head without touching the spider silk bag on its shoulder. Then, seeing that both the venomous spider and the items on the two monsters turned into bright light and vanished, Zhang Peipei raised an eyebrow in surprise. Her curiosity deepened. She asked, "Will they appear again in 3 days?" Exactly 3 days, 5 hours, and 32 minutes since their first appearance. Also, the chance that the goblin and Lu Xihong are connected increases to 42%, Talon replied. All right, when they reappear, let me know. If I'm busy with experiments, just observe and record everything yourself. The command has been received. Zhang Peipei thought that even the goblin itself didn't know how it died. Even if it was Lu Xihong's summoned beast, Lu Xihong probably wouldn't know that he accidentally killed the goblin out of curiosity. However, if it were other goblins, that would be fine, but unfortunately, the Goblin Wandering Knight is an exception. Goblin Wandering Knight's Diary. The Goblin Wandering Knight enters the alchemy botanical garden. Picks fire fruits. Clears wood fruits. Light wind fruits. Picks. The Goblin Wandering Knight enters the beetle nest. While fleeing, the Goblin Wandering Knight was attacked by a powerful mage's wind blade and died. This adventure yielded 40 experience points, contributed by over 100 beetle larvae, a large amount of magic materials, 15 intact beetle eggs, and 169 damaged beetle eggs. Every day, Lu Xihong studies tirelessly, then drinks a sleeping potion and falls asleep immediately. Finally, he manages to find some time to check on the goblin farm. When he saw the message on the Wandering Diary, he suddenly felt very uneasy. Although he has never stepped outside the magic tower, he knows that outside the tower there is a huge magical plant garden, owned privately by Zhang Peipei. Normally, no other mages would enter, especially not a powerful wind mage. Lu Xihong is now considering whether he should openly talk to Zhang Peipei. But the alchemy group seems to just be about mixing medicines, not related to those crazy scientists. However, Lu Xihong, who has read many books in the library recently, knows well that these alchemists are essentially mages. They study magic potions and are capable of carefully dissecting magical beasts, analyzing each part in detail. One master alchemist even wrote a book on beast cooking, describing thousands of magical beasts, their body parts, meat qualities, and which parts are the tastiest or most nutritious. The book also includes many recipes. When it first came out, it was very popular among chefs and food critics. After spending some time together, Lu Xihong has learned about Zhang Peipei's personality. He's not worried about being dissected on an experiment table, but his teacher, out of curiosity, would definitely perform strange experiments on him. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Never mind, just go with the flow. Lu Sihong decides to pretend he knows nothing and wait until his teacher asks him about it. When he regained his senses, he saw the goblin beast tamer take all the iron beetle eggs from the wooden storage, pick some magic fruits, and walk into the animal pen. He built a small nest and placed 15 intact iron beetle eggs inside, apparently preparing to hatch the insects. The remaining broken eggs and magic fruits were fed to the two smaller venomous spiders. The other venomous spider was not jealous. Since it often went out with the wanderer to enjoy good food and drinks, it was much larger than its two companions combined. Seeing how thin and underdeveloped they looked, it felt sorry for them. The next morning, Lu Sihong finally left the Alchemy Magic Tower and stepped onto the land of Qingzhou College for the first time. Today was the start of the basic magic class, and Lu Sihong needed to go to the magic teaching area of Qingzhou College. He had never been outside before. He wanted Tailing to guide him, but unfortunately, Kuda was only the spirit of the Alchemy Magic Tower, not the spirit of Qingzhou College. It couldn't leave the tower, so it only pointed him to a map on the bookshelf. The map was very detailed, and the college's roads were simple. Lu Sihong followed the path and easily reached the magic teaching area, finding the classroom, a building about the size of a basketball gym. As he passed through the gate, he felt a faint magical wave sweep over him, which was the college's system confirming his identity. Inside the building was a large classroom that could hold over 1,000 students. Although the space was big, most of it was taken up by the teacher's podium, as teachers needed enough room to demonstrate spells. The classroom was noisy, mostly filled with new students this year. Excited about their first magic class, they couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Because of the different way he entered the college, Lu Sihong didn't know anyone there. He found a relatively empty spot and sat quietly, waiting for the teacher to arrive. Some students noticed this particularly young-looking student, but most thought he just looked young and didn't pay much attention. Only one person, with a malicious look, half covered their face and secretly watched him from the shadows. After a while, an old mage entered the classroom. The older students immediately stopped chatting, sat up straight, and waited quietly for the lesson to begin, with a hint of schadenfreude in their eyes. The new student handbook at the college states that students must not do anything that disrupts the teacher's class, and they will be responsible for any consequences. However, many students clearly do not take this seriously. The old mage looked at these students with a calm expression and said nothing. He gently tapped a short staff in his hand, which could be a teaching stick or a magic staff, 3 times. Then he waved his hand lightly, and dozens of streams of water appeared out of nowhere, shooting quickly into the students' seats, freezing the noisy group into ice blocks. This caused surprise among the other new students, but the old mage only glanced lazily. The students immediately realized what was happening and hurriedly covered their mouths. "Don't worry, they won't die. They're just too hot-headed, so I cooled them down," the old mage said calmly with drooping eyelids. "Wow, you're quite kind," Lu Sihong thought to himself, pretending to be respectful on the outside. He could see clearly that teachers at Qingzhou College are not to be messed with. If you want to learn, learn. If not, leave. Those who disturb the class, even if they aren't killed, are showing mercy. But Lu Sihong soon had no time to think about these things because the old mage was really not concerned about students' lives. He started teaching on his own, speaking so quickly that it seemed he was afraid students might actually understand everything. Fortunately, Lu Sihong had already studied some of the material on his own. He was missing a few key points, but he could easily follow the old mage's ideas. However, some new students were in trouble. After entering Qingzhou College, they only focused on having fun and only briefly looked over the relevant content before class. One careless moment, and they couldn't keep up with the words. The rest of the lesson became a complete mystery to them, leaving them staring blankly and questioning themselves silently. Although the old mage's teaching style seemed reckless and unconcerned about others' safety, once students managed to keep up, they realized how powerful his knowledge was. His teaching was very effective, with no wasted words, yet he never missed a key point. Lu Sihong felt like he was constantly enlightened, understanding everything suddenly, and experiencing moments of realization and clarity. At the end, the old master suddenly said, Well, we've covered most of today's lesson. If anyone here understands everything, you don't need to come to the next 5 classes and waste your time. Some of the less capable students also don't need to worry about falling behind. In the next 5 classes, I will carefully explain the material again. That's all for now. Class dismissed. After speaking, the old master turned and left the classroom. At the same time, with a cracking sound, the students who had been trapped in the ice block all lesson finally were freed. Their faces were pale and flushed, partly from the cold and partly from feeling embarrassed or angry because of the looks from their classmates. Lu Sihong just sighed and thought, "This old man is really cold and strict," then left the classroom. He never would have guessed that what he considered a simple magic basics class would have someone studying for 2 years without passing the fundamental exam, needing to attend the class with new students. Lu Sihong also couldn't predict that after he left, a resentful person began spreading rumors about him among the students, intentionally or not. Originally, Li Chongda just wanted to annoy Lu Sihong, but some small problems arose. During the rumor spreading, some bored new students checked Lu Sihong's information to verify the rumors. To their surprise, they found that Lu Sihong's test data matched exactly with that of a talented new student. The physical tests at Qingzhou College are very detailed. If only 1 or 2 data points matched, it might be a coincidence. But if all the data matched, there was definitely a problem. Thus, Lu Sihong inexplicably became an enemy among the new students, especially those who saw themselves as righteous, and they all said they would teach Lu Sihong a lesson. Of course, these rumors were limited to some new students. The older students, upon hearing that the person behind the rumors was Zhang Peipei's student, rolled their eyes immediately. Does Teacher Zhang need to use connections to get students into the college? Are you kidding me? Wait, Teacher Zhang is taking students again? What does she look like? Should I go meet her early to get familiar with her face? Lu Sihong knew nothing about all this. He felt like he had just unlocked a new level of energy and was eager to return to the magic tower to do some spell experiments. During his self-study, Lu Sihong believed he could already use some simple spells. However, he often encountered various problems when casting. After listening to the old mage's explanation, he felt much stronger and confident that he could successfully cast all the spells he had learned on his own before. After some practice, Lu Sihong realized he was not as powerful as he thought. Besides knowing the theory, his energy control was still lacking. Nevertheless, he managed to master 3 spells. One is the Thorn spell, which allows him to summon magical thorns to entangle enemies after a short chant, consuming energy. He can also use seeds of thorns or poisonous vines to shorten the chant time and cause different poison effects on enemies, such as decay, blindness, or paralysis. Lu Sihong also has a batch of seeds from the Dragon Feces farm, called Sauro vines. These seeds are quite special. Besides being highly toxic, enemies struck by the thorns turn green all over. The rabbit Lu Sihong used for spell experiments first turned as green as jade when poisoned, then dissolved into a puddle of pus. It was very tragic, so much for keeping its innocence even in death. Besides the thorn spell, Lu Sihong learned basic wood healing and a general lighting spell. Because he was not very skilled yet, the small magic orb he summoned was slightly green. The magic crystal lamps in the tower provided plenty of light, so it was hard to notice any problem. But if he entered a pitch-dark cave, the green light from the lighting spell would immediately change the atmosphere. Lu Sihong originally thought he only needed to take a basic magic class, but unexpectedly, he also had to attend a warrior fundamentals course. Your goblin warrior probably won't develop magical abilities. If you don't learn some combat skills, what will happen when you need to merge later? Will you just hand over control of your body to the goblin? Zhang Peipei explained calmly. Lu Sihong was stunned. Wait, I still have a bunch of goblins. Do I need to learn everything? The plunderer is okay, but what about the slingshot user? The college doesn't teach slingshot skills. And the grave digger, where can I learn skills like treasure hunting, tomb raiding, or summoning ghosts? Also, just reading books isn't enough. You still need to attend the college courses. But there's no rush. You're still young, so focus mainly on alchemy for now. Peipei Zhang spoke calmly, but Lu Sihong could feel her inner struggle. She wanted him to focus on alchemy, but worried it might spoil him. Lu Sihong smiled slightly. Okay, I'll attend the basic warrior class tomorrow. But, teacher, Can I start learning low-level healing potions now? Hearing this, Zhang Peipei, who was quite pleased with his progress, couldn't help but smile. It's still early. Wait until your cold medicine success rate exceeds 90%. That'll be soon. I've already reached about 80%, Lu Xihong said. He felt that with a few more days of meditation, his mental strength would improve, enhancing his control over energy and his perception of plant materials. Then, the success rate of making the cold medicine could surpass 90%. Zhang Peipei looked at the brown, transparent liquid Lu Xihong was preparing and frowned slightly. What are you making? Happy water. It's a drink that tastes good and can slightly boost alertness. Boost alertness? Zhang Peipei glanced at the leftover plant fragments and sniffed the air, raising her eyebrows slightly. She looked amused, watching Lu Xihong drink the strange beverage himself. She then told the tower spirit, Kuda, record Lu Xihong's symptoms after drinking. Happy water. Command received. Starting recording. Seeing this, Lu Xihong instinctively felt something was wrong as he watched his teacher turn and walk away. No wonder the teacher looked like that when I mentioned slight alertness, Lu Xihong thought. That morning, when he left the magic tower for the warrior area, he looked exhausted, with dark circles under his eyes and a drained appearance. He only wanted the flavor to resemble cola, but didn't realize that ordinary plant spices would react with magic materials, turning his mild alertness boost into a powerful stimulant. He stayed energized all day and night, and even sleeping potions didn't work. After the effects wore off, Lu Xihong looked completely drained. During the basic combat class, the fiery-tempered, beefy warrior teacher managed to suppress his temper, afraid that his loud voice might scare the nearly fainting Lu Xihong to death. However, seeing Lu Xihong's terrible state, some students around looked even more displeased. During class break, a few impulsive freshmen rushed forward to block Lu Xihong's way. The students who were about to leave also stopped and looked on with eager anticipation. Are you the guy who got in through connections? A short-haired boy held his head high, imagining himself as a hero of justice. Seeing the crowd's attention, he became even more excited. Lu Xihong wasn't feeling well. He just wanted to go back and sleep, but he was stopped. He glanced at the group with drooping eyelids, frowned slightly, and slowly put his right hand into his pocket while wondering when he had offended these fools. Seeing that Lu Xihong didn't speak, the boys thought he was scared and grew even more excited. Why aren't you talking? Of course, he was caught lying, so he's afraid to speak. Haha. Look at his soft skin and that weak look. Who knows how he got in? Maybe he was just serving his teacher last night. Lu Xihong's eyes sharpened. A green glow flashed in his hand, and several tiny seeds shot out. They burst into thick vines in midair, quickly binding all the students. The sudden attack made the students struggle instinctively, but the poisonous thorns on the vines pierced their bodies, causing instant paralysis. In desperation, they summoned their magical beasts. Since they were freshmen at Qinghua Academy and kept talking about connections, they weren't useless like some who entered through resource exchanges. Their magical beasts already had combat abilities. However, facing that muscular, excited-looking goblin warrior, who seemed more ready to feast than fight, both the beasts and their owners felt a little nervous. They could only grimace and stay close to their masters, growling threateningly. TCH, Lu Xihong sneered. A green light shone from his hand, and a vine quickly grew. He held it like a whip and flicked it gently. Weren't you just going to teach me a lesson? Why are you so scared now? But whether it was these freshmen or the nearby spectators, everyone sensed something was wrong. Forget about that intimidating goblin warrior. Lu Xihong's skill in summoning thorny vines made it clear he didn't need to rely on connections. Of course, there were also stubborn people quietly saying, maybe it's some kind of magic tool. This quickly resonated with many. Even the person bound by thorn magic strongly agreed. That's right, you guys, just relying on your family background and magic tools. What's so impressive about that? Heh, I hope after tasting Rashavine's poison, your mouths will still be so tough. Lu Xihong didn't plan to let them go easily. He signaled the goblin warrior to step forward and deal with those beast tamers, intending to use Rashavine to give these guys a good beating. It could also serve as an experiment, whether humans, when poisoned, turn green all over like that rabbit. As for whether Rashavine's deadly poison would kill these people, it depended on their luck, whether there were any experienced poison removers among the crowd watching. Law enforcement, all of you stop right now. Suddenly, a blond man in uniform fell from the sky, quickly landing in front of Lu Sihong. From afar, a few others dressed similarly hurried over. Lu Sihong was surprised. Oh, a familiar face. Isn't that Xia Hoyang, who lost his great sword? Xia Hoyang looked at the scene, then at Lu Sihong, who looked sleepy and frowned. You're an old student, using magic to bully some freshmen? Lu Sihong, yawning, was stunned. He wondered, could it be that Xia Hoyang's nearsightedness is inherited? No, Xia Hoyang is just nearsighted, not blind. But before Lu Sihong could speak, Xia Hoyang suddenly realized, wait, no. Qingzhou College only has a few students from the wood element, and they don't have much magical talent. Most are rangers and warriors. That's fine. For now, I won't let the goblin craftsman melt your great sword. Are you a transfer student from another city? Xia Hoyang suddenly guessed. Lu Sihong weakly replied, look carefully at my face. I'm only 16. Are you stupid? With that look of weakness, you've clearly been outside all night and haven't come back. The places in Qingzhou City require at least 20 years old to be served, Xia Hoyang said firmly. Forget it. I'll just melt that broken sword and reforge a big knife for the goblin warrior. At this moment, a small girl wearing glasses rushed over with sparks of electricity. She jumped and struck Xia Hoyang on the head with a staff, producing a clear, hollow knocking sound. That sounds just like a wooden fish. Could it be that Xia Hoyang's head is empty? Lu Sihong thought, a bit stunned. After hitting Xia Hoyang, the girl turned to Lu Sihong and said, sorry, Junior. This guy isn't very smart. But you guys fighting in public need to come with us to the discipline office. Xia Hoyang touched his head, looking surprised. Junior, Lu Li clenched her teeth, her eyes full of anger. She turned to look at him fiercely and said, Teacher Zhang Peipei's new student, Lu Sihong, who uses wood element energy. I told you clearly. It was obvious she was very angry. She was crackling with golden electric sparks all over her body. Even her hair stood up in anger, looking like an angry cat. Seeing her hostile gaze, Xia Hoyang looked away awkwardly and said, maybe. I forgot, haha. At this moment, Lu Sihong suddenly smiled and said, oh, since you know who my teacher is, this is easy. These guys publicly insulted my teacher and want me to give them a whack. Isn't that reasonable? Xia Hoyang only then noticed the vine Lu Sihong was holding. Seeing the green glowing thorns on the vine, he instinctively felt it was dangerous and took a step back. What is this? It looks creepy. Fighting inside the school isn't allowed, and private punishments are not okay. Lu Sihong lowered his eyelids and said sarcastically, oh, so my teacher's name isn't that powerful after all. Xia Hoyang, you didn't even give me any face. She told me that if I encounter any trouble at school, I can just mention her name. TSK, I need to talk to her about this. A master alchemist sounds impressive, but really, it's just like that. Caught by a pack of mad dogs, and I can't even teach them a lesson. Xia Hoyang and the members of the enforcement team immediately looked very worried. Not only them, but among the watching students, the senior students also looked frightened. They had the urge to turn around and leave immediately. However, they were worried about causing trouble for others and were very curious. They wanted to stay and watch what would happen next. In the end, they could only hide behind their hands, hunched over, sneaking among the crowd, looking sneaky. This made the new students around them all confused. Junior, Xia Hoyang was about to explain. But the students by vines couldn't take it anymore. It hurts so much. Can't you untie us first? How powerful is this kid's background? Why are you? It's very powerful, strong enough to easily crush you. Xia Hoyang shouted at them impatiently, then turned to Lu Sihong and said, Junior, don't worry. If they really insult Teacher Zhang, they will not only lose their student status at Qingzhou College, but also be handed over to Qingzhou City Security Bureau for punishment. The students froze at his words and didn't dare to shout anymore. Really? You're joking, right, senior? They asked nervously. But seeing the cold looks from the law enforcement team members around, it didn't seem like a joke. The students suddenly panicked, ignoring the stabbing pain from the vines, and struggled to move, begging for mercy. Forget it. Do as you see fit, Lu Sihong said, knowing they would be punished. He didn't want to challenge the college's rules or cause trouble for the teachers. He yawned, waved his hand, and turned away with the goblin warrior. The law enforcement members looked at each other but didn't dare to stop them. The kid looked about to faint, and if they accidentally hurt or kill him, they might end up being taken to the magic tower by Teacher Zhang to be a potion forever. Xia Hoyang also pretended not to see. The whip in the kid's hand was scary, and his words were even scarier. If he took him back to the training center, it could cause big trouble. He had been having a tough time lately and didn't want to provoke a master alchemist. Lu Xihong now understood clearly what kind of position his teacher held at Qingzhou College or Qingzhou City. But he was curious. How could a master alchemist, earning hundreds of gold coins easily, have time to supervise a bunch of kids training in Baiwa town? Never mind. He was too tired and wanted to go back to sleep. 3 days later, in the morning, at the Alchemy Magic Tower, Peipei Zhang stood on the stargazing platform, watching Lu Xihong walk away. She said softly, "That strange goblin still hasn't appeared, has it?" The mechanical voice of Kuda responded, "Yes, the target goblin has not reappeared since it was last defeated." Strange. Could it have been discovered? Impossible. Peipei frowned, puzzled. Kuda added, "Master, the academy sent a message asking whether to revoke the admission of those students and detain them in Qingzhou City Prison." Forget it. They're just some foolish warriors. They don't have bad intentions. Let them sign an agreement with Lu Xihong, voluntarily offering to test medicines on him 30 times. That will settle it. Understood. I have replied to the academy. Ugh, this is boring. Keep watching. Let me know if that goblin appears. Got it. Meanwhile, the wandering goblin knight had been exploring the underground tunnels of Qingzhou City all day. Of course, it didn't realize it was inside a city sewer system. It only thought this place was strange, full of stinky trash and sewage, with dim light, making it hard to see anything. Luckily, the venomous spider's night vision was good. Otherwise, it might have been caught early. First, it was chased for a long time by giant cockroaches bigger than itself. After finally escaping, it ran into a group of giant rats with red eyes chasing after it, biting and lunging. Annoyed, the venomous spider spat corrosive venom, splattering on the dense rats. It melted over a dozen instantly, injured dozens more, and lightly wounded over 100. The injured rats, in pain, went berserk and started attacking their own kind, causing chaos. Seizing the opportunity, the goblin knight slipped away. Soon after, a larger rat leader emerged from the chaos, biting and killing some of the frenzied rats. It looked in the direction the goblin knight had gone, its eyes glowing redder. After wandering through the sewer for a while, the goblin knight found no treasure. Instead, the venomous spider used its web to catch some lone rats and cockroaches, munching happily. Watching this, the wandering knight felt hungry. The wanderer thought for a moment, then jumped down from the poison spike spider's back. It fought with a cockroach that had its head bitten off, successfully tearing off a thick leg. After opening the shell, it tasted the tender meat inside and found the flavor acceptable. At this moment, the wanderer heard some noises coming from the distant passage. It quickly climbed back onto the poison spike spider. After a rustling sound, the wanderer silently hid in the darkness. Soon after, footsteps approached. A middle-aged adventurer, carrying a torch and weapons, led 2 young adventurers, a man and a woman, carefully walking out. They were accompanied by a large black dog and a colorful cat. Ugh, it's inconvenient when the mage isn't here. If a fight breaks out now, this torch won't be much help, the middle-aged adventurer said irritably. The young man whispered, "That fool. The mage guild people say his mental strength isn't enough. He insists on studying big fireballs and almost roasted himself. Well, what can you do?" He almost got into Qingzhou Academy, but didn't because it was full. Becoming a full mage early became his obsession, the girl whispered, explaining to her companion. The young man was unimpressed. He was rejected because his talent was worse than others. Now he's in the academy, and he still wants to become a full mage first. That's just stupid. Enough talking. Let's lure those monsters out later, the middle-aged adventurer said impatiently. Strange, why are there so many spiderwebs here? Huh, and what's with that giant cockroach left half-eaten? The girl pointed at the remains of the cockroach on the ground, puzzled. Seeing the still-shaking cockroach leg, the middle-aged adventurer's face suddenly changed. Whoosh! He raised the torch high above his head and looked up. Under the flickering yellowish light, they saw a huge yellow spider lying on the ground above them. A greenish head was sticking out from the spider's back, showing a strange smile. The wanderer thought it was showing a friendly smile, but its face, combined with its aura and the dim atmosphere, made it look like a terrifying monster's fierce grin to humans. The middle-aged adventurer was so scared he threw away his torch and let out a loud, heart-wrenching scream before turning and running away. The two young adventurers hurried after him in a panic. During their escape, the light disappeared. The middle-aged adventurer took out a white crystal stone from his pocket, twisted a mechanism, and it emitted a bright glow. Seeing this, the boy shouted, "Wow, Uncle, why didn't you use this good stuff earlier? Don't be stupid. It's just for emergencies. It only lasts half an hour before it runs out of energy. When that happens, I'll need to recharge it," the middle-aged adventurer replied irritably. The girl, panting as she ran, said, "What was that monster just now? It looked so scary. Why does the spider have a goblin's head on its back?" "Goblin? No way. That spider was a powerful beast. That was definitely a demon's head. Maybe it's a magical part that the spider mutated into," the middle-aged adventurer guessed. "Exactly. Uncle, you're an experienced adventurer. I think you've seen too many strange things. Your mind's probably going bad. You see goblins everywhere," the boy said, annoyed. The girl blushed shyly and didn't say anything. Their voices, the sound of their footsteps, and the splashing on the water echoed through the empty sewer, quickly attracting some attention. Suddenly, with a flurry of rustling sounds, a large swarm of giant cockroaches burst out from the opposite tunnel. "Wow, what is that?" The sharp-eyed girl was the first to notice something unusual in the darkness. The middle-aged adventurer looked at his crystal stone and turned pale. "Cockroaches. So many giant cockroaches. I thought we only saw a small group earlier. How are they reproducing so fast?" the boy exclaimed in surprise. "Stop talking and run," the middle-aged adventurer shouted, turning back and fleeing again. They ran to a fork in the tunnel where they had come from before. Because one of the branches had a spider monster, they had to choose the other tunnel to escape. The girl ran too quickly. When she turned, she didn't notice what she stepped on and lost her balance, falling down. Luckily, she was quick and agile, rolling smoothly and getting back up. But after running a few steps, she realized her small bag had been thrown into a corner of the sewer during the fall. Seeing the swarm of cockroaches nearby, she had no chance to go back for it, and could only turn around and keep running. After the cockroach swarm chased the adventurers away, a spider thread shot out from the shadow above and stuck to the small bag in the corner. The spider was hanging upside down from the ceiling. The wanderer's body was covered in spider silk and fixed to the back of a venomous spider. Although this kept him from falling, hanging upside down made his head feel uncomfortable. The partner climbed along the wall to the ground. The wanderer curiously opened the girl's abandoned bag. In the faint light, he saw some cloudy potions and a book. The cover read, "Goblin Warrior's Forced Love." The wanderer couldn't read, but he flipped through the book and saw colorful pictures inside. He became interested. After struggling to look at it for a while, he suddenly threw the book to the ground and stomped on it twice, grumbling angrily. "What disgusting stuff is this? The goblin isn't green, and its ears aren't pointed. Who would be interested in human females? Disgusting, really disgusting. Wait, the goblin in the picture looks a lot like a goblin warrior or goblin brave. Maybe I should take this back and show it to them." The wanderer picked up the book again, thinking of something interesting. He suddenly let out a sneaky laugh, startling the venomous spider, which trembled uncontrollably. Meanwhile, 3 unlucky adventurers had just run out of the cockroach swarm and bumped into a group of large rats searching for enemies. The rats and cockroaches were wary of each other and dared not attack. The 3 adventurers were trapped in the middle, unsure what to do. The scene was strange, yet oddly peaceful. The middle-aged adventurer cursed softly. How did the sewer turn into this mess? And that bunch of idiots at the Adventurers Guild, what kind of useless information did they give? If I get out of here, I'll definitely complain to the city hall. The girl looked pale, tears trembling in her eyes. What should we do? Are we going to die here? The young boy stood beside the girl, trembling slightly but speaking firmly. It won't happen. We can escape. No way. Those 2 cursed unlucky stars. If only they hadn't brought them along. The middle-aged adventurer's eyes flashed with a fierce light, which quickly disappeared. He pulled out a small ball from his pocket and said to the 2 boys, Later, I'll throw this smoke bomb to create chaos. The rats over there are too many, blocking the passage. But the mice are fewer and seem more aggressive, yet there's a big gap in their group. We'll escape through the mice. Although the boys were a bit doubtful, they trusted the more experienced adventurer. They looked at each other and nodded in agreement. The middle-aged adventurer smiled and was about to throw his tool when suddenly, the swarm of mice stirred. They all looked toward the back of the cockroach group, where a green head peeked out from around the corner, eyes blazing with fury, making threatening hisses. The cockroaches, though much larger than normal, weren't very smart. They hadn't evolved a leader or king yet. When they noticed the mice moving strangely, thinking they were about to fight, they suddenly went wild and charged forward without hesitation. The mouse group was startled by this sudden change. Why were these bugs acting so crazy? But what could they do? The enemies were charging at them. They could only fight back desperately. After all, fighting for control of the sewer was something they'd have to do sooner or later. However, this chaos left 3 adventurers caught between the 2 groups of monsters. Luckily, the monsters weren't mainly targeting them. Protected fiercely by their summoned beasts, the 3 finally managed to escape the chaos, battered and bruised, running as fast as they could. After running some distance, all 3 felt strange. Their bodies itched and tingled, and they felt dizzy. The middle-aged adventurer looked at his wounds, which had turned blue around the bites from the mice. He frowned and said, "This isn't good. These mice are poisonous. We need antidotes." He took out a bottle of murky green potion and drank it quickly. Instantly, he felt much better. But the girl looked distressed and said, "What do I do? I lost the small bag with the medicine inside." The young boy was injured in many places while fighting to protect the girl. His face was turning purple, and he was becoming very dizzy. Most of his body was leaning on the girl. The girl was not badly hurt. Only her clothes were torn badly, revealing some white skin. But at this moment, she didn't care about her injuries. Seeing her companion look like he might die at any moment, she was so worried that tears came to her eyes. The middle-aged adventurer took advantage of the girl's distraction to look around. His eyes flashed with greed as he licked his lips. Pretending to be calm, he said, "It's okay. I know an old doctor who is very good at healing wounds and removing poisons. When we get back to the city, I'll take you to see him." Okay, let's go quickly," the girl said, holding her injured friend and looking anxious as she prepared to leave. The middle-aged adventurer smirked secretly. Just as he was about to say more, he felt a strong wind brush past him. It was the big spider they had seen before, blocking their way. Poison stinger spider. With the glowing crystal in his hand, the adventurer finally saw what kind of spider it was and was terrified out of his mind. But the girl pointed at the goblin holding a small bag and shouted loudly, "My bag! Uncle, look, my bag is in that goblin's hand." Wow, it really was a goblin. Why was a goblin riding on the poison stinger spider? It looked way stranger than those giant cockroaches. The middle-aged adventurer's face turned pale, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He was so scared inside. The girl, however, didn't notice. Her eyes were only on her bag, or rather, the 2 bottles of antidote inside it. The adventurer's eyes flashed with a fierce look. His voice was low and threatening. "If you want the antidote, then go get it yourself." Huh. The girl hadn't reacted, yet when she suddenly felt a push on her back, she lost her balance, stumbled a few steps, and fell forward with the boy, right in front of the poison stinger spider. While pushing the girl toward the spider to distract it, the middle-aged adventurer used a skill he had perfected over decades of adventuring, the super slide tackle. After a quick sprint, his body flew low to the ground, sliding along the wall of the sewer side. He definitely wouldn't dare run back. Who knows if the mice and cockroaches, after fighting, might get hungry and treat him as a snack. On the other hand, if he can get past this poisonous spider's trap, there's a sewer exit not far ahead, as long as he runs fast enough. But sometimes, moving too quickly isn't good. Because the middle-aged adventurer was sliding too fast, the poison-spined spider thought he was attacking it. Its body reacted instantly, and 2 sharp legs pierced through the adventurer's body. As he screamed, the spider tore him in half, spilling bright red blood everywhere, and he quickly lost his breath. A bright crystal fell from the broken body of the adventurer, rolled a few times, and landed near the girl. It allowed her to see clearly the cold black eyes and the trembling, sharp claws close up. Suddenly, she felt a warm feeling rise in her stomach. The wanderer tore at the spider's silk, jumped down from the poison-spined spider, and searched the middle-aged adventurer's body. He found about 10 silver coins and 2 magic items. Unsatisfied with his loot, he scowled and looked at the girl, then grinned and walked over on short legs. The girl noticed the goblin's naughty gaze and realized her torn clothes and exposed skin. She panicked and quickly clung to her clothes, pressing close to the boy. Tears streaming down her face, she shouted, "Don't come any closer." The wanderer stopped, scratched his head, then took out a bottle of murky, poor-quality healing potion from his small bag. After thinking for a moment, he took out all the potions from his bag and placed them on the ground along with the 2 magic items he had just found. He frowned, estimating their value, then held up toward the girl. The girl hesitated slightly, tears flowing more fiercely now, and muttered, "Twice? But I haven't even." She looked at her pale companion, clenched her teeth, and showed a determined look in her eyes. She pushed her companion aside and started to take off her clothes. "Only twice, just twice. You have to keep your promise, stupid. Idiot, are you? A pig?" The boy looked weakly at his friend, who had been corrupted by harmful stories, and said, It wants money." The girl was momentarily stunned, then quickly and nervously took out the coins on herself and the boy, counting over 30 silver coins and more than 50 copper coins, and handed them over. The goblin wanderer looked at the coins in the girl's hand and frowned. After hesitating, he placed a bottle of poor-quality healing potion in front of her and took back the other items one by one. The girl paused, then quickly said, "I don't want the healing potion. I want the antidote, the green one." The wanderer hesitated for a moment, then looked in the direction the girl was pointing. He saw the antidote, picked it up to examine it, and shook his head while looking at the coins in her hand. "No, this is a cheap antidote. We bought it from the shop for only 5 silver coins." Seeing that the goblin wasn't convinced and was about to put the antidote back into his bag, the girl had a clever idea. She took off her gold necklace and threw it to the goblin. "Gold." The wanderer's eyes lit up instantly. He grabbed the gold necklace, examined it under the faint glow of the shining crystal, and nodded with satisfaction. He picked up the potion slowly and approached the girl. She instinctively stepped back, then remembered herself. She held up the coins in her hand, tears in her eyes, but her gaze was firm as she looked at the goblin. The wanderer didn't care about the girl's messy emotions. He didn't look at the pile of copper coins either. He picked out the silver coins from her hand, put them away, then placed the 2 bottles of antidote back, paused, and added a bottle of the poor-quality healing potion. The girl looked blank and instinctively said, "Thank you. Thank you, Blin." The goblin tilted his head and looked at her. He picked up the glowing crystal from the ground and rode away on his spider. After being given 2 bottles of antidote and 1 healing potion, the boy finally recovered and quickly helped the girl escape. "That goblin is so strange. It even sells things to us. Boo-hoo, those potions are ours. Why do we have to buy them back, and so expensive?" The girl suddenly realized. The boy said irritably, "You lost your stuff. Whoever finds it owns it. Besides, we should thank that goblin." "Huh? Why? I already thanked him just now." Finding the entrance, the boy reacted quickly to the sudden light, took off his clothes, and covered the girl. Although his clothes were also torn, they could still provide some cover. "The goblin isn't interested in you, but that doesn't mean he isn't. If we hadn't been lucky to meet this strange goblin, who knows what would have happened to us?" The girl realized this and widened her eyes. "Really? You mean the uncle? That scoundrel? I thought he was from the same village, and that he would take care of us. Now I realize he's already tricked us out of so much money." The boy said angrily, "Remember this. Besides us 3, don't trust anyone else's words, okay?" Thinking about it, that goblin was actually pretty nice. It gave us an extra healing potion and even left some copper coins. Are you stupid? It clearly didn't care about those coins, huh? Unlike Lu Sihong, who lives alone in the alchemy magic tower, most other students live in shared dorms. Those with little money stay in 8-person rooms. Those with a bit more in 4 or double-person rooms. And if they have enough, they can even choose a luxury suite. But that's not the main point. The important thing is, what happened a few days ago after the warrior basic class quickly spread throughout the academy. Students with some influence at home have people teaching them from a young age, so they don't need to attend basic warrior classes. Instead, they spend that time strengthening their magic knowledge and practicing energy control. Later, they found out that someone dared to provoke a student of the alchemy master. Although there were rumors that a teacher had helped a student get in through connections, for them, this was just a common practice. Using abundant resources to pay tuition, bringing in underperforming talented students to support poor families. It was always the academy's way. They didn't expect that the so-called backdoor teacher was actually alchemy master Zhang Peipei. These country bumpkins really know how to cause trouble, but whether those fools live or die isn't important. What's more important is that Master Zhang students can get to know each other early, make friends, and build connections. So, on the day Lu Sihong went to class, a group of students with a very unique aura greeted him very warmly. Some even brought small gifts to meet him, which confused him a lot. He thought for a while before finally understanding what was going on. After class, he greeted those enthusiastic students and, amid the curious looks from others, wandered out of the classroom. Outside, he saw Xia Hoyang and Lu Li standing on the road with the three fools from yesterday, waving cheerfully when they saw him come out. Feeling a bit puzzled, he walked over and glanced at the nervous-looking guys. Seeing their cautious, smiling faces, Lu Sihong thought to himself with a bit of disdain, "I still prefer the way you were before, so proud and confident." Ahem, the college asked Teacher Zhang for his opinion. Teacher Zhang said that as long as they sign a voluntary trial drug agreement with you, their student status won't be revoked, and they won't be punished for slandering the alchemy master, Xia Hoyang explained to Lu Sihong. They're just not very smart and believed some rumors. Lu Sihong waved his hand and looked at the guys, who all showed eager smiles. Since it's the teacher's decision, I have no objections. But this voluntary trial drug agreement is. Xia Hoyang pulled Lu Sihong aside and whispered, "You might not understand much since you just started learning alchemy, but you'll definitely need to develop new medicines in the future. At first, you can test on monsters or summon beasts, but eventually, you'll need to see how it works on humans. The prisoners on death row in the prison are mostly reserved by the Alchemy Guild. You could pay ordinary people to test, but there's a big difference compared to powerful adventurers. Usually, they're not in desperate situations, and most adventurers wouldn't want to be test subjects. Of course, for someone like Teacher Zhang, who's already famous, it's different. But for you, Junior, wow?" Lu Sihong immediately understood. Looking at the 30 free trial uses on the agreement, and then at the number of people, 7 fools, adding up to 210 trials. Sure enough, for a kid from a common background, losing student status from the college might be worse than death. After explaining the drug trial agreement, Xia Hoyang continued, "Someone is spreading rumors that you got in through special connections. Well, Teacher Zhang didn't want the test results of your junior to leak, so he just copied some student information randomly, and it was discovered. Plus, these guys came from nearby villages and don't understand much. They think getting in through connections is a big deal, and some people are secretly encouraging them." Lu Sihong was surprised. "What is this test information?" "Oh, senior sister Su mentioned something about needing a physical check to enter the academy. So, the teacher just copied some data for me? Wow, this guy, you might as well give me top secret information. As for the source of the rumors, we're still investigating." Lu Sihong smiled and said, "I think I can guess. Since I arrived at the academy, I've been kept in the magic tower by the teachers and haven't seen anyone. The only person I can think of is that guy named Li." What was his name?" Li Chengda, Lu Li, who had been silent, prompted. "Yes, that's probably the one who hates me the most. Or maybe his friends. But I don't have proof," Lu Li nodded. "It's probably him. Your rumors started spreading after the first basic magic class, and he was in that class too. Wait, isn't that guy already been at the academy for 2 years? Why would he go there? It's such simple stuff. He shouldn't still be learning after 2 years, right?" Lu Sihong asked curiously. Xia Hoyang looked a bit awkward, and Lu Li chuckled softly. "People's brains are different. Some guys are just empty-headed. If they can't learn, what can you do? No wonder the teacher scolded him last time as useless." Xia Hoyang quickly interrupted. "Cough. Junior, if you have no objections, please sign these agreements first. After that, I need to submit them to the academy and enter them into the records of a few guilds." "Oh, okay." After signing the agreements, Lu Sihong casually asked, Senior Xiaoho, do you know where Senior Sister Suyu and Senior Lu Yuhui live? They're probably not at the academy. I don't know where Lu Yuhui went. As for Suyu, I think she took a quest from the Adventure Guild to deal with monsters in the Sharp Point town. Right? Ali, after Xia Hoyang finished speaking, he looked uncertain and turned to his companion for confirmation. Lu Li nodded and said, Zhao Xiaoxua wants to apply for the Advanced Wind Magic Guidance class, but she doesn't have enough practice points. So you took them to do guild missions instead. As for Lu Yuhui, it seems their farm is troubled by monsters, and his team went to help. Lu Sihong knew that to attend college courses, there were many requirements. He didn't realize that completing guild missions also counted as practice points, which could earn money, increase guild points, and boost college practice points. It sounded pretty good. Seeing Lu Sihong's thoughts, Lu Li continued, Don't worry about these things, Junior. As a student of the Alchemy Magic Tower, once you pass the prerequisite exams, most other course requirements can be waived. Wow, the teacher is really impressive. Back at the Magic Tower, Lu Sihong was working on the new version of Happy Water 2.0. Zhang Peipei came to find him and said she needed to go out for a while, so Lu Sihong should manage his study schedule himself. The Lord's Beast was slightly injured in a fight. I need to go see it. Hearing this, Lu Sihong's eyes lit up. Is it that legendary lava slime volcano? Zhang Peipei smiled. If you're interested, I can take you along. Lu Sihong shook his head. No, it's okay. There will be other chances. I shouldn't disturb the teacher's work. I'll continue studying at the Magic Tower. But I heard the Lava Devourer has been staying in the Lava Fortress without moving. How did it get injured suddenly? The Lava Fortress has a space rift. The Lord and his beasts stay there to guard it. Recently, a group of monsters launched a surprise attack through the rift. They were driven back, but the Lava Devourer was slightly hurt. Some pollution is troublesome, and I need to go handle it, Zhang Peipei explained. Got it. Don't worry, teacher. I'll stay at the Magic Tower and study hard. No, I think you should go out and explore a bit, so you don't go stir-crazy, Zhang Peipei said, glancing at the strange drink he just made. Seeing this, Lu Sihong looked at his Happy Water 2.0 and muttered with a frown. Is there a problem again? No way. I've sorted out the relationships between all the materials and even fed a cup to the wind hare. Maybe I should let Aiyong try it out. Seeing his confused look, Zhang Peipei couldn't help but smile lightly. She took out 3 magic items and placed them on the testing table, explaining one by one. This is a secondary space ring, which contains about 100 cubic meters of spherical space. This wind protection necklace will automatically release a gust of windshield spell when you're threatened. Lastly, this escape amulet, when infused with magic, can activate a teleportation spell to send you back to the Magic Tower. This item can only be used once and is quite complicated to make. Don't use it unless it's really dangerous. But if you're in real danger, just use it without hesitation. Master alchemists say it's complicated, so either it's very expensive or it's not something money can fix. Lu Sihong looked at the escape amulet and thought to himself, anyway, you still have the Super Goblin clone technique. As long as you don't run into strange places, you should be safe. For some reason, Zhang Peipei still found the name a bit strange. She then took out a pouch from her space ring and gently tossed it onto the testing table, making a heavy thud. These are your rewards for working hard lately. Feel free to visit Green Bamboo City and buy what you want. Lu Sihong opened the pouch and was instantly dazzled by a shower of gold light, frightening him, so he quickly closed it. Teacher, this is too much. Zhang Peipei replied calmly. It's only 200 gold coins, which isn't even enough for a few days of your alchemy experiments. Oh right, I'm now a spendthrift who consumes dozens of gold coins every day. Thinking this way, 200 gold coins seemed just about right. Lu Sihong happily put the pouch into his newly acquired space ring. Since he already owed so much, this small amount didn't matter. Zhang Peipei continued, Your senior brother Sima Qingfeng is the vice president of the Alchemy Guild in Green Bamboo City. If you have any trouble, you can go directly to the guild to find him. As for the academy, after this incident, no one should bother you anymore. If there's really something you can't handle, Kuda can help you contact the dean. Lu Sihong nodded and asked Zhang Peipei, Teacher, I also have 2 senior sisters, right? Should I find a chance to visit them? Your 2 senior sisters. One caused trouble outside and is now confined at home, and the other went traveling and isn't sure when she'll return. Maybe later, or you don't need to specifically look for Qing Feng. He's quite busy. Alright. By the way, the person spreading rumors about me this time is probably that Li Chongda guy, Lu Sihong said, noticing Zhang Peipei's confused look. The one who caused me to fall into the trial ground in the underground ruins and then complained to you, calling me useless. I don't have proof yet, but do you think I should get back at him somehow? Zhang Peipei looked at Lu Sihong with a surprised expression and said with a smile, if he's already called useless, he doesn't even have contact with me, so I can't really get back at him. If you want to vent your anger, I can ask the dean to revoke his student status. That's true. His level is so low, I really shouldn't take action. It wouldn't be worth damaging your reputation over such a person. I'll handle it myself. Lu Sihong nodded. Zhang Peipei shook her head and said, that's fine, but don't waste too much time on someone like that. It's not worth it. All right, then if I see him again, I'll give him a little lesson, Lu Sihong said, then started to prepare his happy drink again. He casually asked his teacher, Teacher, is there a way to press a lot of air into liquid, then shake it a little and make bubbles come out? Zhang Peipei placed her hand on the cup. A sudden gust of wind blew, and the strong air pressure pushed down on the liquid. Soon, the transparent brown liquid was filled with tiny bubbles. Like this? Yes, exactly like that. Lu Sihong licked his lips, picked up the upgraded version of his happy drink, and drank it in one gulp. He then let out a long burp and said happily, wow, that feels so good. That's the feeling. Indeed, spending too long in the magic tower might have made his mind a little strange, Zhang Peipei thought with some concern. At first, Lu Sihong truly believed he wouldn't leave the magic tower except for classes. There were so many books he hadn't read, so many spells he hadn't learned. The real sense of gradually improving his strength was addictive. However, by evening, he encountered a small problem. The goblin wandering knight spent 2 days in the sewer. He was not chased by a swarm of rats, but instead encountered a monster-cleaning adventure team. They quickly and efficiently defeated him, and even the poison spike spider was seriously injured. By the way, just to be safe, if a beast is found without its owner nearby in the wild, it is usually treated as a wild monster. This is regardless of whether it is wearing equipment or accessories. In the city, if a powerful beast is seen acting alone, it can be captured, and the owner may face punishment. Monsters, especially strong ones, are quite intelligent. When they see that a human's beast is wearing special gear, they can walk freely in the city and lower the alertness of human adventurers in the wild. They often imitate the beasts, killing both the beast and the adventurer, then wearing the beast's equipment to disguise themselves and attack humans. This causes a lot of trouble for humans. Therefore, if the owner is not nearby, the beast is usually considered a wild monster. After being killed, the owner is not held responsible. In many important places, carrying a beast without permission is strictly forbidden. The story of the Goblin Wanderer Knight. The Wandering Knight enters the underground waterway area of Green Bamboo City and encounters a giant cockroach swarm. They also face a group of mutated rats. The Wandering Knight sets up a safe spot and unexpectedly captures a few giant cockroaches and magic rats. Later, they are ambushed by adventurers. The knight fights back and kills a human adventurer. The knight trades with the adventurers, losing 3 bottles of poor quality medicine, but gaining a gold necklace and 35 silver coins. While fleeing from the rat swarm, the knight encounters a team of adventurers who attack. The wandering knight is killed, and a poisonous spider injures them badly. From this adventure, the knight gains 42 experience points for poor quality medicines, 35 silver coins, 1 gold necklace, 1 charged glowing crystal, and 1 book. The Goblin Wanderer's wish has now begun. The power of trading. During interactions with human adventurers, the Wanderer discovers that when they urgently need certain items, they are willing to exchange several times or even 10 times the value in coins and goods. The hardworking Grandpa Wanderer is finally about to evolve. It has already earned enough experience points for the evolution. Lu Sihong is determined to fulfill its wish as soon as possible. However, there is a small problem. Although Lu Sihong didn't go to the academy for a physical check, he roughly knows the energy level of the Wanderer. It is about to fully shift from fog state to rain state. Lu Sihong worries that if the Goblin Wanderer evolves and the feedback energy pushes it into the next stage, it could be hard to explain. After thinking it over, he decides to also evolve the Goblin Warrior. Although the evolution rate is a bit high, it's necessary. If it wants to evolve, what can I do? I can't just stop it, right? There are many insects in the plantation, but since this place is under Kuda's watch, if Lu Sihong makes any small moves, the teacher will definitely report it. After considering all this, Lu Sihong believes that good students should listen to their teachers. He can't stay in the magic tower forever. Tomorrow, he plans to go out and explore. In addition to the 3 spells I learned last time, I recently mastered a new skill called Poison Mist. I can spray it directly or release a faintly toxic green fog within 50 meters. With the 2 life-saving items my teacher gave me, I feel confident that both my software and hardware are much better than those wild bronze adventurers outside. Going to the Adventurers Guild to take a simple quest is no problem. If I can't find a suitable task there, I might consider going to the sewer in Green Bamboo City. I can wander inside and see if I can find any monsters to fight. It doesn't matter whether I find monsters or not. I just want to evolve the Goblin Warrior further before coming out. During battles with monsters, the Goblin Warrior, eager to become stronger, evolved again after being stimulated. That's really good news. Also, during my adventures, I unexpectedly found a recipe for a potion called Goblin Beauty. Frenzy Potion. It seems quite reasonable. Furthermore, the green exclamation mark above the Goblin Craftsman's head has been blinking for a long time. The trees in the Beast Tamer's space have been cut down completely, and all the wood has been used up. I don't know what he's trying to make, but he's eager to get some wood. After I go out, I need to buy some wood for him or find a forest for him to chop. The Goblin Grave Digger wants to find a grave to dig up a ghost. But that's a different story. Right now, besides the wandering soul I mentioned earlier, he also has a completely black evil spirit. He dug it up after burying the corpse of a demon missionary for over 2 weeks, then twisted its hips and summoned it. The Goblin Raider wants to drink alcohol. That's easy. I can just go to the tavern. Luckily, the space ring my teacher gave me is big enough. I plan to buy more wheat and meat. I promised to reward these guys last time, but when I entered the magic tower, I made them hungry for a whole month. Fortunately, the Goblin Wandering Knight had brought back a head of a rock bear earlier, so they had plenty to eat. Goblin's Wild Charm, Rock Bear, Weak. A magical charm made from the teeth and claws of a rock bear, infused with some of the rock bear's power. Low-level bear's sharpness. Goblin's blades, claws, and teeth gain extra sharpness during attacks. Low-level bear's strength. Goblins receive a small boost of strength. Goblin's Wild Charm, a rock bear, weak. A magical charm crafted from the rock bear's skull, infused with its elemental power. Rock Skin. Goblin's skin gains extra protection from rocks, providing a small defense boost. Earth Sense. When standing on the ground, goblins can sense nearby enemies through slight tremors. Lu Sihong asked the Goblin Warrior to take out the charm. He tried wearing it himself, but felt no change, as if it only worked for goblins. In the end, these 2 charms were given to the Goblin Warrior and the Goblin Frost Mage. Both the Goblin Warrior and Goblin Laborer met the evolution conditions, but Lu Sihong didn't have enough experience points yet, so he decided to wait and see. After checking the course schedule with Kuda and confirming there would be no basic warrior classes for the next 3 days, Lu Sihong casually grabbed about a dozen bottles of various alchemical potions from the laboratory. He also took a map of Qingzhou City from the study before leaving the Alchemy Magic Tower. He then spent over 3 hours finally stepping out of Qingzhou Academy and entering Qingzhou City for the first time. The bustling crowd and unfamiliar architectural styles, well, they were just okay. Although this world, aided by beast taming and magic, was not much different from another world in many aspects, Lu Sihong was used to the imaginative designs from video games in his past life. These real buildings, to him, were interesting but far from breathtaking. It was nowhere near as shocking as when he first arrived in this world and discovered that, despite its seemingly backward appearance, it had a complete water system. No more digging pits outside to go to the bathroom, no need to wipe with leaves, and they could even make glass. When walls broke, they could be repaired with mud. These practical things brought Lu Sihong a strong sense of amazement. Lu Sihong didn't have much time to wander around. He only had 3 days, and he wasn't even sure if he could find a suitable job at the Adventurers Guild. Oh right, his record was still registered in White Moon Town. He needed to retrieve his bronze badge from the Goblin warehouse first, then register at the guild counter before he could take on any missions. The Adventurers Guild wasn't far from Green Bamboo Academy. Following the map, Lu Sihong walked for about 10 minutes, crossed 2 streets, and soon found the guild building in Green Bamboo City. Compared to the simple house in White Moon Town, this 5-story building looked much grander, like the difference between a small village bank and a skyscraper in the city center. The Adventurers Guild in Green Bamboo City was spacious, but it didn't feel empty at all because there were so many adventurers coming and going. Around the main hall were several rooms, some for employers to interview adventurers, and others for adventurers to meet and form temporary teams. There was even a small bar on one side of the hall selling drinks and simple food, though no alcohol, probably to prevent anyone from getting drunk and causing trouble. The upper floors were quiet, and Lu Sihong didn't see anyone going in or out, so he wasn't sure what they were used for. Since he didn't have much time, Lu Sihong only took a quick look around. After showing his bronze badge and completing the registration at the counter, he walked over to the mission board. The posted missions were divided into sections based on difficulty. After scanning through them, Lu Sihong had no choice but to head to the beginner section. Sewer inspection, clearing out monsters near a village, dealing with burrowing pests on a farm, finding a lost cat. He muttered, "Wait, there really are missions like that. Who would take these? They're tiring, troublesome, and the rewards are tiny. I'm not doing it. I'm an adventurer, and you want me to catch a cat?" A boy next to him protested, his face full of frustration. "But what else can we do? We're almost out of money. If we don't take a job soon, we'll have to find part-time work," the girl beside him said with a worried look. "Fine, but at least let's pick something that feels like a real mission. But our strength is not enough, and Fu and the others will take several days to revive." Another weak-looking boy said with a guilty look on his face, "It's all my fault. If I hadn't injured myself so badly, we wouldn't have had to spend so much money on medicine, and you wouldn't have almost failed to come back. Come on, in that situation, it wouldn't have mattered whether you had those 2 small fireballs or not. Besides, that was going to ruin us sooner or later. Yeah, thanks to that goblin. I wonder if it's still hiding in the sewer. It's not there anymore. I heard that the team going down later encountered a goblin riding a spider, and they immediately fought and killed it." That's so sad." The girl looked upset after hearing this. The boy quickly said, "Don't worry, it's not dead. It and the spider are both summoned beasts. When they are defeated, they just disappear." Tears welled up in the girl's eyes as she said surprisingly, "Really? It's a summoned beast. No wonder it was willing to trade with us. But who would leave their summoned beast alone in the sewer? If someone finds out, they might get in trouble." The weak boy asked curiously, "That's strange. If it's a summoned beast, then who owns a riding beast? That's unusual. Maybe it's the summoned beast of 2 good friends, so they are friends too," the girl guessed. "Or maybe it's a merchant's summoned beast. Otherwise, how could it be trading with people? Maybe. If you don't want to catch cats, how about we wash dishes at the tavern? Then let's go catch cats," someone actually answered. "No, they've fallen so low that it seems they're also connected to vagrants. This guy, I don't know where he got his merchant talent from. Probably in his blood. Anyway, it definitely has nothing to do with me as a summoner." Lu Sihong looked through the quest list and found a pretty good-looking task. Clearing the monsters at the logging site. The rabbits, mice, and large-horned deer in the forest have gone crazy, seriously disrupting the normal work at the logging camp. After killing a monster, you should take its head directly to the boss of the logging camp to settle the reward. Then, submit the boss's approval document to the Adventurers Guild to earn task points. Note that normal monster heads cannot be used for task settlement. The logging camp is not far from here, just a short trip back and forth. It's a good chance to buy some wood, although the reward seems a bit low. But for Lu Sihong, who has 2 million gold coins, this small amount doesn't matter much. The logging camp is outside the city. Walking there takes at least half a day. Unlike small towns like Baiwei, Qingzhou City has several transportation options. One of them is a riding beast rental outside the east gate of Qingzhou City. They have many tamed riding monsters. You can buy one for a fee, and after use, return it. The cost is just a small part of the rental fee based on the time used. But before that, Lu Sihong plans to visit the tavern first. Since he doesn't know how long he will be out, he wants to buy some food for later. He overheard other adventurers talking about a nearby tavern that recently developed portable food that tastes good. Curious, he plans to buy a few barrels of wheat and fruit wine to store in his space ring. Then he realizes that the so-called portable food is actually similar to rice balls, but treated with special methods to prevent spoilage. They taste much better than dried food and are popular among adventurers. Apprentice alchemist Lu Sihong can barely recognize the preservatives added to the rice balls, small amounts of finely ground plant materials that seem harmless. He thinks for a moment, but still feels uneasy. He decides to buy some normal dried food and fruit outside. But since he's here, he also plans to buy some wine. He's quite cautious. When paying, he pretends to reach into his pocket for money. The wheat is also carried into his beast space by goblin warriors. Unexpectedly, there are 3 professional robbers sitting in the tavern. Watching Lu Sihong's departing figure, one of them squints and says, "That kid probably didn't have anything in his pocket just now." His companion's eyes suddenly light up. "Oh, so he has space gear? I bet he was just looking at those supplies he carried. Most likely, he's heading out of town. Boss, what do you think? Anyway, since there's nothing to do, let's go for a walk." Although I specifically told the goblin warriors to be careful, Lu Sihong still worried that these goblins might sneak and drink the. If they get drunk and start fighting, it would be trouble. After thinking for a while, Lu Sihong finally found a quiet corner. He asked the goblin warriors to bring out the again and put it into his space ring. Unaware, all of this was being watched by a gray-feathered sparrow in the sky. Later, Lu Sihong went to the riding rental outside the east gate. After choosing carefully, he picked a cute-looking, gentle yellow land bird. He paid and registered. The staff asked about Lu Sihong's situation. After whispering a few words to the land bird, the bird nodded and chirped softly. Then it turned to Lu Sihong and said, "All right, just ride it. It knows the way to the logging camp." Wow. The land bird even has an automatic navigation feature. And the staff at the rental place actually understands bird language. Amazing. Lu Sihong thought to himself. Maybe because it sensed Lu Sihong's inexperience, the yellow land bird didn't run at full speed. Its little steps looked relaxed and easygoing. Lu Sihong thought this little fluffy thing was very steady to ride. He wondered if he could bring it back to the academy to raise. I'll ask the teacher when I go back. After running for a while, the land bird left the main road and turned into a forest trail. Not long after, Lu Sihong heard a sudden noise behind him. He turned around and saw 3 middle-aged adventurers riding a black wild boar and a shadow hunter leopard, with 3 pairs of malicious eyes glaring at him, rushing quickly toward him. Before Lu Sihong could react, the land bird sensed danger first. It started to run, shifting from a casual stroll to a sprint instantly, turning into a yellow lightning bolt rushing forward. But the enemies had anticipated this. Suddenly, a loud whistle sounded behind him. A gray figure descended from the sky, claws extended, aiming sharply at Lu Sihong. A green goblin was scratched by the claws, losing a patch of flesh on its back. It screamed loudly and ran away with the land bird. Lu Sihong stood in the nearby woods, slightly stunned. After a moment, he turned around and ran into the forest. Wow, what is that? Who knows? Maybe some magic tool. Hurry up and catch him. Don't let that kid escape. Don't worry, my bird is watching him. He can't run far, but legs are no match for 4 legs. Lu Sihong was caught up again before he could run far. Since he wasn't sure about the strength of these 3 guys and hadn't decided whether to summon goblins, he only called out a goblin warrior. Seeing the enemies approach, the goblin warrior, wielding a cleaver, viciously charged at the wild boar. At the same time, Lu Sihong threw a thorn seed that turned into a big net in midair, covering the Black Panther and its rider. TSK trouble. Third, just kill him directly. The beast tamer, the leader of the black-skinned wild boar, frowned and whispered the order. The third, sitting behind the leader, immediately jumped off the wild boar, raised his light bow, and shot an arrow at Lu Sihong. But just as the arrow was about to hit, Lu Sihong's body suddenly transformed into a goblin craftsman holding a large hammer. The arrow, hitting his leather armor, only pierced the surface slightly. The goblin craftsman nonchalantly pulled out the arrow, growled, and charged at the Black Panther that had just broken free from the thorn trap. The third was momentarily stunned, but then he heard the roar of his beast tamer behind him. Turning his head, he saw Lu Sihong preparing a spell, quickly knocking another arrow and shooting. The arrow hit an ice shield, producing a crisp sound. Lu Sihong's figure appeared elsewhere. Wow, I don't believe you can keep using that ability forever. The third's face turned fierce. His potential erupted, and his right hand drew the bow so fast it left a residual shadow. On the left, a goblin beast tamer commanded a venomous spider to rush toward the leader. On the right, a goblin grave digger with a shovel summoned 2 undead. In front, a goblin raider grinned fiercely and disappeared from sight. From the side, a goblin stone thrower carrying a small basket pulled out an iron ball. Thanks to the third's efforts, in just 3 seconds, the 3 adventurers were successfully surrounded by goblins. Lu Sihong felt the scene before him constantly change. Before he could react, his strongest goblin lineup was almost complete. Isn't it said that archers have always been weak, and spear users are lucky? Did this guy choose the wrong profession? Lu Sihong silently muttered to himself, fiddling with the wind protection necklace, activating the strongest defense mode. After all, this was just a magical item. Any slight disturbance could trigger it. Most people would only turn on the lowest level of protection. Lu Sihong was worried that bumping into things while riding the bird might set it off, so he simply turned off the protection. With his beast shield substitute, he didn't need to worry about sneak attacks. When he looked back, he saw the 3 guys lying on the ground, barely alive. Even the third guy's gray-feathered sparrow was caught in a spider's web spun by a poison spike spider, turning into tiny glowing green dots. The third guy was attacked repeatedly by 2 undead creatures, losing a lot of energy. His face was pale, and his eyes looked fierce as he stared at Lu Sihong, bitterly asking, "What kind of power do you have? You haven't seen anything like this before, huh? Fine, since you're about to die, I'll let you understand. This is a purple beast taming talent I got from the trial arena, super goblin clone technique. Every time I get attacked, I randomly summon a powerful goblin. Do you think I'm an idiot?" The third guy gritted his teeth and shouted desperately, "TSK, as I thought. Even someone as dumb as you can't be fooled by this," Lu Sihong said, scratching his head with a bit of annoyance. "You." The third guy's eyes widened, his neck crooked, and he suddenly lost his breath. The second guy was strangled by the raider, blood pouring everywhere. He had already died. Only the eldest was left, half his body covered in frost, still breathing. He didn't struggle, just lay calmly on the ground, waiting for death. "Hey, this is outside Qingzhou City. Do you really think chasing after a student from Qingzhou Academy is a good idea? Aren't you worried about getting into trouble?" Lu Sihong asked curiously. The usually calm eldest suddenly blushed, spat out blood, and trembling lips said, "Why aren't you wearing your academy uniform?" Then he took his last breath and died. "Huh." Lu Sihong was slightly stunned, looked down, and said, "Oh right, I don't think I've gone to the academy to get my clothes yet. Wait, are you blaming me? You guys are robbers. Shouldn't your eyes be sharper?" While Lu Sihong was still complaining, the raider couldn't wait to start searching their bodies. But these 3 guys were obviously just poor fools. Besides a bunch of silver coins, the weapons on them looked decent. As for the few low-quality potions, Lu Sihong didn't even want to comment. After the plunderers finished looting, the grave diggers waited nearby, already eager with their shovels in hand. Lu Sihong was about to call them all back when he heard a series of stomping sounds behind him. He turned his head and saw a fuzzy yellow head peeking out from behind the bushes. It was the land bird that had come back on its own, carrying a goblin with a head full of bites on its back. "Huh, you're quite loyal, huh? But since you saw everything, I can't let you go back now," Lu Sihong said with a smile. Soon after, riding the land bird, Lu Sihong finally returned to the forest trail. This time, the bird didn't walk slowly but sped up to deliver him quickly to the logging site. He first went to see the boss of the logging camp, asking them to watch over the land bird and to learn about the monsters in the area. "Well, it's nothing much. We've seen this before. Probably because there's been fighting at the lava fortress again. Some strange things got exposed, and the monsters in the forest got contaminated and started acting crazy," said the burly, white-haired old man who owned the camp, smiling kindly. "But, little brother, are you really okay going alone?" Lu Sihong patted the goblin warrior's chest and summoned a magic thorn whip, swinging it confidently. Don't worry, I'm a professional. When the wind hare and the mole were sane, Lu Sihong thought about killing them, but it took some thinking. These creatures only had one ability, running away. They wanted to escape, making them hard to catch. But when their brains went bad and they charged at him with red eyes, the situation changed. First, he stomped one crazy mole to death. Then he turned to the rabbit, desperately biting his leather armor at his waist. The goblin warrior looked at it with a speechless expression, grabbed the small creature by the neck, and threw it hard to the ground. It flailed a few times and then stopped moving. They were all weak fighters, with no fun in fighting at all. On the ground around them, there were already over 10 rabbit-mouse corpses. These creatures had dull minds and strange auras on their bodies. Even the goblin warrior sniffed and shook his head, showing no desire to eat them. Seeing no new monsters nearby and no other people around, Lu Sihong found a corner and recalled the goblin warrior into his beast space, then used the evolution function on it. He wanted the goblin warrior to evolve outside directly, which would save a lot of trouble. However, Lu Sihong could only trigger evolution at the goblin breeding ground, and the goblin warrior couldn't evolve inside without being there. After a flash of green light, the goblin warrior's body grew larger, reaching about 3.5 meters tall, with shoulders about 2 meters wide. Its muscles swelled, and it radiated a fierce aura. During the evolution, the goblin's leather armor tore apart, turning into rags hanging on its body. Lu Sihong saw the dull, speechless expression on a nearby goblin craftsman's face. Its size increased, and its strength grew. The sword it held looked a bit unsuitable now. The weapons in the warehouse were either too big or too small, and he didn't have a proper weapon at the moment, so he had to make do. By the way, Lu Sihong originally wanted to merge Xiahou Yang's golden magic sword, but unfortunately, the goblin craftsman's skills weren't good enough to handle such high-level materials, so the plan was abandoned. Goblin Warrior has evolved into Goblin Captain. Goblin Captain. The Goblin Warrior proved its bravery through battle, earned the respect of its tribe, and gained the honor of being a captain, with the ability to lead goblins. Bravery. The Goblin Captain has strong physical power, rich combat experience, and the courage to challenge powerful enemies. When facing strong foes, the Goblin Captain becomes more excited and gains extra combat power. Leader. When the Goblin Captain is present, all friendly goblins gain a courage boost and are less affected by fear or temptation spells. When goblins are under the same effects, they are only influenced by the highest level effect. You received a random reward, Territory Expansion Card. Territory Expansion Card. After use, the goblin breeding ground will expand, and special terrain may appear. You have obtained a leader-type goblin. You unlock the dispatch feature. Now, every so often, you can select 3 to 5 goblins to form a small team and send them to a designated location. The dispatch ends when all goblins are defeated, all enemies are killed, or after 24 hours. Unlocked dispatch locations. Misty Forest Green Dragon Lair / Ogre Camp / Lizardmen Tribe / Earth Pig Territory / Blue Bamboo City Magic Plantation / Underground Waterway Maze. There was too much information. Lu Sihong was momentarily confused. He first summoned a goblin leader to protect himself, then continued to focus on the goblin breeding ground. Expansion card? Just use it. The breeding ground space was almost fully built. However, as the land at the edge of the goblin breeding ground quickly solidified, Lu Sihong suddenly felt a sharp, tearing pain in his mind. Luckily, the pain came quickly and went just as fast. When the expansion finished, Lu Sihong's mind returned to normal. He could clearly feel that his mental strength had inexplicably increased a lot. What the? Lu Sihong rubbed his head in surprise. Then, with a flash of green light, a magic vine instantly grew out. No need for any preparation, just a quick cast. Impressive. With his mental power greatly increased, controlling energy became much easier. The thorn spell he knew was a basic spell with little technique involved. With stronger mental power, it became an instant cast spell. He could study it further to master real thorn entanglement, summoning magic thorns from afar to trap enemies. Looking back at the goblin breeding ground, its area had doubled, and there was a small pond now. The water surface was steaming, perhaps better called a hot spring. Wild hot spring. Goblins soaking in it for an hour will gain an additional 20% faster recovery of injuries, lasting for 1 week. After reading the hot spring's description and understanding its function, Lu Sihong turned his attention to the dispatch feature. Looking at the listed dispatch locations, Lu Sihong felt a strange sense of familiarity. Then he realized these were the places once troubled by goblin wanderers. So now what is happening? Is it not enough that the wandering troublemaker caused chaos once? Do I have to send the goblins on another trip? I keep feeling that this wandering troublemaker is like a disaster for the monsters. But luckily, it is about to evolve soon, which might give the monsters in this world a chance to survive. Although I am curious about the dispatch function, now is not the right time. It is out in the wild, and I don't know what enemies it might encounter. I can only wait until I return to the magic tower to try again. Looking at the goblin wanderer lying on the large bed, Lu Sihong tried to activate its evolution function. He had never tried to evolve a creature while it was dead, and he had never heard of anyone's beast evolving in a dead state. But this wanderer, only when it is dead, stays obediently in the beast space. Fortunately, the evolution was successful. Goblin wanderer successfully evolved into goblin merchant. Goblin merchant, roaming freely on the road, helping friends in trouble, and collecting a little bit of money as a reward. Free to wander, nothing can stop the wandering merchant's steps. If it wants to go somewhere, it will find a way. Its range of action is larger, and it can easily find hidden paths. Born to trade, the wandering merchant always seizes business opportunities. When it makes a gesture, you know how much it wants to sell its goods for. Because goblins have limited fingers, its goods are usually sold without change. You have fulfilled the goblin wanderer's wish and received a random reward. The random reward has been converted into a fixed reward, the Goblin Merchant's Backpack. Goblin Merchant's Backpack, a special item for merchant goblins. It looks like a small backpack on the outside, but it is actually a magical space item. Besides storing many items, the goblin can also directly take small items from its warehouse through this backpack to restock its goods. Although the evolution was successful, the goblin wanderer's body also changed slightly. It grew a little taller, and its face became more cunning. But it still lay on the large bed without moving at all, showing no signs of coming back to life. For some reason, Lu Sihong looked at the history records of the breeding ground and felt that this creature's enhancement was focused on its ability to cause harm to living beings. You have obtained a merchant goblin and unlocked the basic shop feature. Every successful trade with the merchant goblin earns you trade points. Every 100 points can be used to open a basic blind box in the shop, which contains 75% common resources, 5% rare resources, 15% low-level blueprints, and 5% mid-level blueprints. The basic shop refreshes 1 to 3 items randomly each month, which can be purchased using various resources. Purple Blueprint, Christmas Goblin Costume, made from rare materials, requires a high-level craftsman goblin. Price, 5,000 gold coins. Green Blueprint, Stone Skin Potion, a magic potion brewed from earth magic materials, grants a low-level stone skin effect. Price, 180 gold coins. White Blueprint, Goblin's Wild Mask, an ugly mask that makes goblins look more fierce. Price, 10 gold coins. The shop will refresh again in 18 days. Wow. Lu Sihong never expected that in just one day, both the dispatch system and the shop system would appear. If I had known, well, knowing wouldn't have helped. The wandering trader just wanted to evolve into a merchant. Looking at the shop's new items, the Christmas costume looks useless, but I really want it. A goblin wearing a Christmas outfit in battle would be quite a scene, especially when a group of Christmas goblins rush out. That scene. But the price is too high, and the crafting seems difficult. As for the mask, goblins are already ugly and scary enough. Why spend 10 coins on a mask? The stone skin potion is interesting. I should check if there's a similar recipe. If not, I might buy it just to see. As for the lottery, it all depends on the wandering trader's performance. Lu Sihong can only leave it to fate. If he has points, he'll draw. If not, forget it. Suddenly, Lu Sihong hears a low growl from the goblin captain. When I opened my eyes, I saw a large, rotten-hided stag standing in the distance. Its eyes were red and staring straight at me. Its flesh was badly decayed, exposing 2 rows of yellow teeth. Thick black pus dripped from between its teeth, splattering on the ground. The contaminated grass nearby smoked and quickly withered and yellowed. Wow, what kind of monster is this? The lumberyard boss said there were only a bunch of crazy beasts. Why does this look like a zombie? The goblin captain didn't care much. Seeing Lu Sihong's attention shift, he charged forward with his sword, easily dodging the rotten stag's charge. As he crossed paths with it, he cut off its head with a single strike. But that strange creature, even with its head on the ground, kept moving for dozens of meters. It hit a big tree with its neck and then collapsed. Its limbs twitched randomly, and a thick, foul-smelling liquid flowed from its body, corroding the tree and the surrounding grass. It took a while before it finally went quiet. The goblin captain looked at the silent enemy and frowned at his broken sword, which was covered in pus from the stag's body. It was badly corroded and unusable now. He had planned to keep it for the goblin soldiers. Stop looking. Go collect the heads of those rabbits and mice. And that big stag. No, I'll handle this one. Let's hurry back to the lumberyard. It's almost dark, and I don't want to stay in this forest with these monsters, Lu Sihong said to the goblin captain. Then he used magic vines to tie the stag's head. Some corrosive liquid still remained on the head. When the vines touched it, they hissed and broke in many places. Lu Sihong kept pouring magic energy into the vines, making them grow quickly and repair themselves. After a while, the corrosive liquid on the stag's head was completely gone. Lu Sihong summoned another vine and threaded the goblin captain's collected heads onto it, one on the left, one on the right, dragging them back to the lumberyard. Adventurers often did strange things. The lumberyard owner, experienced and knowledgeable, had seen all kinds of art. A rabbit-shaped candy treat was nothing special, but the strange stags had made him frown and feel uneasy. Is the pollution this bad now? Creating such monsters. Lu Sihong looked like he knew a lot about the lumberyard owner and asked him about the situation with the big, antlered deer. Do you know about the space rift at the lava fortress? The owner asked. Although Lu Sihong had heard a little from his teacher, he wasn't clear on the details. He shook his head and said, I just came from White Moon Town, so I don't know much about these things. White Moon Town, the adventurer town. I've even gone there to gather some wood. The owner nodded and continued. Since you don't know much, I'll explain briefly. Qingzhu is actually the name of our lord, the Lava King's wife. When the Lava King was made a lord, he built this town. After many years of building, the town grew into a city. The Lava King is very powerful and has a long life, but his beast companion was just a jungle sheep. Even though the Lava King tried many ways to mutate it and promoted it 2 ranks, his wife still passed away at the age of 200. After that, the city was renamed Qingzhu City. No, I've already read this history in a book. What I want to know is about that space rift. You said it would be a simple explanation, but are you going to start from the beginning of the universe? Lu Sihong kept a smile on his face, but his lips twitched slightly, and he was silently criticizing inside. Noticing Lu Sihong's mood, the lumberyard owner finally got to the main point. Later, some evil cult followers appeared out of nowhere, secretly spreading their faith in evil gods in a few villages. Back then, near the misty forest where you are, a giant rock golem appeared out of nowhere. The Lava King went to fight it. When the people of Qingzhu City realized something was wrong in those villages, it was already too late. The villagers had already been brainwashed by the cult followers. They sacrificed their lives to create a cursed land, where the lava devourer now resides, and they even opened a space rift above it, releasing a bunch of monsters and demons. Although everyone worked together to hold the line until the Lava King returned and defeated all the demons, the space rift could not be closed. They could only let the lava devourer suppress it while gradually purifying the evil land using various methods. Because demons occasionally attacked through the rift, they built a lava fortress there and stationed a group of beast tamers. Lu Sihong had dinner with the workers at the logging camp and stayed in a small, private room arranged by the camp owner. The room was very small, too tiny for a goblin to stand guard, but Lu Sihong wore a wind protection necklace, so he wasn't too worried about his safety. After evolving the goblin during the day, he felt a slight headache, but his mental strength increased a lot. The energy inside his body was now in a rainy stage, with clouds and fog mostly gone, replaced by small water droplets flowing slowly inside him. When Lu Sihong got impatient and urged them, these droplets collided and formed large water bubbles. His total energy and its density increased. When casting magic, his burst power and endurance naturally became stronger. Now, when Lu Sihong cast thorn magic, he needed less than half a second. The summoned thorns were much thicker. He also learned bark technique, which involved wrapping a layer of wood energy around the skin to make it as tough as old tree bark. Although this reduced flexibility a bit, it provided strong protection. However, his mental ability and energy control were not yet good enough, so he hadn't succeeded before. This time, he only took 5 seconds. He chanted the spell to resonate mentally, quickly constructing the magic structure in his mind. Then he felt the wood energy inside and outside his body react simultaneously, rapidly wrapping around his skin and forming a bark-like structure. Lu Sihong tapped his arm. It felt hard and numb, like wearing a tough leather armor, which slightly affected his movements. He knew that a higher-level spell called Dragon Scale Technique existed, which could turn the bark into scale shapes for better defense without affecting mobility. But that spell required very high mental strength and energy control. Lu Sihong wasn't thinking about it for now, unless he got more territory expansion cards to boost his mental power to a high-level mage level. As time was getting late, Lu Sihong was about to meditate and go to sleep when he suddenly heard loud noises outside, vaguely hearing about monsters and pollution. When Lu Sihong reached the entrance of the logging site, he saw workers holding torches and various tools as weapons, looking quite alarmed. In the faint glow of the fire, he saw a large creature that looked like a muddy slime, wrapped around the heads and limbs of monsters. It emitted a disgusting smell and slowly moved toward the crowd. Just this much, the workers wouldn't be so scared. The problem was that some of the creatures, like deer heads, rabbit heads, and hooves, which had been mostly melted and exposed bones, were still moving and even growling. This was very frightening. The goblin captain was about to rush forward with a sword, but was stopped by the logging boss. The boss picked up a pitchfork from a nearby worker, threw it lightly, and it shot quickly through the slime's body. Several black tentacles shot out from the slime, wrapping around the pitchfork. In less than a second, the tentacles retracted and the pitchfork disappeared. At the same time, the strange heads on the slime's body, as if the creature had been stabbed, let out shrill screams and turned their heads, their blood-red eyes fixed on the logging boss. Lu Sihong was startled by the sudden screams. Standing next to the boss and seeing those strange eyes, he felt a chill and stepped back several paces. Physical attacks don't work well, but this thing moves slowly. Little brother, you know magic, right? Recite a long spell and give it a good hit, someone suggested. I need to know magic first. I haven't even taken the apprentice mage exam. With so many people around, I can't let the frost mage come out. Lu Sihong thought to himself. After a moment of planning, he pointed his right finger at the slime and released a thick green poison mist, covering the entire creature. But this slime wasn't a normal creature. Its body was full of corrosive fluids, so the poison mist had no effect. He then threw a rasha vine seed, which turned into a thorny net and covered the slime. Unsurprisingly, the slime swallowed it directly. However, rashatin is a highly toxic plant, so it caused a slight reaction. Bubbles burst inside the slime's body, and then its whole body turned green, like a forest slime suddenly replacing a rotten mud slime. The sawmill owner seemed to suddenly realize something. Oh, so you're a wood-type mage. Hey, your tone sounds like you look down on wood mages. I have a hot temper. Lu Sihong took out a dark green alchemical potion from his space ring and was about to throw it. Unexpectedly, the sawmill owner saw this and immediately changed his expression. He quickly reached out to stop him. You can't just throw such a precious thing around. If you toss this bottle, it could last me 2 or 3 years. Lu Sihong was slightly surprised. He had grabbed this potion from the laboratory counter when he left home. He only knew it was called a dissolving potion. When thrown, it would explode and cause dissolving effects within about 5 meters. He didn't realize this item was so expensive. Look at this quality. This is definitely a top-grade potion. Which kid from which family did you come from? You have no sense of money at all. Such a worthless thing. Does it deserve to be used with such high-level materials? Well, it seems I have to handle this myself. The chubby old man sighed helplessly, then waved his hand. A summoning magic circle appeared on the ground, and a chubby little raccoon emerged. It yawned sleepily and looked somewhat displeased, making a few grumbling sounds at the sawmill owner. The old man comforted his beast briefly. Amidst the urging sounds, the raccoon reluctantly turned around. Its eyes glowed red, it inhaled deeply, and its belly swelled. Suddenly, a wave of heat burst out around its body. It then opened its mouth and spat out a stream of orange flames at the green slime monster, instantly turning it into a high-temperature fireball. The little raccoon spat fire, smelling like roasted snacks. Watching this scene, Lu Sihong suddenly missed some of his childhood snacks from his previous life. Although this little raccoon was small, its firepower was truly fierce. Before it finished its morning grumpiness, the bizarre rotten mud slime was burned into a pile of charred remains amid layers of howling. TSK, burned to a crisp, Lu Sihong said regretfully. The sawmill owner looked at him strangely. What? Do you want to taste that creepy thing? This kind of creepy thing should probably be taken back to report to the Adventurers Guild, right? Lu Sihong asked back in a strange way. The fat old man immediately understood. It's okay. I'll write a document for you. When you go back to complete your task, just submit it along with your report. Lu Sihong originally thought that since he was out, he should gain more experience before returning. But he was very curious about the dispatch function, so he decided to go back to the academy first. The next morning, he spent a few gold coins to buy some good quality wood from the lumberyard owner. The goblin captain carried the wood back into the beast taming space one by one. The fat old man didn't care about money, and even told Lu Sihong casually to take whatever he wanted, filling the beast taming space as much as he liked. Lu Sihong thought to himself that if he weren't worried about exposing his secret, he would definitely teach him a lesson about speaking carelessly. Riding a yellow landbird, everything was peaceful on the way. When they reached the city gate, they were stopped by the guards. Is this your first time riding a bird into the city? Although it sounded a bit strange, it didn't seem wrong. Lu Sihong nodded. The guard frowned and said, You'd better lead the bird inside and study the city riding rules carefully. Okay, I understand. Lu Sihong obediently got off the bird and held the reins. Seeing that he looked young, the guard added, Don't take it lightly. If you break the city rules, you might be fined or even end up in jail. Don't worry. There are many roads, but safety comes first. I won't ride the bird in the city until I memorize the rules. Wow, you're quite cultured. The guard nodded and made way for him. Go ahead. Lu Sihong led the bird and walked for about an hour before finally reaching the Adventurers Guild. He tied the land bird to a wooden fence outside the door using the reins, gently petted its head, and told it to wait patiently outside. Then he turned and entered the guild. He handed over the task document from the lumberyard owner and the monster intelligence report at the counter. While waiting for the staff to confirm, he overheard nearby adventurers discussing the teachers from Qingzhou Academy who had gone out to support. I heard those teachers from Qingzhou Academy have all returned. So, the dragon disaster should be resolved now, right? Your news isn't very reliable. The dragon disaster was already resolved. The Purple Orchid Empire also killed an adult red dragon and a young rock dragon. To steal the red dragon's body, teachers from Green Bamboo Academy and other schools even fought each other. Really? Tell me more. I'm not sure about the details. I heard that during the fight, teachers from Green Bamboo Academy were the main force. The red dragon was already badly injured. Then, people from other schools came to take the remains, saying that the adult red dragon's materials are rare and should be used to make equipment. TCH, they have forging masters, and we have alchemy masters too. Oh, forging masters. And other schools? Why not just say the Red Rock Academy? That's because they were worried about offending others. Those guys got beaten up badly by the teachers from Green Bamboo Academy, which was quite embarrassing. Wow, is Green Bamboo Academy really that strong? I thought everyone was about the same strength. Well, when fighting the Red Dragon, they took some medicine. Listening to the adventurers talk, the Red Rock Academy isn't happy about this. They think the teachers from Green Bamboo Academy didn't win by their own strength, so it's not a fair victory. TCH, just taking medicine. If you have medicine, you can take it too. Based on a guess, Lu Sihong figured that the teachers from Green Bamboo Academy probably made their own magic potions. He mentally noted that the Red Rock Academy people might be jealous. Lu Sihong was curious about the advanced courses and higher-level classes at the academy. He checked and found most classes weren't held this semester. He thought maybe it was because the time hadn't come yet, but it turned out the teachers had gone out to fight, so they weren't at the academy. Because the adventurers' discussions were very lively, and various sources shared all the news, Lu Sihong didn't leave immediately. He ordered a drink at the bar and stayed a little longer at the Adventurers Guild. As for those dragons, nobody knows why they suddenly went crazy and attacked human towns, causing a lot of damage on the borders. Most of them ran away after they calmed down, but a few stayed to fight. Some were beaten and stubbornly fought to the death, while others wanted to escape but couldn't in time. The most interesting part was the 2 green dragons. When they woke up, they turned around and ran back to their nest. Unexpectedly, an ancient green dragon burst out of the forest and beat up those 2 green dragons. It then dragged them back to the human city, where they found the local lord and paid them with some dragon blood as compensation. That was really bloodshed. It said they used 2 large barrels of blood. When the 2 green dragons flew away, their bodies were still shaking. Although many people died and the town was damaged, it wasn't the green dragon's intention. They were indeed betrayed by humans, and humans couldn't really turn against the green dragons. The 2 lords could only accept the green dragon's apology. Hearing this, Lu Sihong remembered the green dragon from the Mist Forest. Both Baiwa Town and that green dragon were lucky. They just happened to meet the teachers. Baiwa Town wasn't attacked, and the green dragon, besides getting beaten, didn't suffer other losses, except for the toilet being emptied out. Later, based on the green dragon's description and investigations by several human groups, they suspected that orcs or a dark god organization developed a potion targeting dragons. They used various methods, through human adventurers, to apply it to the dragons, which caused the attack. The Adventurers Guild has posted a bounty. Anyone who provides useful clues about this dragon attack can earn a large reward from the guild. After hearing the full story, Lu Sihong left the Adventurers Guild happily, carrying a yellow land bird back to the magic tower. The teacher hadn't returned yet, so Lu Sihong asked Kuda if it was possible for him to keep the land bird in the alchemy area. Based on calculations, there's an 80% chance that the Tower Master will agree to Lu Sihong's request to keep the land bird. Also, Qingzhou Academy has a special place for mounts, where Lu Sihong's land bird can be well cared for. Lu Sihong nodded. Yes, I trust Kuda's calculations. Since you said there's an 80% chance, the teacher will probably agree. I'll temporarily keep the land bird near the magic tower. Kuda, remember to look after it for me. By the way, the alchemy area is outside Qingzhou City, right? Every time I go out, I have to go around a big circle. Without a mount, it's quite far. I guess the teacher is used to flying back and forth, so they never thought about opening a gate in the wall. On the edge of the alchemy plantation, there is a magic wall with a hidden secret door. As long as Lu Sihong calls out to Kuda near the door, Kuda will help open it. You didn't tell me earlier. Lu Sihong didn't ask for advice. Tailing won't do unnecessary calculations. Lu Sihong sneered. I think you're too calculating. Don't think I don't know. When you chat with me, the amount of calculation you use is less than 1/10 of what you use when talking with my master. Yes, that you're so straightforward in admitting it. Lu Sihong entered the magic tower, took a shower in his room, and changed into new clothes. Thinking about the potion recipes in the goblin breeding shop, he asked Tailing, Kuda, help me look up information about the stone skin potion. No related information found. Lu Sihong frowned. Nothing? Maybe the potion has a different name. Help me find a magic potion that can produce effects similar to the stone skin technique. Search successful. Found related content. High-level magic potion, rock armor potion, master-level potion, earth armor potion, rock dragon defense potion. For more detailed information, Lu Sihong can go to bookshelf 03 and look for the following books. No need, Lu Sihong shook his head. Ignoring the level of these magic potions, they are either high-level or master-level, and just by their names, they don't seem related to the stone skin technique. In that case, at least in the Alchemy Magic Tower, there is no record of the stone skin potion recipe. The price of 150 gold coins is enough for Lu Sihong, but after buying it, he has no money left. Forget it. Old things make way for new ones. Lu Sihong immersed his consciousness into the beast-taming space, choosing to buy the stone skin potion recipe. However, a prompt popped up from the breeding farm. Not enough gold coins in the warehouse. Lu Sihong summoned the goblin captain again, told it to bring all the gold coins back to the beast taming space, and stored them in the goblin's warehouse. At the same time, Lu Sihong was curious. Does this gold have a special use in the goblin breeding farm? Or is it simply to follow the original game rules? What will happen to the gold that was taken away? Purchase successful. 150 gold coins deducted. After a successful purchase, Lu Sihong obtained more detailed recipe information. Like the goblin beautification potion before, the stone skin potion recipe has a very goblin style. The materials are mixed casually, and both the main ingredients and auxiliary ingredients can be replaced with similar effect materials. Besides normal alchemy techniques, the potion can also be made by adding the ingredients in stages into a large pot, boiling it into a soup, and drinking it to achieve the same effect, very wild and untamed. After roughly reviewing the potion recipe, Lu Sihong focused on another new feature of the farm. Activate dispatch function. Dispatch function activated. Choose the goblin you want to send. You can also turn on automatic dispatch, where goblins will form teams freely and, after the cooldown, automatically go on missions. For the first dispatch, it would be safer to send out the strongest goblin captain, but this guy is his main beast, and he might need to use it at any time. If the goblin captain can't be used, then only goblin warriors can serve as shields. He will also bring along raiders, grave diggers, beast tamers, sling shooters, and frost mages to form the strongest team. Oh, a new one appeared. So he'll leave the weakest-looking grave digger behind. Since there are 3 more human corpses in the undead area, there's no need for it to go out digging graves. The dispatch location. The farm didn't provide more details, so Lu Sihong could only judge the strength of the monsters based on the location name. In the end, he chose a Jackalman camp as the target. Worried that the goblins might lose their equipment outside, Lu Sihong also asked the frost mage to leave the frost pearl in his small cabin. Everything was ready. Lu Sihong confirmed to use the dispatch, and 5 goblins and 1 spider instantly disappeared from the goblin farm. At this moment, Lu Sihong's ears suddenly rang with Tailing's inquiry. Detected abnormal conditions in Lu Sihong's body. Do you need assistance? Huh, I didn't. Wait, why are you asking that? A sudden feeling of unease rose in Lu Sihong's heart. Detected unusual summoning fluctuations around Lu Sihong's body. Startled, Lu Sihong swallowed hard. Kuda, explain what summoning fluctuations mean. Understood. When humans summon, recall, or forcibly recall their summoned beasts, very faint ripples in space and special energy fluctuations appear around their bodies. Except for those with extremely sharp spatial senses, only Kuda can currently detect these summoning waves. Hehe, Kuda, have you been secretly watching my physical condition all along? Yes. Although sensing that something was wrong, Lu Sihong didn't give up hope and was still trying to make a last effort. Do you know what a goblin riding a poison spike spider is? Beep. This information is classified. Lu Sihong is not authorized to access it. Lu Sihong's pupils suddenly trembled, and the light in his eyes disappeared instantly. He looked a bit dazed and said, Kuda, do you know what the phrase covering up something obvious means? No relevant information found. Would you like me to analyze this content? Stop bothering me. Lu Sihong felt a bit discouraged. If the related information is marked as secret, only the teacher should know about it. He could guess that perhaps the wanderer who went to the magic plant garden caused some summoning fluctuations in his body, and Kuda, the little tattletale, reported it to the teacher. Originally, the teacher didn't say anything, so he could pretend not to know. But after talking with Kuda today, the little guy would definitely report it again, and he wouldn't be able to keep pretending anymore. Forget it, whatever happens, happens. Lu Sihong buried his head in the bed and covered his face with a blanket, like an ostrich burying its head in the sand, which made him feel much safer. Lu Sihong, you haven't done today's meditation yet, Kuda reminded him. Lu Sihong muffled from under the blanket. My mental strength is too high now. The basic meditation doesn't work anymore. According to normal progress, Lu Sihong's mental strength still needs half a year to develop. Because I have a mental illness, so my mental strength suddenly increased. Is that okay? Relevant information has been recorded. Wow, Lu Sihong suddenly sat up in alarm, shouting at the ceiling. Withdraw. Withdraw the previous information. Tailing ignored his rambling and asked, do you need information about the tree planting meditation method? Tree planting meditation method. For those with wood affinity, this meditation simulates the process of plant growth to enhance mental strength and energy control. It also improves the ability to manipulate plants. The meditation progresses through stages such as seed, sprout, and young leaf, based on the growth simulation. So, would element mages have to plant trees in their minds? It sounds a bit strange, but makes sense. What about mages of other elements? Do fire mages set fires, water mages water plants? The information is too complex. It is recommended that Lu Sihong look it up himself. Just wait. When I inherit this magic tower, I'll make you talk about it for 3 days and nights, Lu Sihong said irritably. Lu Sihong's current maximum lifespan estimate is 120 years, while the Tower Master's maximum lifespan estimate is 860 years. The chance of Lu Sihong inheriting the magic tower is currently 0. All right. Lu Sihong felt he was really losing it, arguing with an AI that seemed so clueless. He got up and jumped off the bed. Where is the tree planting meditation method? The book is located on shelf 12, layer 4, box 8, the 7th book from the left. Misty Forest. The crazy goblin riding a venomous spider hasn't appeared for a long time. The magical beasts seem to have become much more peaceful, but the Misty Forest isn't completely safe. Because of the hostility from all the forest's magical creatures, the goblin tribe has moved away in groups, gradually merging together, crossing the mountain ridge, and heading to the Yellowstone wasteland. Once the goblins left, their former territories were left empty. The surrounding magical creatures fought fiercely over these lands. A Knoll tribe near the edge of the mist, with about 120 members, fought several battles with nearby magical groups. They managed to expand their hunting grounds quite a bit, but the fighting was brutal, and their strength declined sharply. Besides 20 or so unlucky ones who died in battle, most Knolls were wounded. Some are still lying in caves, unable to move. If it weren't for the fact that these creatures might still be saved, the Knoll leader would have already buried them with the dead. Although they are magical beasts, Knolls generally don't want to eat their own kind's flesh unless absolutely necessary. To recover their strength quickly, the hyena beast tribe has been resting and staying quiet lately. They rarely come out to fight, and even when other monsters cross their border, they ignore them unless those creatures become too aggressive or overstep. Only when enemies become too bold do the hyena leaders take out their star-shaped hammers and lead a group of hyenas to attack. If the enemies are weak, they kill them directly. If the enemies are about the same strength, they scare them away instead of fighting. One night, the hyena leader was out patrolling with a small team. Suddenly, a goblin scouting party appeared outside the hyena cave. 6 hyenas were sitting by a campfire outside the cave, happily eating mushrooms. They hadn't noticed anything yet. Suddenly, a round stone flew through the air and hit one of the young hyenas on the head, smashing it and splattering brain matter on the others nearby. Another hyena was shot in the eye by a crossbow bolt and let out a scream before collapsing. The other hyenas were still thinking about what was happening. They wondered why the crossbow looked so similar to their own. The remaining hyenas shouted loudly and grabbed their weapons, ready to fight back. Just as 2 hyena hunters raised their crossbows to shoot, 2 blobs of white slime flew at them and exploded in midair, sticking all over the hyenas. Before they could struggle free, goblin warriors charged forward with knives, and a venomous spider leapt fiercely, knocking down 2 hyenas and biting their heads with its sharp claws. The frost mage had limited magic power and didn't attack directly. Instead, he cast a frost shield, creating 3 thick, floating ice shields around himself, standing back and watching the fight. When the hyenas inside the cave heard the warning and rushed out to help, most of the hyenas outside had already been killed, and even the venomous spider had finished eating. Hyenas are good at crafting. Even ordinary hyenas carry bows and crossbows, though their aim and strength aren't as good as the hunters. But because there are many hyenas, they can shoot a rain of arrows, which makes up for their lack of accuracy. The goblin warriors aren't very powerful monsters. They relied on their leather armor to block some attacks, but were soon shot and turned into pincushions. Their equipment was left behind, and they collapsed to the ground, fading away into shining light. The frost mage acted quickly, casting an ice arrow into the cave entrance, causing a burst of ice that hit 3 or 4 howler wolves. Taking advantage of their confusion, the goblin beast tamer and the stone thrower attacked, killing another 4 or 5 howler wolves. The poison sting spider lifted its head and threw a bunch of sticky web into the cave, blocking the wolves' movements. It also spat some corrosive liquid, which caused the wolves it touched to rot and scream loudly. Suddenly, a loud roar came from afar. The returning howler wolf leader saw that his nest was attacked by a few green-skinned creatures, and several of his tribe's bodies lay at the entrance. Filled with rage, he instantly entered a berserk state. His already tall body swelled further, his eyes turned bright red, and he carried a huge steel meteor hammer. He charged forward with a few howler wolf warriors, full of fierce energy. The frost mage was positioned at the back, but was the first target of the wolf leader's attack. Just as the leader was about to smash the mage into pulp with his hammer, he suddenly felt a chill under his feet. A wave of cold swept up, freezing his entire body instantly. However, the wolf leader was strong and full of vitality. In his berserk state, he struggled free from the ice, which quickly melted from his body's surface. As soon as he regained movement, a cold ice arrow struck his face, making his head freeze suddenly. His mind nearly turned to ice tofu, and he retreated from his berserk state. Having regained his senses, he saw the ice arrow and was momentarily stunned. Despite his frozen brain and slow reactions, his actions remained decisive. He swung his heavy meteor hammer down, smashing through the ice shield. Though the shield blocked part of his strength was overwhelming. The ice shield shattered instantly, and the force knocked the frost mage flying. After rolling on the ground a few times, he tilted his head and fell silent. The remaining goblin stone thrower and goblin beast tamer didn't last long either. While the frost mage was being beaten, they were overwhelmed by the attacking howler wolf warriors. With the help of distant howler wolf hunters finishing them off, they died even faster than the frost mage. When the beast tamer died, the poison sting spider, which was fighting the howler wolves, disappeared instantly. The angry gnoll leader originally planned to take revenge on the enemy's corpses, but saw that the green-skinned bodies disappeared one after another. He was stunned and looked at the scene, feeling a chill down his spine from the familiar sight. The gnoll spellcaster, the wise one, pointed at the goblin equipment that had fallen and muttered for a while. The gnoll leader suddenly realized that the strange thing, when it died, not only lost its belongings, but even the crossbow bolts in its backside were taken away. It seemed like these were just some foolish humans summoned creatures. Although he didn't know how they got here, as long as it wasn't that strange goblin, it was fine. He was curious why these creatures had nails stuck in their shoulders, but the leather armor they wore looked poorly made in his eyes. After inspecting, only the goblin warrior's dagger looked decent. The tribe had suffered heavy losses, but only gained a pile of torn leather armor. The gnoll leader was especially frustrated and could do nothing but stomp back into the cave. At the entrance, spider silk was everywhere, some still not fully dried. When he stepped on it, it stuck to his legs, making him even angrier. He howled at the sky for a while, deciding to go out tomorrow to find some green-skinned enemies or adventurers to vent his anger. The gnoll wise one sniffed the air strongly, sensing a strange smell. But when he tried to smell more carefully, it was gone. Confused, he saw other gnolls carrying goblin leather armor past him, which emitted a strong goblin scent. With corpses of gnolls and blood everywhere, the air was filled with a bloody smell. The wise gnoll hummed softly, thinking he was just being too sensitive. He ordered his companions to bury the bodies, bring the wounded back to the cave, and called some cooks to relight the campfire at the cave entrance. They roasted the prey they caught today to prepare dinner for the leader, and of course, for himself as well. After a while, the other gnolls finished cleaning the battlefield and left. Only a few remained, roasting meat and guarding the night. Seeing no other gnolls nearby, one of them quickly tore off a piece of the half-cooked meat with his claws, ignoring whether it was hot or not, and swallowed it in 2 bites. Woof woof. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Gurgle gurgle. I'm just a cook, trying out the taste. Snore. Huh? That seems about right. So, a few gnolls took turns tasting the food, nibbling here and there. Luckily, They didn't completely lose their minds and carefully chose hidden spots to steal bites. After digging around for a while, they looked no different on the surface. The gnolls were busy stealing their leader's dinner, getting burned and grimacing, with their noses full of roasted meat smell. They didn't notice the strange air around them, nor the nearly transparent, twisted figure flickering on the wall at the cave entrance. The goblin raider, who had been invisible from the start, initially aimed to ambush a high-value target. But the fight was chaotic and the gnolls crowded together, so it missed its chance. When the gnoll leader arrived with his team, the situation quickly worsened, and within half a minute, all 3 goblin archers were defeated. The raider thought for a moment, then took advantage of the darkness to hide in a corner. After the gnolls left, it seized the opportunity to sneak into the gnoll cave. These creatures have very sharp noses. Even a slight approach by the raider would make them suspicious. The raider carefully avoided them, exploring the entire cave. The gnolls weren't interested in goblin gear. Only the beast tamer's crossbow and the goblin warrior's machete were taken. 2 goblin charms hung on their leather armor and were tossed into a pile of miscellaneous items with the gnolls. Seeing no guards inside, the goblin raider slipped in to search. Besides the 2 wild goblin charms and some silver coins, it found nothing valuable. Anything worth something was probably kept by the gnoll leader. Late at night, most gnolls were asleep, except for a few guards at the entrance. They huddled together in groups, sharing warmth and safety. Of course, as the tribe's leader, the gnoll chief had a private mountain cave. The raider even found a delicate little treasure chest near the leader. It was unknown where the leader got it, but it clearly treasured the box, sleeping while clutching it tightly. The raider cautiously approached the leader's cave. Before getting too close, the once loud and fierce howls of the hyena man leader suddenly fell silent. The leader's nose twitched as he carefully sensed the unusual air. Seeing this, the raider quickly retreated. After a moment, the hyena man leader's snoring resumed inside the cave. The goblin raider frowned, rubbing his dagger, then turned and headed deeper into the cave. Since he couldn't get the treasure, he decided to take some lives first. Besides the hyena man leader, the hyena man wise man also had his own cave. This enemy was considered quite important in the raider's eyes. The hyena man wise man was very cautious, but physically weaker, and his sense of smell was not as sharp as the leader's. The goblin raider carefully tested a safe distance, then crouched quietly at the entrance, watching the sleeping hyena man. He began whispering softly. As the wild charm amulet on his body was triggered, a faint wave of malicious mental energy spread out around him. With strange murmurs, the sleeping hyena man, wise man, seemed to have a terrible nightmare. His face showed panic, cold sweat broke out, and his mouth moved constantly. First, he growled threateningly, then gradually begged for mercy in a frightened voice. The raider took a few steps forward, seeing the enemy trapped in the nightmare and unresponsive. He covered the wise man's mouth with one hand, then stabbed his dagger fiercely into the wise man's eye, twisting quickly. The hyena man just stared with wide eyes, struggling instinctively, then went still. He grabbed a torn cloth from nearby, covering the hyena man's head to slow the spread of blood. The goblin raider vanished into the shadows and left the wise man's cave. Outside, he realized that the whispering effect of the demon's voice was much more useful than he had thought, especially against enemies caught in deep sleep. All the sleeping kobolds outside were trapped in nightmares. They shook their heads and moved wildly, but couldn't wake up. The raider swung his dagger with both hands, a fierce smile on his face. No need to cover his mouth now. He aimed at their backs, eyes, jaws, and hearts, stabbing and twisting quickly. He ended their nightmares instantly, sending them straight to. The goblin raider moved quickly, but still got splattered with a lot of blood. It didn't care and licked the enemy's blood off its dagger with its tongue. Its eyes were red as it looked toward the place where the hyena wolf was raising its young. The writer once said that not even an egg should be left for the enemy, and naturally, the enemy's babies should not be spared either. As the smell of blood spread through the entire cave, the hyena wolf leader realized something was wrong. It hurried out, but only about 20 members of the tribe were still alive. The tribe's only wise one was gone, and all the young were killed. The hyena wolf leader, in a furious rage, searched wildly for the enemy inside the cave, smashing everything in sight. When it couldn't find the enemy inside, It took the remaining hyena wolves outside, with bloodshot eyes, to seek revenge on the imagined foe. However, the goblin raider, which had been hiding and was not found after searching the entire cave, had already slipped into the leader's room while the hyena wolf was going crazy inside the nest. It found the treasure chest it longed for. When Lu Sihong woke up in the morning, he saw that the goblin farm was full of corpses. The goblins he sent out had all been killed, and their equipment was gone. Only the raider was still missing. Lu Sihong guessed that the raider might be hiding with its invisibility ability and would probably return only after the mission time was up. He didn't have high hopes for it. Fortunately, before the goblin team left, Lu Sihong had the Frost Mage leave the Frost Pearl. The leather armor was okay, but it was a pity that 2 wildness amulets were lost. Besides the items, the biggest loss was the Goblin Frost Mage. Its next stage of evolution was similar to before, just extended to over 300 days. Now it was in a death state, and the countdown had completely stopped. You can't expect a goblin to keep studying frost energy after dying. Also, perhaps because of the special nature of spellcasters, the Goblin Frost Mage's base resurrection time was 12 days, more than half longer than other goblins of the same level. Even with the bonus from the Goblin Hut, it was still about 10 days longer. If it died a few more times, it might take a year or 2 to reach the next level. Fortunately, the alchemy materials in the magic tower include frost magic ingredients. Once Lu Sihong's alchemy skills improve enough, he can use frost fruits to make potions. Then, he can slightly embezzle some and feed them to the Frost Mage. However, next time, he needs to carefully choose the deployment location. He can't keep losing a bunch of equipment every time he goes out. If he goes out too often, the goblin craftsman might rebel, since even cows and horses have their temper. After finishing a special storage for the wandering merchant, Lu Sihong realized he needed to make a bunch of leather armor. He felt that the goblin craftsman's long needles almost sparked fire when poking the tough leather. High-quality goblin wooden storage. Made from good quality wood, this wooden storage is used specifically for the wandering merchant to store goods. It allows storing items for sale or moving unsellable items out. Items take up 13% less space, and their spoilage rate is slightly slowed. This is a special storage built for the wandering merchant after it was upgraded, using the good quality wood bought from the logging camp. This solved a small problem for Lu Sihong. He was worried that the wandering merchant might sell items randomly, so he planned to take some items out of the storage and put them into his space ring. Now, as long as he keeps the golden sword, the ancestral jade pendant, the earth element protection necklace, and the star gold ore, he can send everything else, messy stuff, into the merchant's exclusive storage. The ancestral jade pendant can't be moved, of course. Lu Sihong later found out that both the golden sword and the earth element protection necklace had engraved personal runes. If these items were passed around by merchants, and if his relationship with the wandering merchant were exposed someday, it might cause trouble. As for the star gold ore, Lu Sihong researched and found out it's quite rare. He decided to keep it for now. It might come in handy later. Other valuable items include some magic materials, energy crystals dug out from monsters, and the fire gemstone dagger, and a few low-level magic equipment that the goblin previously found. Selling these would be good too. Anyway, the wandering merchant has a strange way of valuing items. Even a poor-quality healing potion can sell for 2 gold coins. Lu Sihong isn't worried that this guy will suffer a loss. While the goblins were busy moving things, Lu Sihong was also quite busy. He was trying to prepare a beautification potion for goblins and see how well it worked. If he had enough time, he also wanted to try making a stone skin potion. Tailing helped record the experiment data and results, saving Lu Sihong a lot of effort. After half a day, he successfully made several doses of the potion. He tested them on the lab rabbits. Wow, they turned completely green, their bodies swelled, their eyes reddened, and their faces looked fierce. They first rammed into the protective glass as if they hated Lu Sihong outside, hitting it hard. Eventually, the blood on the glass made the rabbits stop and change their target. They started fighting and biting each other, turning into a big mess. Before the potion's effect wore off in 10 minutes, they had all become a pile of rotten meat, with no winner in the end. Wait, isn't it supposed to slightly reduce their intelligence? It seems like this reduction is subtraction, not division. No wonder they feel less pain, have stronger mental resistance, and ignore most fear spells. They've gone completely crazy. Of course, they're not afraid of anything now. Lu Sihong looked at the goblin captain beside him. He had wanted to let it try drinking a bottle, but now he thought better of it. Who knew if this goblin, which looked honest on the outside, might secretly hold resentment inside? If it suddenly went crazy, it might chase him with a weapon. He decided to wait for his teacher to return and show her first. Compared to that, making the stone skin potion was much simpler. Its effects also seemed more normal. After drinking it, a layer of semi-energy, semi-solid rock would cover the body, providing protection. After confirming the goblin captain could try it, Lu Sihong also drank a bottle himself. It felt similar to bark magic, but the stone skin was harder. However, it was less flexible than bark and heavier, which affected body agility more. Depending on the materials and proportions used, the final effects of the stone skin potion could vary a lot. Mainly, it affected hardness, weight, and how long it lasted. Lu Sihong sealed the prepared potion into a bottle and roughly wrote down its effects. He said he was going out for an experiment, but after leaving the alchemy area, he had the goblin captain take the gray liquid stone skin potion and the green giant potion back to the beast-taming space and stored them in the wandering merchant's warehouse. The body swells, turns green all over, the mind becomes dull, and temper worsens. Truly a Hulk-like potion. When the goblin captain went to deliver the potion, the wandering merchant had already woken up. He was lying on the workshop, watching the goblin craftsman forge iron. Surprisingly, the merchant didn't leave immediately after waking up. Curious, Lu Sihong looked closer and saw the goblin craftsman was working on a large iron pot, which was nearly finished. Once the goblin craftsman completed the pot and it cooled down a bit, the merchant carefully packed it into his backpack. He then noticed the goblin captain had placed several bottles of potions in his personal storage. The merchant happily ran over, picked up the Hulk potion and the stone skin potion, examined them, and chatted with the goblin captain for a while. He took 2 bottles of each potion and stored them in his backpack. Finally, he went to the animal pen, checked the injuries on his poison spider companion, confirmed it was not seriously hurt, then climbed onto its back, using a few spider silks to secure himself. Suddenly, he vanished without a trace. In the misty forest, groups of goblins, orcs, and kobolds are social creatures. Those with some status in their tribes usually enjoy eating cooked food. However, their usual cooking tools are quite poor. Some races that forge tools are better, but those who don't often just pick up rusty helmets or iron armor to use as pots, which is quite unappetizing. The wandering merchant thought about getting a large iron pot from a goblin craftsman to see if he could sell it among the monster tribes. His idea wasn't bad, but he clearly didn't realize his own standing in the misty forest tribes, which had already reached a level that made him cry out in despair. When the monsters saw the merchant appear at their doorstep, they all roared in fear and anger. If a skilled beast language adventurer had been present, they might have understood the following. That greenskin monster is here again. Everyone, guard the food and younglings, block the storerooms, and gather everything off the ground. Grab it all. Don't give it a chance. You dare show up again? Brothers, come on, let's go and kill it. Greenskin demon, the greenskin demon is here. While running away and nibbling on small dried fish he had picked up from the goblin camp, the wandering goblin merchant found it hard to understand why these creatures always shouted and attacked at the sight of him, giving no chance for communication. Seeing that the sky was gradually darkening, but still no rational customer appeared, the goblin merchant felt a bit disappointed. The residents of the misty forest are too wild and unreasonable. Forget it. For trading, it's better to find more sensible people. At that moment, the merchant faintly heard sounds of a battle in the distance. His business radar immediately activated. He quickly ordered his poison spike spider to stop, listened carefully with his ears, and his eyes suddenly lit up with a smile. Lindali, despite his bold name and strong build, was naturally very powerful from a young age. However, when he was a child, he was attacked by a berserk magical beast during an outing. He saw his nurse and companions torn apart right in front of him, leaving psychological scars. Although he was talented and a good fighter, when faced with a strong and savage magical beast, he would immediately develop mental health issues. cowering in a corner and unable to move. His family was in the food business and was quite wealthy. He was generous with his money and helpful to others, making many good friends. To overcome his fears, Lin Dolly often teamed up with friends to go on adventures in the wild, fighting magical beasts. After many years, this practice proved to be quite effective. However, the more he wandered at night, the more likely he was to encounter trouble. One day, while walking peacefully, a ferocious wolf leader suddenly appeared. Without hesitation, it led a pack of wolf warriors to attack them wildly. At first, Lin Dolly was doing well, swinging a large hammer and smashing two wolf warriors' heads. But after being beaten by the stronger wolf leader and seeing its fierce eyes and grim face, childhood fears flooded back. His terror overwhelmed him instantly. Lin Dolly shouted in horror, quickly threw away his weapon, and skillfully climbed a nearby tree. Covering his ears, he curled up into a ball, leaving his companions vulnerable under the attack of the wolves. I'm sorry. Listening to the screams of my companions and imagining their miserable states, Lin Don trembles all over, tears constantly flowing from his eyes, but he can't overcome the nightmare in his mind. Suddenly, a green claw appears in front of him, holding a green potion bottle and offering it to Lin Don. Lin Don instinctively reads the words on the bottle, Hulk Potion. Drinking it causes a berserk state, body slightly enlarges, almost ignores fear. Lin Don is momentarily stunned. He reaches out to grab the bottle, but the green hand quickly pulls back. Turning his head, he notices that a goblin with a small bag and an adult spider with poison spikes are now beside him. Seeing the spider, Lin Don feels his illness coming on again. Fortunately, the wandering merchant reacts quickly, holding up to him. Lin Don can't explain why, but instinctively, he understands what the goblin means. Honest deal, 20 gold coins. Strange, even though it's just a goblin, there's a strange sense of reliability. But I also feel like I might be being tricked. This expression, I think I've seen it somewhere before. Suddenly, Lin Don realizes, this familiar feeling, isn't it just like his shady merchant father when he's cheating someone? It's not exactly cheating, but his father has a huge warehouse. Whenever there's a shortage of supplies and customers need them urgently, his father always manages to make a good profit. At those times, he always wears that strange smile. Just then, the screams of his companions break his thoughts. He doesn't hesitate anymore. He pulls out a pouch of money and throws it over, reaching out to take the goblin's potion. But the goblin quickly shrinks his small hand, carefully counts out 20 gold coins from the pouch, then returns the potion and the remaining coins to Lin Don, who scratches his head in frustration. There are over 40 gold coins inside. It should be enough. Just give me the potion first. Huh, why do you look like my dad? When Lin Don receives the pouch the goblin throws back, he pauses slightly. Then, without thinking much, he opens the green potion and drinks it all in one gulp. Power, endless power. Rage, raging flames. What fear, what timidity. Lin Don now only wants to tear everything apart. A muscular, green-skinned giant suddenly jumped down from the tree, his clothes torn, muscles bulging, and veins bulging with rage. He roared loudly at the wolf-like leader. The wolf leader turned his head and saw the green monster. His mind went blank, and his thoughts shattered like broken strings. He forgot about his nearly defeated enemies and, furious, barked loudly before rushing forward. Even after growing bigger, Lin Don's height was still much shorter than the wolf leader. Luckily, he was naturally strong, and at this moment, his pain was lessened, so he could fight the wolf leader evenly. These two crazy fighters had lost most of their reason. They ignored their own injuries and kept attacking each other fiercely. If Lin Don's friends hadn't been strong enough to finish off the wolf soldiers and help him fight the wolf leader, he might have been doomed to fight to the end with the leader. When the potion's effect wore off, Lin Don, who had been full of energy just moments before and was pounding the nearly defeated wolf leader's head, suddenly collapsed and lay on the ground. His friends hurried over and saw him pale and weak. One of them waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. I just feel a bit weak and hungry." "Ugh, why do I feel pain all over my body?" His friends replied annoyed, "Of course you feel pain. Do you know how many hits you took? Your bones are almost all broken. How could you not be in pain?" Another friend, holding his own wound, asked curiously, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Weren't you having a fit just now? How come you suddenly got better? And why is your skin so green? I thought it was some goblin mutation or something. Lindon looked at his skin in confusion. Huh, why hasn't my skin color gone back to normal? Maybe I'll stay like this forever. Then he remembered the goblin his friends mentioned and looked up, just in time to see the wandering merchant still hiding in the tree. Weakly, Lindon reached out and asked, "Brothers, can my skin go back to normal?" His friends turned around in surprise and saw the goblin and the poisonous spider hiding in the tree. They were startled and almost attacked, but Lindon quickly stopped them and calmed them down. The wandering merchant peeked out from the tree, took out a bottle of the green giant potion, and pointed at the instructions on the label with his small paw. Lindon was quick to understand what the goblin meant. But the problem was, after drinking the potion just now, he didn't know where he had thrown the bottle, so he couldn't check the instructions. Fortunately, his archer friend had good eyesight. After reading the words on the bottle, he comforted him, saying, "It's okay. The green effect will wear off in half an hour. Is this goblin your lost brother? They look quite similar in color. Does your uncle know about this?" Lindon ignored his friend's boring joke and asked the wandering merchant, "Brother Goblin, do you have more of this potion? Can you sell me a few bottles?" The merchant thought for a moment about how many green giant potions he had left in his warehouse. He held up 2 hands and pointed to 7 fingers. Lindon still had more than 20 gold coins left. He borrowed some from his friends, bringing the total to 60 gold coins, and then bought 3 bottles of green potion from the merchant. "Wow, this potion is so expensive. God, I almost want to rob this goblin." "Shoo, don't talk nonsense. This goblin is clearly a beast tamer. I've never heard of this potion. Its owner might be a powerful alchemist. Be careful not to cause trouble." They had just fought here, and the ground was full of the smell of blood, so it was clearly unsafe. Lindon and his companions drank their own healing potions, bandaged their wounds, and used a few items to rest for a while. After slightly recovering, they supported each other, limping away. Before leaving, Lindon also said to the merchant, "Brother, I didn't bring enough money this time. Next time I have a chance, I'll come back to buy more medicine from you." The merchant waited for a while. When these humans finally left, he was overjoyed and climbed down from the tree. He ordered the venomous spider to pack up the wolf leader and its steel meteor hammer. The remaining wolf soldiers were just dinner for the spider. After all, they had been badly injured last time and needed to eat well to recover. Unfortunately, the merchant's backpack was too small to hold the wolf leader, whose size was too big. It could only be carried by the venomous spider, which slightly affected its movement. Later, the merchant continued wandering through the misty forest, but it was clear that he couldn't find new customers. Eventually, he arrived at the lair of the green dragon Iceville. The green dragon has a strong talent for earth magic, but lacks the ability to see the future. Naturally, it cannot know that the small green creature in front of it has visited its cave before. The dragon is curious about this little rider on a poison-spined spider and wonders how it dares to come into its lair. Since goblins are not tasty and the spider has little meat, the dragon is bored and decides to listen to what this little fellow has to say. For some reason, the green dragon looks a bit weak. It lazily lies down and softly chants for a while, casting a mental communication spell on itself and the wandering merchant. After chatting for a bit, it learns that the little creature is actually a merchant here to do business. The dragon finds this amusing and thinks, "You goblin look so poor. What could you possibly have to trade with me? What do I need? I need some gems to decorate my cave." "Gems?" The goblin merchant scratches his head, feeling a bit annoyed. His storage once held many gems, but recently they were all taken by the guards. Now, only 2 magic gems and a dagger with a gem remain. He reaches into his backpack, seemingly searching for goods, but is actually rummaging through his private storage for gems. Suddenly, the wandering merchant notices a delicate little box in the storage, filled with many gems, some ordinary, some with magical properties. Before he can be surprised, the merchant tries to see if the box can fit through his backpack's opening. It does. He takes out the box, along with the dagger with a fire gem and the 2 magic gems. As the merchant opens the beautiful box, revealing dozens of colorful gems, the green dragon's eyes light up. After the goblin drops the 2 magic gems and the gem-encrusted dagger into the box, the dragon's breathing becomes heavier. It licks its lips and straightens up. Robbery. Hand over the gems, or I'll slap you to death. The green dragon growls softly, releasing its dragon might to intimidate the goblin merchant into surrendering the gems. Since the gems are offered voluntarily, letting the little creature go might be an option if it picks them up. The green dragon probably overestimated the goblin's courage. When the goblin was hit by the dragon's aura, it suddenly rolled its eyes and quickly backed away. Its body turned into a bright glow and disappeared, taking the poison spider and the small treasure chest it was holding with it, vanishing in front of the green dragon. Hey, beast tamer? Wait, you should have left the stuff behind. The green dragon looked around on the ground, but saw that the goblin hadn't left anything. It felt a bit disappointed. If you had told me you were so stingy, I would have just traded with you. You're so brave to come out as a merchant with such a small courage. When the Knoll leader went out of control with his remaining tribe members, the goblin raider took the chance to sneak away with the small treasure chest. It turned left and right, finally running to a corner in the territory of the earth-shaking pig to hide, using the strong smell of pig manure to cover its scent. Feeling safe, the raider quietly opened the small chest and looked inside. It contained a finely crafted hand crossbow made of fine steel, a delicate dagger embedded with a black gemstone, a few magic stones and ordinary jewelry, and about 50 shiny imperial gold coins. In just one glance, the goblin raider was attracted to the dagger with shadow magic. Previously, the goblin wanderer had also brought back a dagger embedded with a fiery ruby, which dealt extra fire damage to enemies when attacking. The dagger was well made. However, the raider disliked the ruby on that dagger because it was too bright, especially in the dark, like holding a red light bulb, making stealth more difficult. This shadow dagger, on the other hand, was perfect for the raider. Holding it felt like grasping a shadow. The shadow power from the wildness amulet it wore could resonate with it. The raider, hidden in the shadows, could clearly feel that not only was its stealth ability enhanced, but its perception was greatly improved. It could faintly sense the tiny insects hiding under dry leaves and among grass around its body. Quietly closing its eyes and staying still, the raider carefully experienced the power of shadows. Unconsciously, the shadows flickered slightly, and the raider returned to the beast tamer space. The enemy has all been defeated. This mission is complete. 4 goblins have been killed, including 1 goblin wise man, 6 goblin warriors, and some goblin hunters. Rewards gained include 426 experience points, 1 exquisite treasure chest, 1 steel crossbow, 1 shadow dagger, 53 gold coins, 5 magic gems, and several ordinary gems. Lu Sihong was about to meditate when he suddenly saw the goblin raider being brought back earlier than expected. The result of the mission was different from what he had imagined. He thought the enemy was strong and the raider would hide somewhere, but it seems the raider failed to attack directly and switched to sneaky assassination instead. Looking at the kill list, most of the enemies were goblin warriors and hunters. The only notable one was the goblin wise man, but he didn't seem like a leader-type monster. The farm report didn't detail the battle, and since the raider wasn't summoned, Lu Sihong could only guess what happened. Now that he had enough experience points, he could evolve both the goblin warrior and goblin laborer, saving him from the annoyance of their constantly flashing exclamation marks. He wasn't sure if evolving goblins would cause energy fluctuations that alert the tattletale, but Lu Sihong was fed up and didn't want to bother. He was already in bed. Did he need a reason to go out? Maybe he could ask for some privacy? Kuda, I have some private matters to attend to. Can you stop monitoring me for now? Okay. However, Lu Sihong's body is still developing, and certain actions might harm his health. Would you like me to explain physiological health to you? Whoa, don't waste processing power on unnecessary things. Understood. Monitoring of Lu Sihong's private room will stop in 10 seconds and resume after 10 minutes. Who do you think you are? Half an hour. Got it. Monitoring will stop in 10 seconds. Please exercise restraint. This is getting worse and worse. He refocused his consciousness into the beast tamer space and directed his attention to the goblin laborer to begin the evolution process. After a flash of green light, Lu Sihong gained a new goblin craftsman. The new goblin was similar to the previous one, with only some differences in preferences. Goblin craftsman. Carpenter. This goblin has a stronger talent and interest in woodworking. You have fulfilled the goblin laborer's wish and received a random reward, the Book of Flames. Book of Flames. After use, it can transform one unevolved goblin into a flame goblin. Currently, the farm cannot use this item. After the laborer's evolution, there is a goblin soldier lying on a large bedroll. Once it evolves, a green light flashes, and it transforms into a goblin over 2 meters tall. Compared to the previous goblin warrior, this one looks chubby with big ears. Goblin warrior evolves into goblin shield bearer. Goblin shield bearer. Unlike aggressive attackers, shield bearers prefer calm defense. They wait for the enemy to show a weakness and then strike a deadly. Sturdy. Thick fat provides strong defense and longer-lasting energy reserves. However, it also limits the goblin's movement. Compared to rushing or chasing, shield bearers are better suited for defense and protection. You have fulfilled the goblin warrior's wish and received a random reward. Green Blueprint gem gauntlets, made with tough animal hide, layered with a thin sheet of metal scales, and embedded with a polished low-level magic gem. Depending on the gem's properties, the goblin will cause slight elemental damage during melee attacks. Note: unless the goblin has strong magic control, different magical elements may conflict, reducing their effects or preventing them from working properly. Compared to the goblin captain, this goblin warrior has a less prominent role in battle. Its rank is low, and its combat ability isn't strong. In fact, it often takes hits, like when it was sent to fight the werewolf, and got shot full of arrows. Although it wants better survival and defense, no one expected it to evolve into a chubby goblin. After evolving the goblin warrior and laborer, only the goblin gravedigger and goblin slinger remain. Their evolution conditions are: 1. Gather 3 ghosts and strengthen them to a certain level. 2. Kill enough enemies with ranged attacks. The way monsters become stronger is by killing enemies and absorbing the power of the dead to grow stronger. So, for these 2 creatures to evolve, they just need to be sent to fight weaker monsters at a suitable location. There are also 5 goblins that haven't evolved yet, and I don't know the conditions for upgrading the breeding ground. When Lu Sihong thought of this, a notification suddenly popped up on the breeding ground. Goblin's breeding ground upgrade conditions met. You can upgrade by using the following resources. Upgrade requires 50 gold coins, 500 experience points. Lu Sihong was sure that the upgrade conditions for the breeding ground weren't just met now. It's probably because he didn't ask, so the system didn't notify him. Just like that idiot tower spirit outside, it doesn't take the initiative or refuse. Lu Sihong used the tree planting meditation method. He planted a tree in his mind and fell asleep. When he woke up the next day, he found that the wandering merchant had already gone home. This time, the merchant didn't sleep in the big hall. After 2 evolutions, he was entitled to his own single room. But looking at the merchant's business diary, full of notes like tried to communicate, was driven away, Lu Sihong felt a bit speechless. You say this guy is smart? He completely doesn't realize his status in the Mist Forest Jianghu. It's almost like a child crying at night. And if you say he's stupid, he managed to seize a business opportunity and sold 4 bottles of Hulk potion at once. If you call him timid, he dares to trade with a dragon. If you say he's brave, one dragon's intimidation makes him freeze in fear. Also, Lu Sihong saw the corpse of the Knoll leader. He didn't know how it ended up in the merchant's hands, but the moment he saw the leader's body, he was sure this was definitely the missing Knoll tribe's leader. Everyone in the family died neatly. That's pretty good. And this trading points. If 8 points were given, does that mean I earn 1 point for every 10 gold coins? That's a bit hard to earn. Lu Sihong didn't stay long on the breeding ground today. He had a basic soldier class to attend and needed to leave soon for his lesson. Besides the basic courses in magic and combat, the academy offers many other low-level classes. For Lu Sihong, the most important thing now is to learn magic and alchemy. The others can be postponed for now since he is still young. He can catch up in a couple of years. After finishing the basic combat class, Lu Sihong didn't chat much with his enthusiastic classmates. He quickly ran back to the magic tower, ate some food he made in the kitchen to fill his stomach, then took the goblin captain into the magic plant garden. He told Kuda he was practicing combat skills learned in the forest, but actually he was just watching the bugs in the garden, hoping to gain some experience points. He currently has 287 experience points. Upgrading the breeding farm requires 500 points. Although he could wait for the dispatch function to activate again and have the goblins go outside to gain experience, Lu Sihong couldn't wait any longer. The goblin captain's weapon hadn't been replaced yet. It was still the rusted sword he had before. The goblin craftsman had just repaired it a little. Lu Sihong planned to find time later to visit the weapon shop in Qingzhou City and choose a suitable weapon. The goblin craftsman's skills were still rough. They could repair or make simple weapons, but forging a high-quality weapon from scratch was too difficult for him. The goblin captain swung his sword to clear weeds and make some noise, driving away snakes, insects, and mice. Lu Sihong followed behind with a small round shield and a one-handed sword. Although his main goal was to gain experience points, Lu Sihong also wanted to practice what he learned in the basic classes. He could have his summoned beast train with him, but the goblin captain was tall and strong, much more powerful than him. When fighting with it, Lu Sihong could sense some of the beast's thoughts, whether it planned to attack or defend and dodge, which wasn't very effective for training. However, the idea was good, but in practice, there were some small problems. They finally encountered a lone giant beetle, but it charged at them and knocked a non-evolved goblin into a panic. Lu Sihong sat on a tree branch, lost in thought. The goblin captain fought without hostility, so it didn't trigger his passive skills. But if he wanted to fight monsters, he needed to find a way to control his innate abilities. After strengthening his mental power, Lu Sihong faintly sensed that his beast-taming talent could be controlled, but it required very strong mental strength, which he didn't have yet. As a result, when the basic warrior courses are almost finished and it's time for paired practice, I seem unable to attend the classes. I can't just let all the goblins die first, right? The goblin captain dealt with the giant beetle, recalled the desperately struggling goblin back to the space, and Lu Sihong was about to leave the botanical garden with the goblin captain when he heard a whistling sound overhead. Looking up, he saw his teacher floating in midair, wrapped in wind elements. The look in his eyes seemed a bit speechless. Magic Tower. Zhang Peipei looked at Lu Sihong with some frustration. Your goblin is evolving really fast. Ah, yes, I guess I was lucky. I took on a task at the Adventurers Guild, and during the fight, it suddenly evolved, Lu Sihong said, pretending to be innocent. Zhang Peipei's voice was cold and a bit annoyed. Do you know how long it took for the Goblin Emperor of the Green Wilds to evolve into a goblin captain? Lu Sihong carefully counted on his fingers. It seems. A little slower than me, maybe. Probably. I just had better luck. Luck. Do you really think his beast-taming growth to this level depends on luck? As a descendant of the Zijing royal family, his resources from childhood are not worth mentioning. On his 16th birthday, he was sent into a contract magic array at his exact birth time, activating his beast space. His goblin cub was summoned and immediately cared for by a group of people, fed with many rare magic materials. Over the first 10 years, hundreds of beast-taming masters designed the best training plans for him, and many goblin tamers tried different methods to improve him. Even so, his goblin only evolved into a goblin captain at age 17. But, despite what folk tales and various books say, he was born into poverty, and his current success is due to divine luck and his own effort. If not, how could he become a legendary figure, a hero admired by everyone? Lu Sihong suddenly felt confused. So, from the very beginning, was he just a self-righteous little clown? Peipei Zhang changed the subject and said, I was planning to stay a few more days at the lava fortress, but the Lord received a message from someone below. It said a strange child left with a goblin warrior and returned as a goblin captain. The goblin captain's body was in perfect condition, as if it had been carefully cultivated for a long time. The child also carried top-quality alchemy potions and is suspected to be a royal descendant. I guessed right away that it was you. Lu Sihong was surprised, and the boss of the lumber yard, a retired soldier from the lava fortress. No wonder. Then, Peipei Zhang suddenly frowned, her eyes sharp with a serious tone, and asked Lu Sihong sternly, What's going on with your mental illness? How can someone with a mental illness suddenly increase their mental strength? I've never heard of that. Kuda, I remember you. Ahem, I was joking with Kuda. Actually, it's my beast control space. Lu Sihong was thinking whether to tell the truth. Pepe Zhang looked slightly enlightened and interrupted him. As long as it's not an evil god. Also, if others ask why your goblin evolved so quickly, just say I helped you breed it. If they ask for details, just say you don't know and pass the blame to me. Teacher, are you human? Pepe Zhang suddenly looked cold, with a strong mental pressure on Lu Xihong. Absolutely, purebred. Lu Xihong looked directly at her, confidently puffing out his chest. Pepe Zhang stared at him intently, then her expression softened. She turned her head and looked at the sky with her eyes distant. That's fine. I don't care about other things. My teacher's wish is to make all human civilization stronger. But my wish is for my teacher's name to be forever remembered in human history, whether as someone's master or ancestor. Lu Xihong licked his dry lips. Maybe I can fulfill both wishes. Pepe Zhang glanced at him, a smile unconsciously spreading across her face. I think so too. All right, if you need anything in the future, just tell me. You don't need to hide anything in the Alchemy Magic Tower. But outside, you still have to be careful. Lu Xihong's mind flashed with scenes from past movies. I understand. Those in power will surely keep all their strength in their own hands. If they show too much of their true power, they might suddenly disappear. Pepe Zhang shook her head slightly. You don't need to worry too much about the Jinghuang royal family. They are followers of the contract god. If they know your beast space is special, they will just see you as someone favored by the gods. Huh? Are there really gods? Lu Xihong was a bit surprised. That's a secret of the contract temple. I only know a little, but I believe they exist. Otherwise, where does such a magical power like the beast space come from? I just want you to be careful of others. Human hearts are hard to read, and there are followers of evil gods hiding among the crowd. Before you fully grow, it's better to stay low-key. Lu Xihong nodded. By the way, Pepe Zhang took out a bottle filled with a red, somewhat sticky liquid in a crystal container. It looked like the blood of a creature, but Lu Xihong could sense a strong magic power from the wood element inside. This is green dragon blood. I originally planned to give it to you for learning plant cultivation, but I heard goblins can get stronger using dragon blood. I don't know much about it, so you can study it yourself. Lu Xihong took the crystal jar with both hands. Curious, green dragon blood? Was it a reward from the 2 green dragons that attacked us? He heard those 2 territories were quite far away, so how did the blood get to his teacher so quickly? It's a reward, but I went to the Misty Forest to ask that little green dragon for it. Huh? What's wrong? As a master alchemist, is it strange that I spend a bit more on my work? Anyway, I've given you the stuff. I need to go see some things with a few teachers from the academy. 2 hours later, looking at the extra jar of red dragon blood in his hand, Lu Xihong couldn't help but ponder. Although Lu Xihong didn't know how to use dragon blood to strengthen goblins, the goblin farm definitely did. He simply asked the goblin leader to bring the 2 jars of dragon blood back to the beast space, and the farm itself gave him hints about it. The blood of the young green dragon has a strong corrosive power that can grant goblins extra bloodline strength. Each goblin can only receive 1 powerful bloodline enhancement, which can be replaced by a stronger one later. Currently, the most suitable bloodline for goblins is that of the shield-bearer goblin. The blood of the adult red dragon is also available. At present, the best fit for goblins is the goblin captain. Perhaps after the farm is upgraded, future evolved goblins will have more fitting options, such as the inevitable fire goblin. Its bloodline might be more compatible with that of the fire-red dragon. But never mind that. After working so hard, the goblin captain deserves to drink this first drop of dragon blood, even if it's just a small reward for his efforts. The goblin captain was given the blood of the adult red dragon and awakened the power of a low-level red dragon. Low-level red dragon power. The goblin captain's body is further strengthened, awakening anger and a small amount of fire control. When angry, he gains extra strength and causes minor fire damage with his attacks. The shield-bearing goblin was given the blood of the young green dragon and awakened the power of a low-level green dragon. Low-level green dragon power. The shield goblin's body is also enhanced, and he gains a basic regenerative ability. The farm's information only mentioned 1 physical enhancement, but Lu Xihong clearly saw that parts of the goblin captain's body had grown fine, dark red scales. His eyes also had a faint red glow, and his pupils had become cat-like, changing with light and emotion. The shield goblin was similar, with green scales that didn't stand out as much as the Goblin Captain's. Later, Lu Sihong took the Goblin Captain back to the botanical garden to deal with a giant beetle. He said it was to test the Goblin Captain's new ability, but really he wanted some experience points and to upgrade the Goblin farm sooner. However, the Goblin Captain had indeed become different. After awakening the Red Dragon's power, a faint flame appeared on his body during attacks, causing burn damage to enemies he touched. His weapon also seemed to be imbued with fire, and when he struck the bugs, small fire explosions would occur, causing burn effects. There is also the rage effect. As the battle goes on longer, the Goblin Captain gradually enters a berserk-like state. His physical strength becomes stronger, but his mind also becomes less sharp. However, the giant beetles in the botanical garden are not very strong. A group of bugs surrounds and attacks the Goblin Captain, but none can truly make him go into a full rage. Instead, the giant beetles squeal loudly as they are cut, and the whole jungle smells like burnt protein. Eventually, seeing their group suffer heavy losses, the bugs abandon their fallen comrades and run away in panic. With the enemies gone, the Goblin Captain's intense heat gradually fades. The red glow in his eyes slowly disappears, and his mind regains clarity. After the rage subsides completely, the Goblin Captain looks a bit tired. His whole body relaxes noticeably. Lu Sihong climbs down from the tree branch using vines. He carefully observes the Goblin Captain, noticing many marks from bug bites and attacks all over his body. Only the parts covered with dragon scales show almost no injuries. Goblin Breeding Farm has been upgraded. The current number of goblins available for evolution is 15. You received a reward, 5 goblin hatchlings. Tip: when the shop refreshes items, there is a small chance to get goblin hatchlings. The beginner blind box also has a very small chance to contain goblin hatchlings. Using a fire book, the goblin successfully evolves into a fire goblin. Perhaps it was just an illusion, but Lu Sihong felt that when the breeding farm was upgraded, the tree seed he condensed with meditation seemed to swell slightly, as if about to sprout. But he didn't pay much attention and was soon distracted by the small creatures running around on the ground. Compared to the lazy nature of the goblins, their hatchlings are more lively. They are curious about everything around them and try biting anything they see. The 5 tiny creatures that just hatched were first kicked to death by a poison spike spider, then drowned in the hot spring, and 2 ran to the dragon manure farm. One tasted the dragon manure, and the other bit into a rosa vine. In the end, all 5 lay together on a large bed, waiting to be revived. Lu Sihong was a bit curious. Was it a problem with his goblin breeds, or are wild goblins also this reckless? Additionally, the breeding farm ran out of wood again, last time at the logging site. Because they were worried about revealing the size of the Beastmaster space, they didn't buy much. With the effort of 2 oxen and horses, it was all used up in 2 days. After the teacher learned some secrets, Lu Sihong completely let himself go. When there were no students in the alchemy area collecting materials, he took the Goblin Captain and went to the plantation to dig trees. Yes, dig, not cut. Lu Sihong's mental strength is now equivalent to that of a beginner mage. He can barely influence plants with magic. Although he can't cause them to mutate into jungle monsters to fight for him, he can make their roots slowly pull out of the ground. Then, the Goblin Captain can use a shovel to dig a little soil, and they can pull up the whole tree and send it into the Beastmaster space. Zhang Peipei received a small report from Kuda and was curious. When she came out and saw these 2 guys panting and working hard, they had already taken a large part of the forest. She was a bit speechless. She wasn't upset about the old trees that had grown for many years, but she wondered why these 2 kept targeting the same area in such a large plantation. The once neat and round forest was now oddly indented, leaving a bunch of unfilled dirt pits. From her vantage point on the magic tower, it looked really ugly and eyesore. She held back for a moment, but finally couldn't resist. She drove the 2 guys to the other side of the plantation, near the outer wall, where they couldn't see her. As long as she couldn't see them, she let them do whatever they wanted. Half a month later, in the Alchemy Magic Tower laboratory, watching Lu Sihong successfully create a bottle of poor-quality healing potion, Zhang Peipei nodded slightly. In a few days, the Alchemy Guild will hold a trial exam for apprentice alchemists. You should take the test to get your apprentice alchemist certificate and also meet Sima Qingfeng. Lu Xihong understood this. To get the Alchemy Guild certificate as an apprentice or beginner alchemist, you need to participate in the annual unified exam organized by the guild. For the higher-level intermediate alchemists, because there are fewer of them, they pay a high registration fee, and the guild arranges a senior alchemist to conduct a solo exam. As for senior alchemists, it's not about exams. Once your reputation reaches a certain level and the guild believes your abilities meet the standards, they will automatically grant you the title of senior alchemist. After becoming an apprentice alchemist, I plan to get my junior alchemist certificate early next year. As for the mage certificate, since you don't go on adventures, and even if you do, you won't team up outside, the benefits from the mage guild don't mean much to you. You're just a commoner kid, and even with my help, your mental strength and energy are growing too fast. Maybe it's better to wait until next year. 2 days later, early in the morning, Lu Xihong rode a yellow landbird and left the academy for the Alchemy Guild. The traffic rules in Qingzhou City are simple, mainly about speed limits and restrictions. The most important rule is to avoid collisions and conflicts with others. There are no professional scammers in this world, since capable people wouldn't do that. Those without ability wouldn't bother with scams. They'd be risking their lives. Only troublemakers would do that intentionally. To avoid trouble, Lu Xihong wore the Academy's adventure uniform, which had a big logo on it, so it was easy to spot from afar. He found the Alchemy Guild, registered at the counter for the afternoon exam, and waited in line. Even though he arrived early, there were still quite a few people ahead of him. The staff looked at Lu Xihong's information and asked, "Mr. Lu Xihong, are you the younger brother of President Sima?" Lu Xihong nodded, guessing that his senior brother had told the staff beforehand. Sure enough, when the staff saw him nod, they called another worker to take over and led Lu Xihong to the senior officials of the Alchemy Guild. President Sima told us in advance that if you came, we should take you to his private alchemy room. Following the staff, they arrived outside a large alchemy room. After knocking and receiving permission, they entered. Lu Xihong's first impression was the huge toad in the middle of the lab. A giant toad wasn't unusual, but the green flower buds growing on its back were quite strange. "Garlic toad?" Lu Xihong blurted out in surprise, his voice trembling a little from shock. "What's that?" Sima Qingfeng looked surprised and a bit dazed. Knowing his junior brother was coming, Sima Qingfeng, who usually dressed casually, had dressed up today. When he heard the knock, he sat elegantly on the sofa, ready to greet him. Then Lu Xihong wondered, what on earth is a garlic toad? Lu Xihong finally noticed the middle-aged man sitting on the sofa, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking handsome. "Ah, no, it's nothing. You must be senior brother Sima." "Hello, I am Lu Xihong, a new disciple just accepted by the teacher. Sorry, I couldn't help but be impressed by your beast's impressive presence," Lu Xihong said a bit shyly. Because it looked so impressive, he called it a turtle, but it was more like a frog. How could it be related to a turtle? Sima Qingfeng was puzzled inside, but didn't pay much attention. He stood up, shook hands with Lu Xihong, and smiled, saying, "I've heard about you from the teacher. I wanted to visit you at the Magic Tower, but the teacher said you're busy studying and asked me not to disturb you." "Oh, it was a coincidence. The teacher also said you were busy and asked me not to bother you." After a brief exchange, Lu Xihong couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked Sima Qingfeng about the big frog lying obediently on the ground next to him. What kind of beast it was. Sima Qingfeng chuckled and said, "Haha, have you never seen one before? This creature is quite rare. I've raised it for a long time, but I haven't met its kind before. I did see similar beasts in old texts while researching. Once, a beast master saw a similar creature in the Demon Abyss Forest." "Demon Abyss Forest? I think I saw that name somewhere," Lu Xihong said uncertainly, wondering if he had read it in a book. "That place." Sima Qingfeng shook his head slightly and didn't say more. Instead, he smiled and said, "By the way, I was accepted as a disciple thanks to this fellow. My energy attribute leans toward water. Although it's very pure, the teacher was originally looking for a wood attribute disciple. But because my beast was so rare, it piqued the teacher's curiosity. Plus, my water element has some advantages in alchemy, so the teacher decided to accept me as a disciple. Fortunately, the teacher took me in. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to raise this creature on my own. At that time, It had just evolved from a long-legged green tadpole into a frog carrying seeds. It only threw leaves and sprayed poison mist. Later, as it grew, I realized that this creature has a strong ability to control plants. It helped me cultivate many magical plants, which made my alchemy journey much smoother. Sima Qingfeng said this with some emotion in his heart. He couldn't help but reach out and pat the big toad's head. The toad closed its eyes comfortably and moved its head closer to Sima Qingfeng. Lu Sihong found it interesting and couldn't help but lean in, gently touching the toad's skin. It was soft, smooth, and felt better than I expected. What's its name? I always call it Little Frog. I got used to that since it was small. At this stage, its species name should be Flower Bud Giant Frog. Doesn't sound as nice as Mysterious Frog Grass. What's that? Sima Qingfeng looked surprised again. After chatting with Sima Qingfeng in the laboratory for a while and being given more than 10 bottles of alchemy potions as a gift, most of them were various effect poisons, paralysis, hallucination, confusion, corrosion. Judging by the energy concentration, even the worst ones were high-level potions. But looking at the descriptions on the bottles, with some familiar attack effects, Lu Sihong always felt that the main ingredients of these potions were collected from the big toad. After lunch, he sat for a little while longer until the alchemy exam was about to start. Only then did Lu Sihong leave Sima Qingfeng's laboratory. The apprentice alchemy exam was held in the underground level of the Alchemy Guild, where several hundred people were taking the test together. The exam wasn't difficult for Lu Sihong. It mainly tested basic theoretical knowledge. Then he made 2 ordinary potions without magical effects. They didn't require mental power or energy, so even ordinary people could do it easily. After quickly completing the potions, Lu Sihong raised his hand to call the staff. After a check, they confirmed he finished the exam. He then turned and left the exam room, ignoring the surprised or even distressed expressions of the other candidates. The proctor alchemist smiled and nodded at him as he left. It was unclear whether it was because of his good performance or because of his vice president's younger brother status. The Alchemy Guild certification token seemed to be uniformly made and would take some time before he could pick it up. When Lu Sihong was about to leave, he noticed a group of adventurers gathered at the entrance of the Alchemy Guild, loudly arguing. They were complaining that the guild monopolized potions for huge profits, ignored the lives of common people, and that the ruling class used this to suppress talented civilians. Lu Sihong listened nearby for a while and saw that these seemingly sloppy, not very successful people spoke quite confidently, as if they were well-educated. At that moment, he overheard some bystanders chatting nearby. Hey, where did these fools come from? Just making trouble here. Who knows? Looking at their clothes, they don't seem to live nearby. A man who had recently settled in Qingzhou City looked a bit confused and said, but I hear them talking, and some of it makes sense. The Alchemy Guild controls the potions and sells them at high prices to the wealthy. The children of the rich are getting stronger, so do we, the common people, have no hope of rising up. TSH, you don't understand anything. The raw materials for those potions are super expensive. They're not even meant for us to get. The alchemy masters didn't plan to share the potion recipes with the guild. Our lord had to ask for them to get the formulas. The money earned from the wealthy is used to fund the Lava Fortress army. How else could they pay for so many soldiers? The other lords nearby often complain about this. That's how it is. Brother, how do you know so much? Read more books, and you'll become as wise as I am. By the way, my bookstore just got a new batch of books that explain the hidden truths of this world in simple terms. After reading them, your eyes will be opened. Cough. I'm not really interested in the world's hidden truths. I'm more curious about what's beneath the clothes. Do you know anything about that? Hey, you're lucky. It's not a good place to talk here. Come to my shop, and we'll discuss it in detail. In a dark corner of a distant alley, a few bald men looked at the crowd, causing trouble at the Alchemy Guild with grim expressions. They seemed quite unhappy. It looks like our efforts aren't working. Huh. The cries of the weak are always ignored. It doesn't matter. It won't have much impact anyway. Let's stick to the plan. Yes. Lu Sihong finished his exam and didn't rush back to the magic tower. Instead, he visited several weapon shops in Qingzhou City, hoping to find a suitable weapon for Goblin Captain. However, the weapons on display were all made for humans. For a large goblin like him, over 3 meters tall, weapons need to be custom-made. Custom weapons are expensive. Better materials and stronger forging techniques can cost dozens or hundreds of gold coins. Adding simple enchantments can raise the price to over 1,000 gold coins, and it's uncertain when they will be finished. Lu Sihong thought that the goblin craftsman's skills were actually quite good. Since the weapon would only be used for a year or so, he decided to settle for something temporary. When Goblin Captain evolves into a Goblin Leader, he can choose from the 2 huge wolf-tooth clubs and the steel meteor hammer in the warehouse. Although he didn't buy a suitable weapon, Goblin Captain was quite happy. Lu Sihong felt he might have been a bit unfair to him. He bought some wine and some fresh meat from a butcher, then took them to the beast taming space for Goblin Captain. The goblins ate and drank happily, partying all night. The next day, they found the large dormitory filled with sleeping goblins again. The academy has an underground maze nearby, filled with things that attract magical monsters. It was originally used for student trials every spring, and there have been 3 recorded invasions of the trial grounds. In the library, Zhang Peipei sat lazily on a small sofa, holding a bubbling green drink. Happy Water version 3.2 with a breeze fruit flavor. Recently, Lu Sihong found a material similar to baking soda. After reconfiguring the sparkling water, he realized that the taste was better than the one made by the teacher with pressure. After careful research, he discovered that the teacher used wind magic to pressurize the liquid, but it wasn't air, just a small amount of air mixed with a lot of wind elemental magic, giving it a very refreshing taste. Later, Lu Sihong tried to use magic materials containing wind element magic to make the drink. After wasting many materials, he finally succeeded in creating a sweet, sparkling beverage with a breeze fruit flavor, which unexpectedly became a favorite of Zhang Peipei. Recently, the space rift at Lava Fortress has been unstable, leaking a lot of otherworldly energy. This has caused some strange behavior in the nearby monsters, and the creatures in the underground maze are also acting oddly. The Academy has decided to start the maze trial early. If you're interested, you can go and join in. Lu Sihong hasn't been attending basic warrior classes lately because he can't control his talent well. As for magic classes, he only needs to listen to the Master Mage's special lessons from time to time. He doesn't need to attend other classes. The Qingzhou Academy doesn't have specific courses for wood element mages. There are advanced classes for wood attribute rangers and warriors. These classes skip some prerequisites, but Lu Sihong isn't interested in them right now. Zhang Peipei is worried that if Lu Sihong stays alone too long, he might become more withdrawn. She wants him to go out and socialize more. The underground maze trial is a good chance because there are teachers watching and it's not very dangerous. It would be good for him to make some friends. Lu Sihong nodded and then asked curiously, "Teacher, I heard some seniors say that in autumn, the orc tribes in the north often come to the Empire's border to steal things. Does the Academy send students to support the cities there every year?" Zhang Peipei nodded. "Yes, that's true in previous years. But this year, things might be different. I don't know why, but recently, the goblins in the Mist Forest suddenly formed a large tribe and moved to the Yellowstone Wasteland. They even united the local goblins. We're not sure what will happen next." "Oh, really? Maybe that green dragon did something again, causing the goblin movement." Lu Sihong casually blamed the young green dragon. Lu Sihong was just joking, but the orc tribes really believe that the green dragon in the Mist Forest deliberately drove the goblins there. And why? Of course, it was for revenge. Last time, during the Dragon Frenzy incident, not only humans thought it was the work of the orcs, but most orc tribes believed so too. Otherwise, why was it so coincidental that when the dragon attacked human cities, several orc tribes just happened to attack border towns, stealing a lot of food and human slaves? The green dragon woke up and, out of revenge, drove the goblins to the Yellowstone Wasteland to steal the orcs' resources. That was completely understandable. However, when the green dragon started, other dragons quickly followed suit. Many goblins were driven from all directions to the orc plains, which could potentially cause a terrible green disaster. But the orc shaman believed that the green dragon's personality probably wouldn't cause such chaos. While organizing the orc army to clear out the goblins nearby, he also sent several small orc teams to investigate the truth in the Mist Forest. What others didn't know, and even the orc shaman might not realize, is that the potions that caused the dragons to go berserk were not made by orcs. The orc tribes were also tricked into robbing human cities. It was claimed that a big client wanted a large amount of animal skins and minerals and was willing to pay a high price. So, these groups organized teams and went there. They happened to see humans being attacked by dragons, and in the chaos, they attacked some border villages, taking some people and food. Looking back, it was obvious they were being set up. The goblin tribes driven away by the green dragon might also have been manipulated by some mysterious force aimed at weakening the orc tribes. We must investigate this thoroughly. So, the higher-ups just ordered, and the orc teams ran through mountains and forests, enduring hardships. Nearly half of the team members died along the way. Finally, they sneaked into the mist forest and split up to investigate. Unlike humans, whose strength comes from controlling beasts, orcs' power comes from their ancestors. After stealing from magical beasts, they accumulated strength over generations. When activated, their bodies showed different beast-like features, granting them various levels of power. Because orcs are naturally ugly and look nothing like humans, before activating their bloodlines, they are a green-skinned, barbaric race with pointed ears and fangs. As their strength grows, their appearance becomes more beast-like, resembling wild animals. They look more like gnolls or lizardmen. The reconnaissance team sent out mostly had bloodlines leaning toward feline magical beasts. They moved lightly, had keen senses, and some even had night vision like big cats, making them well-suited for jungle operations. 5 injured orcs formed a scouting team. Carefully walking through the foggy northern part of the mist forest, suddenly, one of the orcs with fully transformed black cat ears paused. He faintly heard sounds of battle coming from the left. The orcs moved quietly, using the trees and bushes for cover. Following the increasingly loud sounds, they found the place where a fight was happening. A strange group of goblins was fighting fiercely against a group of kobolds. It seemed the goblins had the upper hand, even though there were about 6 or 7 times more kobolds. These goblins look strange, not like wild goblins. They look more like trained beasts of humans, whispered one orc, whose left eye was badly injured and bandaged with rough cloth. Another orc, missing half an ear, looked around cautiously. Could it be the army of the Goblin King nearby? No, the Goblin King's troops don't use beast-taming gear like that. That goblin with a shovel seems to have noticed us. Did it see us? It feels a bit cold behind us, said another orc, turning around. He saw a sinister spirit lying on his back, secretly draining his life force. When he turned his head, the spirit let out a loud roar. The scream of the spirit was a shock to the mind. The other 4 orcs felt a little dizzy, as if hit by a hammer. They were stunned for a moment. But the orc on the spirit's back was almost face-to-face with the roar. His body suddenly jumped into the air like a startled cat. After landing, he looked panicked and drew his weapon, swinging wildly at the surroundings. However, the spirit had already run away after its scream. The orcs nearby swung their blades in vain, distracted by the noise. Meanwhile, the goblins and kobolds fighting continued to pay attention to the commotion. The goblin with a shield gently swung his metal and wood shield, knocking a kobold warrior flying. He stepped back steadily to the beast tamer and the stone thrower, his eyes calm as he looked at the orc team. His bright green eyes narrowed into slits. The wounds on his body, cut by blades, were quickly healing as a faint green magic wrapped around them. The goblin raider, taking advantage of the kobold's distraction, suddenly appeared beside the kobold mage. He cut the mage's throat with a quick slash and then quickly escaped, disappearing in an instant. The goblin mage clutching his throat collapsed weakly to the ground. The heavily damaged goblin tribe had lost all their fighting spirit. They dropped their weapons, whimpered softly with their tails between their legs, and scattered in retreat. The goblins had no time to worry about the fleeing goblins. All their attention was on the group of unexpected visitors behind them. What should we do? Kill them? At least before they revive. Humans won't find out about our plans. Sensing the hostility from these monsters, the goblin slings and beast tamer took the lead in attacking. However, these were veteran orcs. Although their bodies were not in great shape, they still fought fiercely. They easily dodged the stones and crossbow bolts and charged forward, roaring. The lead orc, covered in fur with tiger-like whiskers on his face, didn't see the goblin shield bearer as a threat. He aimed to slash through the crude wooden shield, and cut the fat green-skinned creature in half. But when his metal sword struck the shield, it only made a clanging sound. The tiger-whiskered orc realized that the thin-looking iron sheet on the shield's edge was actually very thick, and the shield itself was made of a very hard wood. This was a lesson learned firsthand by the orc. Unbeknownst to him, although the shield looked rough, it was carefully crafted by two goblin artisans from high-hardness ironwood roots, selected from a pile of low-level magical wood, polished for days, and reinforced with a thick layer of iron on the edges. Additionally, the shield-bearer was large and looked slow to react. But when he struck his shield, it was incredibly loud and quick. With a loud, duan sound, the tiger-whiskered orc felt a dizzy spell in his head, and then his stomach was slashed. If his companion hadn't quickly pulled him back, an arrow might have shot into his eye. The goblin gravedigger knew he was not very strong in battle, so he hid behind his companions. He commanded two evil spirits and a wandering ghost to circle around the orcs. They made ghostly noises to distract and pretended to pounce, forcing the orcs to split their attention. But orcs were not fools. They immediately saw that the goblin with the iron shovel was suspicious. The leopard-eared orc rolled over, found an angle, and shot an arrow at the gravedigger. Luckily, the small orc quickly dodged, and the arrow only grazed his shoulder. He shouted sharply and commanded three undead spirits to attack the leopard-eared orc. A one-eyed orc charged forward, flames flickering in his palm. He struck the ghostly spirit with an open hand, and a sharp scream echoed as the spirit instantly vanished. This ghost, recently dug out of a grave by grave robbers, had just gone on its first journey outside and was now completely gone from this world. The remaining two evil spirits, one of which was a ghost that had evolved into a demon, saw this and stopped advancing. Instead, they let out ghostly howls toward the one-eyed orc, disturbing his mind. He gritted his teeth and held on tightly, ready to defend himself from the attack of the two undead creatures. Suddenly, a scream came from behind. It was the leopard-eared orc being attacked by goblin raiders. Thanks to his quick reaction, he avoided being stabbed in the throat by a shadow dagger, but his arm was pierced through with a jagged dagger, making it impossible to use his bow anymore. One orc was fighting a poison-spined spider, while the other two orcs were entangled with a shield-bearer. A beast tamer and a stone thrower provided distant support. What kind of monsters are these? I've never heard of goblins controlling spiders and undead creatures before. The orc with tiger-like whiskers panted in frustration. After the fight, his fresh wounds split open again, bleeding heavily. The one-eyed orc's face hardened. This can't go on. I need to drink a berserk potion. You guys give me a health potion soon. But, leader, your body. It might not handle it, his companion worried. Never mind that now, the one-eyed orc said, pulling out a dark red potion and drinking it quickly. He threw the glass bottle aside, and suddenly, his body sprouted a lot of orange fur. His fangs grew longer and thicker, his head transformed into that of a tiger, and a fiery aura radiated from him. He opened his mouth and roared at the goblin. Meanwhile, the goblin shield-bearer also took out a green potion, opened it, and drank it all in one gulp. He then stuffed the crystal bottle back into his leather armor, his body swelling as if inflating. His green skin emitted a faint glow, his eyes turned bright red, and he roared back at the tiger-headed orc. Why do goblins also have berserk potions? And they're in crystal bottles, looking more advanced than ours. The other orcs were still confused, but the two drugged fighters charged at each other fiercely, ready to fight. A fire controller with the power of a blazing tiger and a creature relying on the healing and regenerative abilities of a low-level green dragon fought fiercely, neither willing to give in. The orc thought that without the shield-wielding goblin's protection, he could take down the two distant goblins. However, without the elemental damage from the one-eyed orc, the two evil spirits came back strongly. They each grabbed an orc and kept attacking. Meanwhile, the goblin gravedigger took advantage of the orc's distraction, found a corner, and dug a hole to hide. The orc with fox ears kept a short sword ready, alert for a sneak attack from the raider. Unexpectedly, while another orc was entangled and losing ground against a poison spider, the raider's shadow dagger swiftly appeared and pierced through the orc's throat. In the orc's desperate eyes, the dagger struck again at the back of his head. Then, the raider turned his head, his cold eyes fixed on the fox-eared orc. He gently waved the dagger in front of his own neck and showed a fierce, terrifying smile. The fox-eared orc's face immediately showed a look of fear and despair.